Hunting ground. Chen Qi glanced at the area around the wormhole. There were about 30 gang members in front of the wormhole, and about 10 hunters who had come alone. In total, there were about 40 people. According to the intelligence, most of these 40 people were there for the treasure the old man mentioned. For that treasure? Is the treasure you're talking about the same one I'm looking for? If they truly knew it was a deep-sea hunter's treasure, the ones guarding this place wouldn't be gang members. They'd be mercenaries specially trained by large corporations, or even special operatives from the Bay Country government. The treasure in the newspaper agency old man's intelligence was most likely not the same as the treasure he was looking for. Chen Qi showed a curious gaze, wanting to know more information. Anything else? The old man adjusted his glasses. Of course, when it comes to gathering intelligence, we are professionals. Even the Bay Country's official intelligence organizations might not be able to match us. According to the information we've collected, to obtain that special treasure, you must get a key from the monster you first encounter. As for the treasure location, a key? The deep-sea hunter's treasure information didn't mention a key. It's highly likely not the hunter's treasure. Chen Qi made a preliminary judgment in his mind. Immediately after, the old man leaned his head slightly forward, carefully scrutinizing Chen Qi. Guest, the information I'm about to tell you is the key point. This treasure location is only known by the chosen overseer. Overseer? Chen Qi had participated in similar rifts. Simply put, there would be a werewolf role whose goal was different from normal players. He needed to hunt down those participating in the rift to gain higher rewards. To get this treasure, one needed to defeat the first monster encountered and also ask the overseer for the treasure's location. Chen Qi said. That's quite troublesome. After delivering the intelligence, the old man adjusted his glasses and looked Chen Qi up and down. Guest, the identity of this overseer has already been internally decided by the Black Rabbit Gang. For this rift trip, the Black Rabbit Gang and the Wild Dog Gang have prepared a lot. These two gangs, who are usually at odds, have united. This rift can accommodate a maximum of 51 people, and the Black Rabbit Gang, due to some matters, has limited manpower. Together, they can only muster 30 people at most. This means you can completely ignore those guys squatting in front of the rift and enter the rift. There was no issue with the number of people. In that case, there was no need to wait in line here. Chen Qi let out a long breath. At this moment, the newspaper agency old man had almost finished his intelligence, and he kindly reminded. Guest, you are alone and not very suitable for competing for the treasure. Moreover, this rift has a high probability of severe distortion and escalation, which will further reduce your survival rate. But if your only goal is to pass through the rift and you remain careful, your probability of survival should be 50%. 50%, the old man gave a not-so-high number. He could tell that Chen Qi's strength was somewhat stronger than a normal first-tier transcendent. But this rift, due to the intervention of gangs and the high distortion rate, its difficulty had already far exceeded an E-class rift. If an unexpected situation occurred, the probability of the other party's survival would only be lower than 50%. Thank you, I will be careful. Chen Qi nodded. His primary goal was already the deep-sea hunter's treasure, not the treasure they spoke of. The other party's intelligence was still very useful. Chen Qi asked again. Thank you, do you really not need anything? The old man smiled. No need, rules are rules. By the way, guest, if you have useful intelligence, you can submit it to our newspaper agency. We will reward you according to the value of your intelligence. If the value is great enough, we can even give you some rare weapons that are hard to buy on the market. For example, the appearance of that cloaked woman just now. My intuition tells me that her appearance beneath the cloak is absolutely extraordinary. There might be wriggling flesh or a body that harbors insects. Of course, safety is always first, guest. You'd best maintain a certain distance from her. I understand, your newspaper agency only wants intelligence? You don't take other things? Chen Qi asked. Many intelligence organizations also moonlight as fences for stolen goods. If he could connect with them, perhaps he could deal with some illicit goods.
The old man raised an eyebrow.
No, we don't take other things. Intelligence is what we, who believe in the tenets of the lamp, seek in this city.
Lamp. Chen Qi's eyes lit up. In Bay Country, transcendent who believe in the tenets of the lamp are rare. The lamp symbolizes elements such as hope, guidance, light, and exploration.
The newspaper agency behind Pelu was, as expected, a considerably powerful lamp aspect organization. The newspaper agency owner in front of him picked up a newspaper and finally said,
"May your rift journey be smooth.
And I wish you prosperous business." After Chen Qi obtained the intelligence, he left the rift point. The rift's opening time was tomorrow at noon, so he still had time to prepare. The most important piece of intelligence he received from the newspaper agency old man was the rift's name, Hunting Ground. Hunting ground rifts are quite common. The terrain of each hunting ground is different, but the types of monsters in the rift and some of the stages should be consistent. As a strategy guide-up creator, he knew some special ways to clear it. If human factors were excluded, this rift would be a piece of cake for him. In the hunting ground, one could attract the attention of some monsters with food. Chen Qi didn't hesitate, he went to a mall, bought some ingredients needed for the hunting ground, some cooking utensils, and some poisons that might be useful. If he was lucky enough to obtain special transcendent ingredients after entering the rift, he could cook them on the spot. Then, Chen Qi returned to the small travel boat and began practicing his body tempering method. With the body tempering method and transcendent ingredients, his body had already started to show some small muscle lines. After a night of practice, his strength increased by 2 points, and a punch he threw made the air slightly howl. The next day, Chen Qi woke up early and once again came to the street where the rift entrance was located. On the chaotic street, trash cans were overturned, tables and cabinets were thrown onto the street, along with messy clothes and many fresh bullet casings. Rumble. Chen Qi looked up. The rift was about to open, the wormhole's wriggling frequency was increasing, and the surrounding walls and ground were constantly cracking apart. A giant maw connected to another world was about to open. Chen Qi stood on the street, scanning his surroundings. Among the gang members, there was an additional man wearing light steam armor all over his body. Besides the gang members, there were also many tall hunters, holding high-powered shotguns and dressed in thick fur armor. And the cloaked woman from yesterday was also present. Why was the weed still in her mouth? Without exception, their eyes revealed greed and madness. A single rift journey was enough to change a person's fate. And at this moment, a Black Rabbit gang member, holding a shotgun, scanned all the non-gang members present with greedy eyes. Many people still hadn't paid their ticket money. They needed to find a soft target to demand some ticket money. You look pretty weak. The Black Rabbit gang member glanced at the cloaked woman, and seeing her slender, female body, he initially wanted to demand money from her. But suddenly, he saw a strange bulge under her cloak and recoiled. A weird thing, best not to provoke it. The cloaked woman breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Chen Qi. Her position was not far from Chen Qi, so after her, the next easy target would be Chen Qi. He's here, he set his sights on Chen Qi. The Black Rabbit gang member walked over aggressively, carrying a shotgun, and said to Chen Qi, "Damn it! Hey, this is our rift, if you want to enter, you have to pay the ticket money." Being targeted, huh? Chen Qi scratched his head, speechless. He hated gang members. These guys weren't strong, but they were very good at using their numbers against fewer opponents. "Hey, did you hear me? This is our rift, if you step onto our territory, you have to pay. We charge 50,000. But you haven't shown us due respect, so with a respect fee added, you owe us 80,000. 80,000. The short Black Rabbit gang member moved a step closer, stretched his neck, and threatened again. Chen Qi lowered his head, revealing a cold gaze. The rift has opened. Instead of money, you should worry about your own dog's life. The weaker you appear to gang members, the harder they will bully you. Opened? The Black Rabbit gang member was stunned and suddenly turned his head. At this moment, the wriggling maw on the wall suddenly opened wide, letting out a huge roar, and the surrounding walls and ground instantly cracked
apart with a bang.
A fierce, bloody wind instantly swept across the entire street. Within that giant maw, the phantom of another world could vaguely be seen.
The moment it opened, these people instantly felt the enlightenment of the rift. The intelligence was not wrong.
Within this rift, there truly existed something that could change one's destiny. In an instant, 10 fully armed Transcendent, ignoring the gang members' watch, charged towards the rift like out-of-control wild bulls.
Cracks and distortions.
IF*******ing hate you gang members the most. 2 burly hunters cursed and beat the Black Rabbit gang members, then squeezed into the rift. The Black Rabbit gang had deliberately fabricated a limit on hunting ground slots, using this false information to earn ticket money. According to Bay Country's rift management law, no unauthorized organization or individual may claim a rift as their own or unilaterally guide its
distortion and upgrade.
Although the Black Rabbit gang had recently received funding from an unknown force and increased in strength, they were not yet qualified to obtain
operating rights for a rift. No one was willing to hand over money to gang members for free. If you don't like it, fight. The Black Rabbit gang, in order to seize dominance, instantly engaged in a firefight with these hunters. Day. Gunshots erupted everywhere. Because of this false information, the scene was utterly chaotic at one point. What an intense fight. Chen-Shi took out the collector from his backpack card, placed it on his waist, and leisurely walked towards the rift entrance. There were enough people, even if he went in last, it wouldn't be an issue. Just in front of him, the cloaked woman also wore a look of schadenfreude, taking light, quick steps as she leisurely walked towards the rift. The two of them entered the rift unhurriedly. Chen-Shi followed behind the main group, passing through the mouth of the writhing wall and entering a dark tunnel. As he stepped through the dark tunnel, a sea breeze blew from afar. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, landing on his face. You have entered an E-class rift. Inspiration appraisal in progress. Appraisal greatly successful. Rift name, Hunting Ground, Island Forest. Rank, E. Description, after a laughing moon, all the wolves in the forest mutated, becoming terrifying red wolves. So, tonight, the old hunter has gathered you newcomers to hunt the red wolves in the forest together. Completion condition, complete the old hunter's mission or survive for 3 days. Special completion condition, kill the hidden monster in the forest. You already know this monster is the old hunter. Rift distortion level, 31%, high distortion rate. This rift is more dangerous. Please be extremely careful. Rift rank restriction, except for overseers, only Transcendent of Tier 1 and below may enter this rift. Principle of Nature, Blade. Inspiration enlightenment, you see that old hunter staring blankly at the blood of the red wolves, a look of longing in his eyes. Then, he slowly looks at you and raises the hunting rifle in his hand. Inspiration enlightenment, special in the ethereal, you see a massive sphere of water expanding in a dark cave at the very center of the island. Chen-Shi quickly scanned the enlightenment before his eyes. There were 2 points worth noting. One was the sphere of water inspiration enlightenment. This enlightenment should be related to the deep-sea hunter treasure and was unique to him, revealing a location. The second point was the 31% rift distortion level. The higher the distortion level, the higher the danger coefficient of the rift. Normal low-rank rifts maintain a distortion level of 10% to 20%. A 31% rift means that this rift is far more dangerous than a normal E-class rift, potentially even reaching the level of a D-rank rift. In simple terms, it was a high-difficulty elite stage. Chen-Shi had seen the manifestation of distorted hunting grounds. The manifestation of a high distortion level in a hunting ground was that the old hunter, originally an ally, would have a high probability of transforming into a monster and directly attacking the players. However, as the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. High distortion rifts also offered far greater settlement rewards than low distortion rifts, with a guaranteed drop of rare grade skill cards or higher.
At this moment, the participants walking in front of him had already gathered in a relatively wide clearing in the forest. They needed to receive their mission from the old hunter here. Taking advantage of the free time before the old hunter arrived, they began to discuss amongst themselves. Two hunters, one short and one fat, were talking particularly loudly.
Damn it! 31% distortion rate, is this the distortion level an E-class rift should have? Rift distortion, such a low probability event, and we actually encountered it. Yeah, did you feel it? There are red eyes staring at us. This is an unexpected emergency. We might need to unite. Unite? It's just a distortion. I've already prepared for it. Prepared? What preparations did you make to be so confident? Ha ha ha. I already bought a large insurance policy in advance. You didn't, did you? Ha! What's that? Before entering this rift, I already spent all my money and fulfilled all my wishes. You didn't spend all yours, did you? What kind of strange competition is this? Do you really plan to get out alive? Chen Shi listened to the two people talking in the distance. How did two clowns get into this serious scene? Unlike in games, they didn't know about the distortion before entering the rift. This was a typical emergency situation. Chen Shi stood at the back of the crowd, and thanks to his inspiration enlightenment, he already knew where the deep-sea hunter treasure was buried. And at this moment, a tall figure appeared from the end of the forest. You've all arrived, huh? By the looks of you, you're all a bunch of rookies. This was a hunter who was a full 2 meters tall, wearing a wolfskin coat, and holding a hunting rifle and a bone saw. His aged face, bulging muscles, and scars all etched the years he had battled with nature. This was the mission giver for this rift, and also the hidden boss of this rift, the old hunter. Everyone's gaze fell on this powerfully built hunter. The old hunter wiped his precious hunting rifle with a cloth and said to the crowd. Since you've come here, you should know what has happened to this forest. Bring me 2 live red wolves, and your hunting mission will be complete, and you can leave this place. Obtained completion mission, hunt red wolves. Description, bring 2 live red wolves to the old hunter to complete the completion mission. The rift distortion caused the original task of hunting red wolves to change to needing to bring back 2 live red wolves. Everyone looked distressed upon hearing the news. Their weapons were all large-scale destructive weapons. Catching them alive was several times harder than catching them dead. At this moment, a man with a scarred face, wearing light black steam armor, stepped forward. He wanted to become the leader of this team. Are you sure they have to be live wolves? Dead wolves won't do? The old hunter said in a deep voice. No. I need to give the red wolves to the doctor to study the cause of their mutation. Only then can we completely eradicate the monsters in the forest. All right. Leave it to us. The Scarface Rabbit, the leader, said confidently. After loading his hunting rifle, the old hunter continued to address the crowd. All right, to supervise you all in completing the mission and not disrupting the balance of the forest, I also need to select an overseer to supervise. You with me. After receiving the mission, it was the second phase of the dungeon. Select an overseer. This overseer was designated by the old hunter, and usually, he would choose the person who appeared to be the strongest. The old hunter widened his eyes and began to select an overseer from their team of 40 people. And at this moment, the Black Rabbit gang cadre who had just spoken lit a cigarette and walked casually to the center of the crowd. This person, nicknamed Scarface Rabbit, was a cadre of the Black Rabbit gang and the leader of the gang's operation this time. Everyone, no need for words. I think everyone knows who the strongest person here is. He blew a smoke ring into the air, determined to be the most dazzling person in the team. Chen Shi looked closely. Although a bit showy, this guy's equipment was quite good. Under his clothes, some steampunk-style steam pipes were clearly visible. The Black Rabbit Series Generation 3, small steam armor, came from the workshop Little Guy Gang specializing in producing small armor. It could greatly increase agility through technology that implanted an exoskeleton into the bones and flesh.
In the overheated state of the mecha, the person could move so fast that they left after images, as graceful as the wind.
Black Rabbit. Chen-Chi remembered that this equipment had already reached its 10th generation.
Unfortunately, the model on Scarface Rabbit belonged to the earlier generations and had fatal problems such as easily predictable, high damage
rate, and unable to stop.
Speeding came at a cost. The earlier generations of Black Rabbit armor were prone to losing control and could easily crash and kill the wearer. However, in this place, it was still quite good equipment. With this set of equipment, Scarface Rabbit was qualified to be chosen as the overseer by the old hunter. Of course, that was assuming there wasn't this cloaked woman of unknown strength. Chen-Chi turned his head to look at the cloaked woman beside him. She was quite close to him. The distance between the two of them hadn't been far since they entered the rift. This wasn't surprising, compared to other fully armed hunters, at least from his appearance. As someone living in a peaceful era, he seemed much gentler. At this moment, the cloaked woman beside him curled her lips into a cold smile. At the same time, the wriggling on top of her head became more and more intense. She held the collar of her cloak, then clenched her fist, as if cheering herself on, and said in a tiny, mosquito-like voice, "I'm ready, I'm ready." Elegant, elegant. What was this guy saying? What are you ready for? Elegant? Chen-Chi had a faint ominous premonition. This guy seemed to be preparing to take off her cloak. I am a witch. Under the moonlight, a breeze swept through, rustling the leaves. At this moment, Scarface Rabbit, who considered himself the strongest, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said again, "Alright, everyone, you should know that only the overseer can know the final location to acquire the treasure map. And now, this rift has mutated, which means it will be even more dangerous than you imagine. As the overseer, I can give you information, I can protect your safety. I am your umbrella. After all, surviving for 3 days is also a way to clear the stage, isn't it? Alright, now, is there anyone still willing to pay the entrance fee? This is your last chance, miss it and it's gone." Scarface Rabbit thought of a large sum of money, and a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. His method, though arrogant and brainless, was extremely effective. The increased mutation level of the rift caused many people's goal to shift from returning with a full load to simply just surviving. Paying the entrance fee meant joining their Black Rabbit gang, which would increase their chances of survival. As long as enough people paid the entrance fee, their Black Rabbit gang would be able to completely control the order of the entire rift. At that time, without any effort, everything in the entire rift would belong to them. Scarface Rabbit held out his hand, making a gesture for money. 500,000 shell coins for 1 ticket. If you don't have cash, you can use equipment as collateral. 500,000. Chen-Chi didn't have that much cash on him at all. This was already a considerably high amount. And if they asked for the first payment, they would ask for a second. Money didn't grow on trees, so many people were still unwilling to pay the entrance fee. Why isn't anyone paying? Scarface Rabbit's mouth twitched. He forgot to arrange for actors. No choice, he could only find a soft target to pick on temporarily. Scarface Rabbit quickly scanned all the lone hunters nearby. That one's too strong, that one's too fierce, oh my, why is that cloaked woman's head wiggling? You're the one. You look so ordinary. You must be a newcomer who just entered the rift. Scarface Rabbit had sharp eyes and immediately set his sights on Chen-Chi. TSK. Chen-Chi was speechless. With so many people, why did the other party single him out from the crowd? Scarface Rabbit walked up to Chen-Chi and said sharply. You came alone, didn't you? It's not easy. Give me that collector in your hand, and consider it your entrance fee. This way, you can become a member of our Black Rabbit gang. Isn't that a good deal? Good deal? Good deal my foot. He actually wanted to exchange a fabricated ticket for a gun. Chen-Chi's eyes narrowed. He had no interest in joining a gang. However, as a stealth-oriented player, he temporarily didn't want to make a move in this place. Once the crowd dispersed, his advantage would be greater. However, just as Chen Shi was about to refuse, the situation changed. As Scarface Rabbit prepared to continue his threat, a loud sound hit Scarface Rabbit's back. "Get lost! You're blocking my view. Which bastard is yelling at me?" Scarface Rabbit turned around, intending to beat the other party severely. The one who yelled at him was none other than the boss of the rift, the old hunter. The old hunter raised his hunting rifle and aimed it at Scarface Rabbit. "Get lost!" Scarface Rabbit's eyes hardened, and he suddenly said, "You say get lost, and I'll get lost." Scarface Rabbit gritted his teeth, his leg trembled slightly, and he obediently moved away from Chen Shi's position. At this moment, the old hunter could finally get a good look at Chen Shi. "Quite a good lad. You have the aura of a hunter, and the qualifications to become an overseer." "Me? I'm an overseer?" Chen Shi hadn't expected the old hunter to choose him as an overseer. He remembered that the old hunter's criteria for selecting an overseer were related to equipment and physical strength. Although his physical strength was good, unlike other fully armed participants, he hadn't taken out the black knife from his backpack card, only having a collector. That he was chosen was indeed somewhat beyond his expectation. Is it because of Hunter's Ember? Chen Shi thought to himself. Everyone cast gazes of admiration. Being chosen by the old hunter to become an overseer was a testament to one's strength. Scarface Rabbit was also completely stunned. He had spent half the day choosing a soft target, only to end up choosing the fiercest one? And before everyone could recover, the old hunter spoke again. "However, there is another monster here who meets the conditions. It seems that this hunt will have to include an additional overseer." "What, another overseer? 2 overseers?" This was unprecedented in a hunting ground dungeon. Two-pronged approach, who could handle this? At this moment, many people were already sweating profusely. The rift's mutation was already enough for them, and they hadn't expected there to be 2 overseers. They just wanted to participate in an ordinary rift and earn some ordinary money. Oh! At this moment, the originally disheartened Scarface Rabbit's eyes lit up. He always felt something was off, so it turned out there were 2 overseer positions. Could this position be mine? Scarface Rabbit straightened his clothes, again having the thought of making an overseer's speech. Chen Shi let out a long breath, his gaze falling on the cloaked woman beside him. Sure enough. He knew this cloaked woman was not simple. Moreover, from the very beginning, she had carried a faint smile. The old hunter bent down, slowly walked forward, and with some reverence, said to the cloaked woman. "Esteemed lady, you are perfectly capable of becoming an overseer. In our small place, your power is beyond doubt. However, may I ask you to reveal the face beneath your cloak?" Respective tone. Everyone's eyes widened. The old hunter's tone clearly carried humility. A humility of a small person bowing to a great person. This was the boss in a mutated rift. Who exactly was that cloaked woman? And why was her cloak moving? Was she hiding hamsters inside? This person couldn't be. Chen Shi vaguely thought of something, and an ominous premonition arose. Sigh. There's no helping it. The cloaked woman paused for a few seconds, put away the smile on her face, and sighed helplessly. She slowly walked towards a rock in front, then suddenly tore open her cloak and threw it backward. The cloak flew through the air. The moment the cloak landed, petals fell onto Chen Shi's face. The next instant, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Beneath the cloak was not disgusting, squirming flesh, nor repulsive insects. Instead, there were exceptionally beautiful flowers, fragrant flowers. On her delicate, fair limbs, there were fresh blood scars, one after another, and upon these slightly bloody scars, several exquisitely beautiful roses grew. Upon blood scars, fresh flowers bloomed. She stepped onto the rock, turned her head, slowly sat down, and crossed her fair legs, letting out a slight breath. At this moment, the face hidden beneath the cloak appeared before everyone's eyes. A large number of flowers grew on her head, completely covering the upper half of her face, but one could still perceive a beauty beyond ordinary, a maiden-like beauty, from the lower half of her face and her fair skin.
What kind of existence is this?
The immense spiritual pressure, the indescribably beautiful appearance, instantly filled everyone present with fear, a silent dread.
A terrifying aura, like a giant mountain, pressed down on them. Many people began to retreat, continuously backing away.
This was clearly not the appearance a normal human should have.
And clearly not the spiritual pressure a first-order transcendent would possess. Who exactly are you? And what do you need us to do? A tall hunter with a steady demeanor mustered his courage and asked. However, the next instant, he regretted it.
How dared he ask a question to someone with this level of spiritual pressure? She tilted her head slightly. Well, there's no need to retreat, and no need to be afraid. I am merely a pharmacist from a foreign land. You may call me the flower pharmacist. Under the moonlight, a breeze swept through her long hair, bringing a faint floral scent. She smiled, and the small yellow flowers on her head moved. Of course, you can also call me by my other title in the Witch Sea, the Flower Witch.
Setting related content, click to skip.
Some settings for this book, tentative, may change later. There are 13 principles of nature in total. The inspiration for the setting comes from the excellent Cultist Simulator, but it has been heavily modified. The 13 principles of nature: lantern, edge, chalice, bay, winter, blossom, heart, lore, forge, scale, moth, shadow, and void. At the same time, different countries also have their own focus on each principle of nature. The Kingdom of Bay presides over Bay and Forge, the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom presides over Blossom and Heart, the White Tower Federation presides over Lore and Lantern, the Black Blood Empire presides over Edge and Moth, the Theocracy presides over Chalice, and the Kingdom of Winter presides over Winter. These 6 countries are also the 6 major sectors of the new Sun game.
Chalice symbolizes elements such as evolution, flesh, life, eternity, and instinct.
Edge symbolizes elements such as honor, conquest, challenge, and combat. Bay symbolizes elements such as money, contracts, wealth, and transactions.
Blossom symbolizes elements such as nature, pleasure, art, and beauty.
Forge symbolizes elements such as machinery, creation, craftsmanship, and steel.
Lore symbolizes elements such as knowledge, rationality, wisdom, and books. Lantern symbolizes elements such as hope, guidance, light, and exploration. Scale symbolizes elements such as rules, order, balance, and law. Moth symbolizes elements such as chaos, randomness, luck, and gambling.
Winter symbolizes elements such as suffering, ideals, nobility, and asceticism. Heart symbolizes elements such as communication, love, friendship, family affection, and bonds. Shadow symbolizes elements such as vileness, filth, revenge, gloom, and darkness.
Void, no symbol is its symbol. Anyone who becomes lost may fall into the void phase. Flower Witch. Flower Witch.
Why is she here? Chen Shi's mouth was slightly agape, unable to hide his surprise. He couldn't help but look at the fair shoulders and the bright red flowers on her legs. The Flower Witch, like the Black Whale pirate crew, is closely related to the high-difficulty main questline of the Witch Sea and is also a key figure in the entire Witch Sea main quest.
This is the protagonist of the Witch Sea section.
In the early stages of the game, the Flower Witch is a noble tier 3 transcendent, but it won't be long before she advances to a powerful tier 4
transcendent. Moreover, as a protagonist, her strength far exceeds that of a typical Tier 3 transcendent. The main quests in each section are all extremely difficult multi-stage quests.
Therefore, in the early stages, weak players had no opportunity to encounter the witch, let alone know her location, and information about her was scarce. Why is she here?
How did she get in? And what is she doing?
Chen Shi rubbed his temples, full of questions.
Although it has mutated, this is ultimately just an E-tier rift. If she were to act, she could easily wipe out everyone present. This is blatant phishing.
And I am that pitiful novice fish. Chen Shi muttered helplessly to himself. Since the hunting ground requires an overseer, her presence is somewhat acceptable.
But as a high-tier transcendent, why would the flower witch come to a low-tier rift?
The flower witch's equipment is at least shimmering silver, or even higher than secret gold. The equipment produced by this rift might not even be as
strong as her body.
Also, there's a limit to how many skill cards can be learned.
Blindly using too many skill cards can cause irreversible brain damage, even leading to madness.
Therefore, the flower witch wouldn't come to this rift for the low-tier professional cards of the hunting ground.
Could it be?
Suddenly, Chen Shi thought of something. If there was truly anything here that could attract the witch, it would undoubtedly be the deep-sea hunter treasure.
Is he supposed to contend with a witch for the deep-sea hunter's belongings? Me, fighting a witch for something? She could defeat 100 of me right now.
A scene immediately flashed through Chen Shi's mind. In this ruthless transcendent world, the more powerful flower witch smiles chillingly, pulls out a grass whip, and forces him to hand over the deep-sea hunter treasure. If that's truly the case, then there's nothing he can do. He can only obediently offer up the treasure and swear allegiance.
Consider it gaining some favorability. Of course, there's also a more simple and unadorned guess.
That is, the flower witch came to this rift simply to earn some money.
Could it be that the flower witch is so poor she can't even afford food?
On the forums, the flower witch always seemed to be quite poor. Chen Shi shook his head, temporarily setting aside his complex thoughts, and then looked again at the flower witch under the moonlight. Under the gentle breeze, the flower witch smiled faintly. Before, what was beneath her cloak was not wriggling flesh, but the small flowers on top of her head that had nowhere to settle. When the flower witch is emotional, the flowers on her head will change differently according to her mood. The player forums even conducted relevant statistics. For example, when she's angry, fiery red roses will sprout from her head. When she's sad, wilted small blue flowers will appear on her head. Now, a few small yellow flowers on the flower witch's head moved.
These flowers signify smugness and a little happiness.
As the wind stirred gently, the flower witch's lips curved slightly, and she glanced in Chen Shi's direction.
Oh no, it seems she's been showing off to him. Chen Shi smiled inwardly and let out a long breath.
The flower witch has considerable popularity on the game forums. Compared to the deeply resentful protagonists of other sections, she can be considered a breath of fresh air. Overall, she belongs to the lawful good alignment, so as long as he doesn't actively cause trouble, the flower witch won't actively engage him. How to put it, in Chen Shi's memory, the flower witch was quite easy to get along with. She even had a touch of cuteness and a bit of humor. However, if one removes the filter of a player transcendent. At this moment, the terrifying aura emanating from the flower witch, the absolute disparity in strength, coupled with her identity as an overseer, could even evoke feelings of despair in him. Witches are powerful beings worthy of reverence. A gang member stepped back and asked softly.
The flower witch, is that the one from the legends who turns people into fertilizer?
In the legends of the Witch Sea, the flower witch is a powerful pharmacist. With a light touch of her finger, she can make people sprout flowers, eventually turning them into fertilizer for the earth, returning to dust. Of course, according to forum revelations, this young flower witch is not the one from the legends, but a new witch, and according to forum information, her age does not exceed 20. Moreover, she also comes from the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom. Before he transcended, his main account was also in the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom.
In a sense, the flower witch is also from his hometown. A sense of familiarity inexplicably arose.
Daobing, an executive of the Black Rabbit Gang, bent down, afraid of losing his life due to making a sound.
Don't talk.
Quiet, quiet. In their eyes, the flower witch at this moment was like a monstrous beast covered in flowers. No one knew if, in the next instant, the flower witch would, on a whim, turn them all into fertilizer. The rift had mutated, with two overseers, one of whom was a monster who could easily crush them. Many hunters were already showing clear signs of fear due to the flower witch's appearance. The flower witch did not speak again, maintaining her mysterious and elegant image. Until a low and prolonged wolf howl suddenly erupted, like a wild call, piercing through the silent woods and breaking the silence.
Roar! Clouds gradually covered the moon, and the wolf howl echoed through the trees.
Immediately after, the old hunter handed a forest map to the flower witch, and another to Chun-Chi.
You obtained item, map of the island forest. Chun-Chi took the map and quickly scanned it.
On this map, some key locations were marked, such as safe houses for storing food, locations of traps set by the old hunter, and some special monster.
Points.
These locations are all very important, a benefit only enjoyed by overseers. The others silently took out their weapons, most of them had already changed their minds. The difficulty of the rift had exceeded their imagination, they had shifted from their original goal of hunting to another idea, surviving for 3 days.
The old hunter loaded his hunting rifle. Everyone, the overseers have been confirmed.
3 sleepless nights are about to begin, you either bring me 2 live red wolves, or you become food for the wild wolves.
I hope you won't disappoint me. Now, the hunt begins.
With that, the old hunter laughed, shouldered his hunting rifle, and stepped into the dark forest. Before leaving, the old hunter turned back, his crimson eyes under his hunter's hat looking at Chun-Chi. In his opinion, Chun-Chi was the most likely person to capture multiple red wolves alive.
Deep sea water fairy. After the old hunter left, everyone sighed.
The red wolf was not a weak monster, and trying to capture it alive would be extremely difficult. Adding to that, the old hunter who might attack them at any moment, and the mysterious overseer, the flower witch. How could they play this rift?
They couldn't.
The nature of the current rift had instantly transformed from a hunting game into a survival game. Some of them had already found a place to hide, trying to survive for 3 days. Chun-Chi was also preparing to leave when, suddenly, he sensed a dangerous gaze.
It was a gaze from the Black Rabbit Gang. At Scarface Rabbit's signal, the members of the Black Rabbit Gang had already drawn their guns, ready to shoot and fight.
For Chun-Chi, the biggest surprise in this rift was becoming an overseer.
This was not a good thing. The Black Rabbit Gang's ultimate goal in entering the rift was the treasure hidden within it.
To obtain the final treasure of the rift, they not only needed to defeat the old hunter but also required a map from an overseer. And clearly, they dared not take a map from the mysterious flower witch, that would be a path to death. Therefore, Chun-Chi undoubtedly became their primary target.
Have I been targeted by the Rabbit Gang?
Chun-Chi mused to himself. It was his first time being stared at by so many people with dangerous gazes. Chun-Chi took out his black blade from his backpack card. The Black Rabbit Gang members were a group that prioritized agility and favored using small submachine guns. The current terrain was quite open, lacking cover, allowing firearms to exert a huge advantage. His strongest weapon was the black blade, which held a greater advantage in close combat. If he faced a firearm assault from dozens of people, even if he activated his burst skill to temporarily increase his strength and defense, accidents
could still happen.
This place was not suitable for combat. Chun-Chi shook his head and moved quickly, knowing he would have a greater advantage in the dark forest.
A gang member asked in a low voice. Boss, he seems to be leaving. Should we go?
Scarface Rabbit gripped his gun and said in a deep voice.
Now is not the time. Moreover, we need to wait for the right moment, wait until he enters the forest and is alone.
Scarface Rabbit waited quietly. If they initiated a fight now, it was very likely they would be surrounded by the Flower Witch and Chun-Chi, 2 overseers, for a terrifying mixed doubles match. However, in the next instant, these gang members were suddenly startled. Chun-Chi was heading towards the forest. But his direction was, surprisingly, towards the Flower Witch.
That was a witch. That was a legendary high-tier transcendent. Was he really not afraid of being turned into fertilizer by the Flower Witch?
A curious yellow question mark flower bloomed above the Flower Witch's head.
Could it be that the other party had something to say to her?
The flower on her head wiggled, her face full of anticipation. He had nothing he wanted to say, he was simply going that way. Chun-Chi silently walked past the Flower Witch, heading towards the dark forest.
Eh?
The flower witch was stunned. Her entrance was so elegant, she thought the other party would say something. As he departed, the gang members, as well as the flower witch, silently left the area and entered the dark forest, beginning their hunt for their respective goals. Moonlight filtered through the leaves. Chen Shi carefully parted the weeds on the ground and followed a forest path, arriving at a cave entrance. According to my inspiration and the map's markings, it should be here. Chen Shi thought to himself.
Finding this cave had taken him a considerable amount of time.
Unlike others, his primary goal was the deep-sea hunter's treasure. As expected, within this cave, there was a giant deep-sea monster. He wondered what kind of treasure a fingertip difficulty would hold. Phew, according to my inspiration, it should be a deep-sea type monster, so no need to worry. Chen Shi took out a lantern for illumination from his backpack card and carefully walked into the cave.
Drip! Drop! Water dripped from the stone walls.
The cave was not large. After only a few steps, he reached its end. This place had no skeletons and no rift lines.
Only a calm pool of water. Something's not right.
Chen Shi carefully crouched down and observed the pool closely. On the surface of the pool, he could see some bubbles and some things resembling blue eyes. He recognized the monster before him. A marsh beast, a mimetic monster whose main body was composed of water. When still, it resembled a pool of water.
When active, it was a giant slime water ball.
Once any creature approached its territory, it would extend tentacles from the water and swallow them into its body. To defeat this monster, one needed to destroy its core hidden in the water, otherwise, the marsh beast would continuously generate new tentacles. This was considered a quite formidable monster. At this size, it could easily swallow 50 bears. The hidden boss of the rift, the old hunter, probably wasn't a match for this monster either. Gurgle! Gurgle! As if sensing Chen Shi's arrival, the marsh beast's form changed abruptly. A large amount of water continuously gathered in the air, finally transforming into a giant water ball. The water ball was a full 10 meters tall, almost filling the entire cave. On the surface of the water ball, two huge blue eyes emerged. The blue eyes swiveled, staring at Chen Shi. Just like a supersized slime.
Hello?
Chen Shi gave it a slight smile. In terms of fear-inducing potential, the monster before him couldn't compare to the wall of bloodshot eyes or the near-sea overlord he encountered in
the sea beast cave. Moreover, in terms of appearance, this monster was much cuter than the wall of bloodshot eyes and the near-sea overlord.
It was very happy about Chen Shi's arrival.
The marsh beast felt Chen Shi's aura and even bounced up and down happily.
At this moment, Chen Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. Inside the marsh beast's watery body, a small treasure chest floated. The deep-sea hunter had placed the treasure chest inside its body. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to obtain this treasure chest without a vigorous battle with the marsh beast. But to get this treasure chest, he only needed to briefly enter its body.
It should be fine, right? I'm just touching it. Chen Shi swallowed. To the marsh beast, water was its skin. His entering its body was equivalent to caressing its skin.
Chen Shi somewhat anxiously reached his hand into its body.
No problem.
After confirming there was no danger, Chen Shi held his breath, put his upper body into the water ball, extended his hand, grabbed the small treasure
chest, and then quickly pulled out.
Conversely, the moment he took out the treasure chest, the marsh beast let out a comfortable ah sound. It moved up and down, its entire water ball and those blue eyes turning a little pink. It even wanted Chen Shi to touch it again, to come in once more.
Safely out.
Chen Shi looked at the marsh beast's strange reaction and backed away. The friendliness of such a large creature was quite frightening. Chen Shi sat by his lantern and looked at the treasure chest, which was only palm-sized. A fingertip difficulty treasure chest couldn't be expected to hold too good a treasure.
Chen Shi didn't hesitate and opened the small treasure chest. Contrary to his imagination, what was inside the treasure chest was not a weapon, nor clothes, nor a one-time item.
Instead, there were 7 small water balls, each the size of a fingernail. Chen Qi was surprised. What was this? The objects before him reminded him of the toy water spirit from his childhood, something that grew when it touched water. A prompt appeared before his eyes. Deep sea water spirit. Principle of nature, heart. Description, a sleeping deep sea beast. If placed in the sea for a period of time, it can be awakened to its true form. Note, it contains powerful deep sea energy. These were companion beasts. Chen Qi had never expected that the treasure left by the deep sea hunter would actually be special companion beasts. Heart represented elements such as emotion and bonds, and was closely related to beast taming. In the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom, there were many rare and exotic beasts, and beast taming players were quite numerous. However, in Bay Country, not many players used companion beasts as their main combat force. They preferred to wear heavy steam mechs and mow down enemies with Gatling guns spewing blue fire. As a player whose main character was a beast trainer, Chen Qi could tell at a glance. The rank of these 7 small companion beasts was not low. Under normal circumstances, to obtain these companion beasts, one would need at least tier 3 strength. Good stuff. For a rift of fingertip difficulty, being able to so easily obtain rare companion beasts was already a rather good harvest. Chen Qi clapped his hands and put them into his backpack card. And just then, outside the cave, faint growls of beasts could be heard. That sound, it's wolves. Hungry red wolves could smell the scent of human flesh. With the treasure in hand, it was time to deal with the rift's mission. Chen Qi's gaze turned towards the outside of the cave. This cave was located near the center of the forest. Many people and beasts would pass by. The marsh beast wouldn't attack him, but that didn't mean it wouldn't attack other creatures. Suddenly, an idea surged forth. If he and the marsh beast teamed up for a mixed doubles match in this place, wouldn't they be invincible, except for the flower witch? Even if the entire red wolf pack rushed in, plus the black rabbit gang, and the rift boss, the old hunter. With everyone attacking, their combined strength, his and the marsh beasts, might not be unbeatable. Chen Qi's lips curved slightly. He picked up his black blade and walked towards the red wolves outside the cave. This place might be a rather good fishing spot. Little rabbit. Chen Qi, holding a lantern, walked out of the cave. Under the bright moonlight, a wolf stood by a tree, staring blankly at him. This was a hungry red wolf, its eyes bloodshot, with half of its fur a reddish-brown. Compared to ordinary wolves, Red Wolf possessed greater speed and stronger recovery abilities. It took a few steps in Chen Qi's direction, then sensed something and retreated. Despite its hunger, its beastly instinct could still detect the danger within the cave. Simply put, this was a cowardly wolf. Aren't you coming, Xiaogo? Chen Qi sat down, placed his black blade in an easy-to-grab position, then took out his backpack card. Although the red wolf's eyes were red and it looked fierce, in reality, it wasn't a monster that bit everyone it saw. Under normal circumstances, they would not actively attack creatures stronger than themselves. Chen Qi's current strength was not weak, and coupled with the faint aura of the marsh beast from the cave behind him. Even though this red wolf was starving, it only dared to watch from a distance. Red wolves possess a certain level of intelligence and considerable combat power, making them a good choice for many players when they reach the second stage if they want to become a beast tamer. Chen Qi opened his backpack card and took out some simple barbecue grills, beef and pork, and some barbecue seasonings. These were all purchased from a shop in Moonstone City before he entered the rift. He was going to barbecue meat here. Of course, barbecuing meat here wasn't for a simple reason like being hungry. Chen Qi glanced at the meat in his backpack. His purpose was to lure. As a basic monster in the hunting ground, the red wolf didn't provide much spirit point bonus or score bonus. In the hunting ground, as long as one could defeat the old hunter and complete the hidden quest, they could directly obtain the highest rating. This also meant that there was only one key to the hunting ground, and that was the hidden boss of the rift. The old hunter. However, this was a team dungeon, and coupled with its high distortion, the old hunter was an extremely troublesome monster. But even so, with his and the marsh beast's combined strength,
the old hunter was still no match. Unfortunately, the marsh beast was a typical territorial creature and would not easily leave its territory. In other words, the only problem now was how to lure the old hunter into the cave. If he actively sought out the old hunter and lured him with lies, some unexpected situations would inevitably arise. After all, no one knew when the old hunter would turn into a monster and point his hunting rifle at a human's head. The old hunter needed fresh red wolf to satisfy his ravenous appetite. Therefore, the best way was to fish. If one wanted to attract a red wolf with a keen sense of smell to a fixed location, fragrant roasted meat was undoubtedly an excellent choice. The smell of roasted meat should attract these red wolves. Chen Shi silently took things out of his backpack card. In this hunting ground, his prey was not weak wolves. Attracting red wolves with roasted meat, and then attracting the old hunter with red wolves, that was his true purpose. These red wolves were merely bait. Of course, whether it would succeed still required some luck. Chen Shi found some branches, sharpened them with his black blade, and then used charcoal to build a crude barbecue grill. These were high-quality beef and pork, with a good balance of fat and lean meat, costing him a total of 1,500 shell coins. Next, Chen Shi used his black blade to cut the beef and pork, placing them on the barbecue grill. He lit the fire and started barbecuing. Before long, the meat, grilled by the flames, became crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Then he sprinkled a little salt, a lot of sesame seeds, and chili powder made from ghost peppers. The aroma slowly spread. Of course, there was also the most important soul seasoning. Soul seasoning could enhance the deliciousness of the meat itself. Chen Shi raised his hand, grabbed a handful of cumin, mixed it with the soul seasoning, and sprinkled it on the roasted meat. The rich aroma of meat instantly permeated the forest. You cooked roasted meat today and gained 80 spirit points. It's done. Chen Shi contentedly cut off a piece of roasted beef with his black blade and tasted it. The outer skin was slightly crispy, with just the right amount of chewiness. Quite good. Chen Shi ate another piece. This smooth operation directly stunned the hungry red wolf nearby. This isn't fair. It originally didn't want to approach the dangerous Chen Shi, but now, it felt that as long as it could eat a piece of meat, even death was acceptable. Do you want it, Xiaogou? Chen Shi smiled, looked at the red wolf, cut a small piece of meat with his black blade, and threw it to the red wolf. Food thrown by a human. The red wolf hesitated for a moment, then opened its mouth, lowered its head, and ate the beef. After eating the meat, the red wolf wagged its tail, spun around, and then ran into the forest. Would this red wolf call its companions because of this meat? Chen Shi had no idea. He cut the roasted meat into many pieces, then walked around the cave, throwing these pieces of roasted meat on the ground. As long as these meats attracted the wolf pack, then attracting the old hunter would only be a matter of time. After walking around, he returned to the front of the cave and sat in front of the barbecue grill. Next, it was time to wait for the prey to take the bait. Chen Shi continued to barbecue meat. After some time. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The weeds in the forest made a slight rustling sound. Finally, they took the bait. No! Chen Shi turned his head, frowned slightly, and reached out, firmly gripping his black blade. In the weeds, one could faintly see a gun barrel and dark hair. Did he catch rabbits before catching wolves? Bang! Bang! After a brief discussion, 4 Black Rabbit gang members emerged from the bushes. We meet again, Overseer. And the leader was Scarface Rabbit, a cadre of the Black Rabbit gang. Some time had passed since the hunt began. At this moment, Scarface Rabbit's body was covered in many bloodstains from red wolves. It seemed their mission to hunt red wolves was quite successful. They're up to no good. Chen Shi shook his head, hid the collector behind him, and said coldly. Is there something you need? If you want the Overseer's map, then you must pay a price. He had no good feelings for this gang whose main business was human trafficking. A price? Scarface Rabbit's mouth twitched. This person, alone, dared to talk about a price with him? If the old hunter hadn't chosen him as the overseer,
they would have attacked the moment they met. Scarface Rabbit suppressed the urge to strike and glanced at Chen-Chi. There was no blood on Chen-Chi's body, which meant he hadn't fought with any wolves. Furthermore, he had set up a barbecue grill here, and the cave behind him was likely a safe point with ample supplies. It seemed the other party was just someone who chose to survive for 3 days and didn't dare to fight the Red Wolves. Scarface Rabbit smiled slightly in his heart, took out 2 tranquilizer darts from his waist pouch. Overseer, it seems you also know our purpose, but you should know that some things are too valuable for you to handle. Give us the Overseer's map, and we'll give you 2 tranquilizer darts. With these 2 tranquilizer darts, you can complete the mission and leave alive. Think about it, if you're targeted by the Flower Witch, you'll become fertilizer, and there won't even be a corpse. Scarface Rabbit said as he walked towards Chen-Chi. Halfway there, Scarface Rabbit felt unnatural again, forced to smile, and secretly made a gesture with his hand. Of course, as long as you give us the map. We can also help you hunt wolves. The moment Scarface Rabbit smiled. One of the gang members behind him, close to a tree, secretly pulled out a gun and aimed it at Chen-Chi. Bang! A gunshot rang out, echoing through the forest. What happened? Scarface Rabbit turned his head. The gang member he had arranged to ambush was now shot, lying in a pool of blood. King ambushed us. Ambush? No, this was an open and honest shooting. Chen-Chi blew a breath, and spun the collector in his hand. So he caught rabbits, so be it. It's good to get rid of these harmful rabbits. After all, the smell of blood is also a good bait. Monster! Scarface Rabbit glared at Chen-Chi, wary of the gun in his hand. The collector is indeed a very good weapon. It fires quickly and has powerful penetration. His subordinate's armor was too cheap and couldn't withstand a single shot from the collector. However, his armor could. Scarface Rabbit secretly smiled to himself. Once he knew the opponent's weapon, their advantage would be much greater. Chen-Chi's peripheral vision quickly scanned the surroundings, moving to a position near the rock wall where it would be difficult to be shot. He did not directly enter the cave to engage in a mixed doubles match with the marsh beast. With his and the marsh beast's strength, eliminating Scarface Rabbit would be effortless. However, this would leave traces of battle and a large amount of blood in the cave. At that time, it might arouse the old hunter's vigilance. He didn't need the marsh beast to deal with these Black Rabbit gang members, he could do it himself. Overseer, you made the first move. That's unjust. Scarface Rabbit silently took off his outer suit, revealing a shiny black small mechanical armor. The engine on his back let out a rumbling sound. Black Rabbit's 3rd generation small mechanical armor, overheat mode. It can unleash unimaginable speed. Immediately after, he picked up 2 small daggers and assumed a fighting stance. Was this Scarface Rabbit actually a close-quarters fighter? Chen-Chi holstered the collector at his waist, then gripped his black blade, adjusting his breathing. The Black Rabbit 3rd generation small mechanical armor was indeed more suited for close combat. The strength of a First-Order Transcendent's extraordinary abilities is limited, so in battles between First-Order Transcendent, equipment is crucial. The Scarface Rabbit in front of him had mastered the body tempering method skill and had good equipment, making him a formidable opponent. Chen-Chi exhaled deeply and assumed a drawing stance. Before making his move, Scarface Rabbit said to his subordinates behind him. The old hunter's judgment was not wrong, he indeed has the qualifications to become an overseer. You two go call for backup, as fast as possible. Boss, are you sure you don't need our help? No need. Although he is strong, I am stronger than him. However, you two better hurry. Scarface Rabbit's remaining 2 subordinates hesitated for a moment. They didn't understand why their boss, who was stronger than the opponent, still needed to call for backup. But the boss's command was a command, so the 2 immediately ran deeper into the forest. The boss, he will win. What's wrong? Aren't you going to make your move yet? Chen-Chi gripped his long blade, assuming a counterattacking stance. The Black Rabbit 3rd generation small mechanical armor was very fast, the best way to fight was to anticipate and then defend and counterattack. Scarface Rabbit's body emitted a large amount of steam. He said his final words. "Overseer, you should have heard. My subordinates have already gone to call for others. No matter how strong you are, you cannot contend with our entire Black Rabbit gang. At that time, you alone will have to fight 20 of us. Now, put down your weapon, and we can still spare your life. This is your last chance." Scarface Rabbit had already confirmed that the opponent had no other companions in the rift. Chen Shi concentrated, staring at the movements of his opponent's legs. This Scarface Rabbit talked a lot of nonsense because his armor needed some time to warm up. The moment it finished warming up, whoosh! Accompanied by a whooshing sound of steam. The next instant, Scarface Rabbit suddenly accelerated, rushing out like a gust of wind, appearing before Chen Shi in a flash. Bang! Chen Shi drew his blade to defend. Scarface Rabbit's dagger clashed with the black blade. Then, the next instant, Scarface Rabbit's movements suddenly changed, drawing his blade like a phantom. The previous attack was a feint. With a loud thud, he had already arrived at Chen Shi's left side. This was overheat mode. He was very fast, the opponent would definitely not be able to react. Success! Scarface Rabbit smiled knowingly, but the next instant, he sensed something amiss. The opponent had already anticipated his move, his body already slightly turned. He lunged forward, but missed. Furthermore, due to the powerful inertia of the Black Rabbit third-generation mechanical armor, his movements became noticeably stiff. This was a huge opening. An opening. In battles between low-level Transcendent, a single opening is enough to decide the outcome. The next instant, a black blade slashed upwards from below, fiercely cutting towards the armor on his chest. Burst! Chen Shi used the burst skill, concentrating all his strength into the blade. The sharp blade sliced across the armor on Scarface Rabbit's chest, then the black blade energy rapidly spread, cutting through both armor and flesh, tearing open a large gash and spilling a lot of blood. Bang! Why? The moment he saw the black blade energy, many scenes flashed through Scarface Rabbit's mind, including the matter of Captain Black Eye. The weapon of the person in front of him seemed to be Captain Black Eye's weapon. Why? Scarface Rabbit coughed up a large amount of blood, falling to the ground, unable to get up again. Done. Chen Shi confirmed there were no other enemies before sheathing his blade. Although the Black Rabbit's small mechanical armor was fast, by observing the leg movements, one could easily anticipate it. However, he also didn't expect that the Black Blade's blade energy, combined with the burst skill, could break through the opponent's defense with a single strike. Wearing a mechanical armor required excellent physical fitness, and Scarface Rabbit's physical fitness did not meet the standard. Chen Shi lowered his head and looked at Scarface Rabbit. Scarface Rabbit was a Black Rabbit gang cadre, he should be quite wealthy. Another good harvest. Chen Shi was not in a hurry to loot but looked towards the direction where the two had fled. In the darkness at the end of their escape route, wolf howls and monster sounds could faintly be heard. In the forest, dark clouds slowly obscured the moonlight. The two Black Rabbit gang subordinates, one tall and one thin, ran at full speed. After running for a long time, the tall one was a bit out of breath. Who? Is it necessary to run so fast? Isn't the boss stronger than him? Do we need to be in such a hurry? What do you know? Although the boss is strong, the opponent is an overseer after all. If the battle continues, the boss will inevitably get injured. If he breaks a leg, that's another exorbitant medical bill. But with backup, it's different. At that time, we can easily capture him without any casualties. We might even be able to capture him alive and sell him to the Black Whale Group's capture alive. So that's it. The boss thinks so much. I thought he was cowardly. Speaking of which, the Black Whale Group's really wants some talented young people. Auntie's generosity is much better than that stingy Captain Black Eye. A glimmer of light flashed in their eyes.
Auntie liked young and talented teenagers. If they could sell him to Auntie, it would be a huge gain. At that time, each of their equipment would be greatly upgraded. By the way, why haven't we found anyone yet? We saw many red wolf nearby. They should be hunting wolves around here. The two men, traversing the forest, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Their black rabbit gang was attracted to this area by a large group of red wolf nearby. Logically, their team was equipped with powerful tranquilizer darts, so there shouldn't be any major problems. In fact, they should have successfully captured many red wolf. They hadn't gone the wrong way. But why was it so quiet around here? The two swallowed, slowed their pace, and slowly walked towards the dim. Creak, creak. The fallen leaves and dead branches on the ground formed a thick layer, making a creak, creak sound when stepped on. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. They saw bound red wolf and the backs of their black rabbit gang members. They finally found the main force. They immediately said, "Everyone, the boss has encountered a monster and needs our support. Now, follow us immediately." Monster? A deep voice came from the darkness. Yes. That guy's strength is not to be underestimated, we must immediately. The two spoke, then suddenly stopped. The voice just now was not that of their gang members. The dark clouds dispersed, and moonlight filtered through the leaves, dimly illuminating the scene in front of them. They looked closely. The red wolf, which should have been tranquilized, were all dead, with fresh wounds on their necks. And the gang members, who should have been intact, now had a huge gaping hole in their backs, bleeding profusely. What happened? What exactly happened to their black rabbit gang members? The two men's hands trembled uncontrollably, and they suddenly backed away. Behind the bodies of their teammates, a tall figure gradually appeared. It held a hunting rifle, wore a hunter's hat, and was covered in reddish-brown fur. Thank you so much for helping me catch so many live red wolf." Then, it revealed teeth stained with wolf blood and aimed the hunting rifle at the two. "So, where is that monster? Is it in front of you? Do you need a hunter to help you deal with him?" Hunter and prey. The two trembled and looked up at the old hunter, whose form had drastically changed. Compared to the old hunter's first appearance, his entire body was now a size larger, and in addition, his whole body was covered in long red fur. Each time the old hunter obtained a live wolf, he would absorb its blood. And with each absorption, he had a small chance to evolve. Once he evolved, he could transform into a werewolf. At this point, his aggression and danger level increased to a terrifying degree. The two swallowed, completely forgetting about assisting their boss. From the situation at the scene, it appeared that when they left, the old hunter attacked the black rabbit gang members and absorbed a large amount of red wolf blood. He had already taken on the rudimentary form of a monster. Just then, everyone in the rift felt a special spiritual revelation. The old hunter has mutated, rift mutation increased by 5%. Spiritual revelation appeared, and the mutation degree increased. In the hunting ground, this meant the old hunter would no longer disguise himself, completely transforming into a true boss. He would constantly wander through the forest, launching indiscriminate attacks on any humans he encountered. The monstrous old hunter possessed super strong regeneration abilities and immense strength. Under normal circumstances, without a concerted team battle, they would have almost no chance of winning. However, now the Black Rabbit gang was almost wiped out, and the lone hunters chose to hide, making any cooperation impossible. An ordinary small team encountering the old hunter would face certain death. Now, the forest had become an escape game. In everyone's hearts, at this moment, the only one they believed could defeat the old hunter was the mysterious flower witch. Many people began to pray, hoping the flower witch could defeat the old hunter, and hoping the old hunter would not discover their location. The two Black Rabbit gang subordinates also prayed inwardly. The old hunter exhaled blood mist, deliberately avoiding the flower witch. But now, he urgently needed to experience his powerful new strength. The Red Wolf and the Black Rabbit gang's rabble were too weak. The old hunter placed his rough hand on the shoulders of the two, exhaling a puff of blood mist. I'll ask again, where is the monster you spoke of?
Their bodies seemed to freeze, they instinctively raised their trembling fingers, pointing in the direction where their boss was fighting Chen-Chi.
Boss, we're sorry.
The old hunter, like a hungry beast, bared his crimson teeth and stepped over broken branches and dead leaves.
I'm going to hunt him now.
Dark clouds covered the moon, and the forest wind blew. The barbecue fire had extinguished, and 2 or 3 wolves ran past the cave.
Chen-Chi sat in front of the cave, stroking the meat-eating red wolf. His grilled meat had successfully attracted many red wolves.
And several red wolves were so taken by his barbecue that they almost became large pet dogs. Just now, he also saw the Rift notification about the old hunter's mutation. This meant the old hunter had turned into a walking monster, who would indiscriminately attack humans.
The meat is cooked, the wolves are lured, but where is the old hunter?
Chen-Chi shook his head. It was not impossible that the flower which found the old hunter and instantly killed him. However, this would mean all his previous manipulations were in vain. Of course, this was not necessarily a bad thing. If the old hunter was defeated, the entire rift would end early. Returning to Moonstone City early, selling Scarface Rabbit's items, plus the deep sea hunter's treasure, would also be a good income. However, at this moment, the red wolves around him, who were eating barbecue, instantly scattered like startled Xiaogo. The leaves rustled. Chen-Chi was startled. Wild beasts have many senses far superior to humans. Judging by the red wolves' reaction, they had sensed an unprecedented danger. Rustle! In the distance, a tall figure gradually appeared. His footsteps were heavy and powerful, and his breathing was like a beast's low growl. The old hunter emerged from the shadows, exhaling a puff of blood mist.
I finally found you.
The old hunter loaded his hunting rifle and continued. Do you know, according to my discoveries, there are monsters more terrifying than the red wolf appearing in this forest. Have you found any traces of
them? Chen-Chi let out a long breath.
According to the hunting ground strategy, at this point, one should say I don't know. The old hunter would then happily chat with you, and while chatting, suddenly tell you that he is that monster. Of course, Chen-Chi had no intention of chatting with him now. At this moment, he could no longer hide the joy in his heart. He had placed so much grilled meat in the forest, lured so many red wolves, and waited for so long. This big fish had finally taken the bait. Seeing Chen-Chi remain silent, the old hunter bared his wolf blood-stained teeth.
What's wrong? Did something happen to you? Are you afraid of something? Bang!
Chen-Chi didn't hesitate. He picked up the collector and fired a shot directly at the old hunter's face.
The bullet instantly punched a small hole in the old hunter's face.
The old hunter's expression was slightly surprised, his eyes glanced at his face, and blood dripped from it.
The other party actually dared to attack him, the master of this forest? Interesting.
I wasn't wrong, you have the aura of a hunter, indeed braver than those wimps.
The old hunter smiled.
Then, the wound on his face instantly twisted like a vortex, and the previous injury healed in a flash.
Who? Chen-Chi blew on the steaming barrel of the collector.
Indeed, as a raid boss, the old hunter's health and defense were top-notch. The damage caused by the collector was negligible.
His main purpose in attacking was to attract the old hunter's aggro.
Immediately after, the old hunter picked up his hunting rifle and said to Chen-Chi,
You actively attack me, it seems you are ready to be hunted. Hunted? Are you hungry? Do you need me to feed you grilled meat, Xiaogo?
Chen-Chi casually teased, with no respect for the old hunter in his eyes. Immediately after, he picked up the lantern and walked towards the depths of the cave.
How arrogant.
The old hunter's mouth twitched, and something seemed to be surging beneath his skin. He now possessed a monster's body, yet the other party dared to address him in such a manner. The old hunter walked into the dim cave. No matter if the other party ran or set traps, they could not escape his wolf claws. As he walked, he said, Human, do you know, in my short hunting life, the more I hone my hunting skills, the more I realize the limits of humanity, human weakness, human inadequacy. The old hunter stopped, he had already smelled Chen-Chi.
Wonderful human scent. Drip drop, drip drop. The sound of water dripping echoed in the cave. When he reached the end and saw Chen-Chi near the water pool. But at this moment, he didn't pick up the hunting rifle that had accompanied him for many years, instead, he violently broke it. He looked up and excitedly said, "Humans are, after all, weak creatures who can only rely on tools. So, I'm not being human anymore." After speaking, the old hunter's face twisted, his back arched, a tearing pain came, his muscles instantly bulged, sharp claws and fangs extended from his bones, and dense, crimson wolf fur covered his entire body, completely transforming him into a terrifying werewolf. Roar! He was now impatient to tear humans apart with this new body. Chen-Chi held his breath, the other party had already discovered him. The old hunter opened his mouth, revealing crimson fangs, and charged at Chen-Chi. "Human, witness my monsters." Boom! Then, the next second, before the hunter could finish his line, a tentacle violently slammed him against the wall. The old hunter, slammed into the wall by the marsh beast's tentacle, was stunned. What the heck is this? The marsh beast began to materialize in the cave. What is this? Chen-Chi put down the kerosene lantern, not knowing how to explain for a moment. The marsh beast was a relatively rare monster. If he directly said marsh beast, the old hunter probably wouldn't understand. Slime, his old man probably wouldn't understand either. To be considerate of the old hunter's feelings, he thought for a moment and said, thoughtfully, "Allow me to introduce, this is my hunting dog. I haven't made a move yet." "A hound?" The old hunter's mouth twitched. His crimson eyes blinked, glancing at the monster deep inside the cave. At this moment, the marsh beast had fully entered its combat stance, with several thick tentacles extending from its giant water sphere. The werewolf-transformed old hunter, despite reaching a height of 2.5 meters, still appeared small, pathetic, and helpless compared to the enormous water sphere. Moreover, the two blue eyes within the water sphere were emitting a terrifying aura. "You call this a hound? You're quite humorous." The old hunter coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to pull himself away from the wall. The marsh beast had been sleeping soundly, but the old hunter's roar had abruptly woken it up. Its morning temper was not to be underestimated. The old hunter glared fiercely at Chen-Chi, not expecting that the other party would lead him into a monster trap. And he, in his eagerness to display his strength, had underestimated the situation and been careless. Of course, the old hunter had no intention of backing down, on the contrary, he became even more excited. Was he not a monster himself? His physique could withstand the attacks of the monster before him, but Chen-Chi could not. This meant that he only needed to hold the opponent in check, and then he could use the marsh beast's tentacles to eliminate him. Boom! The old hunter's muscles bulged, and then he charged in Chen-Chi's direction. At that instant, the marsh beast also abruptly extended a tentacle, heavily striking towards the old hunter. Boom! Chen-Chi instantly drew his black blade and used burst to block the old hunter's fierce double-handed smash. The black blade's aura instantly spread through the old hunter's wound, causing a large amount of blood to gush out. However, the old hunter merely smiled. When that tentacle attacked the two of them, that would be the moment of Chen-Chi's demise. This is my powerful body, my powerful strength. Bang! However, something unexpected happened. The marsh beast's tentacle suddenly made a sharp turn, like a giant palm, and slammed forcefully into his wolf head. Boom! The old hunter couldn't dodge in time, and his massive body was knocked to the ground, rolling several times like a rubber ball. What just happened? The old hunter propped himself up, standing again, unable to conceal the shock in his heart. It seemed the marsh beast's attack had deliberately curved, hitting only him. Why only hit him? Why? Does this monster have a prejudice? Everyone is a humanoid creature. Is it because he looks fierce? The old hunter couldn't understand, and he looked again at the marsh beast, which was constantly extending tentacles. A wordless fear surged in his heart. Could it really be, as Chen-Chi said, that this thing was his hound? Bang! Bang!
Before the old hunter could think, two swift tentacles slammed down again. For this, he had to bend his arms in defense. But despite this, the fierce attack still left two deep indentations on his thick arms.
No, it's time to leave,
the old hunter thought to himself. His monster's arrogance, his bloodthirsty desire, had all been shattered by the marsh beast. However, just as he turned to prepare to retreat, he saw Chun-Chi approaching him from behind, holding the black blade. The black blade lightly scraped the ground, and the other party's gaze was like looking at prey caught in a trap. And he was that little wolf caught in the trap. Ah! The old hunter looked at his hands, finding it hard to believe that even a monster's body could tremble. Chun-Chi in front, the marsh beast behind. Caught between two sides. Boom! Both attacks launched simultaneously. The old hunter turned around, choosing to confront the marsh beast's tentacles. Fierce blade strikes and tentacle slashes poured down on the old hunter like a sudden downpour. Chun-Chi didn't hesitate, activating his burst skill and swinging the black blade in his hand with all his might. Slash! 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 His powerful body instantly acquired countless fresh wounds. Despite the old hunter possessing a boss-level physique, under the pincer attack, he could no longer endure. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the cave. Stop! Chun-Chi roared. With that sound, the old hunter collapsed with a bang, his massive body falling to the ground. The old hunter, exhausted, looked at Chun-Chi as he fell. He knew that the other party would not let him go, would not let a monster go. Having become a monster, he was ultimately hunted. Chun-Chi took a deep breath and delivered a final slash. With that last strike, the old hunter fell completely silent. It's over. Chun-Chi let out a long breath, his sword-wielding hand slightly aching. As a high distortion raid boss, the old hunter's durability was even stronger than he had imagined. Mid-battle, he even used skills like Iron Wall, Regeneration, Standing Tall, and Battle Continuation, stubbornly dragging out the fight for a few seconds. But fortunately, while the monster-transformed old hunter was strong enough, his and the marsh beast's attacks were not to be trifled with either. The two combined to inflict massive damage. This was the strength of him and the marsh beast. A mere raid boss was nothing. Chun-Chi clapped his hands excitedly. In this battle, he contributed at least 20% of the damage. Beautiful. Chun-Chi high-fived the marsh beast's Xiao Chusho. If the marsh beast had continued to attack, there was a certain probability that he would have had his kill stolen. Fortunately, in the end, the marsh beast actually understood what he meant. Looting. Chun-Chi crouched down and picked up the key ring from the old hunter's waist. The old hunter's hunting rifle was broken, and his clothes were ordinary. This key ring was the most valuable item on him. With this key ring, he could open the hunter's warehouse door and the treasure chest inside, obtaining what the Black Rabbit gang wanted. At this moment, an unprecedented prompt appeared before his eyes. Defeated hidden boss old hunter, gained 1,000 spirit points. Only 1,000 spirit points? Chun-Chi grumbled. In Chun-Chi's opinion, this old hunter was already extremely difficult to kill. Indeed, to gain spirit points, one still had to rely on professional quests. However, as long as one kept exploring, in most cases, spirit points would be abundant. And at this moment, another inspiration popped up. Defeated the final hidden boss of the hunting ground, distortion reduced by 18%, rift ends early, will close in 3 hours. This was an inspiration that everyone could perceive. The hidden boss was defeated, the clear quest was also gone, and the entire rift would end early. Chun-Chi let out a long breath. The most important rewards, besides the highest level settlement reward, were the treasure chests in the hunter's warehouse. A fruitful harvest. 3 hours was completely enough for him to go to the hunter's warehouse. As long as no accidents happened during the process, his gains from this rift trip could be called a full load home. And immediately, the most important prompt appeared. You have killed the hidden monster, old hunter.
Rift settlement in progress?
In the forest, lone hunters hidden in the ground, caves, trees, and water, emerged from their hiding places one after another. Some of them couldn't believe the inspiration they had just received. The old hunter was defeated, the rift ended early. Many of them, without hesitation, immediately rushed to the exit. They looked at each other, hidden as they were, none of them knew what had happened. They could only guess what was happening in the hunting ground through the inspiration. I can't believe the old hunter was defeated. Was it the Black Rabbit Gang? It seems their members have lost almost half.
It couldn't have been the Black Rabbit Gang, they could barely protect themselves. Prayer really works. Goddess of the sea, and God of the white day, both answered my prayers. It seems I bought insurance for nothing, I don't have to die. Damn it, I've run out of money. Since it wasn't the Black Rabbit Gang, could it be the Flower Witch? It was truly dangerous, I earned nothing and almost lost my life. Don't think that way, just being alive is enough. We even encountered the Flower Witch, after we get out, we might even make it into the White Pigeon newspaper. Yes. And we can brag about it at the tavern. This is a high distortion rift. And we even met the Flower Witch. Despite having no gains, most of the hunters who participated in the rift seemed very happy. According to intelligence, the old hunter was a werewolf with a super strong recovery ability. In such a high distortion rift, with a witch present, being able to survive was already extremely fortunate. Moreover, although they didn't earn much money, they at least had a rift settlement reward, and they also gained a topic of conversation for the tavern. Regardless, they sincerely thanked the person who defeated the old hunter. If it weren't for that person, the old hunter, who roamed the forest, could have burst their heads at any moment. As they walked towards the exit, everyone discussed the Flower Witch. You're saying the person who could defeat the old hunter was indeed that witch, right? Does that even need asking? Could there be anyone else? Witches are truly terrifying. To be able to deal with the monster-transformed old hunter in such a short time. I can already imagine the scene of the old hunter being miserably defeated by the Flower Witch, smashed into a pit, and turned into fertilizer. Most of you probably haven't heard the poet's legend. 100 years ago, the Ice Witch, who repelled the great whale, would have to call the Flower Witch Grandma. Let's go, quickly. If we're targeted by the Flower Witch, we might also become fertilizer. For various reasons, everyone immediately thought of the Flower Witch. They talked more and more excitedly, discussing the mysterious Flower Witch from 100 years ago, and the rift tide from several centuries ago. In their conversation, the image of the Flower Witch became increasingly terrifying and mysterious in their eyes. The Flower Witch is unfathomable. The Flower Witch controls everything in the hunting ground. At this moment, under the moonlight, in the hunter's warehouse, the Flower Witch, whom everyone regarded as the mastermind, looked up at the moon, with little question mark flowers constantly popping up above her head. What happened? She hadn't even made a move, so why did the rift end? Draw card time. Inside the cave. Settlement time is up.
Chen Shi excitedly rubbed his hands, looking at the prompt in front of him.
Rift settlement in progress. Rift distortion reduced by 18%, current distortion 18%.
Overseer, your strength has been recognized, reward plus 20%. Animal lover, you did not attack the red wolf, reward plus 20%. Monster hunter, you participated in defeating the hidden final monster, old hunter, reward plus 200%. Highest damage, in the battle to defeat the old hunter, you contributed the most damage, reward plus 300%. Last hit, you delivered the last hit to the old hunter, reward plus 30%. Settlement complete, overall rating S, perfect clear. Obtained 1 blade phase skill card chest, 1 hunting ground exclusive skill card chest. Chen Shi quickly scanned the enlightenment on the settlement page in front of him. Another perfect clear, as expected of me. Under normal circumstances, as long as one achieves the highest damage and monster hunter conditions, one can obtain the highest reward. Defeating the old hunter grants a hunting ground exclusive skill card chest.
At this moment, another prompt popped up in front of him. Do you want to draw from the Blade Phase skill card chest? Blade Phase Epic 90%, Blade Phase Rare 10%. A 90% chance for Epic. Chen Shi looked at the skill card draw probability.
Under normal circumstances, an E-class rift rarely yields an epic grade skill card, and even obtaining a rare grade skill card is not an easy feat. A perfect clear allowed him to directly draw an epic grade Blade Phase skill card. An epic grade Blade Phase skill card is a rare and valuable item even for second order Transcendent or Tier 3 Transcendent. It's time to test my luck again. Chen Shi frowned, looking at the 10% probability in front of him.
As long as he didn't draw that extremely unlucky 10%, most epic grade Blade Phase skill cards could provide him with powerful combat strength right now.
However, there was a high probability that he wouldn't meet the usage requirements for an epic grade skill card. I hope I draw one I can use. Chen Shi prayed in his heart.
Draw.
A card condensed at his fingertips, appearing in his hand. The back of the card was a blade, and the front of the card depicted an explorer holding a long blade, traversing the misty mountains on the border of
the New Sun World. White Mist Breathing Method LV1. Principle of Nature, Blade. Usage requirement, physique reaches 15 points.
Description, breathe, only by continuously breathing can one cross the white mist at the end.
Effect, practicing this skill grants increased stamina and agility.
Upon initial mastery, it can resonate with the spiritual energy in the body's blood, unlocking a special chi force for defense and attack.
Breathing method.
Chen Shi was startled. He hadn't expected to draw another skill card that boosts fundamentals. In the early stages, the most important skill cards were the 3 fundamental skill cards that significantly boosted basic attributes: body tempering method, breathing method, and meditation. Among them, meditation was primarily a necessary skill card for magic user professions, greatly enhancing inspiration, while body tempering method and breathing method were the most important fundamental skill cards for melee professions. The stamina increase from the breathing method and the unlocked chi force were both crucial. Chen Shi let out a long breath, feeling his heart pounding. His stamina was not strong right now. In the brief few minutes of fighting the old hunter, he had already started to experience slight shortness of breath. In player guides, the breathing method was said to be better obtained as early as possible. If he hadn't drawn the breathing method skill card, Chen Shi's original plan was to save up 2 million and go to the black market in Moonstone City to
buy one.
Fundamental skill cards were often more expensive than ordinary skill cards, and even the most common fundamental skill cards were in a state of
long-term shortage. They were hard to buy even with money. Chen Shi was overjoyed.
If he mastered the epic grade breathing method and unlocked chi force, combined with the body tempering method, he might be able to withstand bullets.
In Tier 1. Not bad, not bad.
Using this breathing method would take some time, he would use it after returning. Chen Shi put away the skill card and looked at the second prompt in front of him.
Do you want to draw from the Hunting Ground exclusive skill card chest? It's a skill card unique to the Hunting Ground. Draw.
At this moment, a skill card with a blade on its face condensed in his hand. On the front of the card was a hunter's eagle-like eye.
Hunter's Eye LV1. Principle of Nature, Blade. Description, in the forest, I will notice the movements of every beast.
Introduction, actively using it can enhance your vision and your perception of the surrounding environment, even things behind you can be detected.
This skill is boosted by inspiration. Perception skill.
Chen Shi was slightly pleased. Perception skills play a good role, whether it's guarding against attacks from behind or predicting enemy gunfire.
Many powerful individuals unfortunately fell because their perception was inadequate.
He was no longer a player and only had one life, so perception skills were very important to him. Sometimes, a little intuition could help one escape the fate of death.
It's an upgradable skill. Upgrading to level 3 requires 1000 spirituality points. These spirituality points are really spent quickly. Chen Shi directly used the skill card and upgraded Hunter's Eye LV1 to LV3.
The upgrade to LV2 increased the passive effect, which was about a quarter of the active use effect. The upgrade to LV3 added the extra effective dynamic vision, improving observation of fast-moving objects and also enhancing reaction speed.
Dynamic vision, a good thing.
Chen Shi was slightly pleased, not expecting to gain dynamic vision after maxing out Hunter's Eye. In the Sea Beast Cave, whether it was Black Eye Captain's attacks or the tentacles of the Wall of Bloodshot Eyes, they all seemed like afterimages to him. Of course, there were also bullets. Especially in the Kingdom of Bei, which favored firearms, dynamic vision could help him dodge bullets better. Two quite good skill cards. Chen Shi clapped his hands. This trip to the rift could be said to be quite fruitful. Immediately after, he walked over to Scarface Rabbit's corpse, removed the dagger and the Black Rabbit 3rd generation mechanical armor from his body, and put them into his backpack card. He had no use for these two items, but they should fetch a good price on the market. That's about it. Chen Shi then put away his lantern and glanced at the marsh beast in the cave. This was the most important contributor to his rift journey. The marsh beast was a typical territorial monster. Once it left its territory, it could not survive. It was time to say goodbye. The marsh beast also sensed something, making whimpering sounds, and its round body leaned over. Goodbye, marsh beast. Chen Shi finally reached out his hand and fist-bumped the other's Xiao Chusho. Immediately after, he left the cave, holding the keychain, and walked towards the hunter's warehouse marked on the overseer's map. I have the key, you have the treasure chest. Chen Shi walked briskly through the dim forest, holding the map and the hunter's keyring. He needed to find the hunter's warehouse and then take the treasure chest inside. On the map, the hunter's warehouse had a treasure chest icon, located at the edge of the island forest. Chen Shi scanned his surroundings and clearly saw traces of people having walked through the weeds. Broken branches and dense footprints. It seemed that many other participants had been active in this area to avoid the old hunter. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose. The hunter's warehouse, it couldn't have already been opened, could it? Chen Shi suddenly remembered something. Normally, obtaining the hunter's treasure required 3 steps. Getting the location of the hunter's warehouse from the overseer, then killing the old hunter to get the keyring, and finally opening the hunter's warehouse and using the key to open the treasure chest to get the hunter's treasure. However, because the old hunter was a hidden boss, the difficulty of killing him was extremely high, and the difficulty of obtaining the keyring was too high. Therefore, there was a rare strategy. As long as one knew the location of the hunter's warehouse, one could use explosives to directly blast open the door of the hunter's warehouse and get the treasure, even without the key from the old hunter or the map from the overseer. But if one was lucky enough to discover the location of the hunter's warehouse, blast open the door, one could completely take the treasure chest and leave. Of course, forcibly opening the warehouse in this way would lead to the old hunter's pursuit, and one would not be able to break the mechanical lock on the box, making it a strategy with a very low success rate. Chen Shi couldn't help but frown. He had attracted the old hunter's attention, and it was very likely that the contents of the hunter's warehouse had already been taken. Chen Shi looked at the footprints on the ground. The direction of these footprints led directly to the hunter's warehouse. Oh no! Chen Shi squatted down. Although he couldn't determine a person's height and weight directly from footprints like someone in a detective show, he could still roughly deduce the body type. The footprints were very small, and they looked like bare feet. Bare feet? Chen Shi suddenly thought of something. In this rift, he could only think of one person who would run around with bare, pale feet. The Flower Witch. Speaking of which, the Flower Witch was also an overseer, and she also had a map of the island forest. Was it possible that she saw the treasure chest icon on the map, ran directly to the hunter's warehouse, then punched through the iron door of the warehouse, and took the treasure chest directly? No way. Chen Shi's scalp tingled. It was too early to draw conclusions, he still needed to confirm it himself. Chen Shi stood up and continued through the forest, heading towards the hunter's warehouse. When he arrived near the hunter's warehouse, suddenly, a human voice came from the forest to his right.
A female voice? Who was it?
Chen Shi curiously swallowed, carefully stepping over fallen leaves and branches, and moved closer. The surrounding light was very dark, and with the trees blocking the view, he could only hear voices now.
Humph, if you were a little smarter, you would understand the difference in strength between you and me. This is the last warning. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me for taking action. My potion is very terrifying. Don't be ungrateful. This voice was the Flower Witch's voice. What was the Flower Witch doing here? And why would she utter such fierce threats? Hearing this conversation, Chen Shi's mind immediately thought of many things. Murder and snatching treasure. The new Sun World was, after all, a world where strength reigned supreme, and high-level transcendent regarded low-level transcendent as ants. The sea, and the area within the rift, were typical lawless zones. Despite laws, in places like the rift, powerful transcendent could still dominate the lives of the weak. The current conversation was most likely the Flower Witch catching other participants and threatening them to hand over their treasures. However, did this fit the Flower Witch's image? Chen Shi couldn't help but ask himself. In the game forums, the Flower Witch was in existence of the lawful good alignment, and to maintain her elegance, she had almost never engaged in robbery. But this might all be a facade. After all, the Flower Witch appeared a limited number of times in the eyes of game players, and before the game was still in its internal testing phase. Regarding the Flower Witch, a huge mystery still existed. Just like an internet celebrity, no one knew what kind of person was behind her. Did the Flower Witch have a second personality? In some sense, given the Flower Witch's strength, not directly attacking and giving the other party a chance was already considered merciful. Suddenly, Chen Shi felt a chill down his neck. He was now hiding behind a tree, eavesdropping. With the Flower Witch's strength, she could definitely easily discover his location. However, driven by curiosity, Chen Shi still peeked out slightly, wanting to see what the Flower Witch was actually doing. Whoosh! The wind blew gently, and fallen leaves brushed against him. At this moment, the Flower Witch also looked in Chen Shi's direction. Oh my! At this instant, both of them simultaneously showed expressions of fear. Chen Shi's pupils widened sharply. He saw the Flower Witch half-crouching on the ground, using her terrifying spiritual power field to intimidate the creature in front of her. And in front of her was a pitiful and helpless little red wolf, with a piece of roasted meat in its hungry mouth. Ha! Chen Shi tilted his head in shock. This legendary witch was threatening a dog, no, a wolf, to snatch its meat. Are you even human? It's just a wolf. Besides, if you want to snatch food from a wolf, just do it directly. Why are you threatening it? Chen Shi couldn't help but complain in his heart, and for a moment, he felt a headache. He really couldn't understand the thought processes of many people in the Witch Sea. Ah! When the Flower Witch discovered Chen Shi, her small hand moved in a panic, and several exclamation-shaped small black flowers instantly appeared above her head. It was over. She had been discovered. She was threatening the little red wolf and snatching its food. If this matter made it to the newspapers, her elegant witch image would be ruined. And why was it him again? Her brain was racing. The forest wind blew silently. The Flower Witch stood up, was silent for a moment, and then quietly said, "Do you know that in the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom, animals are regarded as gifts from the Earth Mother, and at the same time, the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom has a long tradition of beast taming. In the schools of the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom, animal communication class is a compulsory course for many students. I wasn't snatching meat from the wolf just now, I was reviewing the school's animal communication course. This is part of the curriculum." Chen Shi didn't know what to say for a moment. It actually made some sense. It seemed that the Flower Witch was, as he knew, from the lawful good alignment. And a little bit silly. Chen Shi let out a long breath. This was a good thing. At least, he didn't have to worry about being threatened by the witch with a grass whip, succumbing to her power, and then handing over everything. But you're really hungry.
Chen-Shi looked around the flower witch. At this moment, the hungry little red wolf had already secretly run away because the flower witch had stood up. The moment the little red wolf ran off, although the flower witch didn't move and maintained a calm expression, a small blue flower of disappointment still appeared above her head. And at the flower witch's feet was a heavy iron chest. The hunter's warehouse treasure chest.
Sure enough, she had taken it. Chen-Shi walked forward and asked. Flower witch, may I ask, is the treasure chest at your feet from the nearby hunter's warehouse?
The flower witch paused, thought for a moment, and said. Yes, I saw a treasure chest icon on the map, but this box is locked and cannot be opened. The flower witch had been aiming for the treasure chest from the beginning.
Chen-Shi showed the key. So, you're looking for the key?
The flower witch shook her head.
No, I'm not looking for the key.
The key is probably on that old hunter, and the rift has already been cleared, so I can't get it.
I can only go to the city to find a locksmith. Chen-Shi was silent for a while. Didn't you see the keyring in my hand?
The hunter's treasure chest was a mechanical box. A slight carelessness could lead to a failed lockpicking attempt and trigger the traps inside. Only master locksmiths dared to open such a lock, but of course, this would require a hefty fee. According to Chen-Shi's analysis, the flower witch probably didn't have the money for lockpicking.
They could split the contents of the treasure chest.
The flower witch reacted half a beat late, looking at the key in Chen-Shi's hand with confusion.
This key, it couldn't be the key to the box next to her, could it? She asked in confusion. You defeated the old hunter, and you got the key?
The flower witch was slightly surprised. The reason she didn't react immediately was that, in her judgment, the probability of Chen-Shi getting the key was very low.
Sort of. Chen-Shi suggested. Flower witch, you have the box, and I have the key. How about we sit down, have a meal, and then divide the contents?
Chen-Shi took out the cooking tools from his backpack card.
He didn't ask the flower witch if she was hungry.
Because his intuition told him that if he asked that, the flower witch's little mouth would definitely answer not hungry with an air of defiance. It was a good opportunity to have a meal, rest for a while, and divide the items. She was an elegant and mysterious witch, how could she casually accept a stranger's dinner invitation?
But you entered the rift and brought cooking utensils? Are you here for tourism?
The flower witch stared blankly at Chen-Shi, swallowed, and replied.
Hunter's clothes. Under the moonlight.
Chen-Shi thought for a moment, the forest wasn't suitable for cooking. So, at his suggestion, he and the flower witch went to an open space near the entrance of the hunting ground. The view was wide, the night scenery was pleasant, the wind was comfortable, and there were sounds of birds and insects.
A good spot for a picnic.
Chen-Shi sat down, took some branches and tools for making fire, and began to build a small barbecue grill. The flower witch, holding a heavy treasure chest, stood there, staring blankly.
Such skillful manipulation. Is this what a chef is like?
He's really well prepared.
But why would a chef come to the rift? Why would he have the old hunter's key?
Little question mark flowers popped up above the flower witch's head. Because Chen-Shi had the old hunter's keyring. In the flower witch's eyes, Chen-Shi seemed to be cloaked in a mysterious aura, making him unfathomable. This person is definitely not simple, the flower witch thought to herself. Chen-Shi sliced the meat, then threaded it onto branches. The ingredients I brought can only make some barbecue.
Do you eat spicy food?
A little.
Spicy.
I prefer sweet things. The little question mark flowers instantly turned into expectant little yellow flowers. The flower witch sat cross-legged, wiped the drool from her mouth, then placed her hands on her lap, waiting obediently for the meat to cook. Chen-Shi glanced at the flower witch. Her sitting posture seemed to be a kind of table etiquette. According to the information compiled by the game forum, the flower witch was a member of a top extraordinary family in the golden flower bird
kingdom, a genuine noble.
The golden flower bird kingdom was known as the Kingdom of Art, and its prominent families paid great attention to etiquette. Therefore, the flower witch had a mysterious pursuit of elegance. Chen Shi placed the skewered meat on the grill, lit the charcoal, and thought to himself, I didn't expect to encounter the flower witch now. In the early stages of the game, the flower witch hadn't caused any major incidents yet, she was just a mysterious character mentioned in newspapers. Many opportunities for becoming stronger were inseparable from major events. The flower witch was someone destined for great things, and he was also someone destined for great things. Therefore, as long as they were active on this vast sea, their encounter was only a matter of time. However, meeting the flower witch so early was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. As the fire gradually intensified, the aroma of roasted meat began to fill the air. Chen Shi looked at the box beside the flower witch, stretched out his hand, and asked, Flower witch, the meat is almost ready. How about we divide the contents of the box? The flower witch's gaze shifted from the barbecue, and she paused before saying, Okay. She quickly handed the box to Chen Shi. Chen Shi took the box, wondering why the flower witch seemed completely indifferent to the distribution of its contents. He opened the box with a key. Inside the box, there was a pistol, a hunter's garment, some gold coins, and some herbs. Chen Shi picked up the hunter's garment, and a special prompt appeared before his eyes. Hunter's garment. Principle of nature, void phase. Description: this equipment is made from the fur of a mist fox, possesses a certain defensive capability, and has an active skill Misty Trace. Misty Trace: activate the skill to form a mist around your body, serving to conceal your aura. Note: Sneak, Hunter. Attack their weak points from behind, and poke them. A Void Phase extraordinary stealth-type equipment. Void Phase represented nothingness, and many of its equipment were related to concealment. But why did the note use the verb poke? Chen Shi grumbled, touching the hunter's garment in his hand. Dark gray, with a slightly matte texture, and mist fox fur on the inside. This hunter's garment was made of extraordinary materials and could even help him resist the impact of bullets. Compared to the ordinary clothes he was wearing now, this was quite a powerful piece of defensive equipment. Good stuff. Chen Shi looked at the other pistol. Beast Hunter Pistol. Principle of nature, blade. Description: a seemingly ordinary pistol, but in reality, it can make bullets exert more than 3 times their power. Note: shoot those beasts dogheads. This was a revolver made of extraordinary materials, with a standard bullet caliber. Its power was a notch higher than the collector's, making it a decent small weapon. Chen Shi then looked at the gold coins. There were 5 in total, not a large amount, probably only worth about 300,000 shell coins. As for the herbs, there was half a box full of crimson serrated grass. Crimson serrated grass could be used to make berserk potions, which could cause one to lose sanity and significantly increase strength for a short period. So much crimson serrated grass should be worth 500,000 shell coins, but if made into berserk potions, the price would at least triple. Chen Shi estimated the value and said, I'll take this hunter's garment, and the other 3 items are yours, flower witch, how about it? The hunter's garment was the most expensive item in the box. The flower witch looked down, glanced at it, and first accepted the herbs. I don't use guns, so you can have that gun too. In that case, what I'm taking will be much more valuable. Chen Shi glanced at the flower witch. Her attention was completely on the barbecue now. The flower witch thought for a moment. Is that so? But if I take the pistol, I just sell it at a shop, making it cheaper for those unscrupulous merchants. How about this: if we meet again, and if you have any special medicinal ingredients, give them to me. Medicinal ingredients. Chen Shi thought for a while. Herbs were hard for him to get, but he had deep sea affinity, so he should be able to get a lot of deep sea related medicinal ingredients. Okay. Chen Shi thought about it. He couldn't make medicine. If he had good medicinal ingredients, he could indeed give them to the flower witch. The flower witch's gaze remained fixed on the barbecue. Although she spoke of meeting again, she felt that the probability of them meeting was very small. After all, She was a witch destined for great things. The next time Chen Shi saw her, it would most likely be on the front page of a newspaper, as expected. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. She remained calmly seated. Perhaps to hide the fact that she wasn't hungry, she hadn't actively spoken about eating. Chen Shi took out 2 bottles of wine and said, "Flower Witch, the meat is almost ready. We can start eating." Night talk in the forest. The bonfire burned, emitting a warm and bright glow. Chen Shi used soul seasoning, sprinkling it with cumin. An aroma instantly filled the air. The Flower Witch eagerly picked up a large beef skewer, brought it to her mouth, blew on it, and took a bite. Chen Shi had already eaten a meal, so he wasn't hungry. Speaking of which, the Flower Witch came from nobility and must have eaten many delicacies, even some expensive extraordinary ingredients. Her palate might be very picky. Chen Shi asked expectantly, "How is it?" The Flower Witch swallowed the meat, and the savory flavor of the meat blossomed in her mouth. "It's not bad. Quite delicious," the Flower Witch replied. Although her expression remained calm, a lot of happy little yellow flowers, and even rare joyful pink flowers, instantly grew on her head. To be precise, it was incredibly delicious. Why could beef skewers grilled by a chef be so incredibly tasty? She actually felt that these simple beef skewers were the best thing she had ever eaten in her life. They even rivaled food made from dragon meat. What seasoning was added to this? Her eating movements involuntarily sped up a little. Chen Shi looked at the Flower Witch. Although the Flower Witch was still trying her best to maintain table etiquette, her small movements were already noticeably a bit rough. It was clear that this child was truly hungry. "Don't choke." Chen Shi took out a bottle of sweet wine and handed it to her. "By the way, Flower Witch, may I ask why you appeared in the Witch Sea? And why are you here?" Chen Shi asked curiously. In the early stages, no one knew the witch's whereabouts. Her appearance in a low-level hunting ground rift was a rather rare occurrence. The Flower Witch took the wine and took a big gulp. She ate too quickly and choked. The Flower Witch looked at Chen Shi, not appearing malicious, just genuinely curious. She thought for a moment and replied, "Due to some circumstances, I'm not wealthy right now. I came to this rift to look for some things and earn a little money along the way. As for why I appeared in the Witch Sea." The Flower Witch thought about it and decided it was fine to tell him. "You must have noticed that I am no ordinary person. I have a very serious and rare disease. This disease is extremely uncommon, you wouldn't know." "Blood flower disease?" Chen Shi opened the cork of the wine bottle and also took a sip of wine. "Ah!" The Flower Witch was startled. This was an extremely rare disease. Chen Shi once again scrutinized the Flower Witch. The Flower Witch was dressed in shorts and a short top, which were convenient for movement. However, because her body was covered in flowers, visually, it looked as if she was wearing a short floral skirt. The reason the Flower Witch was covered in flowers was due to a severe illness called blood flower disease. This disease was akin to a curse. Every so often, flowers would grow on her body. While these flowers could grant the Flower Witch power. If not regularly cleared, they would penetrate the body's nerves, reaching the heart and brain, eventually transforming her into a terrifying monster. Covered in flowers. Clearing these flowers was also an extremely difficult task. Pulling off each flower was like pulling a steel needle deeply embedded in flesh from her body. The flowers severely absorbed the body's vitality. Under normal circumstances, people with blood flower disease could not live past 30. How do you know? The Flower Witch looked at Chen Shi curiously. She had missed an opportunity to show off her knowledge. This was a disease unique to the golden flower bird kingdom. In her eyes, Chen Shi was becoming more and more mysterious. "I saw it in related books," Chen Shi said. Although blood flower disease was extremely rare, due to its beauty, it was recorded in many popular science books about strange diseases. "Oh." The Flower Witch nodded. You should know that blood flower disease is very difficult to cure. Therefore, one of my purposes for coming to the Witch Sea is to treat blood flower disease.
Oh, I see. Chen Qi pretended not to know. Immediately after, the flower witch suddenly lowered her voice.
As for my second purpose, it is related to the deep secrets of this sea, and to a distant place. The corners of her mouth curved slightly, and she said in a low voice.
It's best if you don't know this secret. Chen Qi frowned. Damn it, it's an annoying riddle teller. However, he probably knew the flower witch's second purpose. The flower witch's objective was also a major main questline in the Witch Sea region. Stop the great whale.
According to the promotional video, the great whale was a terrifying creature from outside the new sun world, regarded as the embodiment of nature. The personification of natural disaster. Powerful fleets and dense artillery were minuscule before the great whale. It was said that the entire rift tide originated from its breath. And at the end of the rift tide, it would cross the boundary, bringing destruction to the Witch Sea. The great whale was the keyword for the Witch Sea's main questline. Both the black whale pirate crew and the flower witch were related to the great whale. Because the deep sea hunter in legends also resisted the great whale, the deep sea hunter treasure line was also considered a key side quest. However, if one thought with the mindset of an ordinary Moonstone City citizen, stopping the great whale had nothing to do with the flower witch. These matters should be left to the professional navy and the more powerful hunter organizations behind the Bay Country. With the flower witch's current strength, let alone contending with the great whale, even facing some high-ranking members of the black whale pirate crew would be extremely difficult. The flower witch was currently only at tier 3, like him, still in her development phase. In the face of the true tide, she was also incredibly weak and utterly powerless. Players deduced from her words that the flower witch's goal was to stop the great whale. However, how she intended to stop the great whale, and why she wanted to stop the great whale, remained a mystery. Chen Qi looked at the flower witch. They were, after all, only acquaintances for now, not yet close enough to confide secrets in each other. The flower witch took a sip of wine, her face slightly flushed. She hadn't had such delicious barbecue in a long time, hadn't had a full meal in ages. It was simply too blissful. The flower witch's chatterbox opened a bit. She rested her chin on her hand and continued to speak mysteriously. Do you know? Actually, I'm not the flower witch you imagine. What? You're not the flower witch from 100 years ago, who turned people into fertilizer. Chen Qi's mouth was slightly agape, perfectly cooperating with her performance. Didn't expect that, did you? The flower witch smiled slightly. That's right, I am the one who inherited the title of flower witch. My current strength is still far from the legendary flower witch. As she spoke, the flower witch's tone became slightly agitated. But one day, I will surpass her, and then, I will choose a new title for myself. And then, become famous throughout the sea. Famous throughout the sea. Chen Qi smiled slightly. Is that so? In the process of becoming stronger, as long as they didn't die, one day they would all become famous throughout the sea. Immediately after, the flower witch looked at Chen Qi. Although she still felt he was hiding some secrets, at least for now, he seemed to be just an ordinary chef. He must have practiced his cooking skills a lot. Someone who cooks so well shouldn't be a bad person, right? The moonlight shone down, and the meat was almost gone. The flower witch patted her little belly. It was almost time to say goodbye. Chen Qi thought for a moment and finally asked. By the way, flower witch, if I find the medicinal herbs, where should I look for you? According to the game forum, the flower witch should have a special secret base in the Witch Sea. The flower witch could be considered the strongest pharmacist in the Witch Sea. If he could get some special medicinal herbs, he could directly find the flower witch to create powerful extraordinary potions. Look for me. The flower witch was startled. The flower witch placed her hand on her forehead, lowered her head, and changed the subject. There's no need. You're a chef, aren't you? The sea will become turbulent. If possible, please go out to sea less and do more of what you want to do. A storm was approaching, and monsters surged like a tide. Pirates, monsters, most people could only pray when facing these terrifying existences. In the Flower Witch's opinion, in the face of a great disaster, ordinary people should spend time with their families, see the people they want to see, and complete the things they want to do. Look for her. She was a witch who was going to do great things. The place she stayed would also be an extremely dangerous place. Getting close to her would bring misfortune. Moreover, even she herself wasn't quite sure how long she could survive in this tide. May we meet again if fate allows, but it's best if you pray not to meet me again. The Flower Witch stood up and wiped the grease from her mouth. Is that so? Chen Shi smiled inwardly. The main quest lines of all major sections were truly hellish in difficulty. Before he transmigrated, most of the quests involving the main quest line were burial grounds for players. With his current strength, getting involved with the Flower Witch's affairs was indeed too dangerous. But for some reason, he always had a feeling that the next time he saw the Flower Witch wouldn't be too long. Chen Shi stood up to tidy up, putting his hunter's garment, beast hunting pistol, and seasonings into his backpack card. Then, may we meet again, Flower Witch. Immediately after, Chen Shi glanced at the Flower Witch, he thought of something. She didn't seem to be leaving the rift yet. She had something to deal with. She wouldn't really be here looking for the deep-sea hunter treasure, would she? Chen Shi thought for a moment, shook his head, and left the rift. After Chen Shi left, the Flower Witch let out a sigh of relief. Inside the hunting ground rift, she still had some things to finish. At the very beginning, for a graceful entrance, she had directly discarded her cloak that concealed her identity. Without this cloak, the moment she left the rift, she would definitely be hounded for interviews. The price of elegance. The Flower Witch carefully searched the exit and finally found a tattered cloak. After putting on the cloak, she took out a map with a water ball drawn on it, looked at it, and shook her head. It seemed this was a fake treasure map. There was no treasure in this rift at all. On the sea, may we meet again if fate allows. The Flower Witch walked out, and suddenly, a few melancholic little blue flowers sprouted on her head. The sea's tide was incredibly turbulent. The things she was about to do were too dangerous. She didn't want to involve the weak. But she wasn't actually sure how long she would live either. Before she died, she should eat a few more good meals. His barbecue was a bit too delicious. Chefs usually open a restaurant. Should she have asked where he opened his shop? Regret, so much regret. Thanks to Fudu for the 100 coin reward, thanks to Kongshan Qingyu for the 100 reward, thank you very much, and also to everyone for following, monthly votes, and recommendation tickets. Z. P.S. The more I read it recently, the more I feel the title isn't great. If it were changed to Witch, I'm really not an ancient deep-sea god, would it be just a tiny bit better? First pet. Inside Moonstone City, 3rd Civilian District. Chen Shi stepped through the narrow, dark tunnel, emerging from the rift's entrance. The Black Rabbit gang was very likely lying in wait at the rift entrance. Chen Shi warily looked around him. The time flow in the rift was synchronized with reality. Night had now fallen, and moonlight spilled over this chaotic city, a remote corner of the world. Chen Shi scanned his surroundings. The dilapidated streetlights flickered, the walls were covered in bullet holes and smoke stains, some shops were already in ruins, and the air still carried a faint scent of gunpowder. The moment he emerged, a drunken plumber on the street and a woman reading a newspaper on a rooftop both looked at him simultaneously. Among them were the gang's informants. Gangs were like swarms of rats, they used their collective advantage to oppress weaker individuals. Guarding the entrance to the rift and then snatching rewards from weaker individuals was a common tactic for many gangs. Although no one besides the Flower Witch should know about his defeat of the old hunter. It couldn't be ruled out that someone might have pieced together clues and suspected him. After all, he was also another overseer in the hunting ground, besides the Flower Witch. Of course, no matter what, he was the overseer chosen by the old hunter. Gangs like the Black Rabbit Gang, unless they could gather a team of 10, should not dare to act rashly. If they dared to act, they could certainly try. Chen Shi walked along the street towards his small houseboat. As long as he wasn't facing a large-scale siege, he was confident he could defeat the members of the Black Rabbit Gang. Chen Shi walked quickly along the street. Customer. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. In a dark corner ahead of him sat an old man reading a newspaper. It was the newsstand old man who had given him information. The old man flipped through his newspaper and said to Chen Shi, "Customer, it seems you had a bountiful harvest today, but allow me to presumptuously remind you, rabbits are always very vengeful. If possible, please be sure to leave this rabbit's nest tonight. However, there's no need to worry too much, the king of the rabbits is not in the nest right now, but has gone to the Moonstone Islands. Gang members had their own territories, and the place he was in was the territory of the Black Rabbit Gang, also known as the Rabbit's Nest." "The Black Rabbit's boss isn't in Moonstone City?" Chen Shi looked at the old man. As a lighthouse keeper and a member of the Transcendent Organization, newspaper agency, his speed in acquiring information was first class. Chen Shi said, "Thank you for the reminder." The old man adjusted his glasses. "Customer, I'd like to ask, did the flower witch truly appear in the hunting ground? And is she the same flower witch from 100 years ago?" Chen Shi thought for a moment and replied, "The witch did appear. Based solely on my personal judgment, she doesn't seem like the flower witch from 100 years ago." The newsstand old man's pupils contracted, and then his brows furrowed. "Is that so? Then Pelu has missed out on a huge news story. Besides you, everyone else has been snatched up by the major newspaper agencies." "Snatched up by the newspaper agencies?" The appearance of the flower witch was undoubtedly big news that would shock the entire witch sea. For this news, the newspaper agencies would definitely interview the hunters who participated in the hunting ground. "Am I going to be in the news?" Chen Shi touched his head. The old man then continued. "Customer, please be extremely careful during your recent voyages. Witches are an ominous symbol in other countries, their appearance often signifies the arrival of a great disaster. Of course, the rift tide itself is already a disaster." At this point, the old man looked at Chen Shi, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "But, customer, I never expected you to be chosen as an overseer by the old hunter. I initially thought you were just a chef, but it seems I was mistaken." "You are a very capable chef." The newspaper agency old man had met many people, and it had been a long time since he had so greatly misjudged someone's strength. In fact, his intuition told him that the other party might even be related to clearing the hunting ground rift. "It's all right," Chen Shi replied modestly. However, he hadn't fully mastered the body tempering method and the breathing method yet. In player guides, one was only considered a qualified first-order transcendent after fully mastering the body tempering method and the breathing method. Of course, this was the standard for power-focused players. It was more than enough to deal with ordinary gang members. After bidding farewell to the old man, Chen Shi quickened his pace, heading towards the port of Moonstone City. He still had an urgent matter to attend to. The most important items he obtained in the hunting ground were 7 deep-sea water spirits. And the deep-sea water spirits needed to be placed in seawater to awaken their true forms. Chen Shi arrived at the port and lit the boat lamp. With many eyes around, awakening the deep-sea water spirits at the port was not a good choice. Chen Shi thought for a moment and decided to drive his small houseboat to the sea near Moonstone City. Going out to sea at night was a very dangerous act, with a very high chance of encountering sea beasts. However, for Chen Shi, this was nothing. Moreover, as long as he was within the range of Moonstone City's lighthouse, many monsters would not dare to attack him. Chen Shi drove his small houseboat to the sea outside Moonstone City. He placed the 7 small water orbs into the seawater, waiting for the deep-sea water spirits to hatch. They should be hatched by tomorrow morning. Following this, Chen Shi took out the white mist breathing skill card and used it. The card face dissipated like white mist at his fingertips. Knowledge of the breathing method flooded his mind. You have successfully digested white mist breathing method, your stamina has greatly increased, your agility +1. Chen Shi took a deep breath,
feeling the gas flow through various parts of his body. After mastering the breathing method, his speed and the calmness of his actions would greatly increase. Like the body tempering method, the breathing method still required a period of practice to be fully digested. Following this, Chen Shi proceeded with his daily training, striving to fully master both the body tempering method and the breathing method as soon as possible. Your physique +1, your strength +1. Your stamina has slightly increased, your agility +1. The movements of the body tempering method were all extremely high-intensity movements. Chen Shi felt the sweat on his body and the gradual increase in his physical strength. Unconsciously, night deepened, and from the distant sea, dark shadows could be seen constantly passing beneath the surface. Dangerous things. Chen Shi looked at the sea, feeling tired. So far, besides the near-sea overlord, he hadn't encountered any dangerous transcendent sea beasts at sea. Not encountering dangerous sea beasts, he didn't know whether this counted as good luck or bad luck. Next, he could actively seek out these sea beasts. Chen Shi closed his eyes, lay on the bed, and fell asleep. The next day, the daytime fire ignited, and warm sunlight shone on his face. Chen Shi on the bed opened his blurry eyes and looked at the hanging lamp in the boathouse. Suddenly, he felt something heavy on his chest, and also something slippery. And a little soft. What was it? Chen Shi subconsciously used his hand to grab the jelly-like thing on his chest. He saw a slime with big blue eyes blink at him. Question mark. Monster Knight. This. Chen Shi pinched it with his hand. So soft. He suddenly sat up from the bed and looked inside the boathouse. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. There were 7 such soft things. At this moment, 7 round, soft deep-sea water spirits were blinking their big blue eyes, looking at him, awaiting orders. And at this moment, a new prompt appeared before him. Deep-sea water spirit cultivated by a deep-sea hunter. Description: deep-sea water spirits, compared to ordinary water spirits, have absorbed the power of the deep sea, possessing higher intelligence, temporary levitation ability, stronger recovery ability, and higher combat power. Additionally, deep-sea water spirits can also help accelerate your boat. Each deep-sea water spirit masters the skill of water burst bomb. Note: your best pet choice for sailing. 7 deep-sea water spirits await your command. Chen Shi looked at these 7 slimes, no, these 7 deep-sea water spirits. They seemed quite intelligent. Come to my hand. As soon as Chen Shi spoke, the nearest deep-sea water spirit paused for a moment, then jumped with a bang and landed on his hand. Quite clever. Chen Shi thought to himself. Deep-sea water spirits master a skill called water burst bomb, which can instantly form a powerful water explosion around their bodies. Chen Shi's main account was a pet beast tamer, and he preferred to use a hand-operated water burst bomb. A hand-operated water burst bomb meant directly throwing the water spirit like a grenade. Go, deep-sea water spirit. Water burst bomb. Chen Shi walked out of the boathouse, suddenly picked up the water spirit in his hand, and slammed it onto the sea surface. With a boom, a huge splash of explosive water erupted on the sea surface. It was like a torpedo exploding on the water. Its explosive power was enough to overturn a small boat. After the explosion, the water spirit quickly absorbed seawater and regained its energy. Deep-sea water spirits can move at high speed in the sea and quickly replenish energy. The power is considerable. Chen Shi was surprised. This power was completely comparable to a grenade explosion. As a former pet trainer, he naturally knew the strength of this skill. A pet capable of such strong regenerative power was extremely rare, even in the golden flower bird kingdom. Its main body is water, giving it strong physical damage resistance, and in seawater, it possesses terrifying recovery power. Moreover, as a bomb, the deep-sea water spirit can also track enemies. This meant his small houseboat had 7 infinitely replenishable, tracking torpedo missiles. To possess even one such powerful pet at the second order was considered good luck, and he now had 7. Chen Shi imagined the scene of 7 deep-sea water spirits, capable of acting as missiles, circling around him.
In such a situation, perhaps he could even exchange a few moves with Teacher N, a third-order mage. It could be said that the deep-sea water spirit greatly enhanced his maritime combat capabilities.
Excellent, excellent.
Next, Chen Shi tested the deep-sea water spirit's second function.
Accelerating the boat.
Under his command, the 7 deep-sea water spirits quickly gathered together, hid at the stern of the small houseboat, and then violently propelled
the small houseboat.
With a whoosh, propelled by the deep-sea water spirits, the small houseboat burst forth with unprecedented speed.
Excellent, excellent.
Chen Shi flicked his finger, and the 7 deep-sea water spirits obediently returned to the small houseboat. Unlike ordinary pets, deep-sea water spirits only needed to absorb seawater to restore energy.
Regardless, his small houseboat now had pets.
He wondered if he could teach them to clean the boathouse and give massages. Chen Shi thought to himself. Although he only touched them for a short while, the deep-sea water spirit's texture was truly excellent.
If placed in a bathtub, they would also make excellent toys.
Chen Shi walked out of the boathouse, spread his arms, and felt the sea breeze blow past. Just then, he heard a bird's cry.
Wait, in the sky.
Chen Shi looked up. He saw a giant white dove flying in the sky. White dove.
Chen Shi looked up and suddenly thought of something. Could it be miracle reporter Pei-Lu from Moonstone City?
And at this moment, something terrifying happened. Above the white dove, a figure suddenly fell from its back.
Crash landing?
Chen Shi was startled.
I finally found you, boss.
Accompanied by a terrifying greeting, the dark figure, under acceleration, plummeted like a missile from high altitude, directly towards his small
houseboat.
It was miracle reporter Pei-Lu, no, to be precise, a human missile.
If the small houseboat were to be hit by this human missile, it would probably be overturned in an instant. His newly bought boat. This fellow.
Chen Shi's pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately commanded the deep-sea water spirits. He had them urgently push the small houseboat forward.
With a boom, miracle reporter Pei-Lu landed in the water, stirring up a huge splash. Phew!
Chen Shi patted his chest, soothing his startled little heart, and his small boat.
Phew, on the open sea, humans were indeed far more terrifying than sea beasts.
Especially crashing humans, they were the terror of terrors. Next, he walked to the side of the boat and extended his hand.
Miss Reporter, are you alright?
Falling from a height, even into water, would cause significant injury to the body.
Did this person fall accidentally? Or did she jump voluntarily?
Pei-Lu reached out from the seawater, grabbed Chen Shi's hand, and climbed up.
I'm fine, I took 4 years of physical education at Bay Country Royal University, so I'm half an athlete.
It's just a dive, I'll be fine after 2 days of rest.
Chen Shi pulled Pei-Lu out of the seawater.
She only had a few minor scratches on her body.
This person is really tough.
Although Pei-Lu only had a first-order spiritual power field, her body's hardness reached a terrifying degree, which was one of the important reasons. Players believed Pei-Lu was hiding her strength. Pei-Lu came aboard, her eyes red.
She coughed up seawater, then stood up. Boss, do you know? I've been looking for you for so long, I almost thought I wouldn't find you.
Look, I was so excited I fell off the dove. Pei-Lu sat on the ground, dripping wet, looking somewhat pitiful. Don't rush, calm down.
Chen Shi folded his arms and asked in confusion. Is there something wrong? Is it about food?
Pei-Lu naturally walked into his boathouse and said.
Why ask?
Of course, it's about the flower witch.
This is a big news story that has shaken Moonstone City.
For this news, now, all the major newspaper agencies have started to act. But the other newspaper agencies, and my damn junior, actually signed confidentiality agreements with the participants of the hunting ground. Next, Pei-Lu wiped her eyes and looked at Chen Shi. Fortunately, I heard the old man at the newsstand say that you also participated in the rift, and you probably haven't been interviewed.
And he told me that you might be the key person.
Boss, if it weren't for you, then I would miss the most explosive news in Moonstone City this month.
You can actually see the flower witch.
Peilu looked at Chun-Chi, her eyes full of envy.
Is that so?
Chen-Chi felt a bit emotional. These reporters were faster than he had imagined. Peilu was someone who would stop at nothing for newspaper sales. Moreover, although she was very famous, she was not without competitors. The Witch Times, known for its sensationalism, had always been a strong contender. In fact, its sales this year had already surpassed the White Dove Times. Chen-Chi remembered that in the new Sun Game event, there was even a faction battle centered around the sales of Witch Times and White Dove Times, where players were responsible for helping their respective factions gather or create big news to boost the sales of the two newspapers. He should now be considered a player on the White Dove Times side.
Chen-Chi took out some peanuts and handed them to Peilu. So, Miss Reporter, what do you want to ask?
Peilu brushed her wet hair back, took out her notebook and pen. What happened in the hunting ground, and the appearance of the flower witch, including the color of the flowers on her head, and her attire? If possible, please tell me her body measurements.
The more detailed, the better. You want so much? Are you really not catching a criminal? Chen-Chi frowned.
Chen-Chi thought for a moment and told her some of what happened in the hunting ground. However, in his version, he was not the one who defeated the hunting ground, but merely a participant who hunted red wolves with delicious food, and he did not reveal his transactional relationship with the flower witch. That's what happened in the hunting ground. As for the flower witch's appearance, she has flowers on her head, is about 1.6 meters tall, and as for her figure, it's pretty good.
Chen-Chi replied.
Thank you very much, this information is enough for me to write a newspaper article.
Peilu clenched her small fists, looking fierce. Don't let me catch you, flower witch.
Peilu swore in her heart that if she caught the flower witch, she would interview her thoroughly.
This. Chen-Chi looked at Peilu. She had somehow made interviewing sound like a gangster's interrogation.
She was indeed Moonstone City's most audacious reporter.
As a chaos-aligned reporter, Peilu used torture instruments for her interviews.
He could only pray for the flower witch, hoping she wouldn't be caught by this chaos reporter. But fortunately, with the flower witch's strength, she should be able to beat up this reporter.
Next, Chen-Chi said to Peilu. Miss Reporter, I'd like to ask if you have any information that might be useful to me.
Peilu, as the head of the 3 outstanding talents of Bay Country Royal University and an honorary reporter of Moonstone City, though a bit eccentric, was undoubtedly a huge intelligence broker. She knew all the big and small affairs of the entire Witch Sea.
Among them, there should be a lot of useful information. Peilu wrote her draft while thinking. Information useful to you. Her eyes lit up.
Of course.
What?
According to a sea fisherman's discovery, recently, large schools of rare moonlight fish have appeared in the near sea near Moonstone City. These are rare and delicious ingredients, but the night is too dangerous. Therefore, to prepare for the chef competition, many chefs contacted fishermen and organized a fishing boat, planning a big fishing trip the night
after tomorrow. Fishing.
Chen-Chi rubbed his hands. She really thought of him as a professional chef. Moonlight fish are a seasonal product of Moonstone City, with tender and juicy flesh, making them popular ingredients among many big merchants. However, the transcendent properties of moonlight fish are not strong. Even when processed into food, they can only temporarily boost inspiration. Chen-Chi shook his head, not very interested in moonlight fish. What he wanted were transcendent ingredients that could give him a body of steel.
Next, Peilu continued.
But unfortunately, moonlight fish only appear at night, and where they appear, many dangerous sea beasts always show up: ghost firefish, devil bats, bullet squids, even near sea overlords, and those things hidden in the shadows. It can be said that the night when moonlight fish appear is the night of monsters.
What did you just say?
Many dangerous sea beast groups will appear, and coupled with night fishing, the price of moonlight fish has been driven sky high. To guard against these monsters, at least 5 hunters above second order, or even expensive third order hunters, must be hired before they dare to go.
To sea. Of course, if you want to join the fishing expedition, and considering some gangs have been restless lately, you'll have to spend a lot of money to get the hunter's protection.
First order transcendent are the starting point of the transcendent path, with varying strengths.
Second order transcendent, compared to first order transcendent, have already cultivated their professional path for a considerable time, chosen their unique principle of nature, and mastered complete breathing methods, body tempering methods, and meditations. Most second order transcendent also hold a certain status in Moonstone City. At least 5 second order transcendent already indicated the danger level of this sea trip. Chen Shi couldn't help but swallow at this point. Dangerous sea beast groups. And ghost firefish, devil bats, bullet squids, all these good things. This night of monsters, for him, was a huge opportunity. Night sail. Chen Shi walked to the bed, picked up the Sea Beast Collection Guide, and began to flip through it. Ghost firefish and bullet squids are dangerous small sea beasts that often move in groups. Once targeted by these fish schools, one will suffer an attack like a hail of bullets. Though dangerous, they are far more valuable than moonlight fish. Peilu, seeing Chen Shi's intention to go out to sea at night, reminded him. If you want to follow a fleet to fish at night, never go on the ships of those gangs, especially the Black Rabbit Gang, the Wild Dog Gang, and the Axe Gang who like to wear suits. Although their fees are low, and they even have maids on board who will touch your thigh and compliment your handsomeness. But when you get ashore, the tea fee, weapon fee, protection fee, and maid service fee are all places where they rip you off. So, be sure to choose a legitimate fishing boat. The fee is about 50,000 shell coins. As Peilu spoke, she winked, mimicking those maids who swindle money. Hiss. This sudden attack. It made Chen Shi's brow furrow like an old man on the subway. If Peilu hadn't spoken, she would have been quite pretty. But with Miss Peilu's chaotic reputation in Moonstone City, her wink could scare many people into running away, scrambling out of Moonstone City for 300 miles. Immediately after, she continued. Oh, and when going out to sea at night, be sure to prepare boat lights and kerosene lamps. Recently, there have been 6 tragedies caused by extinguishing boat lights to save on kerosene money. Don't worry, the boat light on my little boat is very expensive. Chen Shi smiled confidently. To ensure safe travel at night, he had the foresight to have a boat repairman in Manhwa town install a waterproof, impact-resistant large boat light on his small boat. Besides the steam hands engine, the boat light was undoubtedly the most expensive accessory on his boat. Expensive? Peilu looked up, scanning his boathouse with the eyes of a rich woman, a little puzzled. For me, it's already very expensive. Chen Shi helplessly closed the book and asked his second question. By the way, Miss Reporter, what do you know about the Black Rabbit Gang? What's wrong, have you been targeted by the rabbits? Peilu asked. Gangs are a major feature of Moonstone City's civilian areas. Gangs supplement Moonstone City's order. With the arrival of the Rift Tide, chaos intensified, and gangs would only become more numerous and arrogant. You could say that. Chen Shi replied. Undoubtedly, his trip to the hunting ground had attracted the attention of the Black Rabbit Gang. Not to mention, according to his previous information, the Black Whale Group and the Black Rabbit Gang also had some connection. Peilu frowned. Being targeted, huh? Then you need to be careful. According to my informant's intelligence, many gangs in Moonstone City have recently started contacting pirate groups. And the Black Rabbit Gang has a close relationship with the Black Whale Group, the leader of the 4 great pirate emperors. So, you'd best be careful, rabbits don't care about their reputation before leaving their burrows. Peilu ate a peanut. The Black Whale Group's scale is growing larger and larger. Chen Shi propped his chin, deep in thought. Gangs are essentially land-based pirates, it's not strange for them to join pirates. After the Rift Tide arrived, the probability of rifts appearing in the ocean was far greater than on land. In this situation, joining pirates was a rather far-sighted choice. The Black Rabbit Gang is not to be feared, but 2 fists are no match for 100 hands. I need to be careful when operating in Moonstone City. Chen Shi thought to himself.
Pelu shook her head. She quite liked her boss's cooking.
She comforted him.
But don't worry too much, gangs are ultimately rats in the city, especially in the naval-controlled port, where they absolutely dare not cause
trouble.
When I have time, I'll go take some time to interview the Black Rabbit gang and tell them to behave.
Interview? Are you sure that's not a threat?
Chen Shi was slightly surprised. She truly lived up to her reputation as Moonstone City's most arrogant reporter.
Pelu stood up, somewhat helplessly putting her manuscript paper into her bag. It's a pity, boss, I'm really too busy today and don't have time to eat your cooking. Also, thank you for the information you provided. Goodbye, have a safe trip.
Chen Shi waved his hand, bidding her farewell. Before leaving, Pelu clenched her fists and encouraged him.
Oh, and boss, you need to work hard to make money. Your restaurant is really too broken and small. If possible, it would be best to have a cabinet full of fine wine and a mahogany table.
Ideally, there would also be a musician to play, adding some artistic atmosphere.
Moreover, it would be even better if you could add some transcendent ingredients.
I hope you become a 5-star chef soon. Pelu had always wanted to invite friends to eat here, but unfortunately, the small houseboat was too small.
If the boat's decoration could be a little better, it would be perfect. Easier said than done.
Chen Shi clapped his hands and glanced at his small houseboat. If Old Bailey hadn't been in a hurry to sell the boat, he wouldn't even have this boat now. To install a large wine cabinet while also ensuring the boat's speed, it would be impossible without at least 10 million shell coins. Moreover, becoming a 5-star chef, which requires passing the Chef's Alliance assessment, is also a very difficult task. After Pelu left, Chen Shi sat on the boat and began to simply plan his future itinerary.
Monster Night was the night after tomorrow.
Tomorrow, he would take the opportunity to go to Moonstone City's market to sell the items he obtained from the hunting ground. Then, the remaining time would be used to practice the breathing method and body tempering method, as well as train the deep-sea water spirit.
2 days passed in a flash. At Moonstone City Port, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the sparkling sea.
Chen Shi sat on his small houseboat, counting his money. These past few days, life had been very ordinary. Apart from occasional probes from members of the Black Rabbit gang, he hadn't encountered any
trouble.
He spent some time selling the spices obtained from the Rift and the Black Rabbit gang's small mechanical armor. The Devil Peppers sold for 100,000 shell coins, and the Black Rabbit gang's small steam armor, due to a damaged neural connection system, sold for
270,000 shell coins.
Adding in the sale of other items and some expenses, after ins and outs, he now had a total of 400,000 shell coins. For someone just starting out at sea, 400,000 shell coins was already a considerable sum of money. For non-transcendent individuals, as long as they didn't frequent entertainment venues and had no family to support, 400,000 would last a long time. But for transcendent individuals, this amount of money was still too little. Chen Shi counted the money, carefully putting it into his backpack card. Outside the boathouse, the boisterous voices of sailors could be heard. Prepare to set sail, tell the sailors to get ready. Also, quickly find someone to greet the 5 esteemed second-order hunter adults. The power of cannons is limited. If we don't want to be attacked by sea beasts, we still have to rely on them. This operation is extremely dangerous. Remind the paid fishing boats not to lose sight of us. Blessings, blessings, may the goddess bless us. The daytime flames were gradually extinguishing, and night was about to envelop this vast sea. Chen Shi opened the boat window and looked out. At this moment, next to his small houseboat, there were 5 large fishing vessels, equipped with cannons, powerful steam engines, and large trawling nets, as well as 10 medium-sized vessels. In addition, there were more than 20 individual boats, just like his. So many people. Chen Shi sighed. With the arrival of the Rift Tide, the number of people going out to sea from Manhwa town significantly decreased. But Moonstone City showed no signs of decline at all. Going out to sea in a small boat at night was a very dangerous thing. However, not going out to sea, for many fishermen with meager savings, meant not even being able to eat, and their entire families would suffer. Life is not easy. Chen-Shi tidied up, came out of the boathouse, leaned against its wall, enjoying the sea breeze, and listening to the noisy voices of the people. Most of the fishermen on the small boats had their heads down, clearly filled with fear for the sea trip. On the large boat next to him, the captain's and first mate's voices were particularly loud.
There are so many people going out to sea today. Speaking of which, why are there so many small boats? This is a night under the rift tide. They're really not afraid of death. Afraid of death? That's a moonlight fish. One moonlight fish can be worth 10 fresh large fish. Don't you have a wife and children to support? You also don't consider how much money it costs to attend a transcendent school and cultivate transcendent aptitude. As they spoke, the two men on the boat lowered their heads and glanced at Chen-Shi. Among them, the burly-looking first mate saw the flag on Chen-Shi's boat and loudly declared, "Young man, you're a chef, aren't you? Your small boat probably won't even catch one moonlight fish before being buried in the sea. 80,000 shell coins. Follow behind our boat, and our hunters will protect you. They are all registered." "No, I don't have any money." Chen-Shi loudly refused. His target was sea beast groups, and he had no interest in following behind large ships to scavenge their leftovers. The first mate laughed heartily. "No money, huh? Then forget it. But I must remind you, among the boats around you, there are gang boats. They are not as law-abiding as us." Chen-Shi turned his head to the side and saw a thin man in the boathouse of a small boat, openly staring at him with undisguised malice. The opponent's spiritual power field was not weak, at a second-order level. He was a Black Rabbit gang cadre. After staring for so many days, finally someone with a bit of skill has come. Chen-Shi was not overly worried. He walked directly into the boathouse, lit the boat lamp, and started the engine. With the deep-sea water spirit, he could even take down some large ships with weak defenses in sea battles. If the opponent dared to attack, he would ensure they never returned. In the sky, as if a giant hand had suddenly snuffed out a flame, the daytime fire was completely extinguished, and the entire world plunged into darkness. Night had fallen. Rumble. The lighthouse lit up, and the boats began to start their engines and turn on their boat lights. Set sail. The sailors on the large ship shouted. As the large ships ahead set sail, a cluster of small boats lit their boat lamps and followed closely, like lanterns floating on the sea, heading towards the dark ocean. Black ship in the fog. As they sailed, the tall lighthouse became increasingly small in their vision. At first, Chen-Shi's small boat followed behind the main group. After sailing for about an hour, they were now far from Moonstone City. Moonlight cast down, and the entire sea was covered in a layer of dark ink. Chen-Shi, carrying a lantern, walked out of the boathouse and looked at the sea before him. In the distance, a large school of fish glowed with a faint blue light, like a beautiful, crystal-clear ribbon of flowing sand, drifting across the sea. It was moonlight fish. Everyone instantly became excited. "Brothers, we've got work. Pay attention to what you dredge up. If there's anything mutated and putrid, burn it immediately and then throw it into the sea. Be careful, do not confuse moonlight fish with ghost firefish." The boats in front of him all began fishing. Phew, it's time to break away from the main group. Chen-Shi looked around. On the distant sea, he could see some faintly glowing blue flames. It's very likely ghost firefish. Deep-sea water spirits pushed the small boat from behind. Chen-Shi snapped his fingers. Gurgle, gurgle. 7 deep-sea water spirits understood his meaning, jumped into the sea, and became the second engine for the small houseboat. While people were engrossed in the moonlight fish, Chen-Shi turned the boat's direction. With the deep-sea water spirits pushing hard, his small boat, like a speedboat at full throttle, rapidly rushed towards the distant school of ghost fire fish. The ghost fire oil from the ghost firefish was a rare and practical material. Under acceleration, his boat quickly reached the edge of the ghost firefish school. The moment the school of ghost firefish saw his boat, they suddenly ignited huge blue flames, issuing a warning. Although these blue flames were not high in temperature, they were as sharp as blades.
If one's hand so much as brushed a flicker of flame, it would instantly become bloody, with flesh and bone separating. The blue flames formed by a school of ghost firefish could even be as large as a mansion. Even a near-sea overlord would show 3 parts reverence. This was also why the ghost firefish were exceptionally dangerous. Ghost firefish were temperamental, and on the open sea, without expensive capture tools, they were almost impossible to catch. However, the moment they saw Chen Shi, they instantly extinguished their flames and swam away in all directions.
Why are you running? I'm not a bad person.
Chen Shi looked at the school of ghost firefish. The situation before him was beyond his expectation.
Most small sea beasts he encountered were very close to him.
Therefore, Chen Shi had always felt that his talent, in a sense, could be called deep-sea succubus.
Am I not a deep-sea succubus? Why aren't these ghost firefish approaching me? I can give you massages.
Chen Shi was a little anxious. Although the ghost firefish had stopped their aggressive flames, they didn't actively approach him either. Different types of sea beasts reacted very differently to him.
Like this, even if I can catch them, the efficiency is too low.
Chen Shi rubbed his ears and thought for a moment. He immediately came up with a way to extract things from the ghost firefish. Since he couldn't attract these ghost firefish himself, he would use transcendent bait.
Chen Shi took out a fishing rod and an iron bucket.
He performed transcendent fishing, condensed a transcendent bait at the fishing rod, and then placed it on the water.
Immediately after, he placed the deep-sea water spirits around. To eat the bait, they would have to swim past him. Soul seasoning.
For better effect,
Chen Shi used soul seasoning again to enhance the deliciousness of the transcendent bait.
The effect was outstanding. Instantly, the ghost firefish, who had previously ignored him, smelled the bait's aroma and rushed towards it. Indeed, some fish can't be attracted by aura, they still need delicious food.
A ghost firefish approached the transcendent bait.
Chen Shi, squatting by the boat, smiled sinisterly. The moment it was about to bite the transcendent bait, he suddenly grabbed the ghost firefish with his hand, then, with practiced movements, scraped
off a layer of black oil from its body.
Ghost fire oil, this was the main reason ghost firefish could emit ghost fire. It was a rather good melee weapon coating. Applied to a weapon, it could make the weapon ignite with sharp blue flames, greatly enhancing the weapon's attack power. This ghost fire oil was very rare in weapon shops. The ghost fire oil scraped from a single ghost firefish was worth 8,000 shell coins. After scraping off the black oil and putting it into the iron bucket, Chen Shi casually flicked the ghost firefish back into the sea.
8,000 shell coins in hand. With so many ghost firefish, he would catch one for each one that came. 8,000.
Chen Shi, as if picking up money, grabbed ghost firefish one after another from beside the transcendent bait, then fiercely scraped off the black oil.
Bang!
One ghost firefish after another, after being used, was thrown back into the sea.
The entire process was extremely skilled.
In about 10 minutes, he had scraped ghost fire oil from 100 ghost firefish. A whole bucket of ghost fire oil was filled. Even in large weapon shops specializing in weapon coatings, it would be difficult to find so much in stock.
Phew!
Chen Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although it was commonly acknowledged on the high seas that being a pirate or joining a gang was 100 times more profitable than fishing.
But in Chen Shi's opinion, honest fishing could still earn big money.
In just 10 short minutes, he had earned 800,000 shell coins. Moreover, this ghost fire oil could adhere to his black blade, strengthening his weapon. Chen Shi turned his head, satisfied. At this moment, on the sea, there were 100 ghost firefish unable to ignite, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Because Chen Shi's movements were too skilled, they hadn't even had a bite before Chen Shi grabbed them, scraped off their ghost fire oil, and
mercilessly threw them back into the sea.
Chen Shi stroked his chin.
Am I being a bit cruel to the ghost firefish like this?
Chen Shi coughed twice, then condensed 2 more transcendent baits and placed them on the sea for these ghost firefish to eat. He was still quite kind-hearted and wouldn't easily mistreat the ghost firefish.
Eat more, you need to work hard to grow new ghost fire oil.
Chen Shi apologized with a hint of guilt. He planned to rest for a while, then go to the sea area to see if there were any other schools of sea beasts. Just then, in the distance, a small fishing boat with its lights off was stealthily approaching his small houseboat. It was the man who had glared at him on the shore earlier. Because the ghost firefish had not ignited their flames just now, he thought Chen Shi was catching some ordinary fish. Chen Shi roughly sensed that the opponent's spiritual power field had reached the second order.
The thin, flat-haired man approached Chen Shi's boat. He picked up his lantern and said fiercely, "Chef, you're that overseer from the hunting ground, aren't you? I'm an executive of the Black Rabbit Gang, one of the 5 rabbits.
In the hunting ground, I have a brother, nicknamed Scarface Rabbit. I've thought, and besides the flower witch, you're the only one in the hunting ground who could have done him in." There was a hint of malice in his eyes. From the opponent's words, he completely believed that the flower witch was the most likely perpetrator.
However, he had now found him.
Chen Shi rested his chin on his hand and gently tapped the water spirits beneath the water.
If it was at sea, even a second-order transcendent would likely not be his opponent. Chen Shi smiled. "Scarface Rabbit, huh? I do know a little about him." "You know."
The thin man wasn't going to give Chen Shi a chance to speak.
He said to Chen Shi, "You really dare to admit it, huh?
After this voyage, come to our Black Rabbit Gang headquarters. If you perform well and show sincerity, our Black Rabbit Gang is willing to forgive you."
Bang!
Just then, he pulled out a gun, preparing to fire a shot at his small houseboat to warn the other party. However, Chen Shi pulled out his gun first and fired a shot at the opponent.
Bang! The opponent's reaction speed was quite fast. He used the lantern in his hand as a shield and easily blocked the bullet. Bold!
The thin man smiled slightly.
Most second-order transcendent have mastered body tempering method and breathing methods, and even meditation.
Their reaction speed is also far beyond ordinary people.
Besides that, there's physical fitness, spiritual power perception, transcendent skills.
This means there's a world of difference between us and you, who are just entering the transcendent realm. However, before he could finish the sentence, he felt something.
When did the fog start?
Chen Shi held his breath, his body felt a little cold.
Fog had risen around them, and the temperature was dropping rapidly.
Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred.
You wait. Damn it. Damn it. F******, how did I run into this thing?
The thin man shuddered, suddenly cursed, and turned back, wanting to light his boat's lantern. To stealthily approach Chen Shi, he had just extinguished the boat's lantern. However, the moment he touched the boat light button, the small boat he was on suddenly shook violently, twitched fiercely, and then, with a whoosh, the entire boat was violently dragged into the sea. The opponent, along with his boat, instantly disappeared into the sea, as if he had never existed. The faint pool of blood that appeared on the sea surface was the only evidence of his presence.
This is... Chen Shi's heart rate continuously accelerated.
Unbeknownst to him, a thin layer of fog had appeared in his surroundings. In front of him, in the fog, a blurry shadow gradually appeared. A wooden black boat with its lights on and piled with dark cargo slowly approached him. On the boat, there was only a boatman holding a lantern. The boat came closer and closer. Looking closely, this boatman had no flesh and blood on him, wore a tattered merchant's hat, and was a charred skeleton all over. When it was 10 meters from his small houseboat, the boat stopped. Click, click.
Some dark blue tentacles grew out from under the merchant's hat.
Immediately after, it picked up the lantern and made a strange sound like bones clashing.
Good evening. Ah.
Thanks to Mower for the 100 points reward, and also to everyone for following the read, monthly votes, and recommendation votes, thank you very much.
Deep Sea Merchants.
The moon hung high, and the fog grew thicker. The captain of the large ship, currently fishing for moonlight fish, glanced at the distant fog and paused his command.
What's wrong, Captain?
A young, red-haired crew member asked.
Someone else has fallen victim.
The captain shook his head. He raised his right hand and shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone, light the ship's lanterns, stop what you're doing, and let's go find other schools of moonlight fish. The crew looked at their captain in confusion. You should know that each moonlight fish here is worth 500 to 2,000 shell coins. There are at least 2,000 moonlight fish here. If they could catch all the moonlight fish here, they wouldn't have to work for a month. The captain explained, we can't stay here any longer, the deep-sea merchant has appeared.
Deep-sea merchant.
The moment the words fell, the entire ship was plunged into a momentary silence. They frantically gathered towards the light, then looked at the distant mist, letting out a long sigh.
In the very center of the mist, the small houseboat's lantern was lit.
Chen-Shi paced back and forth on the deck of the small houseboat. He looked at the small black boat in front of him, and the black skeleton with a tentacle monster's head.
What was this thing again?
Chen-Shi stroked his chin. He remembered that this monster was described in the Witch Sea section of the strategy guide, and he had even made a related game guide for it. This monster was very dangerous, but as long as it was in the light, it wouldn't threaten his life.
However, he couldn't recall its name at the moment.
Chen-Shi leaned against the boat and asked directly. What are you? The black skeleton on the black boat slightly raised the lantern in its hand.
Guessed. I am a person
who does a little business on this great sea.
You can also call me Deep-sea merchant.
Deep-sea merchant. Hearing this term, Chen-Shi clapped his hands, he remembered. The deep-sea merchant was quite a famous monster in the Witch Sea at night. It would pilot a pitch-black small boat, approach ships on the sea, and sell some rare items. Of course, there was one item that the deep-sea merchant would buy at a high price. That was the ship's lantern. The deep-sea merchant's strength was extremely powerful, even a fully armed Tier 3 transcendent, or even a large merchant ship, would find it
difficult to fight it head-on.
This meant that its strength was such that it could simply rob, rather than do business. However, it had one fatal weakness.
Fear of light.
Even a slight touch of light would cause its body to rapidly melt. Therefore, the deep-sea merchant would try every possible way to destroy or buy the ship's lanterns, and then, in the darkness, devour everything. When going out to sea at night, installing a high-end ship's lantern was one of the important reasons.
Chen-Shi looked at the bloodstains on the sea.
Just now, the Black Rabbit Gang's cadre, in order to get close to him, extinguished his ship's lantern, and at the same time, the kerosene lantern in his hand was blasted by Chen-Shi. The moment the light disappeared, he was dragged into the sea by the deep-sea merchant, leaving no trace of his body.
Deep-sea merchant, huh?
Chen-Shi raised his head and gave the deep-sea merchant a villain-like friendly smile. The items sold by the deep-sea merchant were quite good, and players had even published guides on how to find it. However, many people sailed from Moonstone City, so under normal circumstances, the probability of encountering a deep-sea merchant was very small. This was a low-probability event.
He and the Black Rabbit Gang's cadre were both very lucky.
In the eyes of many, the deep-sea merchant was a terrifying monster, and most people's first reaction upon seeing it was to protect their lanterns and then run at full speed. But in Chen-Shi's eyes, the danger level of the opponent had not reached the point where he absolutely had to flee. Besides fear of light, the deep-sea merchant had another major weakness. That was the charred lantern in its hand. The deep-sea merchant's charred lantern would emit a faint light. Only when it was within this special light could it barely maintain its physical form and directly look at the light of the ship's lantern. Without this lantern, it couldn't directly look at Chen-Shi's small houseboat, nor could it get so close to his small houseboat. In other words, although the deep-sea merchant's strength far exceeded his. However, Chen-Shi could also shoot at the charred lantern in its hand, and then smash the kerosene lantern at the opponent, killing it. As long as he was in the light, and at the same time, possessed a long-range weapon capable of attacking the charred lantern, then he had the possibility of killing the opponent. The deep-sea merchant was very powerful, yet also very fragile. The deep-sea merchant approached Chen-Shi, and the skeleton's neck made crackling sounds.
Guest. As you can see, my lantern is broken. Can you sell me a lantern?
I'm not in the mood to listen to your childish tricks.
Tell me, what do you have to sell?
Chen Shi interrupted directly, firmly aiming his gun at the lantern in the opponent's hand. He had limited time and no interest in playing a you-chase, I-run game with the deep-sea merchant. When facing the deep-sea merchant, never show fear. Otherwise, there would be a high probability that it would use some long-range weapon to directly attack your ship. The deep-sea merchant was silent for a moment. Having drifted on the sea for so many years, this was the first time it had encountered someone so arrogant. It extended its pitch-black bony hand.
Guest. People call me a deep-sea monster. Are you?
The lantern in the deep-sea merchant's hand swayed. It was, after all, an old monster long famous in the deep sea.
Shouldn't the other party show it some respect?
Chen Shi rolled his eyes at the opponent. They were both out on the great sea.
If the opponent was a deep-sea monster, then he was a deep-sea succubus. This guy actually asked him for respect.
Chen Shi carefully looked at the being in front of him. On player forums and even Bay Country's academic forums, people had always been asking if the deep-sea merchant was a special kind of deep-sea
monster?
The deep-sea merchant was not a deep-sea monster.
In the Witch Sea beast bestiary, highly intelligent sea beasts only included special parasitic sea beasts. But even intelligent parasitic sea beasts could only mimic some human actions.
Therefore, the deep-sea merchant was very likely a transcendent of Bei Xiang who had embarked on the path of madness.
High-level transcendent, if they adopted the wrong promotion method, they were very likely to mutate, and then evolve into a monster-like existence.
In the eyes of transcendent, this mutation was called the path of madness.
And in order not to further transform, they needed to complete their professional tasks more frantically to stabilize their mental anchor. The deep-sea merchant's complete lack of reaction to his deep-sea aura also proved that its essence was still human.
For such a strange thing, there was no need to be polite, and absolutely no fear. Chen Shi propped his chin, and said in a fierce tone.
Less nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll shoot the lantern in your hand. Lantern.
The deep-sea merchant paused. Not only did it not get angry, but it also retreated slightly.
The other party knew its weakness. The deep-sea merchant pulled the lantern in its hand back. Guest. It seems you are more knowledgeable than I imagined.
It seems that the goddess of the sea has made us.
I said it again, I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. Chen Shi was a little impatient. Hurry up, what goods do you have? Also, hasn't anyone told you that as a merchant, you need to practice your spoken language? Speaking so disjointedly, what are you even selling?
The deep-sea merchant froze. The other party was too arrogant, absolutely too arrogant.
It even mocked its spoken language. It didn't even have a normal head, its whole body was a skeleton, and it appeared on such a dark and windy night. Couldn't it give it some face? Even a momentary look of fear would be fine. The customer is God.
The deep-sea merchant felt insulted, but still said in a good-natured tone.
Guest, I have many good things here.
I have a special aphrodisiac that can temporarily make you grow tentacles, greatly increase your physique, and at the same time, let your wife
experience unprecedented joy.
Most of the items sold by the deep-sea merchant were strange things. Tentacle injection, after consumption, tentacles would grow on the body, and there was a high probability of losing sanity and becoming a monster that
only reproduced. A typical scam product. Not interested, next.
Tell me about practical, useful goods, not this kind of fraudulent garbage.
Chen Shi said immediately.
Besides, he still had a tentacle monster in his spine. The deep-sea merchant stirred. The other party refused too decisively. Although it only had Tier 1 strength, from the current situation, the knowledge it possessed was by no means ordinary.
Guest, it seems you don't like this product. I thought you, like me, also yearned to be part of the collective. It thought for a moment and stated its goods.
Tentacle potion, tentacle sword, snake bloodstaff, storm scroll, professional sea chart drawn by the ice demon pirate crew, sea serpent venom, and a deep sea breathing technique skill card, Undine summoning scroll. 4 sea emperors. The deep sea merchant listed his goods one by one. At the same time, he explained the rules of buying and selling. Ordinary potions and maps can be bought with money. As for skill cards or other rarer items, in addition to money, you also need mutated black bloodfish, not rotten for more than 3 days and affected by the tide. Guest, compared to money, I prefer bartering. Chen Shi sat on the small boat, listening with interest. As a special merchant in the dark night, the deep-sea merchant's goods were extremely rare. For example, the deep-sea breathing method. Mastering this breathing method not only allows one to master conventional chi force but also significantly enhances one's activity underwater. And the storm scroll, the Undine summoning scroll, these were all quite powerful one-time use scrolls. The tentacle sword and the serpent bloodstaff were weapons with both strong positive and negative effects. The items sold by the deep-sea merchant were all extremely expensive. Normally, only a transcendent of the third rank would have enough wealth to afford the deep-sea merchant's items. Chen Shi listened, then pondered for a moment. He didn't have much money now, nor did he have any mutated black bloodfish for the time being. Most things he couldn't afford. The cheapest items were Sea Serpent Liquid and the Ice Demon Pirate Cruise Sea Chart. The Ice Demon Pirate Cruise Sea Chart. Chen Shi's heart jolted. The deep-sea merchant actually had such a good item. Among the many pirate crews in the Witch Sea, there were 4 great pirate emperors of renowned fame. Ranked from strongest to weakest, they were the Black Whale Pirate Crew, the Sea God Pirate Crew, the Bloodblade Pirate Crew, and the Ice Demon Pirate Crew. Each of the 4 great pirate emperor crews, at their inception, had a grand purpose, cloaked in a magnificent facade. The purpose of the Black Whale Pirate Crew's founding was to hunt the great whale. The Sea God Pirate Crew was a group of fanatical cultists who worshipped ancient deep-sea species. The deep-sea merchant before him was very likely one of them. The Bloodblade Pirate Crew was a product of an internal split within the Bay Country Navy and had countless tales of love and hate with the Bay Country Navy. The purpose of the Ice Demon Pirate Crew's founding was to investigate the legendary Ice Witch who resisted the Great Whale centuries ago. At the same time, like the legendary Ice Witch, they enjoyed studying history and archaeology. In player guides, the Ice Demon Pirate Crew internally possessed a very large, specialized sea chart. Unlike the popular sea charts sold in stores, it not only marked terrain but also indicated the common routes of many merchant ships and warships. More importantly, it detailed the conditions of dangerous sea areas. Within the near sea, there were many dangerous sea areas prone to accidents. The conditions of these dangerous sea areas were severely overlooked, and information about their interior was scarce. Because of this, the Ice Demon Pirate Crew always regarded their sea chart as a treasure and did not easily reveal it. In many situations, to save time or after encountering pirate attacks, many ships had to enter dangerous sea areas. Therefore, for players who frequently engaged in trade, adventure, or mischief, the Ice Demon Pirate Crew sea chart could be called critically important. Chen Shi swallowed. Dangerous sea areas were called dangerous sea areas not only because of sea beasts but also because of special terrain like whirlpools. If he could obtain this Ice Demon Pirate Crew sea chart, it would mean his voyages would no longer be limited to ordinary sea areas but could be much bolder. Normally, to get the Ice Demon Pirate Crew's map, one would have to expend a great deal of effort and befriend the Ice Demon Pirate Crew. This map is extremely important, I must get it. Chen Shi thought to himself and said to the deep-sea merchant before him. How much for the Ice Demon Pirate Crew's sea chart? The deep-sea merchant made a creaking sound and extended a charred black finger. 1 million shell coins? Chen Shi's heart sank. The deep-sea merchant said. This is the market price. For my first transaction with any guest, I won't charge too high a price, so, 800,000 shell coins. This map is a taboo. You can go inquire, even a forged fake is worth. Chen Shi pondered for a moment. The Ice Demon Pirate Cruise sea chart was indeed a rare item.
In some black markets, selling it for 2 million wouldn't be a problem, and a strict confidentiality agreement would also have to be signed. After all, the Ice Demon Pirate Cruise sea chart also marked some secret naval bases. Therefore, unauthorized sale of the Ice Demon Pirate Cruise map would not only lead to pursuit by the Ice Demon Pirate crew but also by the Navy. The probability of buying a fake was also very high. Chen Shi checked his backpack card. He currently only had 400,000 shell coins. He could only barter. Chen Shi lifted the iron bucket full of ghost fire oil. How about half a bucket of ghost fire oil? This half bucket of ghost fire oil, if sold to a weapons merchant, would be worth about 400,000 shell coins, much cheaper than the price. The deep-sea merchant quoted. But compared to currency, the deep-sea merchant preferred bartering. Ghost fire oil. The tentacles on the deep-sea merchant's head immediately wriggled. With so much ghost fire oil, the other party was very likely a merchant specializing in collecting ghost fire oil. Without professional methods, this couldn't be done. All right. The deep-sea merchant replied. This could expand his shop. The two of them each took out their goods, negotiated for 5 minutes, and then threw the goods onto each other's boats. Hopefully, it's not a fake. Chen Shi took the 1-meter-long sea chart and scanned it from left to right. The map detailed various terrains of dangerous sea areas, as well as the routes of many merchant ships and the bases of some well-known pirate crews. It matched the sea chart in his memory. It's genuine. Chen Shi put away the sea chart. At this moment, the deep-sea merchant glanced into the distance. Guest. Do you have anything else to buy? No. Chen Shi replied. The deep-sea merchant picked up his black oar. Guest, if you have nothing else to buy? I'll be leaving now. After all, the night is still long. The other party became much more polite. Chen Shi thought for a moment and asked. Where can I find you? The deep-sea merchant was stunned for a moment. He had been a monster in the sea for so many years, and it was the first time he saw a first-rank transcendent not run away, but instead want to find him. An interesting guest. The deep-sea merchant was silent for a moment, then replied. On the edge of the near sea, Flower Island. Oh. Chen Shi nodded. He had no intention of actively seeking out the deep-sea merchant. With his current strength, going to the other party's territory would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. Knowing more information wouldn't be a bad thing. Creak, creak. The deep-sea merchant picked up the charred lantern in his hand. He looked up at the bright ship's lantern of the small houseboat, hesitated for a long time, and finally, accompanied by the fog, left the place. Who? Has he left? Chen Shi let out a long breath. He had just completed a transaction with a black skeleton whose strength far exceeded his own. This black skeleton in the fog had claimed countless lives. In the darkness, the Black Rabbit Gang cadre, who possessed second-rank strength, didn't even survive a second. If he hadn't seen even more ferocious monsters and had sufficient understanding of the deep-sea merchant, he would probably have shown fear too. Moreover, being able to obtain the Ice Demon Pirate Cruise sea chart meant this voyage could be considered a full harvest. Chen Shi walked into the ship's cabin, unfolded the sea chart, and took out a pen, writing the words Deep-Sea Merchant on Flower Island. Then, he placed the pen on the location of Moonstone City. He had sailed southeast from Moonstone City for about an hour. It should be at this location. Chen Shi placed the pen at his current location. At this location, there were markings for ghost fire fish and bullet squid. Besides the routes, various sea beast activity zones were also drawn. Chen Shi was delighted. This sea chart was even more detailed than he had imagined. The sea area around his current location was outlined with bright red lines. Within the red lines were extremely dangerous sea areas, areas that ordinary ships would not dare to enter. He was already on the edge of a dangerous sea area. Chen Shi's pen traced towards the dangerous sea area. Not far from his current location, there was a white coral pattern. At the same time, next to the coral pattern, a black sea dragon was also drawn. Near Sea Overlord?
Chen Shi looked at this dangerous sea area.
It was densely marked with many dangerous sea beasts.
It seemed that this vicinity was marked as a dangerous sea area not because of whirlpools or rifts, but simply because of sea beasts.
Chen Shi stopped his pen on the coral reef.
Judging from the distribution of sea beasts, this place was very likely a sea beast habitat. Chen Shi got up, took out his compass, and looked out the window. Beneath the dim seawater, the ghost firefish swarm, after consuming the transcendent fish bait, was swimming towards the dangerous sea area. Chen Shi was immediately filled with excitement. The night was still long, perhaps he could make a trip to that dangerous sea area.
Goodbye, sea dragon.
The ghost firefish moved faster and faster, and in a short while, it disappeared at the edge of the horizon.
Why did it run away?
Chen Shi felt a little reluctant. He walked into the boathouse and turned the direction of the small houseboat. The direction of the ghost firefish was precisely the direction of the dangerous sea area. Chase.
Rumble. The small houseboat sailed towards the dangerous sea area on the sea chart. About 20 minutes passed.
Chen Shi walked out of the boathouse, holding a kerosene lantern, cautiously observing the movements on the sea surface. As his position got closer and closer to the center of the dangerous sea area on the sea chart, more and more sea fish became active. Sea eels, flying fish, as well as electric jellyfish, and black mud monsters. The number and quality of fish in this place were a whole notch higher than in the previous sea area. If he came to this place to fish, he would definitely return with a full load.
Chen Shi held the lantern and looked down. 2 or 3 moonlight fish swam past his feet.
They were quite beautiful. However, at this moment, a loud crash sounded.
The entire small houseboat shook violently.
Chen Shi quickly leaned back, adjusted his center of gravity, and barely managed to steady himself. That jolt of the small houseboat almost threw him directly into the sea.
What happened?
Chen Shi suddenly turned his head to look. On the sea surface where the small houseboat had just been sailing, there was a protruding small white tree-like rock. Its part exposed above the sea was not tall, and coupled with the dark night, it was difficult to detect. And upon closer inspection, there were quite a few such protrusions ahead. Oh no, if he continued sailing like this boat would be smashed to pieces.
Deep sea water spirit, stop the boat.
Chen Shi commanded, then walked into the boathouse and turned off the engine.
As a modified boat, the small houseboat's braking system was almost non-existent.
Even after stopping the engine, there was still a considerable amount of inertia.
Will it still hit something?
Chen Shi felt worried.
What?
Upon receiving the order, the deep-sea water spirit let out a loud cry, then, like 7 well-trained crew members, quickly swam to the front of the
small houseboat. Wow! Wow! Wow!
With the combined strength of the 7 of them, the small houseboat stopped instantly and even retreated a little. Humph! The deep-sea water spirit showed a confident expression to their master.
Well done!
The deep-sea water spirit can not only be used for acceleration, but also for braking. Chen Shi praised, then picked up the lantern and carefully surveyed the surrounding sea area. Those white protrusions, rather than being rocks, were more like tree branches. On the nearby sea surface, there was more than one protruding white branch.
Chen Shi looked beneath the sea.
He had initially thought that what was marked on the sea chart were white corals. Now it seemed that beneath the sea surface here, a giant tree seemed to be growing. The further he went, the larger and thicker these protruding branches became.
Chen Shi frowned. The sea area ahead was covered with white branches.
In such a place, boats simply could not pass. Even a small boat like the small houseboat could not forcibly pass through these dense white branches.
Swim across?
No, it would be very troublesome if he encountered an unexpected situation. The best way was to use a spell called water walking, but this spell required at least a second-tier mastery. Chen Shi shook his head, then turned his gaze to the deep-sea water spirit beneath his feet. Fortunately, he was a pet trainer with rich theoretical experience. Deep-sea water spirit are naturally intelligent, they should understand what I mean. Chen Shi gestured to the deep-sea water spirit, then placed them on the water. Wah! 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 The 7 deep-sea water spirit nodded. They were all professionally trained. Immediately after, Chen Shi stepped out with his left foot, carefully stepping onto one water spirit. He pressed his foot down. It felt quite solid, like land. Immediately after, he stepped out with his right foot, stepping onto another deep-sea water spirit. In this way, he successfully stood on the surface of the sea. Phew, it works, it just tests one's balance a bit. Chen Shi spread his hands to steady himself. This technique of walking on the sea with the help of the water spirit was not as simple as he thought. After adapting for a moment, the moment he lifted his right foot, a deep-sea water spirit obediently swam to his landing spot. Step down, then lift again. By repeatedly performing this action, he successfully walked on the sea without using any spells. Water walking. Deep-sea water spirit version for youth. Perfect. Chen Shi took a few steps, overjoyed. He was indeed a genius. In just a few minutes, he successfully mastered a super practical spell for the open sea. This spell, even many second-tier mages might not be able to learn in a year. Maintain balance, maintain balance. He held the lantern in his left hand and the black knife in his right, carefully walking towards the center of the sea area. The closer he got to the sea area, the more giant branches he could see on the sea surface, and more schools of fish. Besides being magnificent, this giant tree also seemed to grow highly nutritious food, which is why there were so many schools of fish around. Chen Shi thought to himself. A white giant tree growing in the sea, it was his first time seeing such a peculiar scene. Unconsciously, he was already at the center of this sea area. Chen Shi looked up. A giant white tree grew here, and the part exposed was at least 30 meters high. And this was merely the height exposed above the sea surface. A wonder. Chen Shi carefully squatted down, picked up the lantern, and peered beneath the sea to the roots of the white tree. The roots beneath the sea were the main part of this tree. Beneath the dark sea surface, he saw enormous tree roots, like a long ladder leading to the depths of the ocean, bottomless. At this moment, the quiet deep-sea water spirit beneath his feet stirred. The lantern in Chen Shi's hand swayed slightly. He saw it. At the root, there was a glowing white fruit. And beside the fruit, there was a huge dark figure. A sea dragon was coiled around the giant root of the white tree. In an instant, this creature coiled around the tree root moved violently, and the entire sea seemed to shake. A huge sense of oppression filled the sea surface at this moment, and the surrounding schools of fish instantly moved away from the central sea area. Wow! 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 Except for the 2 deep-sea water spirit under Chen Shi's feet, the other 5 deep-sea water spirit instantly jumped out from under the water, then clung to him, trembling non-stop. They felt an unprecedented fear. Boom! A sea dragon covered in dark scales suddenly burst out of the water, stirring up huge waves, then opened its bloody, fanged maw and roared at Chen Shi. Roar! Too terrifying. The deep-sea water spirit instantly trembled at an extremely high frequency, scared stiff. What a bad case of morning temper. Chen Shi got up with the lantern, then smiled. Long time no see, near sea overlord. I didn't expect your home to be here. The one who came was none other than the recognized overlord of the near sea, the black ship sea dragon. From its young size and unique breath, there was no doubt that this was the black ship sea dragon he had encountered on his first voyage. The habitat of the near sea overlord was actually this place. Chen Shi patted the head of the near sea overlord. Seeing the other party again, he felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. It's just that its breath was as strong as ever, and its oppressive presence was still terrifying. He was no longer the same as before, having mastered the body tempering method and being promoted to the first tier. But facing such a behemoth, he still couldn't avoid instinctive fear. Chen Shi subconsciously glanced at the other party's mouth full of sharp teeth. The other party was opening its big mouth, begging him for extraordinary fish bait. It was clear that it really loved eating the extraordinary fish bait junk food.
Sorry, I didn't bring a fishing rod, so I can't condense extraordinary fish bait.
I'll give it to you later. Chen Shi patted the black ship sea dragon's head, then soothed the deep-sea water spirit. Buzz buzz buzz. The deep-sea water spirit clung to him, trembling non-stop, even making him into a buzzing electric motor. Chen Shi steadied himself and comforted them. Don't be afraid, it's okay, it's just a small sea dragon. After a long time of comforting, the deep-sea water spirit finally stopped trembling, then cast reverent glances at their master. The deep-sea water spirit wouldn't think I tamed the black ship sea dragon with sheer charisma, would they? Chen Shi smiled, clapped his hands, and looked at the white giant tree in front of him. Compared to the black ship sea dragon, he was more curious about the white giant tree in front of him now. He suddenly jumped onto the white giant tree, then looked at the surrounding schools of fish.
This place might make a good sea farm. Deep sea giant tree. The white giant tree.
Chen Shi stood on the white tree roots, gently stroking the rough bark. He picked up the black knife and lightly cut it, and a little white sap flowed out. It should be nutritious. He picked up the lantern and carefully examined it again. Besides this, there were also large amounts of algae growing on many branches beneath the sea surface. Chen Shi focused his gaze and could see some schools of fish eating the algae. From their appearance, they were the same ghost fire fish schools from earlier. After their ghost fire oil was harvested by Chen Shi, the ghost fire fish almost lost their ability to prey on other small fish. Out of necessity, the poor things could only come to this place to eat some seaweed to supplement their nutrition. Chen Shi rubbed his hands excitedly. This place was simply amazing.
Undoubtedly, for sea beasts, this was a natural self-service restaurant.
The big tree attracted small fish, and the small fish in turn attracted sea beasts.
And the sea beasts in turn attracted him.
The special terrain resulted in the number of sea beasts here far exceeding other places.
Isn't this a natural sea beast farm?
Chen Shi looked at these ghost firefish. As expected, until new ghost fire oil grew, the ghost firefish could only stay in this place and eat seaweed. So, he would regularly come here every so often, harvest a batch of ghost fire oil from the ghost firefish, and earn a large sum of money. If he had a net, he might even be able to keep the ghost firefish in this place. In the future, he could completely throw some weaker sea beasts directly into this place.
Good, this place is mine. Who agrees, who objects?
The deep-sea water spirit cooperatively nodded.
They all agreed.
7 agreed, and the boss here, the black ship sea dragon, also had no objections. Chen Shi memorized the location, then looked at the tree roots at the bottom of the sea. At the base of the white giant tree, where the black ship sea dragon resided, there was a shimmering white fruit.
This is... Chen Shi's heart rate quickened.
His intuition told him that the fruit at the tree root was very likely a powerful transcendent material. The distance was too far for him, with his current diving skills, getting it would indeed be quite difficult.
Deep sea water spirit. Go get it, Chen Shi said.
However, the 7 deep-sea water spirit paused, their round blue eyes wide.
They seemed to be saying, me go?
That place earlier was the residence of the near-sea overlord, the black ship sea dragon.
Woo woo.
The deep-sea water spirit blinked their big blue eyes, pleading with their master.
No. They really didn't want to do it. These guys were quite good at acting cute.
For a moment, Chen Shi actually felt a little unwilling to force them. And at this moment, the black ship sea dragon, who had been waiting to be fed, looked into Chen Shi's eyes.
Its wisdom understood. With a boom,
it instantly dove into the sea, then used its big mouth to retrieve the fruit, and then swam back up.
The entire action was as fast as a crazy husky fetching a frisbee.
Ha, ha, ha. The black ship sea dragon swam to the surface, opened its cavernous mouth, and then, as if showing off, glared at the deep-sea water spirit with its bell-like eyes.
On its huge tongue was the glowing fruit of the white giant tree.
Chen Shi was startled, then glared at the panicked deep-sea water spirit.
Look, what's called efficiency.
If you don't do it, there are plenty of sea beasts that will.
Black ship sea dragon, you are truly amazing.
Chen Shi was overjoyed and took the white fruit into his hand. A very special prompt appeared before him.
Pale scale fruit. Principle of nature, cup phase, lantern.
Introduction, a legendary transcendent potion material, not to be consumed directly. When mixed with other medicinal ingredients, it can be used to create a potion that significantly enhances physical defense, increases inspiration,
and strengthens constitution.
If consumed directly, it will lead to excessively high inspiration, temporary spiritual madness, and the growth of uncontrollable white scales.
Note, a fruit that absorbs the essence of the sea.
Consuming creations made from this fruit will make the physical body comparable to a sea beast, and inspiration will allow one to see ghosts.
Chen Shi clicked his tongue slightly.
He had an impression of this fruit. It was very famous in the forum. Ordinary people, by merely consuming a potion made from this fruit, could achieve a body strength comparable to a transcendent who had mastered the
body tempering method.
Besides this, it could also significantly increase inspiration.
Chen Shi swallowed.
This was undoubtedly the rarest transcendent material he had encountered so far. The only drawback was that the medicinal properties of this transcendent herb were too strong. It had to be mixed with other materials to make a
potion before it could be consumed.
If he were to bite into it now, it would be no different from eating a poisonous mushroom raw.
To process this fruit, I need a pharmacist.
Chen Shi thought to himself. An ordinary pharmacist simply couldn't handle a medicinal material of the pale scale fruit's caliber. At least a third-order flower cup phase pharmacist would be needed to process the pale scale fruit.
He only knew two people who could make potions, Xiao Wuya and the flower witch.
No, with Xiao Wuya's level, she probably couldn't process the pale scale fruit. Only the flower witch. The flower witch's third-order profession was pharmacist, and her potion-making skills were far superior to others. Her powerful potion-making skills were among the best even in the entire Moonstone City. The potions she created had effects at least 30% stronger than those made by ordinary third-order pharmacists. Chen Shi shook his head. The flower witch's skill was indeed high. But he had no idea where the flower witch had gone now. To find the flower witch, he would probably have to rely on miracle reporter Pelu. Of course, Moonstone City was not without other highly skilled pharmacists.
However, the fees of a third-order pharmacist were terrifying to even think about. Their price was enough to bankrupt an ordinary urban family.
Moreover, not everyone in this world was as kind as the flower witch. Power was the currency of this world. If the life of a first-order transcendent without a background in the pale scale fruit, which could significantly enhance physical strength, were placed on a scale, the vast majority of transcendent would choose the pale scale fruit.
Ask them to make medicine? It would be lucky if they didn't turn him into medicine.
Chen Shi put away the pale scale fruit, placing it at the bottom of his backpack card. To obtain the pale scale fruit on this sea trip could be considered a huge harvest.
Ha, ha, ha.
The black ship sea dragon opened its mouth wide. It eagerly awaited Chen Shi to reward him with a transcendent fish bait.
Cough, cough. I didn't bring a fishing rod.
Chen Shi coughed twice. He didn't yet have the ability to dismantle knowledge, nor did he fully understand the working principle of transcendent fish bait. Therefore, his transcendent fish bait could only be deployed with a fishing rod.
Don't rush, come with me, little sea dragon.
Chen Shi used water walking again, walking towards his small houseboat. Just like that, the deep-sea ship dragon followed behind him. As he walked, he scanned the surroundings again. In this sea area, besides ghost firefish, there were mainly two other types of sea beasts.
Bullet squid in black mud.
Bullet squid, in the vast sea, would use a bullet dash skill, preying like a bullet. They had a special oil on their bodies that could be used to make transcendent potions that temporarily increased speed, but the difficulty of obtaining it was too high, and it took too long. Black mud, as its name suggested, was a huge mass of black mud. Although it looked weak on the outside, it was the most aggressive sea beast here. Especially towards humans, it would climb onto boats and devour all humans in sight. However, unfortunately, this sea beast had almost no value. The most valuable was still the ghost firefish. The material was easy to obtain, and their temperament was gentle. One ghost firefish was 8,000 shell coins.
Chen Shi thought about it.
The more ghost firefish he caught, the more ghost firefish would approach the white tree land. The more ghost firefish approached the white tree land, the more ghost fire oil he would have. Upon reaching the small houseboat, he took out his fishing rod, condensed 2 transcendent fish baits, and fed them to the black shipsea dragon. The black shipsea dragon happily circled him a few times, then went back to sleep. He had been in the dangerous sea area for some time. Before dawn, Chen Shi went and got another bucket of ghost fire oil, and casually caught 10 moonlight fish and a little bit of bullet squid material.
Busy times always passed quickly.
Unbeknownst to him, the daylight burned, illuminating the sea before him.
The sunlight shone on Chen Shi's back, like a golden blaze. Time to return.
Chen Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead and steered the small houseboat back onto the normal shipping lane. At this moment, a distant fleet gradually sailed over. The fishermen, who had been busy all night, were beaming with smiles.
They raised their cups on the boats, celebrating their luck, celebrating their harvest.
This night, apart from last night's fog, they had encountered neither the fierce black mud nor the terrifying ghost firefish.
Returning fully loaded without any casualties, there was nothing more worth celebrating. My harvest isn't small either.
Chen Shi adjusted the direction of his small houseboat, following behind the fleet, sailing towards Moonstone City. After selling the ghost fire oil, he would have money to upgrade his equipment again.
An hour later, the bustling port appeared in their sight.
Chen Shi steered his small houseboat towards his familiar mooring spot. However, at this moment, he noticed someone he knew on the shore.
The newsstand old man who provided him with information. The newsstand old man was in the crowd, frowning and making a shush gesture. Is he telling me not to talk much? Why are you here?
Chen Shi tilted his head in confusion.
The newsstand old man frowned, but didn't say anything more.
Just then, a flat-headed man in a light blue uniform and a beret, holding an iron rod, walked towards Chen Shi's small houseboat. From his attire, he was a port police officer, responsible for managing port order. The storm badge on his chest was a symbol of power and authority. And also the person many ordinary fishermen least wanted to deal with. Being targeted by Moonstone City's police was a rather troublesome matter.
Looking for me?
Chen Shi stroked his chin, looking at the other party. The port police officer, with a cigarette in his mouth and a scar over his left eye, gave off an exceptionally fierce impression. He walked up to Chen Shi, took out his ID, and said coldly, "Did you kill someone?
Do you know that? Thanks to more for the 100 coin reward. And thanks to everyone for following, monthly votes, and recommendation tickets. Thank you very much, Omega.
My drafts are exhausted, so the update time has been a bit late recently.
I need to quickly get some more drafts. Big internet celebrity."
The port police showed his identification, then quickly put it back in his pocket.
I killed someone?
Chen Shi's eyes widened slightly, his mouth agape, a look of confusion on his face.
Yes.
The port police's attitude was firm. He didn't want to give Chen Shi a chance to explain. Someone suspects that in the hunting ground, for personal gain, you killed the hunter employed by the rabbit tailor shop.
Rabbit hunting ground? Chen Shi pondered for a moment.
So it was about the previous incident. In Bay Country, there is a law stating that, in the Rift, in non-emergency situations, one cannot unilaterally harm others for money. However, the Rift is a place where strength speaks, and with the difficulty of obtaining evidence, this law is practically useless. To use this law, a large amount of human and material evidence is required. Typically, it is only invoked when two teams fight, and there are casualties, to claim compensation from teammates. In the hunting ground, he did fight with members of the Black Rabbit Gang. But this was a mutual fight, not a unilateral attack.
Moreover, the rift in the hunting ground would take at least 30 days to reopen.
By then, all evidence would have vanished. In other words, this suspicion was merely superficial. A rather clumsy excuse. Bad news, he was being framed for murder.
Good news, he actually did kill.
Chen Shi was about to speak.
However, the next moment, the port police continued with a firm tone. This incident is very serious.
If not handled properly, you will face at least 20 years in prison. Now, we need you to go to the rabbit tailor shop in the 3rd district to confirm some things.
Rabbit tailor shop? 20 years in prison? Just spouting nonsense.
Chen Shi was at a loss for words.
Even if they genuinely suspected him, shouldn't the proper place for him to go be the police station?
Because he was wary of the Black Rabbit Gang, Chen Shi's activities in Moonstone City these past few days had been limited to the port and the commercial street. Gangs had strict territorial divisions, they were not allowed to cause trouble in the port and commercial street. Going to the rabbit tailor shop in the 3rd district. This was clearly an attempt to trick him into their territory and slaughter him like a pig. Chen Shi touched his neck, looking speechlessly at the uniformed port police officer. This might not even count as a false accusation, it was just a crude deception. His case had most likely not even been filed at the police station. The so-called murder case before him was merely a clumsy way for the Black Rabbit Gang to lure him into their rabbit den. Chen Shi smiled and cooperatively said, "Officer, I will go to the police station to explain this matter." The port police paused, his steady tone suddenly quickening. "No need, your matter hasn't reached the point where the police station needs to be involved. You go to the rabbit tailor shop first." He gripped the iron rod in his hand, having originally intended to force the other party with a tougher approach. He sized up Chen Shi. The other man had a gun tucked under his clothes, and the clothes he wore also possessed a certain extraordinary aura. He also appeared very calm. The port police silently reached out and pulled down his beret.
This matter is still under investigation. Once the investigation progresses, someone will come to find you again.
Immediately after, the port police left as if nothing had happened.
He caved just like that?
Chen Shi crossed his arms and shook his head.
What was that?
He thought the other party could come up with a decent reason. After the police left, the newsstand old man, who had been watching the show, walked over. "Guessed, that was quite a scare, but don't worry, with the influence of a gang, it's not that easy to frame someone." The newsstand old man cast a sympathetic glance at Chen Shi.
He had seen this trick too many times.
Gangs, relying on their numbers and the law, oppressed young people who came to Moonstone City, squeezing them dry of their value. Although he was old, he still felt indignant when he saw such acts of bullying and framing innocent people. At this moment, pedestrians by the port, seeing the police officer walk away, also whispered, "Yes, boss, don't worry, although there are some bad apples among Moonstone City's police, overall, there are more good people. As long as you explain clearly, they won't arrest people without cause." That's right, what kind of skill is it to bully a young chef? Chen Shi looked around. Where did you all come from? Normally, this place wouldn't have so many people. And these people all seem to be waiting for him. What happened? And what were these people here for? Chen Shi disembarked from the boat, walked over to the newsstand old man, and asked softly, "Thanks for the reminder, boss. Also, why are there so many people here?" Judging by their attire, they weren't fishermen. Could it be that he had gotten into trouble again? The newsstand old man was surprised. "Didn't Pei Lu tell you?" Chen Shi looked puzzled. Then, the newsstand old man took out a freshly printed White Dove Times newspaper and handed it to Chen Shi. Chen Shi opened the newspaper and quickly scanned it. This was the latest newspaper, full of recent big news. The legendary treasure exists. The Black Whale Group has found the deep-sea hunter treasure and is currently undergoing an unprecedented grand assembly. The flower which appeared in the hunting ground, single-handedly slaughtering the entire hunting ground. Someone suspected to be the blade which appeared in a tavern for a tavern waitress, going on a rampage. The Navy is reorganized, establishing a three-admiral system. Life changes after the rift tide descends. This has nothing to do with me, right? Chen-Shi looked at these big headlines.
The news section about the flower which also didn't mention him. Wait. Chen-Shi turned to the end of the newspaper. In a corner, a headline was written. Miracle reporter Peilu's little anecdote.
During my investigation, I was so hungry I fell directly from the sky, landing on a chef's boat with a terrible environment. I originally thought it was another scamming sea restaurant, but I didn't expect the food to be super delicious.
Indeed, amidst busyness, one's luck improves.
Perhaps this is the goddess's reward for my hard work.
Everyone, I will definitely work hard to bring you more exciting and sensational news.
Besides the text, there was also a dashing selfie of Peilu sitting on a flying white dove with a small houseboat on the sea.
Chen-Shi raised an eyebrow. What the hell? Is this something that should appear in a newspaper? Aren't the White Dove Times management going to do something? And when did she take that photo?
Peilu, you're posting on your moments.
After complaining internally, Chen-Shi cleared his head.
Peilu, as Moonstone City's most famous reporter, although only a tier 1 in everyone's eyes. But relying on her fame and various outrageous maneuvers, she also had considerable popularity. In Moonstone City, many loved her, and many hated her.
Simply put, Peilu was a super big internet celebrity.
In other words, the people in front of him, unlike the police just now, weren't here to cause trouble.
They were simply here to eat because of the internet celebrity effect.
And from their excited expressions, they had been waiting for quite some time.
I'd become an internet famous shop?
Chen-Shi rubbed his head, looking at the crowd before him with some surprise.
First business. Chen-Shi looked at the expectant crowd before him. Why did things turn out this way? Why were they so idle?
He was a hunter, and being a chef was just a disguise. If this continued, he feared he might actually become a famous 5-star chef in Moonstone City. But judging by their excited expressions, they had waited for him for at least an hour in this spot.
And that didn't even include the time they spent contacting people to find him. It was hard to refuse. Never mind, it was a good opportunity to complete a professional task.
There were 10 people who had specifically come for a meal, and the small houseboat couldn't accommodate so many. Chen-Shi thought for a moment, then parked the small houseboat in a less crowded corner, found some wooden chairs and tables, and set up a street
stall. Everyone, today I only have fish, no other dishes are available. Chen-Shi said.
This way, he could process all the moonlight fish he caught last night and also earn a good amount of shell coin.
No other dishes? Is that how you run a restaurant?
A clothing store owner in a plaid shirt asked. My apologies, everyone, I don't have much in the way of ingredients, but today I have freshly caught moonlight fish. Chen-Shi shook his head. If he offered a full menu and ran a restaurant all day, he would truly become a professional chef. Opening a shop occasionally and cooking a few dishes was enough. The customers looked confused, but then they had a thought.
Could this chef before them be one of those legendary chefs who only pursue quality, not quantity?
Besides, moonlight fish was not an ordinary dish, it was a truly high-end delicacy. It greatly tested a transcendent chef's ability to bring out the inherent deliciousness of the meat. Only such a chef was worthy of Peilu's recommendation.
Chen-Shi entered the boathouse and placed the moonlight fish on the cutting board.
Moonlight fish has tender and delicious flesh, and to preserve its original flavor, steaming is an excellent method. He peeled off the unusable luminous cells from the fish skin, then removed blood clots, internal organs, and other impurities. Then he washed and chopped green onions, sliced ginger, and sprinkled some seasoning for marination. Finally, he steamed the fish, seasoned it, drizzled oil, and then sprinkled sole seasoning and some chopped green onions before serving. In no time, a steamed moonlight fish, perfect in color, aroma, and taste, was ready. You have made steamed moonlight fish and gained 100 spirit points.
100 spirit points. Exceeding the previous record of 80 spirit points. Transcendent ingredients provided more spirit points than ordinary food.
Chen-Shi clapped his hands and brought the steamed moonlight fish to the customers who had been waiting outside for a long time. As a high-end rare ingredient, moonlight fish could sell for 1,500 shell coin even without any processing. So, Chen-Shi sold it for 4 times the price.
6,000 shell coin per serving. 6,000 shell coin. Everyone was surprised. It's too cheap. Boss, is this how you do business?
It was their first time seeing moonlight fish sold so cheaply. As reporter Pelu said, although the small shop's environment was average, it was truly affordable.
Chen-Shi raised an eyebrow.
They still thought this price, more than 4 times the original, was cheap. The price of transcendent ingredients after cooking was even more outrageous than he had imagined.
10 fish would be 60,000 shell coin.
Although Chen-Shi didn't rely on being a chef to earn money. After all, cooking was just a hobby, being a hunter was his main profession. But this income was also quite good. After serving the customers outside, Chen-Shi returned to the boathouse and placed 2 servings of moonlight fish on the table.
The newsstand old man did not sit at the street stall outside but in the boathouse.
The newsstand old man was a loyal fan of moonlight fish. Every season, he would eat a meal of moonlight fish. Of course, besides wanting to taste the delicious moonlight fish, he also had some information to share with Chen-Shi.
It smells so good.
The newsstand old man cut a small piece of fish with his fork, put it in his mouth, and savored it.
Ah, it preserves the original taste of the meat. Boss, you did a really good job. Soul seasoning and transcendent cooking greatly enhanced the inherent deliciousness of the moonlight fish.
Outside the boathouse, sounds of praise also came.
It's delicious and so cheap.
I told you, Pelu only tells the truth. Although the presentation is a bit lacking, it truly brings out the deliciousness of the moonlight fish.
With wine, it would be perfect. And it seems to have successfully activated transcendent power.
Honestly, such a dedicated chef is actually being targeted by the Black Rabbit gang.
Oh no, shouldn't the reputation of an internet-famous shop be very bad? Chen-Shi smiled slightly and also ate a piece.
You consumed moonlight fish, gained an inspiration boost, medium, and gained perception enhancement, lasting approximately 12 hours.
Inspiration enhancement, and also perception boost.
Chen-Shi felt the sensations in his body. Moonlight fish was a transcendent ingredient, and combined with chef skills, it could also yield some unexpected effects. Watching the newsstand old man eat heartily, Chen-Shi turned the conversation to the main topic.
Boss, do you know anything about that police matter?
Chen-Shi still had some worries.
This gang clearly wouldn't let him off easily.
And, as expected, they were connected to the Black Whale Group. Which meant they were connected to Captain Black Eye of the Saw Shark. His current strength was enough to deal with ordinary gang cadres, but far from being able to contend with Captain Black Eye. However, he was now wearing hunter clothes, and his body had developed muscles, shedding the decadent appearance he had when he first entered this world. His entire demeanor had changed, making it not easy to recognize him. And from the Black Rabbit gang's reaction, they had no idea he was involved with the deep sea hunter's treasure.
The newsstand old man paused, then shook his head. Alas! I know a little. It's about the Black Rabbit gang. Recently, the Black Rabbit gang is going to make a big move. A big move?
Yes, although there is no concrete evidence, according to our speculation, the Black Rabbit gang is very likely to abandon its gang identity and become pirates. And they will be pirates under the Black Whale Group, one of the 4 Sea Emperors. The newsstand old man's tone became a bit serious. The Black Whale Group, for their rule in the Far Sea, is frantically recruiting people in various coastal cities, almost like conscription. And now, our Bay country's navy is still undergoing so-called reorganization, establishing the so-called 3 admirals and 7 legions, and has no time to deal with them.
Join pirates?
Chen-Shi was surprised. After the rift tide, the number and quality of rifts on the sea were far greater than those on land.
The income of pirates would greatly increase.
But gangs are closely linked to their regions. Becoming pirates meant abandoning their accumulated connections and resources over many years.
In some sense, this was indeed an extremely bold choice. Immediately after, the newsstand old man picked up rum and took a sip.
If they are going to join a pirate group, it also means they no longer have to worry about their reputation in the city and can do some even more
beastly things before leaving. Besides you, in the civilian area, there are also many first-order transcendent, and even second-order transcendent, being targeted by gangs. These bastards, most likely for what you got in the hunting ground, will forcibly pin a crime on you. Then forcibly snatch your things and force you to become one of them. The newsstand old man's tone was agitated. This was typical bullying by power. He himself was a resident of the area under the Black Rabbit Gang's jurisdiction and had been cheated out of a lot of shell coin by the Black Rabbit Gang, harboring resentment for a long time. Is that so?
Chen Shi shook his head.
His current individual strength was not yet strong enough to contend with an entire gang.
Even if he could barely fight a second-order hunter, he would definitely not be a match for a gang with over 100 members.
But as long as he was careful, self-preservation was still possible even while being targeted by the gang.
The newsstand old man comforted him.
However, don't worry too much.
Pelu is currently tracking the Flower Witch. After she deals with the Flower Witch's matter, she will investigate the relationship between the Black Whale Group and the Black Rabbit Gang.
Pelu?
Yes, the collusion between the Black Whale Group and gangs is also news, she won't miss it.
Then let's pray Miss Pelu can find the Flower Witch quickly. Chen Shi took a sip of wine. The newsstand old man joked. Oh, right. You look quite young too. Pelu has a very powerful background.
When you meet her again, call her Big Sister Pelu, and she might just look out for you.
Recognizing Pelu as a sister?
That sounds like a gang. Chen Shi swallowed the fish.
Which of Moonstone City's big companies doesn't keep a bunch of mercenaries?
They're really no different from gangs, the newsstand old man said with a wry smile. Boss, our White Dove newspaper is also a big company, and we employ a large number of transcendent.
In terms of strength, we are far superior to the ordinary gangs in Moonstone City. However, this old man and Pelu are different. I'm just an unregistered small employee selling newspapers, just trying to make a living. Newspaper agency, Chen Shi ate the fish.
He remembered that in the forum, the White Dove newspaper seemed open, but it was actually a very closed and mysterious lamp aspect organization.
The newspaper agency never recruited outsiders, so there were very few guides about it.
The newsstand old man ate and reminded him again, be careful before Pelu makes her move.
I will.
Chen Shi remembered the Black Rabbit Gang, looked out the ship's window, and gazed at the distant sea.
In the afternoon, Moonstone City's third civilian district. A room in a 3-story small villa.
This was originally an elegant room with a classical atmosphere, but now, most of the furniture had been moved out, and the entire room looked extremely simple, with only a sofa and a table.
The Black Rabbit Gang was preparing to leave Moonstone City and become pirates.
Now, they were selling off a large amount of their property in the city. On the sofa in the room sat a middle-aged man with a worried expression. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses opened the door and said to the middle-aged man on the sofa, Black Rabbit, the brothers in the gang have been in this place for so many years, and many of them don't want to leave. Black Rabbit was the code name of the Black Rabbit Gang's leader. However, his appearance had nothing to do with a black rabbit. From his appearance, he was just an ordinary blonde middle-aged man, more like an overworked corporate drone than a gang leader. And the man with glasses was the Black Rabbit Gang's second-in-command. Black Rabbit took the information handed to him by the man with glasses and said calmly, after so many days of indulgence, are the brothers' grievances still not gone? Oh, by the way, how did that matter go, where we had people kidnap 3 brothers' wives and daughters, and then rescued them? The man with glasses shook his head, it went very well, without a trace. Those troublemakers, because they owe us a favor, no longer have any objections. Speaking of this, the man with glasses sighed and asked, Black Rabbit, why do we have to leave Moonstone City? Why do we have to use these methods and become pirates? Gangs were typical regional organizations. Their connections accumulated in the civilian district, the properties they bought, and the shops they protected were all important sources of income. Selling off property, purchasing large steamships, and leaving the civilian district was undoubtedly cutting off their own financial lifeline. Black Rabbit lit a cigarette. Hey, do you know about the upper echelons of this world, the 13 hunter organizations? The upper echelons of the world, the 13 hunter organizations, the man with glasses asked, puzzled. Black Rabbit stood up. Yes, the 13 hunter organizations. As long as you advance on the transcendent path, at its end, you will inevitably encounter them. I personally witnessed a merchant from a merchant association who could use others' souls as currency to conduct demon transactions. In the blink of an eye, a village of 1,000 people became a bargaining chip. I can't believe that I actually share the same world with powerhouses who possess such strength. The power of the nobles is even more terrifying than we imagined. Black Rabbit fell into recollection. The nobles and hunter organizations monopolize transcendent resources. If it weren't for this riptide, I know, we might never have had a second chance to see these monsters. We should have turned to dust on the ground, and finally died like mud. But this tide has given us a possibility to a higher world. By joining the Black Whale Group, by joining the tide, we might be able to reach the upper echelons of the world. And by staying in this civilian district, we will eventually decay. Alas, it's not that easy to advance to a higher order. The man with glasses shook his head and said, Black Rabbit, your idea is good, and it's for the future of our brothers. However, the deaths of Scarface Rabbit and the others in the hunting ground still make many brothers uneasy. They are afraid that after becoming pirates, they will also die inexplicably, just like these brothers. Hearing this, Black Rabbit rubbed his forehead. This matter is easy to solve. Many brothers should already believe that the one who killed them was not the Flower Witch, nor the old hunter, but another surviving overseer. Yes. Black Rabbit continued, then it's easy. This way, the brothers will have an outlet for their anger. We'll find an opportunity to deal with him and let the brothers vent their emotions. The man with glasses shook his head. Leader, that man is more cautious than we imagined. We already bribed a port policeman this morning, hoping to trick him into our territory. But it's useless. The Navy has been reorganized, and there have been many personnel changes within the police station, so our old connections are useless. We can't make a move at the port. That's very likely to attract the attention of the Navy. Moreover, his strength should be stronger than an ordinary first-order transcendent, so he's not easy to deal with. And people from the newspaper agency have mentioned him. He's not an ordinary person from a small island, he's also a somewhat famous chef. Another overseer. Black Rabbit rubbed his brows. You bribed the police to deal with him? Idiot, that person is not someone a small policeman can handle. Someone chosen as an overseer, even if our cadres make a move, they may not be his match. We must be cautious in dealing with him. Believe me, his rating in the rift is second only to the Flower Witch. Then what should we do? The man with glasses asked, puzzled. Their Black Rabbit gang had always bullied the weak and feared the strong, and they hadn't gnawed on a hard bone in a long time. The brothers of the Black Rabbit gang now needed an explanation for the tragic deaths of their brothers in the hunting ground, an explanation that would allow them to become pirates. Black Rabbit was silent for a while, then asked, how much longer until our Black Rabbit, equipped with a water cannon system, is completed? The Black Rabbit was the steamship the Black Rabbit gang had purchased with a large amount of money. It was not only equipped with cannons but also with an extraordinary weapon system similar to torpedoes. They believed that with this large steam ironclad ship, they would be able to make a name for themselves in the near sea. 3 days. Does that person go out to sea? The man with glasses thought for a moment and replied, he's a chef, and he seems to go out fishing. Speaking of which, we seem to have a cadre who went after him on his own initiative and hasn't been heard from since. However, according to the information I've gathered, he was very likely attacked by ghost firefish or a deep-sea merchant. Chasing on his own initiative and then no news. Black Rabbit fell into thought. Stop the operation for now. This man's strength was definitely not as simple as they imagined. In Black Rabbit's opinion, the clearance of the hunting ground might be related to this man. They couldn't make a move at the port, the law protected him.
But the open sea was like the rift.
It was a lawless place without legal jurisdiction.
No matter how strong he was ultimately just a human.
Under a large steamship, he was as fragile as an ant. The transformed Black Rabbit gang needed an operation to build confidence for their future seafaring career.
Black Rabbit smoked and paced back and forth. Ask again, are you sure he goes out to sea?
Confirmed. He seems to have caught a lot of moonlight fish this time. Hearing this, Black Rabbit's calm face finally showed a faint smile. When he goes out to sea next time, we'll go out too. We need to let the brothers know that the money pirates earn won't be less than what they made in the gang.
Perfect, we'll make this operation our first business after transforming into pirates.
Strength. The sky was gloomy, and a light rain was falling.
3 days later, Moonstone City Port.
Chen-Shi pressed his hands against his constantly rising and falling abdomen, feeling the process of inhaling and exhaling, and the spiritual energy
flowing throughout his body.
In these 3 days, he did not cause trouble, but honestly doted on the ghost firefish, while practicing the white mist breathing method and the
blade body forging technique.
However, to his surprise, the Black Rabbit gang, which should have been causing massive trouble, only made verbal threats, despite bothering him quite a bit. It was like the calm before a storm. Facing the Black Rabbit gang, and the unknown threats from the sea, only strong hard power could guarantee his safety. Breathing methods and body tempering methods are prerequisites for many skills and equipment, and also important criteria for whether a first order
player's combat power meets the standard.
Who? Chen-Shi slowly exhaled, and a burning sensation spread throughout his body.
Thump! Thump! His heart beat strongly and powerfully. An invisible chi force had already attached itself to his body. I made it! Chen-Shi was overjoyed.
You have fully mastered the blade body forging technique, Constitution +5, Defense slightly increased. You have mastered the white mist breathing method, Agility +2. You have mastered Chi Force, White Mist type. You can use Chi Force to strengthen your body, or attach Chi Force to your weapon. After many days of practice, he finally fully digested the body tempering method and the breathing method. Immediately after, Chen-Shi had the deep-sea water spirit bring 2 apples and threw them into the air. Then he gripped his black, leaned forward, and assumed a drawing stance. A flash of sword light. The black cut through the air with a piercing sound. The blade did not even touch the apples, yet both were cut in half. An invisible chi force was attached to and then, during the swing, it transformed into a blade aura, slicing the apples near the blade in 2. Chi force can be used for defense and offense, and is a comprehensive enhancement for a first-order transcendent. Now, his constitution reached 23 points, and his agility reached 22 points. Now, even if someone hacked him with or hit him with an ordinary bullet, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, he had only mastered the simplest way of using Chi Force and could not yet unleash blade auras of astonishing scale. Regardless, he already possessed the strength to clear ordinary D-rank rifts. Chen-Shi immediately took off his shirt, picked up his newly bought small mirror, and looked at himself. Now, his body had shed its frail physique, boasting firm lines. He had the kind of physique that looks slender in clothes and muscular without them. At the same time, with the added muscle, the blue spider sea beast pattern on his back also appeared even more terrifying. It wasn't easy. Mastering the body tempering method and breathing method finally brought me to the average first-order level of newbies on the player forums. Chen-Shi sighed, putting his shirt back on. Although it was only the average level in players' mouths, mastering the breathing method and body tempering method already allowed him to surpass most first-order transcendent in the new Sun world. Even the best Academy-style start, as recognized by players, would find it difficult to achieve such powerful strength in such a short time. However, on the new Sun game player forums, with their abundance of talent, he would most likely receive comments like "not as good as a jock, is that all? Still needs practice, can he slide tackle a tiger to death? Still need to work harder." Chen-Shi put his black into his backpack card, then walked to the sundry box in the boathouse and checked his newly purchased fishing net tools and fish feed. In these days, by catching ghost firefish in the White Tree Land, he had accumulated a total of 3 barrels of ghost fire oil. Of these, Chen Shi went to various weapon shops and sold 1 barrel in batches, earning a total of 800,000 shell coin. The reason he didn't sell 2 barrels was that he was afraid his ghost fire oil was too much, which would scare the weapon shop owners and arouse suspicion. Ghost firefish were considered relatively rare transcendent creatures, and unknowingly, almost all the ghost firefish in the entire White Tree Land had been harvested by him. Now, there were no more legends of fierce ghost firefish in the White Tree Land, only some pitiful small fish surviving on seaweed. To help the ghost firefish grow new ghost fire oil and regain their former glory, Chen Shi bought some feed, intending to reward these ghost fire fish. He also planned to go to the White Tree Land to practice the advanced skill water running with the deep-sea water spirit, which built upon water walking. After deciding on his goal, Chen Shi walked out of the boathouse and looked at the large ship in the distance. Recently, a black steam ironclad ship had appeared at the port. And from time to time, people on the ship would look at him with fierce eyes. Chen Shi was not one to sit idly by. In the past few days, he had also spent money to gather intelligence on the Black Rabbit Gang. The members of the Black Rabbit Gang were preparing to set sail with all their might. This black steam ironclad ship was the large vessel the Black Rabbit Gang had purchased at great expense. Among the Black Rabbit Gang, more and more people wanted to kill him and regarded him as the murderer of Scarface Rabbit. A hint of fierce brutality flashed in Chen Shi's eyes. Although he was relatively gentle, he was not without temper, and his patience had its limits. He had always disliked gangs that relied on numbers to bully the weak. Coupled with the other party's continuous release of severe malice towards him, relying on the gang's large numbers. If they want to fight, then fight. This method of threatening him in various ways was incredibly annoying. Chen Shi gripped the collector at his waist, a thought of stealth kill already forming in his mind. Unfortunately, the other party was, after all, a gang within the city. No matter how chaotic Moonstone City was, it still had its order. Within Moonstone City's law enforcement agencies, there were powerful Cheng aspect transcendent. Cheng aspects symbolized elements such as rules, order, balance, and law. For these Cheng aspect transcendent, the order of Moonstone City was inviolable. In Moonstone City, he could not act rashly, otherwise, he might truly be sent to prison. The perversity of criminals in Bay Country prisons was no less than on earth. From the current situation, the other party would eventually go to sea. And that would be his chance. Rumble. Chen Shi returned to his small houseboat, started the engine, and set off towards the dangerous waters of the White Tree Land. The small houseboat gradually left the port. However, not long after, Chen Shi heard the roar of steam from behind him. He walked to the side of the boathouse and cautiously looked back through the boat window. A huge steam ironclad ship was cutting through the waves on the sea, like a steel fortress traversing the ocean. The steam engine emitted a rumbling roar, and the ship's hull stirred up layers of waves, as if paving a path for its hunt. This was the Black Rabbit Gang's ironclad ship. Coming for me? Chen Shi's heart pounded violently, and his pupils involuntarily widened. He had seen large ships before. But this was the first time he had seen a large ship coming for him. On this vast sea, the Black Rabbit was like a fierce and menacing giant rhinoceros chasing a pitiful little yellow duck. Chen Shi raised his head, activated his hunter's eye skill, and looked into the distance. Just then, he could vaguely see from the steam ironclad ship. A tattooed bald head man made a throat-slitting gesture at him. Chasing me on the open sea? Chen Shi blinked, a slight smile playing on the corners of his lips. The Black Rabbit Gang would actually dispatch an ironclad ship full of gang members just to take him down. Since arriving in the new Sun World, he had never had experience fighting large ships. But for some reason, at this moment, facing an ironclad ship, facing the pursuit of an entire gang, he felt no fear at all. Instead, he felt an intense passion. A passion to make this brand new ironclad ship, experience the terror of the open sea. Chen Shi silently turned around, walked into the boathouse, and activated the small houseboat's overdrive mode. Sailboat on the sea. The sky darkened, as if a massive black curtain had lowered itself. Above the gloomy sea, the enormous Black Rabbit was in full pursuit of the small houseboat. On the steam-armored ship Black Rabbit. On the bow, the tattooed bald head man laughed, spreading his arms, and said to the leader of the Black Rabbit gang. "How about it? Feels good, doesn't it, the feeling of the wind on the open sea? But I really didn't expect an armored ship to give its first time to a chef's small boat. Isn't this a classic case of bullying the weak? Even if we rob them, it's only about 500,000 shell coins." The bald head man on the Black Rabbit was from the Black Whale Group, and also the expert sent by the Black Whale Group to guide the Black Rabbit gang in sea navigation. Black Rabbit lit a cigarette and leaned against the railing. 500,000 shell coins? You underestimate the person we're chasing. You also overlook the price of a transcendent chef. He himself could easily sell for 3 million shell coins. If he has practiced the body tempering method, his price could double. Underestimate? Are you questioning my judgment? I wish he were fatter. The bald head man had a fiery temper and spoke with irritation. Black Rabbit frowned, picked up his binoculars, and looked at the small houseboat in the distance. They had been chasing for a while. But the small houseboat consistently maintained a safe distance from the Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit questioned. "Didn't you say we could catch him in 10 minutes? This small boat is quite fast," the bald head man said loudly. "I am a professional, I won't lose him. This small boat's configuration is quite good. But don't worry, the speed of this kind of small boat cannot be maintained for too long. As long as we keep chasing, it will eventually be caught by us. I love watching these small boats try to escape the most." The bald head man explained, then loudly commanded. "Add coal to the boiler. Then activate overheat mode." At the bald head man's loud roar, the armored ship let out an unprecedented rumble, like a giant iron ox gone mad. Pursue. Full speed pursuit. As expected, with full power, the distance between the Black Rabbit and the small houseboat rapidly shortened. Then, a minute later, the distance widened again. Black Rabbit rolled his eyes at the bald head man. "Is this your full power? Are you really capable?" The bald head man's face immediately turned red, and he cursed. "What are you in a hurry for? Are you the expert, or am I the expert?" Black Rabbit shook his head. The speed of the Black Rabbit was simply too slow. The small houseboat's engine was originally a product of steam hand, and in overclocked mode, its speed could increase even further. Coupled with the deep-sea water spirit brand booster, it could fly. Unless it was a military vessel produced by a large hammer aspect industry, catching his small houseboat would be no easy feat. As long as Chen Shi wanted to, he could easily shake off the Black Rabbit. On the vast sea, the two continued their chase. The bald head man kept shouting. "Chase! Chase him for me! Full speed chase!" However, such shouting was useless. Whenever the Black Rabbit seemed to have hope, the small houseboat's speed would increase. The distance between them always remained at a subtle range. Thus, the chase continued for a full hour. Drip, drip. Raindrops hit Black Rabbit's face. Black Rabbit wiped the rain from his face and asked, "Hey, Black Whale Group guy, is it possible for two ship speeds to be so similar? To maintain such a distance for an hour?" Black Rabbit's intuition, honed by years in the gang, told him that this was too much of a coincidence. This made Black Rabbit recall the scene where they used bunny girls to fish. Always keeping the alluring bunny girl at a distance from the target, then luring them into a dark corner. The bald head man held his chin with his hand. "Are you saying he's luring us? Are you crazy? I'm just proposing a low probability, reasonable guess." "Shut up. What are you guessing about? Are you the expert, or am I the expert? Let me tell you, some small boats are equipped with special engines that have an overheat mode, which can temporarily increase the boat's speed. The fluctuating speed of this small boat is precisely because of this reason." After explaining, the bald head man smiled. "However, this overheat mode is ultimately limited and cannot be used continuously.
Haven't you seen that the opponent's small boat is already trembling? We're about to catch up. Black Rabbit frowned and looked into the distance.
Just as the bald headman said, the small houseboat's speed was constantly decreasing. The distance between their Black Rabbit and the small houseboat was continuously closing.
Is this what a professional is like?
Black Rabbit was slightly surprised. Seeing this, the bald head man proudly bared his teeth, tattooed with a black whale.
Just learn from me.
Immediately after, the bald head man once again issued an order for the Black Rabbit to slow down.
He leisurely said, "We're about to catch up. How should we split this?"
"I want 30% of this person's belongings, including the value of him selling himself."
"Oh, right, do you want me to explain the Black Whale Group's rules for splitting things? We haven't even caught him yet, and you're already splitting things?" Black Rabbit changed the subject.
According to his estimation, Chen-Chi's value far exceeded his imagination.
Moreover, the other party just roared on the ship and already wanted 30%.
The bald head man clenched his fist.
Not caught? Facing our armored ship and over 50 brothers, what can he do? How about it, 30%, do you accept? Let's see what he has first, then we'll talk. Black Rabbit frowned.
He looked around and saw some protruding white branches on the sea surface. At this moment, the small houseboat's speed became slower and slower, finally coming to a gradual stop. The bald head man raised his hand.
"Slow down. Black Rabbit Gang's rascals, come to the bow. Let me show you what a pirate is." Rumble. With a huge sound, the Black Rabbit stopped beside the small houseboat, its bow facing the houseboat. At this moment, Chen-Chi walked out of the boathouse, raised his head, and looked at the crowd on the bow of the steam-armored ship. The path ahead led to the white tree land, and he could not proceed further. However, the Black Rabbit's speed was slower than he had imagined. He had deliberately slowed down several times midway. He almost let them lose track. The members of the Black Rabbit gang walked to the bow, their eyes filled with ferocity. "Overseer, did you kill Scarface Rabbit, our big brother? You made us chase for half a day. Today, you must pay your blood debt." Bang! Someone, in anger, fired a shot at Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi, with a fishing rod on his right shoulder and a black blade in his left hand, did not dodge. Under the dynamic vision of Hunter's eye, he could clearly predict the bullet's trajectory. From the moment the other party fired, he knew the shot was off target. "Quiet! What are you doing? Didn't your boss teach you the rules?" At this moment, the leading bald head man roared loudly. Instantly, the entire Black Rabbit fell silent. The bald head man was a professional invited by the Black Whale Group, and also a powerful second-order transcendent. The bald head man smiled, revealing his teeth carved with a black whale pattern. "Let me introduce myself, I am from the Black Whale Group. Little chef, you are quite courageous. You didn't even dodge a bullet. I respect you as a warrior. Our Black Whale Group is about to become the true emperor of which sea, and this is a time when we need people. How about it? You hand over some things, and we'll call our grievances even. We can even let you join our Black Whale Group's new ship, the Black Rabbit. Call it even." Hearing this, Black Rabbit immediately frowned. They had long ago, to vent their brother's anger, blamed the deaths of Scarface Rabbit and others in the hunting ground on the other party. If Chen-Chi were to join their Black Rabbit, it would inevitably cause strong dissatisfaction among the brothers. This could even lead to a rebellion on the ship. Black Rabbit was about to speak, to interrupt the bald head man. And at this moment, the bald head man patted his butt. Black Rabbit immediately understood. The people from the Black Whale Group had no intention of letting him join the Black Rabbit, it was just a prank to tease the other party. Giving hope, then giving despair, this was the malicious amusement of pirates who had lived on the high seas for a long time. Chen-Chi asked. "If I give you things, I can join you?" "Yes, consider it a membership fee. We value you as a talent. This is my most expensive item.
Chen-Chi pretended to reluctantly glance at the fishing rod, then his muscles tensed, and he threw the fishing rod to the other party. This was a limited edition fishing rod that Captain Black Eye had bought by deducting crew wages, and its price was extremely expensive. It might even be over 200,000 shell coins. The bald head man took the fishing rod and examined it carefully. Just as he had imagined, in this situation, the other party had no intention of resisting and behaved very obediently. Good stuff. It was indeed a branded item. However, why was there a strange lure on this fishing rod? This lure seemed to be a product of spiritual power. The bald head man smiled and asked, "What is this?" Chen-Chi calmly replied, "A transcendent lure for fishing. I was just about to fish." "Fishing at a time like this, you're quite humorous." The bald head man smiled and asked, "Fishing for what?" "Black ship sea dragon." Drip! Drip! The sea breeze blew, and raindrops continuously hit everyone's faces. At this instant, the entire black rabbit fell into an indescribably profound silence, a deathly stillness. Everyone's smiles and expressions of hatred froze in that moment. The bald head man swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Black ship sea dragon was the scientific name for the near-sea overlord. This was a joke. It had to be a joke. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be so quiet. Boom! Until a clap of thunder broke the silence. Black Rabbit pricked up his ears and instinctively retreated to the side. Why had everyone fallen silent? The bald head man caught his breath. He was now standing on an armored ship, with no reason to feel any fear. He should continue to play with the other party. The bald head man calmed down and touched the fishing rod with his hand. "This fishing rod is good, but as a membership fee, it's still not enough, is it?" "Not enough?" Chen-Chi raised his head, silently picked up his black blade, and assumed a fighting stance. "Dare to attack us." The bald head man immediately showed a fierce look. "What's wrong, do you want to resist?" "Yes, and by the way, I'll remind you, the fish is on the hook." "The fish is on the hook." The bald head man didn't immediately understand. Seeing that Chen-Chi didn't stop his actions, he picked up his shotgun, preparing to fire a shot at Chen-Chi's chest. "You're looking for death." Boom! In an instant, a colossal figure burst out of the sea with unimaginable speed, rushing towards the transcendent lure. The black shadow was like a pitch-black small mountain. Boom! 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 The armored ship's steel hull instantly shattered like tofu. A terrifying gash suddenly appeared on the steel bow. And the bald head man, who had just been about to attack, the strongest person on the Black Rabbit, was sent flying high into the sky by the impact. Then plummeted down, a bloody mess. What happened? Everyone panicked. They had never seen such a terrifying creature. Its scales shimmered with a cold, eerie luster, like metal corroded by darkness, exuding a suffocating chill. The black shadow bent its body, bit off the lure that had fallen onto the ship, then raised its massive head and opened its gigantic mouth. The monster's bell-like eyes seemed to burn with hellfire. Roar! The bloody mouth opened. A deafening roar ripped through the silence of the sea. The crew of the Black Rabbit gang had not received professional training. Facing a large sea beast, their innate bodily fear caused their heart rates to visibly increase, filled with terror. However, on the steamship, there was no land for them to escape to. People kept retreating, gathering into a small cluster at the side of the ship. As the black shadow opened its terrifying, blood-red maw, everyone on the ship realized the presence before them. It was the legendary near-sea overlord, Black Rabbit. Under the gloomy sky, heavy rain continuously lashed against the Black Rabbit. The near-sea overlord's black-scaled body scraped across the deck, carving out fresh new gashes one after another. Before boarding the ship, under the guidance of the Black Whale Group personnel, the Black Rabbit gang members learned how to start the boiler, how to deal with storms, and how to handle sharks and cannon fire. Now, they were facing the near-sea overlord. "We just learned how to operate a ship. Stop talking nonsense,
get your weapons out. Where are the experts? Experts, save us.
The Black Rabbit gang members glanced at the expert who had been at the bow of the ship. The Black Whale Group expert, who had been holding a shotgun, now lay on the deck, a bloody mess due to the near-sea overlord's attack. Amidst the howling storm, fear turned into chaos, and chaos then transformed into the will to survive. The Black Rabbit gang members picked up their weapons and aimed them at the colossal beast before them. Relying on his gang-honed instincts, the leader, Black Rabbit, who had dodged the near-sea overlord's charge, roared loudly. "Don't shoot!" Without absolute strength, attacking the near-sea overlord was an act of self-destruction. However, under the oppressive presence of the near-sea overlord, the boss's command was useless. The Black Rabbit gang members raised their firearms and pulled the triggers. They believed that all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Da-day-day-day-day-day. Da-day-day-day-day-day-day. Gunshots and the sound of scales colliding intertwined, emitting dazzling sparks. A round of bullets was quickly depleted. With the Black Rabbit gang at full firepower, the near-sea overlord, Black Shipsea Dragon, slowly turned its head. Its wise, bell-like blue eyes blinked, as if asking, "Oh, are you attacking me?" The Black Rabbit gang members reloaded their bullets while retreating. Boom! The near-sea overlord opened its gaping maw and charged towards the gang members who had fired upon it. On this chaotic ship, the only person who could remain calm was the Black Rabbit gang's leader, Black Rabbit, a man who had experienced many gang skirmishes. "Everyone who can still move, abandon the ship and follow me to the lifeboat." In the storm, Black Rabbit shielded his face from the rain with his hand, laboriously lit a cigarette, then straightened his suit and quickened his pace, moving along the sloping deck towards the lifeboat's location. He kept muttering to himself, steadying his emotions. The near-sea overlord is a beast, but from its current size, it's only a juvenile, and its aggression is limited. The key to escape isn't the near-sea overlord, but the chef from earlier. He led us into this trap, into the near-sea overlord's territory. A chef actually managed to make such a dangerous move. The speed of our lifeboat is limited. The best escape tool is that chef's boat. The best course of action is to seize the other party's boat and then escape. No, he's acting too calm. He has absolutely no respect for the near-sea overlord. Saying this, Black Rabbit leaned towards the ship's edge and looked out at the sea. He saw Chen-Chi, who had already disembarked from the small houseboat and was walking on the surface of the sea. He walked slowly, his black blade leaving trails on the water's surface. In addition, a large amount of black mud, as if responding to the call of the sea, glided from beneath his feet. Black Rabbit bit down on the cigarette in his mouth. How could a first-order transcendent master walking on water? Walking on water requires a very high degree of self-mastery over spiritual power. Black Rabbit asked curiously. "Chef, why can you walk on water? Are you a new mage apprentice trained by Bay Country's Navy?" Even with the boost of skill cards, and even with official training from Bay Country, this was by no means a skill a first-order transcendent could easily master. Chen-Chi turned his head. "Navy? No, just an unregistered hunter." Black Rabbit, while using conversation to divert attention, walked towards the lifeboat. "Not the Navy, really? I thought you were someone the Navy sent to eliminate us." Chi Force. Chen-Chi circulated Chi Force within his body, took a large leap, and landed directly on the deck, blocking Black Rabbit's path to the lifeboat. The near-sea overlord possessed a beast's nature and limited intelligence. Luring the near-sea overlord with food was a relatively reliable method. At this moment, the near-sea overlord, like a gluttonous husky, charged towards the Black Rabbit's restaurant, giving the Black Rabbit gang members a small foodie shock. Chen-Chi stood on the deck of the Black Rabbit, looking at Black Rabbit before him. Many matters still needed his personal attention. However, on this sea, there was not only the near-sea overlord but also other sea beasts. Black Mud, a slime-like sea beast, though not as famous as the near-sea overlord, was also extremely dangerous. Large patches of black mud writhed beneath the Black Rabbit. They continuously gathered, climbing up along the ship's sides, like a giant, pitch-black hand rising from the sea, gripping the black rabbit. In fact, the ghost firefish in this sea area were also very bad-tempered. If the ghost firefish hadn't been completely harvested, the current scene would have been even more spectacular. The black mud spread onto the deck, enveloping and then devouring the humans within their sight. Some of the black mud, for some unknown reason, climbed from Chun-Chi's non-slip hunter boots, up his thighs, and into his clothes. The black mud clung to Chun-Chi's body but did not attack. This scene, in Black Rabbit's eyes, added a terrifying aura to the otherwise ordinary Chun-Chi. The Black Rabbit gang members all looked at Chun-Chi, who was covered in black mud. Monster! Why can he stand in the black mud? This guy is definitely not normal. He's a monster. The monster who lured us here. The Black Rabbit gang members retreated, and in this storm, they didn't even dare to look directly at Chun-Chi. At this moment, only one person moved forward. Bang! Black Rabbit's foot took a step forward. If even he, as the leader, retreated, then who among the 50 people on the ship could confront the person before them? And who could return alive? As a gang leader, Black Rabbit had already mastered breathing techniques and body tempering methods, and also possessed powerful small armor. Chun-Chi exhaled deeply, circulating the airflow within his body. An inner desire for battle led him to Black Rabbit's front. Whether it was his breathing technique or other skills, they could only improve through actual combat. It was time to experience the strength of a second-order enemy in this world. Perhaps unsuited for the blade phase. Chun-Chi's eyes narrowed, and he lightly ran his finger across the blade, igniting the ghost fire oil coated on it. Blue flames lit up in this gloomy sea. Black Rabbit's eyes were no longer weary, he tore open his clothes with both hands. I never thought I'd have to use this on my first trip out to sea. On his muscular body, a large number of steam pipes could be seen attached to the surface, like numerous pitch-black ink patterns. Chun-Chi's eyes lit up. The latest Black Rabbit small armor, and a rare implanted type at that. The beginning of the legend. Under the storm. On the dim ship, Chun-Chi, dressed in hunter's attire, stood in the storm like a grim reaper harvesting lives in the rain. Black Rabbit slowly stepped forward, gathering his courage, his eyes firm, and adopted a professional boxer's stance. There's a rank difference between you and me. You are the challenger. The next second. He charged into the storm, accelerating with all his might, and threw a punch. This punch not only integrated chi force but, combined with the power of his implanted armor, was like a heavy hammer, heading straight for Chun-Chi's chest. Clang! Chun-Chi activated his hunter's eye. With the enhanced dynamic vision of the hunter's eye, he successfully saw the trajectory of the punch and blocked it with his black blade, which was burning with ghost fire. The flames generated by the ghost fire oil enchantment could even damage steel. Coupled with the black mud, even though Black Rabbit's body tempering method was powerful, he couldn't withstand this double attack. The black mud in ghost fire instantly made his iron fist splatter with blood. As the leader of the gang, Black Rabbit had extensive combat experience, and through years of effort, he had long overcome the weaknesses of the Black Rabbit-type small armor. His speed and reaction time far surpassed a first-order transcendent. He didn't hesitate, quickly retracted his punch, and with a powerful push of his legs, moved to Chun-Chi's side. A large amount of black steam columns suddenly erupted from Black Rabbit's body. It was the armor's overload mode. The new Black Rabbit-type armor manufactured by the workshop allowed him to use moves that exceeded his own limits. As a price, his body would be severely damaged after the attack. However, Black Rabbit's attack had not fully been unleashed when a large amount of black mud climbed onto his body, wrapping it layer by layer. His movements slowed down. Chun-Chi let out a long breath, gripping the black blade with both hands, chi force adhering to the blade. Diagonal slash. The burning blade cut from the opponent's lower abdomen, along the chest and neck, to the face, carving a crimson blood gash. Bang! Bang! The bloody Black Rabbit tumbled several times on the deck. Under the attack of the black mud, Black Rabbit hadn't even thrown his punch before he was cut down onto the deck by the black blade. Cough, cough.
Black Rabbit lay on the ground, letting the raindrops hit his face. He coughed twice. I lost. He didn't get up again. From the previous attack, he had already realized that Chun-Chi was by no means an ordinary first-order transcendent. This was an unwinnable battle. Did we lose the moment we arrived in this sea area? Right. He's giving up just like that. Chun-Chi picked up his black blade, looked down at Black Rabbit at his feet. Yes. A second-order transcendent already possessed a powerful physique, and coupled with steam armor, his true strength was far more than what was currently displayed. If it were in an arena without external interference, the two of them could at least exchange 10 moves. As Black Rabbit said, when the Black Rabbit arrived in this sea area, there was no possibility of survival. He wasn't the kind of man who would keep fighting just before death. In this final moment, Black Rabbit had no intention of fighting, only wanting to recall as many things as possible. Since he was going to die, he might as well die more comfortably. Now, a reconciliation was surely impossible. Black Rabbit let the heavy rain wash over his body. Is this the sea? I'm going to die, at least not in the mud of the city. Bleeding profusely, he lay on the ground, coughing up a large amount of blood. The black mud slowly crawled onto his body, corroding his flesh. Boss! Everyone looked at Chun-Chi, and the Black Rabbit gang members, mustering their courage, aimed their guns at Chun-Chi, intending to ambush him. However, before they could attack, the near-sea overlord emerged from the restaurant, then came beside Chun-Chi, lowered its head obediently, and opened its large mouth. The near-sea overlord had taken a bite of all the food in the Black Rabbit's restaurant, but still found transcendent fish bait to be the best. Chun-Chi reached out and touched the black ship sea dragon, then took out a fishing rod and conjured a transcendent fish bait. Well done, little sea dragon. The near-sea overlord swiftly bit the transcendent fish bait. With the storm raging, everyone silently lowered their guns. What an incredible scene! Black Rabbit struggled to lift his head. I never thought that, besides that encounter in my childhood, before I die, I would be lucky enough to meet a monster from the upper echelons of the world. Black Rabbit had met a powerful soul merchant when he was young, and in order to see these powerful monsters again, he was willing to abandon all his land assets and come to this sea. But he never expected that a chef he thought he could easily crush would make him feel the same fear he had as a child. The dying Black Rabbit turned his head and asked, "May I ask, what family is behind you? And which hunter organization are you affiliated with?" Affiliated with a hunter organization? Chun-Chi blinked. The other party actually asked him that question. He was quite familiar with the New Sun game's lore. According to the game's setting, before the new sun rose, in a world shrouded in darkness, humans lived precariously. That era was called the Age of No Light. In that lightless world, humans faced hordes of monsters daily, and only by hunting monsters could they survive. Those who hunted monsters in that era were usually called hunters. Eventually, through the course of history, divided by the 13 principles of nature, 13 great hunter organizations were born, ruling the lightless world. In the legends of the New Sun, the strongest individuals of these 13 hunter organizations traversed a long path, finally reaching a rift in the sky, obtaining the spark of daylight, and igniting a new sun. Superficially, with the rise of the new sun and the establishment of the Six Kingdoms, the names of the 13 great hunter organizations were no longer widely known to ordinary people. But in reality, even after a millennium, these hunter organizations still held powerful positions, influencing the direction of the world. For example, Bay Country, which governs the principles of nature of Shell and Hammer, has two major hunter organizations, the Chamber of Commerce and the Workshop. The establishment of cities, commercial rules, the founding of heavy industry companies, the use of city-destroying mechs, and the promotion of Bay Country's official transcendent all have the presence of these two organizations behind them. These two organizations are highly intertwined with the royal family of the Kingdom of Bay. This is not a secret, rather, it's a consensus among high-level transcendent. The 13 great hunter organizations are the universally recognized upper class of this world.
And this world indeed has many paths leading to these classes. From childhood inspiration tests, military assessments around 18, annual university final exams, to promotion assessments in large companies. Wars between two countries, and so on. Though there are many paths, they are all incredibly difficult, with at least half of the people eliminated at each step forward. This is a path of promotion paved with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The Black Rabbit before him was no exception. The transcendent power he glimpsed by chance in his childhood ignited a strong sense of unwillingness within him. He refused to live like everyone else in a world ruled by transcendent powerhouses. All of this drove him to become a gang leader, to abandon his land assets, and to join the Black Whale Group. In his view, the first-order power Chen Shi displayed meant he was either the offspring of a prominent family or a transcendent cultivated by a hunter. Organization. Chen Shi shook his head. However, contrary to Black Rabbit's imagination, he was neither the offspring of a prominent family nor a first-order transcendent specifically cultivated by a first-order organization. The other party at least used polite language, and he was dying. Chen Shi thought for a moment and decided to tell him. I am not from a prominent family, nor am I from a large organization, I am just a young man who cooks. If I had to say, I am the inheritor of the deep-sea hunter. The inheritor of the deep-sea hunter? Black Rabbit looked at his intimate interaction with the near-sea overlord. Was the being before him really related to the deep-sea hunter he heard about as a child? He shook his head, quietly embracing his death in the storm. Boom! Chen Shi turned around, dodging the bullet attack. Besides dynamic vision, his hunter's eye could also sense movement behind him. Behind him, the Black Rabbit gang members were aiming a Gatling gun at him. At the same time, behind the armed men, others held radio-like objects. Radio device? Communication tool? Chen Shi guessed. The gang member holding the radio-like item looked at Chen Shi with a terrified expression and activated the communication tool. You damn monster! If you don't want to experience the Navy's wrath, then stop. A letter of thanks for the book that suddenly grew out of the book. At noon in the world, welcome everyone to the library of the first beginning. Oh, high-dimensional world observers, you have received a letter from an unknown small author in a corner of the library. You slowly opened the tattered letter. Ahem, no more fooling around. This little broken book is finally going to be put on the shelves, and it's my third book to be released. Unconsciously, I've been writing on Qidian for nearly 2 years. My initial goal was a simple, feel-good story about a game-like fantasy world. When I first started, I will win. Image of a determined person. Then, I achieved a terrifying 170 collection-to-subscription ratio, which completely shattered my Dao heart, leaving me in pieces and wailing like a ghost. As I wrote, I realized that the world building for a game like fantasy was so difficult, and so were the satisfying plot points. After the experience of 2 books, it's still so difficult. Now, although my writing skills are still not great in many aspects, I have finally made progress. Alright, back to the main topic, let's talk about this book. The idea for this book was to write a seafaring story set in a post-apocalyptic world. I felt like few people were writing it, and I thought I could do it. This is another book that went through 4 rounds of recommendations in the gaming section. Ugh, why is every book following this process? When I first wrote the opening, I thought it was good, but now that I think about it, it might not be as good as a conventional academy setting or a crisis starting with ordinary fishermen. Plus, I've been reading a lot of light novels lately, so my writing style leans more towards light novels. Fortunately, I did a lot of world building for this book, so there shouldn't be a scenario where the power system collapses too quickly, like in my last book. I should be able to write a relatively long story. Initially, I wondered if I should write a Pirate King-style seafaring adventure, the kind where a single ship travels, recruiting crew members and having adventures along the way. But considering the protagonist's golden finger, deep sea affinity, and my preference for writing lone wolves, it would be easy to turn the crew into mere decorations, so I gave up on that idea. My final idea was to adopt a tavern-style business model, where friends, for no particular reason, would often come to find you for a meal.
This also allows for more plotlines, alleviating the tension of constant fighting in an upgrade-focused story.
That's why the protagonist's first profession is a chef. He'll get back on track later. Later, after confirming the sole principle of nature, the protagonist's path to transcendence will incorporate as many principles of nature as possible. In the very late stages, he will also have his own big ship and crew.
These people who frequently come to eat will be the crew.
For now, let's put a small, sweet flower witch here.
Next is the world building of this book. The world building of this book is a fusion of many elements. Although it doesn't feel like it now, it's actually somewhat so-like. I don't know if I can manage it later.
This book is quite difficult to write, and I've run out of drafts, so I can't update more after it's on the shelves.
I am guilty. I'll try to get more drafts ready, then update more.
Finally, thank you to everyone who voted and supported me, and thank you to everyone who read this far. Also, please give me your first subscription. The beginning of the legend too. At this moment, under the combined assault of Black Mud and the near-sea overlord, the Black Rabbit, which had been completely refurbished, was now a wreck. Under the pouring rain, 10 gang members huddled together. Let me say it again, if you take another step closer, we'll let you, monster, experience the wrath of the Navy.
The Navy's wrath?
Chen-Chi gripped his black blade, momentarily doubting his own identity.
Aren't you pirates? Why are you threatening me with the Navy's name?
By all accounts, he should be the one saying that. In a sense, he was striking at the evil forces on the sea, contributing to peace on the sea. If the Black Rabbit gang were allowed to continue developing, they might employ their traditional gang skills, initiating an even more severe slave trade on the sea, turning into a maritime mafia. And as a victim under surveillance, he contacted the enthusiastic seafarers, the near-sea overlord and Black Mud, to extinguish their criminal spark in its cradle. On this vast sea, that was no small feat. If the Navy knew, they should award him a bonus and a white cape emblazoned with the word justice. However, he couldn't let the other party send information about this place to the land.
Where would pirates get the Navy's contact information?
Chen-Chi flicked the blood from his black blade and took a step forward, his expression calm.
Damn monster!
The Black Rabbit gang members fiercely pulled their triggers, and machine gun bullets rained down like a sudden storm.
Day. Ordinary bullets, and the firing action is too obvious, practice more.
Chen-Chi dodged sideways, and facing the storm, he stepped forward and slashed,
cutting one of the firing gang members in half at the waist.
However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The radio-like device, which the gang members had gathered around and protected, suddenly underwent a strange transformation.
Caw.
The radio-like device twisted continuously, making creaking sounds, and then a slender tentacle suddenly extended from its top. A mechanical eye, stained with blood, suddenly opened on the long tentacle, constantly scanning its surroundings.
Transcendent relic! They actually have this.
Chen-Chi instantly flashed, moving to the eye's blind spot.
He couldn't let his appearance be exposed to the eye.
This item is called the Voyaging Eye, a communication tool commonly used by high-end ships. On the vast sea, wealthy merchant ships, in order to track down pirates who hijack ships, would spend large sums of money to purchase some special
communication tools.
The Voyaging Eye, worth 500,000 shell coins, can transmit the images it sees, along with vague coordinates, to a corresponding item on
land.
In this situation, even if attacked by unknown pirates, people on land would at least have some more clues. Simply put, it's a video transmission tool.
Troublesome thing.
Chen-Chi dodged. Although he was doing good deeds now, it was better not to be too famous.
The blood-red eye continuously rotated, scanning the miserable state of the Black Rabbit.
The rain kept pounding, and the near-sea overlord, with its large, bell-like eyes, slightly opened its huge mouth, curiously looking at the Voyaging Eye. Numerous corpses lay in pools of blood. The ship was on the verge of collapsing, and large amounts of black mud continuously corroded everything on the ship. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, these gang members, who had originally planned to make a big fortune, would never have imagined the black rabbit turning into such a tragic state. Such a scene, even a fisherman with more than 10 years of sea experience, might not encounter. A gang member silently squatted down and spoke into the radio like voyaging eye. People from afar, my brothers, although it's hard to believe, what we are facing now is not human. My name is Ben, an ordinary tailor shop worker. Today I went to sea for the first time, and I encountered a monster on the sea. Misty trace. Chen Shi activated the hunter's garment's skill, forming a faint mist around his body, then charged at the opponent. Combined with the chi force condensed in his hand, the black blade, dyed with ghost fire, cut a shining slash through the gloomy heavy rain. Horizontal slash. This slash cut through the heavy rain, slicing the radio like voyaging eye and the nearby gang members in half. Immediately after, a large amount of black mud responded to his slash, like a black tide, sweeping past Chen Shi's feet, engulfing all the gang members in front of him. Who? Chen Shi adjusted his breathing and finally looked at the people in the stern corner. Under the erosion of black mud, of the 50 people on the Black Rabbit, only 2 gang members remained, praying to the goddess of the sea. Praying was useless. The battle was over. He walked up to the 2 and half squatted. He still had some questions for the Black Rabbit gang. After using some small tricks, Chen Shi extracted some information from the 2. Bang! In the pouring rain, with the fall of the last 2, this farce concluded. Is that so? Chen Shi, covered in blood, stood up, and after dealing with the last 2, he went to the bow and sat down. Who? Chen Shi let out a long breath. This act of self-defense was finally over. The last few people looked at him as if they were looking at a monster that had escaped from a disaster containment facility, making him seem so terrifying. Chen Shi removed some of the sticky black mud from his body and looked at the gloomy sky. There should be no more enemies. Just now, he had asked 2 things in total. One was about the Black Whale pirate cruise Saw Shark, and the other was about the voyaging eye. The Black Whale group pirates responsible for connecting with the Black Rabbit gang this time were not from the Saw Shark. As Chen Shi knew, Captain Black Eye had approached the Black Rabbit gang and sought information about him. However, Captain Black Eye, for his own greed, concealed a lot of information about him. It could even be said that Captain Black Eye did not want to blow the matter up and kept it to himself. He didn't want others to find him first. Plus, the Black Rabbit gang never cared about the origin of slaves. This matter did not cause a huge stir within the Black Rabbit gang. In fact, if Chen Shi hadn't deliberately asked, they wouldn't have connected the 2 at all. Chen Shi picked up a deep-sea water spirit. Deep-sea water spirit, your perfect stress relief toy. Chen Shi looked at the distant sea. The Saw Shark should still be diligently tracking him across the vast sea at this moment. This was good news. As long as Captain Black Eye could keep this matter a secret, the threat from the Black Whale group would be much less for him. What truly worried him was the voyaging eye that had just sent information to the land. According to the information he had gathered, the Black Rabbit's voyaging eye could not record sound, only send video clips. This video of the Black Rabbit being attacked by a sea beast would be sent to the Black Rabbit gang headquarters in Moonstone City. With 50 people wiped out, the Black Rabbit gang's personnel were already defunct in name. It was only a matter of time before the remaining members were devoured by other gangs. But if the Black Rabbit gang saw the footage from just now and gave it to others, it would cause a lot of trouble. Chen Shi's gaze was cold as he looked at the shattered voyaging eye on the ground. Fortunately, he had dodged in time, and had been wearing the hunter's garment the whole time, using its skill to cover himself with a layer of white mist that concealed his figure. It would be extremely difficult to confirm his identity based on this information alone. Robbery, no, maintaining peace on the sea, really does come with risks. Chen Shi shook his head and looked at the gloomy sea before him. This was a transcendent world. If there were lamp aspect transcendents skilled in tracking, there was still a small chance they might find his whereabouts. However, in Bay Country, lamp aspect organizations were few and far between, so finding him through a single video would be even more difficult. At this moment, Black Mud was continuously devouring the corpses. If this continued, many good things would be destroyed by Black Mud. Chen Shi turned around, removed some of the black mud from his body, and excitedly rolled up his sleeves. Let's loot first. The beginning of the Legend 3. A storm was raging. Chen Shi stepped through the black mud and walked over to the corpses of Black Rabbit and the Bald Head Man. These two were worth far more than the others. Both were wealthy transcendent of the second rank, so naturally, they carried backpack cards for convenient item storage. The implanted armor couldn't be sold, so Chen Shi took their backpack cards. One backpack card had a 1x1x2 space, and the other had a 1x1x3 space. Even without considering the items inside, the value of these two backpack cards alone exceeded 1 million shell coins. What a haul! Chen Shi exclaimed. Just a short while ago, he was diligently fishing, earning money as a fisherman. Robbery earns a lot too. Backpack cards were rare and good items, one could never have too many of them. Recently, his backpack card had become a bit crowded. Next, Chen Shi opened the backpack cards and checked the contents. Among them, the most valuable item was an unused skill card. A gray epic grade skill card, on the back of which was a scene of a flamboyant man standing on a tightrope, constantly twisting his waist to dodge. Bullets. Balance posture LV1. Usage conditions, agility reaches 15, and a breathing method is mastered. Description, a technique that uses chi force to improve balance. After learning it, it can greatly increase one's balance and also improve one's agility. Note, footwork, flamboyant footwork. Balance. Chen Shi looked at this unused skill card. Balance was very important in sea combat. After mastering this skill, him galloping on water spirits across the sea would no longer be a dream. Chen Shi looked at the skill card in his hand, his fingers trembling slightly. He had been using skill cards quite frequently. But there was no other way, the speed at which he acquired skill cards was faster than he had imagined. It shouldn't be enough to damage my mind yet. It's fine. Use it, I can do it. Chen Shi clicked use. With daily quests and the spirituality points accumulated from previous dungeons, he still had over 600 spirituality points. He consumed 500 spirituality points to upgrade it to LV2. A large amount of knowledge flooded his mind, and after a series of pains, he felt subtle changes in his body. This was a special technique. By circulating his chi force, he could perform many seemingly anti-Newtonian maneuvers. He could even achieve basic wall running. Chen Shi thought to himself, then clapped his hands and looked at the other items. In addition, there was a large shotgun held by the Bald Head Man of the Black Whale Group, manufactured by the large arms company Magic Bullet Company, which could load heavy, large pellet ammunition. Magic Bullet Company was a renowned firearms manufacturing company in Bay Country, and its firearms enjoyed a worldwide reputation. If the gun hit the scales of a near-sea overlord, it should be able to cause effective damage. Unfortunately, it was a close-range shotgun. Chen Shi took it. He now had the initial makings of a close combat player. He had no knowledge of gunfu, so the shotgun was not suitable for him. Chen Shi continued to rummage through. In the backpack cards of the two, there were mainly various firearms and knives, as well as some high-damage grenades, some personal items for male and female affairs, and 1.5 million in cash. There were also 10 bottles of powerful healing potions, 10 bottles of regular antidote potions, and 10 bottles of berserker potions with significant side effects. And a special type of incendiary bullet, a total of 100 rounds, considered relatively rare bullets, with a single round costing 500 shell coins. Healing potions, bullets, and grenades could be kept, the rest could be sold in the black market. Chen Shi estimated. These unwanted items combined were worth approximately 3 million shell coins. Next, he walked into the black mud and picked up the items from the Black Rabbit gang members that were not easily identifiable, putting them into his backpack card. The items on the Black Rabbit Gang subordinates were not expensive, many of them only wore a layer of ordinary bulletproof vests. Chen Shi counted, and there should be 1 million shell coins. In total, that was a haul of 4 million. 4 million, for a first-rank hunter, or even a second-rank hunter, was enough to purchase a rather luxurious set of equipment. If the skill cards, backpack cards, potions, and cash were included. The total haul from this trip was close to 10 million shell coins. This was already a considerable sum. If he were even greedier and sold the parts of this ship, the earnings would be even higher. However, doing so would also very easily expose his identity. Chen Shi weighed his options repeatedly and decided against it. The harvest isn't bad. Chen Shi walked to the bow of the ship, took off his hunter's hood, and felt the sea breeze on his face. Unbeknownst to him, he had already accumulated a considerable amount of savings. With this money, buying a small Western-style house in Moonstone City was not an issue. The money earned from righteous deeds was no less than that from bullying ghost firefish. If he saved it up, he might truly be able to buy a medium-sized ship produced by Steamhand. Chen Shi smiled, then his expression turned serious. Next, I need to lay low for a while. According to his original plan, he needed to come to White Tree Land to harvest ghost firefish and practice running on water with the deep sea. Water spirit. But now, the plan had changed. The Black Rabbit had likely already exposed information about this place through the voyaging eye. It was not ruled out that the Black Rabbit or the Black Whale Group would send people to this place to investigate the sunken ship. If it was someone from the Black Rabbit Gang, the matter would be very easy to resolve. But if it were the Navy or the Black Whale Group, then things would become quite troublesome. Until things settled down, he temporarily couldn't come here. Chen Shi looked at the heavy rain in the sky. Damn it, his ghost firefish farming plan could only be temporarily suspended. The ghost firefish were about to be free. Hopefully, when he returned next time, the ghost firefish would have grown successfully and produced new ghost fire oil. Chen Shi turned around, thoroughly cleaned the crime scene, and dealt with the bloodstains on his body. The disappearance of the bodies could be entirely blamed on the black mud and the near-sea overlord. Then, in White Tree Land, he fed the near-sea overlord and the ghost firefish with extraordinary fish bait, making a simple farewell to them. After saying goodbye to the ghost firefish and the near-sea overlord, he returned to the small houseboat. Now, his breathing method and body tempering method were fully mastered, coupled with the large amount of supplies provided by the Black Rabbit. It was time to prepare for a new journey to the rift. At this moment, some black mud was still reluctant to let him go. Chen Shi took a great deal of effort, using various methods, to remove the constantly wriggling black mud from his body. Goodbye. Next, he started the small houseboat, took a detour, and headed towards Moonstone City. Inside the small houseboat, Chen Shi wiped his rain-soaked body with a towel and glanced at the mirror. This incident was very likely to attract the covetousness of high-ranking Transcendent. He looked at the distant sea. I wonder whose hands that information from the voyaging eye will fall into. Several hours later, in Moonstone City, 3rd Civilian District, the headquarters of the Black Rabbit Gang. The vice leader of the Black Rabbit Gang, along with his other subordinates, were sitting on a sofa. The man with glasses lit a cigarette, lay tiredly on the sofa, and looked meaningfully at the projector in front of him. The projector was repeatedly playing the scene from the sea earlier. The gloomy sea, the storm, the ferocious black ship sea dragon, corpses everywhere, black mud like a tide, the destroyed large ship, and a fleeting, shadowy figure. The Black Rabbit Gang subordinates sat on the sofa, repeatedly watching this extremely brutal scene. Boss! Boss! Why don't you get up and resist? If this continues, you'll be torn in half by the black mud. Replay the scene of the boss, and that stinky bald head man from the Black Whale Group again. Boss looked pretty cool when he died. Vice leader, this is truly a disgrace to our gang, revenge. We must avenge our boss. Our Black Rabbit Gang is a gang that values loyalty, this matter cannot be simply let go. Brother Glasses, if you lead us to successful revenge, you will be the undisputed leader in our hearts. Brother Glasses. We believe in you. The man with glasses looked at the fervent and hopeful gazes of his subordinates. He shook his head and thought to himself. It's over, the Black Rabbit gang is only left with these idiots, it's completely hopeless. Besides him, those who didn't get on the ship were all hotheads with messed up brains. Me, go avenge the near-sea overlord? Is that something a human would say? Why don't you ask your grandfathers to go for revenge? The man with glasses took a deep breath and calmly explained. Everyone, we must accept the fact that the boss and the Black Rabbit cannot return or be resurrected. Encountering the near-sea overlord and the Black Mud, this is a natural disaster. A natural disaster is not an object of revenge, this is not something we can solve with just a surge of passion. Next, our primary goal is to explain to the Black Whale Group and then deal with the remaining assets. It's time to disband. The man with glasses sighed deeply. Oh, by the way. Replay the scene from earlier again, and give me another rolled cigarette. I need to think about how to explain to the Black Whale Group. Okay, little glasses rabbit. The man with glasses reached out and took the cigarette offered to him. Thanks. And in the next second, a few drops of cold sweat ran down his face. He was, after all, the second in command of the Black Rabbit gang, besides the boss, who dared to call him Little Glasses Rabbit. Moreover, the voice was female, a somewhat neutral, confident female voice. Who was it? The man with glasses lit the cigarette, held it in his mouth, and slowly turned his head. He saw a young woman with short, messy blonde hair, holding a camera, smiling at him. He. Big news. The sudden appearance of the short-haired woman with golden hair plunged the Black Rabbit gang's meeting room into a brief silence. The short-haired woman with golden hair leaned back on the sofa and said somewhat lazily, "Why did it suddenly get so quiet? What are you going to explain to the Black Whale Group? Go on, keep talking." The aura of the newcomer indicated she was a first-order transcendent. A brave member of the Black Rabbit gang kicked over his chair, pulled out a black pistol, and aimed it at the woman's head. "How dare you barge into our Black Rabbit gang's important meeting? Do you have a death wish? Brothers, get your weapons." Slap. The next second, the gang's second-in-command, the bespectacled man, suddenly stood up and delivered a loud slap to the gang member, knocking him to the ground. "Are you out of your mind?" Immediately after, the bespectacled man stood up, straightened his suit, and whispered to the gang member, "Her background is very powerful, we can't afford to provoke her. Just bear with it." At this moment, under the lights, everyone finally saw the newcomer's face clearly. Beautiful golden short hair, cat-like blue pupils, and a camera in her hand. She was no ordinary person, she was the chief reporter of Moonstone City's White Dove Times, miracle reporter Pelu. However, at this moment, Pelu's hair was disheveled, and she had dark circles under her eyes. In the gang legends of Moonstone City, although Pelu was only a first-order transcendent, all gang forces that tried to oppose her paid a heavy price. Even when she caused serious trouble, there was always someone to clean up Pelu's mess. People speculated that she might be a princess with a madman's disease exiled by the Bay Country royal family, or a witch with demon blood flowing in her veins, or the daughter of a psychiatric hospital director. There were countless urban legends about her. Upon seeing Pelu, without a powerful background, resistance was a suicidal choice. One either obediently accepted the interview or ran away. The bespectacled man naturally knew this. He skillfully bowed 90 degrees, "Miss Pelu, I apologize. My subordinate was rude just now. Please forgive him. At least you're sensible." Pelu walked forward, looked around, and then found the most luxurious chair in the room and sat down. That was the cherished chair of their Black Rabbit gang's leader. Only the Black Rabbit gang's spokesperson dared to sit in that chair. The Black Rabbit gang's subordinates were astonished in their hearts. Their boss had only died yesterday, and someone was already sitting in his chair. Pelu crossed her legs, took out her manuscript and pen, and said casually, "Just a reminder, something very serious is happening right now, so you'd better cooperate with the interview." Something very serious is happening.
Could it be that the guards outside have already met with misfortune? The bespectacled man slowly straightened his back and asked, Miss Pelu, may I ask what this very serious matter is? Pelu picked her ear with her pen. Today, I'm in a very bad mood. The bespectacled man choked. Being in a bad mood, does that count as something very serious? The next second, Pelu looked at the dim image on the projector, frowned, and then said, Do you know, I've been looking for the flower witch for 3 days, and I've only gotten a tiny bit of a clue. Besides that bastard at the newspaper agency who only draws women and men's bodies, his newspaper sales have reached a new high, almost surpassing mine. Not only that, after 3 sleepless nights, I wanted to go to the beach to eat some moonlight fish made by my lovely fans, but that guy ran off to who knows where. A transcendent chef, yet so unprofessional and not even fond of money. From Pelu's tone, one could clearly sense her irritation. The bespectacled man composed himself and said, with the rift tide descending, the supply of moonlight fish ingredients has indeed been limited recently. This is indeed a very bad thing. Yes, it is. Of course, the most crucial thing is that I haven't had any good news lately. No choice, I can only come here and interview you about your dealings with the Black Whale Group. I hope your mess is worthy of being published in my newspaper. As she spoke, Pelu turned her head and placed her pen on her manuscript. The usually calm bespectacled man now clenched his fist. The gang's various evil deeds, such as kidnappings and protection rackets, were tolerated by the upper echelons. As long as they didn't cross the line, the law enforcement agencies in the 3rd District often turned a blind eye. However, the fact of colluding with pirates was a completely different matter. Colluding with pirates, and with the most notorious of the 4 great pirate groups, the Black Whale Group. Coupled with the recent reorganization of the Navy, they were bound to reclaim the Bay Country government's dominance over the sea. This matter, at this time, was absolutely a crime of the gravest kind. They might even be sentenced to a punishment more severe than death, becoming experimental subjects for Bay Country's special agencies. They couldn't easily reveal it. Pelu yawned, hurry up and tell me. After I finish interviewing you, I still have to go back to the newspaper agency to hand in my manuscript to the review committee, and then I can go home to sleep. Oh, and I also need to find time to eat. Time is precious. The bespectacled man bit his lip, placing his hand on the gun at his waist, extremely conflicted. This arrogant woman, though she had a powerful background, was ultimately just a first-order transcendent. This was their territory. She was just flesh and blood. When a bullet passed through her head, she would also turn into a corpse. If the boss were still alive, even if they killed her and were hunted down by her powerful backing, they could still escape to the sea and get away with it. And their Black Rabbit gang would become a famous gang in Moonstone City for killing Pelu. If the boss hadn't encountered the near-sea overlord, if their boss had gone out to sea on a different day, if the boss were alive, they would have the confidence to act. But now, the entire Black Rabbit was buried in the storm of the sea. The boss could not be resurrected. The Black Rabbit gang already existed in name only. Let alone killing Pelu, even the crime of killing a civilian was something they couldn't bear. They could only obediently kneel and be at Pelu's mercy. There was no room for resistance, no room for negotiation. After the bespectacled man recognized the facts, he slumped down. I'll tell you everything. 3 months ago, our leader, Black Rabbit, accidentally met the great pirate of the Black Whale Group in the city's red light district. Finally, at her suggestion, we had the idea of joining the Black Whale Group. The Black Whale Group told us that in about 3 months, the entire sea would undergo drastic changes, and in order to let the Navy know who the master of the Witch Sea was, they needed a large number of people, so they extended an invitation to us. Thus, under Black Rabbit's arrangement, we began to prepare to go out to sea. Great pirate? The great pirate who kept 100 handsome men? Your leader and she finalized your joining the Black Whale Group in the red light district. Approximately how many people were involved in this? 10 people. Our gang's cadres all participated, and we almost got caught by a Navy officer.
Hashtag gang members and the pirate leader Great Pirate engaged in taboo acts in the red light district, attracting the Navy's attention. Hashtag.
Peilu wrote the headline on her manuscript. She thought for a moment and then changed the headline.
As the reporter with the highest newspaper sales in Moonstone City, there was no need for her to use such a deceptive headline. She propped her chin and twirled her pen. So, the Black Whale Group knew 3 months ago that the rift tide was about to descend.
That's interesting. This is something even the Bay Country Meteorological Bureau didn't know. Anything else?
The bespectacled man swallowed. That's all. Many things were finalized by our leader, Black Rabbit.
Unfortunately, he was attacked at sea. Are you pushing all the blame onto a dead man? By the way, he died at sea, not faked his death? Is there no more interesting information? Many gang leaders would fake their deaths before leaving the gang to prevent being hunted down by others. Peilu slowly wrote down the information. In fact, the Black Rabbit gang was far from the only gang cooperating with the Black Whale Group.
Other newspaper agencies also reported related matters.
The Black Rabbit gang's news could only be considered minor news. The bespectacled man said helplessly, it wasn't a fake death.
The Black Rabbit encountered the near-sea overlord, Black Mud.
We have evidence. This might be the final fate of us gang members. Near-sea overlord, Black Mud. The probability of encountering these two things is so low.
Your gang really has good luck.
Peilu became interested and walked to the projector. The projector in front of her was still looping the scene of the sea. A gloomy sea, howling storm, black mud like a tide, and the terrifying near-sea overlord.
This scene was much more interesting than these boring gang members.
Peilu watched it without blinking. Hey, is there a possibility of infighting on your Black Rabbit? Infighting? Unlikely, I think. What's wrong, Miss Peilu?
The bespectacled man asked in confusion. Peilu bent down, a glint flashing in her eyes.
Did a shipwreck happen? She replayed it, watching the scene in front of her intently. No.
She murmured to herself, the image is blurry, but many people in the image are clearly looking at one target, a target that makes them fear. The black mud on the ship shows traces of being trampled for a short period.
Moreover, a human figure flashed at the edge of the image.
Your leader, lying on the ground, besides black mud, faint knife wounds can be seen on his body. Everyone listened to Peilu's analysis, still somewhat puzzled.
Miss Peilu, what are you trying to say?
Peilu's eyes flashed, and then she made a speculation that shocked the gang members present. Someone on this ship, taking advantage of the chaos, murdered your Black Rabbit gang.
Bounty.
Murder, a simple word, echoed in everyone's minds like a bell. They all looked at the images in the projector again.
How could this be? On a ship covered in black mud, would anyone really dare to act? Could anyone really act? The bespectacled man swallowed, and at Peilu's reminder, he also noticed this. It's not the Black Whale Group.
In the footage from the voyaging eye, the bald man responsible for the Black Whale Group's connection also died, and the Black Whale Group has no
reason to attack us.
To dare to attack our boss while being surrounded by a near-sea overlord in black mud, it must be at least a tier 3 transcendent.
Could it be a deep-sea merchant? Peilu propped her chin, repeatedly watching the footage. It's not a deep-sea merchant.
Although it's a storm, there's still light.
Deep-sea merchants don't appear during the day.
Peilu had once been caught by a deep-sea merchant during an interview and flailed wildly in the water. Finally, she barely survived by using her camera's flash. Therefore, she could be sure that the people on the Black Rabbit were not deep-sea merchants. The figure that flashed across the screen was very likely the perpetrator. Peilu re-watched it 3 times. Above the deep sea, to dare to attack an ironclad ship in the presence of a near-sea overlord in black mud, that is indeed a monster. Suddenly, Peilu thought of something. Her intuition told her that the other party possessed some special skill that made them immune to attacks from black mud and the near-sea overlord.
Interesting.
The Black Rabbit, attempting to defect to the Black Whale Group, was killed by an unidentified monster on the sea after its first voyage.
This makes for a good news story.
Pelu began to write, jotting down the events from the projector screen onto her manuscript. She had been running around for 3 days, and finally found some interesting news material. Back then, when the deep-sea merchant first appeared, people also only thought it was an ordinary boatman. This monster in front of her might become a famous monster on the sea, just like the deep-sea merchant. And her report might very well be the first newspaper to report on this mysterious existence. The bespectacled man's lips moved.
He suddenly remembered the Black Rabbit's first business deal. Could it be that chef who hired someone to do it? He wondered whether to reveal that the Black Rabbit was planning to rob the chef. But he quickly dismissed the idea. How could a Tier 1 chef have the money to hire a Tier 3 transcendent? Saying it would only tarnish their reputation and increase their crimes. Pelu picked up her camera, took a few photos, and prepared to leave. The bespectacled man swallowed. This plague god was finally leaving. Miss Pelu, goodbye. I'm a fan of yours. May I ask when this newspaper will be published?
Their Black Rabbit gang needed to transfer their assets before the newspaper was published, then dispose of all the slaves in the basement, and
finally escape.
Pelu turned her head, a playful smile on her face.
You're not under the illusion that after seeing me, you can still walk out of this conference room normally, are you?
Let me tell you some news that's about to be published. After the Navy's reorganization, to curb the growing trend of pirates, they are preparing to punish a batch of scum who recently joined pirate crews.
Guess who's on that list?
All the gang members felt their hearts stop for a moment. With that, Pelu pushed open the door to the conference room. At the entrance were some civilians who wanted to thank Pelu.
And besides the civilians, there were also 10 law enforcement guards wearing heavy steam armor.
Heavy iron boots stomped through the conference room, and the gang members pulled out their weapons.
Da-day-day-day-day-day. Da-day-day-day-day.
Pelu dug at her ears.
She wasn't interested in the scene of the shootout.
After signing autographs for the people who came to thank her, she walked towards the White Dove newspaper. She just wanted to finish her work now, then take a nap, and then have a delicious feast.
Dusk.
The waves gently lapped against the shore, making a low and rhythmic sound. By the harbor, outside the small houseboat, a closed sign hung. Chen Shi sat inside the boathouse, opening the Ice Demon Pirate Cruise sea chart, pondering his next destination.
Taking down an ironclad ship alone was a big deal. For safety's sake, he had to temporarily leave Moonstone City. Lie low for a while. It wouldn't be good if things escalated.
Chen Shi thought to himself. Just then, there was an urgent knock on his small boathouse.
Open up. Boss. Don't you want to make money? It's time to open for business. This lively and confident voice. Chen Shi put away the sea chart and opened the boathouse door.
Outside, a woman with short blonde hair smiled at him.
What is it, Miss Pelu? My fan, you finally opened the door.
Pelu, with a confident expression, held a freshly printed newspaper and naturally sat down at the dining table.
Chen Shi showed a puzzled expression. When did he become her fan? Although Pelu certainly had many crazy, loyal fans in Moonstone City.
But clearly, he was not one of them. As if seeing through Chen Shi's thoughts, Pelu crossed her legs.
Get me a moonlight fish, and by the way, let me guess, are you wondering when you became my fan? When?
Chen Shi was bewildered. If the other party wanted to eat moonlight fish, he could only buy one at a high price from the large ship next door. However, Pelu's arrival was also a good thing. It was a good opportunity to ask her if she had any information about D-grade rifts. At this moment, Pelu handed Chen Shi a freshly printed White Dove Times newspaper.
Chen Shi took the newspaper.
Today's White Dove Times reported that the 3 admirals of the Navy were leading ships to regain control of the Near Sea and the Sea of Rifts, and
that bounties were being increased.
It also reported on gang affairs.
3 gangs were completely wiped out for colluding with pirate crews.
They were the Wild Dog Gang, the Black Rabbit Gang, and the Dice Gang of Moonstone City.
Black Rabbit Gang. Chen Shi tried to remain calm and continued reading. The entire Black Rabbit Gang was arrested, and many people were directly facing the death penalty.
In Bay Country, there was a tradition of using death row inmates as experimental subjects. Soon, a piece of news appeared before his eyes. In the Rift Tide, under the storm, a newly born deep-sea monster brutally slaughters the Black Rabbit Gang #. At the same time, a photo of a near-sea overlord was attached.
This monster couldn't be me, could it?
Chen Shi quickly scanned the section.
The newspaper described the Black Rabbit's disaster, and through some clues, people speculated that another deep-sea merchant-level monster might have appeared on the sea.
This monster was extremely powerful, so powerful that it ignored Black Mud and the near-sea overlord, and killed Black Rabbit, the leader of the Black
Rabbit Gang.
Chen Shi was slightly surprised.
He was in the newspaper.
Although he didn't show his face, there was no doubt that he was the protagonist of this news.
In Peilu's writing, he was completely portrayed as a bloodthirsty monster. He immediately thought of many possibilities.
Peilu's White Dove Times was very likely to attract a bunch of idle detectives, who would then try to find him using the photos in the newspaper.
Trouble.
Chen Shi ran his hand through his hair. He didn't expect that his first appearance in a newspaper in this world would be because of something like this.
Wait.
Chen Shi noticed that on the back of the newspaper, there were also some strange numbers in photos. Wild Dog, leader of the Wild Dog Gang, joined the Black Whale Group, once organized an underground boxing club, bounty of 1 million shell coins.
Newly promoted female member of the Blood Blade Pirate Crew, name and origin unknown, bounty of 3 million shell coins. Unidentified, genderless Dark Shadow, slaughtered 50 people on the Black Rabbit, bounty of 5 million shell coins. Below the newspaper, there was also a photo of the afterimage he left on the Black Rabbit.
Why? Chen Shi was shocked. Why did he get a bounty just for showing a black shadow? Who could be caught with that fleeting black shadow? Why did a broken shadow have a 5 million bounty? Chen Shi rubbed his forehead. He couldn't quite understand the Navy's thought process.
Did these Navy officers fill out bounties with their feet?
Hopefully, no one would actually see his accidentally revealed black shadow and go looking for people everywhere. What the black shadow did has nothing to do with me. Peilu sat at the dining table and explained. To combat pirates, Bay Country has decided to increase everyone's bounty, and we're collaborating with the White Dove newspaper agency to launch a
new bounty times. This is a warm-up. By the way, you can also claim a bounty if you provide clues. Is that so? I wonder if I can claim a bounty.
Chen Shi smiled and continued to read. Aside from the people from the 4 great pirate crews, they were all well-known figures in the near sea: Big Mom, Captain Black Eye, Magic Bullet, Shooter, Butcher, etc.
One more person appeared on this honor roll. The Flower Witch.
Although she was not a dangerous presence on the sea and showed no hostility towards civilians. But considering her historical status, as long as she could be captured, or convinced to go to Navy headquarters, she would be given a bounty of
20 million shell coins.
And just by providing clues, one could get 500,000 shell coins. In addition, if one was the first to submit to the White Dove newspaper agency, an additional 1 million shell coins would be provided.
The Flower Witch is really valuable.
Chen Shi exclaimed, making him feel a little tempted. Peilu saw Chen Shi finish reading the newspaper, looked up, and smiled.
Don't thank me, it's part of my job, just a casual favor. Just treat me to a moonlight fish for free. Chen Shi suddenly realized.
Before, the Black Rabbit Gang had threatened him over the hunting ground incident. Although in his view, the crisis on the Black Rabbit was something he resolved alone.
In Peilu's eyes, she took down the Black Rabbit Gang by reporting and interviewing. As the big sister, she easily solved the gang's threat for her chef fan. Thank you, Miss Peilu.
No problem, I'll make a super delicious moonlight fish. Peilu tilted her head and rubbed her nose. She felt she had gained another fan. It's a small matter, just a favor at work. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank the near-sea overlord that attacked the black rabbit, or that mysterious black shadow.
The near-sea overlord, yes, that should definitely be thanked. I'll thank them too.
Chen-Shi smiled and went to the large ship next door, buying a luxurious moonlight fish for 5,000 shell coins.
He hadn't had dinner yet, anyway. Cooked moonlight fish, gained 100 spirit points.
Soon, a fragrant dish of scallion oil moonlight fish was prepared.
Chen-Shi placed the moonlight fish on the table. So fragrant.
Indeed, at this time, this moonlight fish is absolutely essential.
Peilu's face flushed slightly, and she excitedly put the moonlight fish into her mouth with a fork, savoring it. The meaty aroma bloomed on her taste buds.
Just as she thought, it perfectly brought out the delicious texture of the moonlight fish.
By the way, Miss Peilu, how far have you investigated the flower witch's matter? Chen-Shi asked.
In recent days, he had already assimilated the breathing method and the body tempering method, qualifying him to go to a D-grade rift. He happened to need to lie low recently, and coupled with the pale scale fruit he got from White Tree Land, he urgently needed a reliable pharmacist. While the flower witch hadn't caused a major incident yet, Chen-Shi wanted to try to find her. Once the flower witch got involved in major events and was pursued by various parties, it would be difficult to find her again.
Indeed, you're also interested in the flower witch.
Peilu smiled mysteriously.
The flower witch's whereabouts are very secretive.
She has a unique way of hiding, evading my many attempts at tracking. This is top-secret information painstakingly collected by our White Dove Times, and cannot be told to others.
Chen-Shi remained unimpressed, showing a slightly skeptical expression. When did you become someone who can keep a secret?
The reason why the Navy and gangs were always wary of Peilu was because of her big mouth.
To ask her for information, you don't need to ask explicitly.
She would voluntarily tell you.
Why aren't you begging me to continue? Peilu gripped her knife and fork, showing a meaningful expression.
Although the boss explicitly said this information cannot be leaked, I, Peilu, love to go against the boss.
I can't help it, it's just my nature. Actually, it's not impossible to tell you.
After all, I'm the most famous reporter at White Dove Times.
If even I don't know the flower witch's clues, then no one will know the flower witch's clues.
Thanks to Kopkin for the 100 points, and everyone for subscribing.
P.S. It's too short, I'm guilty.
I ran out of saved drafts from writer's block before, so I couldn't update more after it went on sale, apologies.
I'm working hard, there should be one update tonight. See Flower Island.
Inside the small boathouse, the boat lamp emitted a soft glow, adding a touch of warmth to the room.
Chen-Shi leaned down, took a bottle of wine from under the table, and handed it to Peilu.
He was quite curious how she found clues about the flower witch. Peilu drank a bottle of wine and began to recount her experiences of the past 3 days. According to the information the newsstand old man and Chen-Shi told her, the flower witch had flowers growing on her head, which meant the flower witch had to find a way to hide her appearance. However, in a place as exceptional as Moonstone City, people who hid their appearance were not uncommon.
Walking on the street, at least 1 out of 10 people hid their appearance.
There were also many people with a physique similar to the flower witch. So, she went to the street under the guise of an interview, and during the interview, she suddenly pulled down their cloaks and masks.
Faceless people, thieves of hearts, ghost brides, soul-stealing clowns, piggy heroes. Anyone who hid their appearance.
If she saw one, she would pull their disguise off. Finally, after her unremitting efforts, in front of a herbal shop, a person wearing a cloak, upon seeing her, immediately ran away.
She actually did that. Chen-Shi's eyes widened.
He never expected that Peilu's method of finding the flower which was the legendary brute force method. The most crucial thing was that this simple and crude method actually worked for her. At this point, Peilu lowered her head and frowned, saying,
"Unfortunately, she still got away.
Not only that, because I exposed the true appearance of a bunch of masked people, my scumbag boss dragged me in for a talk, saying I disrupted public order in the commercial street and infringed on the portrait rights of many people. This also caused me to miss the best time to pursue her. It's already good that you weren't beaten for pulling people's disguises off like that.
Chen Shi couldn't help but retort. I couldn't help it.
I'm not as lucky as you, being able to encounter the flower witch in the rift.
Pei Lu frowned.
But it's alright. After I left the detention center, after a friendly exchange with the police, according to information provided by my informant, a thin woman wearing a cloak took the Flower Sea cruise ship to an island on the edge of the near sea. This person is very likely the Flower Witch. I plan to set off tonight to find her and give the Flower Witch a surprise. Chen Qi was somewhat speechless. After all that, she still relied on the newspaper agency's vast intelligence network.
He had to admit that the newspaper agency in Moonstone City was indeed a very powerful organization. Chen Qi asked curiously. Which island is it?
Pei Lu stopped eating and showed a slightly surprised look.
You want to find the Flower Witch? Aren't you afraid of being turned into fertilizer by her?
In legends, the Flower Witch was a madwoman who buried the bodies of 100,000 soldiers to cultivate the Black Earth. Although intelligence showed that the Flower Witch who appeared this time was not the legendary Flower Witch. Most people, influenced by these legends, even with a high bounty, didn't dare to seek out the Flower Witch. Who knows, their own bodies might become fertilizer for flowers. Of course, in Chen Qi's opinion, the past was the past, and now was now. With the Flower Witch's current foolish appearance, let alone restoring the glory of the legendary witch, it would be difficult for her not to become fertilizer before she advanced to the 4th rank.
Chen Qi said expectantly. After all, there's so much money. If I can provide some clues, that's a full 1.5 million shell coins. Isn't that getting rich overnight?
That's true.
This is faster than players becoming rich women.
Although you're a chef, you're indeed very brave. Pei Lu thought for a moment, then smiled. If she brought Chen Qi along, wouldn't that be like having a traveling chef accompany her? She tapped the table and said softly. Edge of the near sea, Flower Island.
Edge of the near sea.
Chen Qi was slightly startled. The destination of this journey was further than he had imagined. The Witch Sea's waters could be roughly divided into the Near Sea, the Rift Sea, the Sea of Mist, and the Sunless Sea beyond the edge of the new sun.
World. Above these waters, there were countless islands.
The numerous islands and waters made centralized management difficult, coupled with the Navy's perennial weakness.
These islands also became pirate hideouts.
It could be said that Bay Country had zero control over the waters beyond the Near Sea. It was precisely for this reason that recently, the high-ranking officials of Bay Country reorganized the Navy and established admirals, attempting to
reclaim their dominant position in the Witch Sea.
The edge of the Near Sea was a very dangerous place for ordinary people. Chen Qi looked at his palm, clenched his fist, and thought to himself. I should have the strength to venture to the edge of the Near Sea now.
Delicious.
Pei Lu finished eating the moonlight fish.
I'll be leaving on the White Dove tonight. The night is too dangerous for you, so you can depart tomorrow morning. But you need to be careful.
There are many legends of treasure concerning Flower Island, and with the recent arrival of the Rift, many travelers have gone to Flower Island. This is also good news, that place lacks meat supply, so the food should be very bad. Your chef business will do well.
Chen Qi nodded.
After Pei Lu finished eating, she left the small boathouse. After Pei Lu left, Chen Qi closed the doors and windows, and took out the Ice Demon Pirate Cruise sea chart and the Deep Sea Hunter's treasure map. Before heading to Flower Island, he still needed to confirm some things. Why was the Flower Witch going to Flower Island? As the protagonist of the Witch Sea, she was definitely not going for tourism. Her trip to Flower Island must be for something important. Chen Qi opened the sea chart. According to the Ice Demon Pirate Cruise sea chart, the location of Flower Island had markings of treasure chests and flowers. Was the Flower Witch after medicinal herbs or treasure? Chen Qi rubbed his head. When the Flower Witch was in the hunting ground, he vaguely felt that she was also looking for the hunter's treasure. All signs indicated that the Deep Sea Hunter had left more than one treasure map in this vast sea. And everyone seemed to know about the deep-sea hunter's treasure. Chen-Shi placed his finger on the deep-sea hunter's treasure map and scanned it from top to bottom. In the middle section, the coordinates of Flower Island were written. This place indeed also had treasure buried by the deep-sea hunter. Chen-Shi glanced at the far left of the coordinates to check the difficulty of this treasure. However, to his surprise, there was no difficulty indicator before this treasure information. Aside from a simple drawing of clothes and coordinates, there were no other hints. Why? Chen-Shi was momentarily stunned. No difficulty hint. Did it mean the difficulty of this treasure was 0, or was it simply forgotten? I don't understand. Chen-Shi shook his head, put away the sea chart, and walked out of the boathouse. The stars twinkled, and the night sea breeze blew through his black hair. He looked at the merchant ship ahead, the bright lighthouse, the moon in the sky, all the way to the boundless distance. Chen-Shi stretched out his hand towards the moon and made a grasping motion. Now, he had gradually become familiar with this world and had become a qualified first-rank transcendent. After this journey, he could consider his unique principle and advance to the second-rank transcendent. Flower Island, huh? Chen-Shi felt both excited and a little uneasy. The high randomness of the new sun world meant that even with the Rift's and powerful strength, he would still encounter unexpected situations. A world full of dangers. However, if he didn't dare to brave the winds and waves, his progress would ultimately be slow, and he wouldn't be able to stand at the crest of this tide. Oh, the sea and the stars. Chen-Shi looked into the distance, his eyes full of anticipation. The next day, daylight ignited in the sky, illuminating the dark city. The small boathouse sailed out of the port, heading towards the distant island. I'll secretly update one chapter, no human should notice. Ice Witch background. The edge of the near sea, so far, but we're almost there. Chen-Shi emerged from the boathouse, map in hand. With the deep-sea water spirit thrusters, his small houseboat had sailed for a full day. At this moment, the sun's fiery glow was gradually fading. The lingering rays of the sunset painted the sea, the light and water reflecting each other beautifully, complemented by falling flowers drifting from Flower Island out to sea. It was like a grand floral carpet on the ocean, welcoming travelers. Chen-Shi looked up at the distant island. A large mountain covered with flowering trees, a small town nestled at its base, and a simple pier. Flower Island had fertile land, suitable for cultivating medicinal herbs and flowers, and with nearly 1,000 residents, it was a decent small town. However, compared to the people of the Moonstone Islands, the inhabitants of this remote island were more insular and less likely to leave their homeland. In their view, this small island, far from the city, was peaceful and beautiful, and the annual tourism industry easily brought in a large sum of money. Of course, the prerequisite for this peaceful life was the absence of pirates and the rift tide. Chen-Shi slowed his houseboat, preparing to dock. Just then, a giant white pigeon flew across the sky, slowly descending to land in front of Flower Island's port. It was Peilu, she had arrived too. Chen-Shi moored his houseboat at the pier, then took a big leap, stepping onto the land of Flower Island. Peilu noticed the movement behind her and looked at Chen-Shi with a puzzled expression. How are you so fast? Did you also leave at night? She had left last night, and she had flown. Chen-Shi took a step forward. Roughly, yes. My small boat's engine is quite expensive. While the houseboat was fast. The main reason he arrived at the same time as Peilu was his proud thrusters. Deep-sea water spirit brand thrusters. And there were 7 of them. With the help of the deep-sea water spirits, the houseboat's speed was incredibly fast. The only side effect was that, compared to machines, the deep-sea water spirits tired out too quickly. After pushing for just one day, they had turned into a puddle of limp, soft mud. This must be because the deep-sea water spirits lacked exercise, more practice would fix it. Deep-sea water spirits don't need to breathe oxygen, they just need to absorb seawater regularly. So, Chen-Shi put them into his backpack card. Later, he could summon them out, just like throwing a spirit ball. Peilu picked up her camera and took a few photos.
Never mind, you've come at just the right time.
I'll show you how Moonstone City's most famous reporter, with her eagle-like vision and wolf-like keenness, catches the Flower Witch. At the pier, the two presented their credentials, briefly verified their identities with the dock staff, and then walked towards Flower Island's village.
It's really lively.
Chen-Chi looked at the village. The houses on Flower Island were built of red bricks, and each house was adorned with flowers. At this time, despite the rift tide, it was spring, the peak tourist season. There were still many travelers. Not only that, but many people were at the village entrance, discussing information. Chen-Chi pricked up his ears.
Have you heard? That rift is about to open again. It won't be like 10 years ago, will it, where the distortion level rose above 40% and then things escaped? Impossible. This time, the village chief said they've invited experts. A rift has revived in this area too. The rift level in this region should be D. Chen-Chi observed his surroundings while walking forward with Pei-Lu. Just then, in the town, two giant statues at the central flower bed caught his attention. One was of a hunter holding a bone-shaped greatsword, immensely tall, clad in heavy hunter's light armor, his rough face obscured by a hood. This statue, forged from rock, was already covered with a deep green moss, yet it still stood like a dignified hunter, gazing out at the sea before him. Deep Sea Hunter. Chen-Chi was slightly surprised. It was his first time seeing a statue of the Deep Sea Hunter. This statue must be the legendary Deep Sea Hunter, the only being after the witches to have repelled the great whale. This is the Deep Sea Hunter, so what about this statue? Chen-Chi looked at the other statue. The other statue was of a young woman, dressed in attire similar to a nun's habit, holding a holy book in her right hand and a lantern in her left. She stood like a tall lighthouse, watching over the Witch Sea, beautiful and sacred. It was even larger than the Deep Sea Hunter's statue. And it was also older than the Deep Sea Hunter's statue. This is... For a moment, Chen-Chi didn't recognize the figure before him. Pei-Lu took out her camera and photographed both statues. You don't know this? This is the pride of our Witch Sea, the statue of the Ice Witch. Ice Witch. Chen-Chi recalled for a moment, and memories flooded his mind. So it was this omnipresent super background character. The Ice Witch was also a very famous character in the Witch Sea region. However, unlike the Flower Witch, who was the protagonist, the Ice Witch was a typical background character. 500 years ago, during the rift tide swept the sea. Under the oppression of the great whale, people were starving and cold, monsters appeared like a tide, and humans were forced to cannibalize each other. At that time, Bay Country was embroiled in a severe civil war due to the out-of-control Hammer Aspect Rift, completely unable to deal with the rift tide. Without the support of land-based powerhouses, all the inhabitants of the sea had fallen into despair. It was then that the Ice Witch emerged, single-handedly repelling the great whale, saving countless people and countless struggling families. To commemorate the Ice Witch's achievements, this sea was renamed the Witch Sea from its original name, Whale Sea, with the king's authorization. At the same time, the Ice Witch was an incredibly powerful mage, the pride of many mages in the Witch Sea. Today, the name of one of the 4 great pirate crews, the Ice Demon Pirate Crew, also originated from this Ice Witch. Additionally, the Ice Witch enjoyed studying history and archaeology. Therefore, many major events and ruins bore traces of this Ice Witch. In many places, the Ice Witch's status was even higher than that of the ancient goddess of the sea. Especially on islands in the near sea, people generally believed that the Ice Witch's statue could bless their travels with safety. Chen-Chi remembered that there were many posts about the Ice Witch in the forums. In the eyes of most ordinary people in the New Sun world, human lifespan had limits. In the deeper layers of this world, there existed a void phase lantern reaper, harvesting the lives of all who attempted to transgress the natural order of life. If a lifespan exceeded 100 years, in the sea of spirituality, the reaper would arrive as promised. Even with a transcendent body capable of moving mountains and overturning seas, one could not resist the erosion of time. However, according to various pieces of information from the player forums, this Ice Witch, famous across the sea centuries ago, had not died but
lived on like a ghost, participating in many historical events.
Truly magnificent. Was the ice witch a battle none before?
Chen Shi clapped his hands, shifting his gaze from the statues. Meanwhile, after finishing her photos, Peilu had already started inquiring about clues for the flower witch. Peilu was randomly picking passers-by, asking them for information. Chen Shi was surprised. Peilu's way of finding people was truly simple and crude. And with her holding a microphone like that, she was far too conspicuous. She walked up to an old woman, taking out 1,000 shell coins.
Grandma, I wonder if you've seen someone wearing a cloak.
The old woman skillfully took the money and replied.
No.
Peilu stared at her vanished money, momentarily stunned. Then, the old woman stood up and looked around.
Aren't people in cloaks everywhere? Let me help you look. Is it that person?
Speaking of which, that young girl's head even wiggles, she looks so mysterious.
In front of the open-air herbal stall, there were many travelers. And a person wearing a cloak was bowing their head, picking out herbs.
At this moment, as if sensing the gaze from behind, she pulled down a corner of her hood, turned her head, and tilted it, looking at the two of them. The moment she saw the two, her hood began to wriggle wildly, like ocean waves.
Flower witch.
Chen Shi was startled.
He hadn't expected her to be so easy to find. She was actually right at the entrance of Flower Island's village. No.
Chen Shi suddenly thought of something.
Hold this for me.
Peilu's eyes were firm, and she abruptly handed her backpack to Chen Shi. She squatted, her arms hanging naturally, palms slightly open, assuming a starting position, then took a deep breath.
My fan, it's time to show you a reporter's speed. Flower witch, this time, you won't escape. Flower witch's hiding skill.
The flower witch sprouted a few startled little flowers. She hadn't expected that annoying reporter from Moonstone City to actually track her to Flower Island.
Boss, I've already paid for the herbs.
The flower witch calmly paid, then took out a bottle of energy potion, drank it, and ran towards the mountains of Flower Island.
As the legendary successor to a witch, did a mere 2 first-tier transcendent really think they could catch her? The flower witch appeared calm and collected, not believing Peilu could catch her. However, Peilu, who considered herself half an athlete, decided to give it a try.
Besides the villages and towns, Flower Island was an expanse of continuous mountains. The flower witch strolled leisurely, running into the forest, into the mountains. And Peilu, using all her strength, also rushed into the mountains. Peilu really isn't afraid of death, daring to chase into the mountains. Chen Shi said, crossing his arms.
Peilu's desire to interview the flower witch was simply unrealistic. The flower witch wanted to hide her identity and would never agree to an interview. However, from her reaction, the flower witch seemed quite afraid of Peilu.
Chen Shi shook his head. He still needed to find the flower witch to make potions.
If she saw him without Peilu, perhaps the flower witch might talk to him. But now, wouldn't she think he and Peilu were working together?
Even if he saw the flower witch herself, asking her to make potions would still be very difficult.
Chen Shi followed behind Peilu, also running into the forest.
Peilu, as a reporter, was already quite fast. Thanks to her strong legs, the flower witch remained in Peilu's sight for a long time. But even so, she still lost track of the flower witch, only able to constantly look up at the branches in the forest, searching blindly. Chen Shi walked slowly through the mountains. He wasn't in a hurry to search, but rather sniffed with his nose. Because of the blood flower disease, the flower witch's body scent was like the fragrance of flowers. To find her, scent was a very good option. But Chen Shi looked around. Many trees on Flower Island were flowering trees, and fresh floral scents were everywhere.
Hard to find.
Chen Shi shook his head. The flower witch had money from her last trip to the rift, so she wouldn't be attracted by the smell of food.
Wait.
Chen Shi suddenly recalled some information.
The player forum mentioned the flower witch's favorite hiding method.
Peilu's speed wasn't slow, she had lost track of her suddenly.
The flower witch is very likely hiding Chen Shi thought, following Peilu's tracking route, walking and looking at the grass nearby.
And at this moment, he suddenly discovered a strange place. Under a tall flowering tree, 3 very unnatural yellow flowers grew. Chen Shi sat down, leaning against the tree, and took out his water bottle. He had followed Peilu all this way and was a bit thirsty. Gulp gulp. And as he drank water, on the small yellow flower patch next to him, a black flower suddenly sprouted. It was a terrified little black flower. She's really here. Chen Shi glanced at it speechlessly. According to information from the player forum, the flower which was very good at earth evasion, meaning she liked to hide in the ground. However, in the early stages, her earth evasion technique had a fatal flaw. As long as she didn't hide too deep, the flowers on her head would break through the soil. Chen Shi took a deep breath, organizing his words. Flower witch, don't worry, I'm not with that reporter, and I have no intention of claiming a bounty for you. I just have some medicinal ingredients and want your help to process them. Would she agree? Chen Shi waited silently for her answer. In the early stages of the game, no players dared to seek out the flower witch. It wasn't until the mid-game that players started asking the flower witch to make potions. But by then, the flower witch was already developing into a protagonist, constantly involved in major events, and didn't have much time to make potions. Now, the flower witch should be very poor. If he could give her enough money, she should be willing to help him make potions. Chen Shi thought to himself. After a long silence, he heard a faint sound coming from under the ground. You're mistaken, I'm not the flower witch, I'm just a flower. What are you saying? Chen Shi was stunned. Hold it in, hold it in. Under what circumstances could she utter such an ostrich-like line? People from the witch sea really do have something wrong with their heads. Staying in an environment like the sea for too long, it's quite normal for one's mind to become a bit unhinged. Chen Shi regulated his breathing, suppressing the urge to complain. Flower witch, I have something to discuss with you. That woman has already run off. She should be in the town on Flower Island now, searching house to house for you. I absolutely will not betray you. Besides, with your powerful strength, 2 first-tier transcendent like us can't do anything to you. I swear to the goddess of the sea, I will absolutely not expose your whereabouts, otherwise, when I go out to sea, I'll encounter a near sea overlord, and when I return, I'll run into a black mud tide. Another moment of silence. The flower witch finally replied. Alright, if you dare to expose my whereabouts, I will let you know why witches are called witches. Her tone was clearly a bit angry, even containing a hint of threat. Such an act of unauthorized tracking was indeed unacceptable. Even a lawful good existence, once provoked too much, would go on a rampage. Indeed, when conversing with a witch, one must still be careful of their words and actions, and not easily cross the line. No matter what, she was still a witch. Chen Shi nodded. Just like that, after a while, a few more orange-red flowers sprouted from the ground. Chen Shi took a sip of water. Flower witch, why aren't you coming out yet? Did I do something wrong? At this moment, a faint, mosquito-like voice came from underground again. I've been standing too long, my hands and feet are a bit numb, and the soil is sealed too tightly, it's a bit hard to get out, can you help? Me? Her feet are numb. Hold it in, she is a noble witch, suppress the urge to complain. Chen Shi looked at the panicked little flowers sprouting from the ground. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out his hand, grabbed the flowers on the ground, and like pulling a radish, yanked hard upwards. Pull. Finally, with great force, she popped her head out like a potato mine from Plants vs. Zombies, looked around, and then shot out. After emerging from the dirt, the flower witch patted the mud off her body and then spat out the mud from her mouth. She hesitated for a moment, looking at Chen Shi. To ease the awkward situation, she coughed twice and said, Ahem. In the academies of our golden flower bird kingdom, the flower phase symbolizes nature, and many people also have the grand goal of merging with nature. Merging with nature is a compulsory course for every flower phase student.
Some people can stand firm like a rock under the impact of a waterfall. Some people can make birds land on them while meditating. And I can directly merge with the land, even allowing highly aggressive wolves to walk over my head. In terms of merging with nature, I even surpassed my teacher. Of course, I haven't practiced in a long time, so I'm a bit rusty. The flower witch said with some pride. Can this even be called merging with nature? Aren't you just running away? Chen-shi looked at the mud-covered flower witch and pressed his hand to his forehead. He never expected that merely seeing the flower witch for the second time, his perception of a witch would change so drastically. On the game forum, the flower witch, as a protagonist, was clearly quite mysterious and powerful. Indeed, what one sees online and what one sees in person can have a huge difference. After the flower witch confirmed that the interview-obsessed Pelu was gone, she sat down and let out a long sigh. That monster who strips people in the street is finally gone. You really aren't with that guy? Don't worry, flower witch, although I know that person who strips people in the street, I will absolutely not betray you. You really know that pervert? The flower witch took a step back. Pelu, what exactly did you do in the street to make the lawful good flower witch speak with such a contemptuous tone? Chen-shi somewhat regretted walking into the village with Pelu. The flower witch thought for a moment, then crossed her arms and said. Forget it, since you've already sworn an oath. So, what potion do you want to concoct? As the successor to a witch, my fees are very expensive. Also, I have some important matters to complete on Flower Island, so I can't give you the potion immediately. Chen-shi organized his thoughts and said. I accidentally obtained a pale scale fruit on the sea, and I want your help to concoct it into a potion. What did you say? I said, I found a pale scale fruit and want to make it into a potion. Pale scale fruit is not an ingredient that can be easily obtained. Several surprised flowers immediately sprouted from the flower witch's head. You said you found a pale scale fruit? Where did you get it? I accidentally passed by a giant white tree and, with the help of my little pet, coincidentally picked it up. The flower witch blinked, looking at Chen-shi incredulously. You really have good luck. If it's a pale scale fruit, it's a high-end ingredient, and it also requires 10 neutralizing ingredients. I need a workshop to help you concoct it. In the flower witch's memory, pale scale fruit grew under the sea, and finding it required a lot of luck. She had only seen it in textbooks. The flower witch looked at Chen-shi suspiciously. From the first moment she saw Chen-shi, she thought he was reckless. Seeing her, he didn't avoid her, but dared to chase after her. And he could also break her perfect hiding technique, and even get a pale scale fruit. At the same time, he was also with that mysterious Pelu. This person must be extraordinary. The flower witch leaned against the tree and began her internal struggle. She currently had some difficulties that were hard to manage alone and needed outside help. But she was stubborn her whole life and disliked asking outsiders for help. Asking for help always felt a bit inelegant. It's not asking for help, but a transaction. This is an opportunity. The flower witch coughed twice and spoke. Chen-shi looked at the flowers falling from the tree. My name is Chi, just call me Chef. The flower witch said softly. Okay, Chef, I wonder if you have the courage to enter a D-rank rift? I have some quite explosive information here. Was the flower witch also here for the rift after all? Chen-shi replied without hesitation. Yes, what information? First trade. He was going anyway. On the contrary, the hunter's treasure was not a difficult task for him. Chen-shi readily agreed, turning his head to quietly wait for the flower witch to reveal the information. He agreed. 3 happy little yellow flowers popped up on the flower witch's head, and then she showed a mysterious expression. This matter involves legendary figures, so it's not suitable to chat here. Please follow me. The flower witch brushed off the dirt from her bottom, walked forward with light steps, and turned back to wave at Chen-shi. Annoying riddle speaker, can't you just say it here? Chen-shi stood up and obediently followed her. Led by the flower witch, the two of them walked along the forest path,
heading towards the highest point of the mountain. Finally, they reached the highest point of Flower Island's mountain, a towering cliff. The flower witch stood at the edge of the cliff, her hands behind her back, quietly enjoying the floral scent and sea breeze from above. "How about it, chef? The scenery in this place I chose is pretty good, isn't it?" Chen Shi took a step forward, looking down at the entire flower island from the mountaintop. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled between the mountains, dyeing the sky a soft golden hue, which contrasted beautifully with the deep blue sea. In the distance, forming a magnificent scroll of flowers and seawater. And the port and villages beneath the flowers also appeared exceptionally tranquil. It is indeed a very good view. Chen Shi took a deep breath. The air quality was also quite good. However, this is off topic. Weren't they supposed to discuss something very important? Chen Shi turned his head, looking at the flower witch with a suspicious gaze. Cough cough. The flower witch coughed twice, pointing to the seaside area at the easternmost part of Flower Island. In that place, many tents could be seen, forming a temporarily established settlement. Many hunters were stationed there, presumably waiting for the rift to open. The flower witch explained. In that place, there is a special large D-grade rift called the Dragon Perch. Every 10 years, this rift will reopen, and if no one deals with it, the rift will go out of control, affecting the entire island. Dragon Perch. Chen Shi propped his chin, thinking. As a former pet trainer, he had cleared many similar rifts. If the degree of aberration was not considered, it ranked as medium difficulty among D-grade rifts. The flower witch continued. And within the Dragon Perch on Flower Island, there is a special medicinal herb, dragon breathgrass, which grows beside dragons. I currently need this herb very much. However, Dragon Perch has strict rank restrictions, and my rank no longer allows me to participate in this level of rift. Chen Shi looked into the distance. Simply put, I need to go to Dragon Perch, find dragon breathgrass, and give it to you as payment. That's not simple at all. That's an herb that grows next to the final monster. This means that to get the dragon breathgrass, you must face the final enemy of the rift, a dragon. It's still fine. Chen Shi smiled. As a player, how could he possibly miss the final boss? Once he entered the rift, he had to do everything possible to achieve a perfect clear. The flower witch showed a serious expression. Actually, I originally planned to ask the Red Crystal Hunter group on Flower Island for help, but during my conversation with them, I felt they were very off. This hunter group actively invited many traveling first-rank transcendent and planned to enter the rift with them. According to my observations, although this hunter group seems very gentle, they are far more dangerous than the Black Rabbit gang we encountered in the hunting ground. That's why I didn't entrust them with finding dragon breathgrass for me. The flower witch's expression was very solemn. Is it really not about money? Chen Shi remembered that the price of dragon breathgrass was definitely not a small sum. The flower witch paused for a moment. There is a small part of the reason for that, of course, and the danger of this rift is far more than just this hunter group. She looked at Chen Shi. Even though she had revealed some information about the D-grade rift, she still didn't see any fear on his face. The flower witch cleared her throat, looking at the hunter group in the distance. Next is the most crucial information. After hearing this information, you can reconsider whether you want to enter the rift and whether you want to accept my request. The flower witch looked serious. She took a deep breath, pondered for a minute, and then said, "In this D-grade rift, it is highly likely that there is a deep-sea hunter treasure." Oh. Chen Shi nodded. After he said oh, the flower witch gazed at him. The hunter's treasure, that's a legendary treasure in which sea? Should I act more surprised, to show some respect for the deep-sea hunter treasure and the serious flower witch? Chen Shi opened his mouth and let out a cooperative gasp. Oh. That reaction was about right. I know you are very surprised right now, but please remain calm. The flower witch continued mysteriously. Don't ask me how I know about the legendary deep-sea hunter treasure, it's a secret that cannot be told. However, I can tell you clearly that in this rift, there is a 50% chance that the deep-sea hunter treasure exists. And this will change the entire situation of the rift. A hunter's treasure is like gold strewn everywhere, something that can change a transcendent's entire life, enough to make good people raise their butcher knives, and enough to turn close brothers into bitter enemies. According to my speculation, I am certainly not the only one who knows about the deep-sea hunter treasure. Therefore, if you step into this place, you are very likely to become a victim of people killing each other. The flower witch crossed her arms, stating what she considered to be the most important information.
Chen Qi nodded.
For many, the definite existence of a hunter's treasure in a D-grade rift would certainly be news that shook the sea.
The value of this information was still very high.
To his surprise, the flower witch actually trusted him unexpectedly, telling him such important information. Similar age, having met once, and a trading relationship. Compared to those inexplicable hunter groups, the flower witch was more willing to trust Chen Qi. Of course, trust can only be maintained through mutual respect.
I accept this mission. Chen Qi lowered his head, pretending to think. A hunter's treasure, huh? That means while I'm helping you find dragon breathgrass, I'm also likely to be silenced.
That's a bit dangerous.
If there could be a little more compensation.
Sure enough, he was still scared. The flower witch frowned, scratching her head. It is indeed very dangerous.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you this information. You should still pay for the potion-making fees with money. If I have time, I will send you the potion.
She thought for a moment. After all, he was only a first-rank transcendent, and asking him to get dragon breathgrass was still too dangerous. Although they only had a trading relationship, Chen Qi provides the herb, and she makes the potion. But if Chen Qi entered the dragon perch and died because of this reason? In the flower witch's view, to some extent, it was equivalent to her indirectly causing the death of a young chef. She sighed, the always stubborn flower witch, thinking she should rely on herself and find another way. Chen Qi was surprised. The other party actually didn't play by the rules.
At this time, shouldn't she raise the price?
Chen Qi stepped forward, looking at the hunter group in the distance. Flower witch, what I mean is, you need to add more money.
Add more money?
Say that again, that's a hunter's treasure, aren't you afraid? Several question mark flowers popped up on the flower witch's head, and she touched her empty pockets.
The existence of the hunter's treasure was enough to cause drastic changes in the entire rift.
Chen Qi spread his hands and said,
Fear is normal, but if you shrink back because of fear, then you should never go to sea in this life.
The flower witch was silent for a moment, then nodded. I don't have much cash, so I can only pay with potions. Besides making potions for you, I can also give you a potion that works with the pale scale fruit as compensation.
Okay.
He agreed so quickly. She remembered her teacher telling her that to do well at sea, one should never fight alone. If possible, it's best to develop one's own subordinates. This was her first transaction after arriving in Bay Country, and he was also the first person she became familiar with. A chef who knew no fear. The flower witch bit her lip and extended her hand.
Deal.
Chen Qi stepped forward and shook her hand.
Deal. Blood Blade Pirates and Blade Witch.
The sea breeze blew, and flowers accompanied the falling leaves, drifting into the distance.
Happy cooperation.
Chen Qi and the flower witch high-fived, completing their first transaction on Flower Island. The flower witch repeatedly cautioned him, saying she bore an important mission and he must not reveal her whereabouts. If he could truly obtain the dragon breathgrass, the flower witch would naturally find a way to locate him. Then, before leaving, the flower witch took out 2 tubes of potent healing potion from her shriveled medicine pouch and handed them to Chen Qi. According to my information, the dragon perch here is not a blade phase rift, but a flower phase rift, and there might be a special method to clear it. I only have these now, I hope they can help you a bit. Please be very careful. The flower witch shook her head. When she arrived in the Bay Country waters, her ship was attacked, and all her belongings fell into the sea. Because of this, she was so poor she had to eat grass before. Now, with the money she got from the hunting ground, she managed to procure medicinal materials and barely produced 2 new potions. But due to the cost of the passenger ship and the medicinal materials, she was now penniless again. Chen Shi accepted the potions.
Healing potion, modified.
Principle of nature, flower. Description: a transcendent potion that comprehensively boosts energy and strength for 10 minutes, while also increasing the body's healing speed.
High-end stuff. This kind of transcendent potion, in terms of value, would cost at least 30,000 shell coin per tube. Moreover, if the potion was personally made by the flower witch, the price would be even higher.
Chen Shi put away the potions.
Thank you.
I will do my best to get the dragon breath grass.
After the transaction was completed, the flower witch bid farewell, walked into the forest, and disappeared.
Chen Shi clapped his hands and returned to the village on Flower Island, preparing to inquire about more rift information.
The seaside area of Flower Island, a gathering place for hunters.
Chen Shi arrived there. The Dragon Perch is a long-term open rift that requires waiting until night to enter. In this place, there is a red crystal hunter group specifically dedicated to conquering rifts. Chen Shi looked around. In this place, Peilu was asking around for information. Besides her, there were also some people dressed in luxurious clothes, who were likely the village officials and wealthy merchants of Flower Island.
So many people. Chen Shi walked among the traveling transcendent, joining their discussion.
They were discussing simple battle plans.
Dragon Perch, indeed, expelling the dragon is impossible. Our mission for this trip is still to collect herbs. As a flower aspect fisher, the herbs within contain unimaginable transcendent power.
Don't say that. The dragon is not impossible to expel. The leader of the Red Crystal Hunter group said that as long as we work together, we can defeat the dragon, and the dragon on Dragon Perch Island is not as strong as the sea dragons in our Witch Sea.
Yes, there are so many of us.
Exactly. There are so many of us, yet the villagers of Flower Island still look down on us.
Keep your voices down.
It's best not to provoke these villagers, we are outsiders after all. Chen Shi listened, summarizing the composition of the personnel for the Rift Expedition, which could roughly be divided into 3 factions.
First, there were the lone wolves, like him, who came here. Second, there was the Red Crystal Hunter group.
In this world, transcendents specifically responsible for handling rifts are also called hunters. And organizations that aim to clear rifts are called hunter groups. Among game players, hunter group is also the name of many guilds. The Red Crystal Hunter group is a registered hunter group, and all its members are second-order experts. And the third faction was the one Chen Shi felt was the most dangerous. He looked at the villagers in this place.
Many villagers were gazing at the distant sea.
After some time, as the moon rose, a huge roar of steam came from afar.
Everyone stopped their discussion and looked into the distance.
Above the distant horizon, a blood-colored flag fluttered in the sea breeze. On the flag, a long blade was plunged into a sea of blood filled with corpses.
The flag of the Blood Blade pirate crew.
Chen Shi was startled. At this moment, some villagers smiled. They had been waiting for the Blood Blade pirate crew. From the edge of the near sea, it was the pirates' territory. Flower Island is a fertile island of 1,000 people. Without the protection of a powerful force, it would be impossible to maintain a normal life.
Places abandoned by the navy would be overseen by pirates.
However, to his surprise, the ones protecting Flower Island were actually one of the 4 great pirate crews, the Blood Blade pirate crew. Chen Shi took out his black blade from his backpack card. The transcendent of the hunter groups also took out their respective weapons.
This is the ship of the Blood Blade pirate crew. There shouldn't be any former navy here, right? And no one from the Black Whale group either, right? Put away your weapons. Don't act rashly. We don't need to have a direct conflict with the Blood Blade pirate crew.
Blood Blade pirate crew, why are they here? Peilu, who was gathering information nearby, rarely showed a look of fright and retreated a step. In the near sea, Peilu could be said to be a recognized taunt unit. A huge red steamboat, raising giant waves, stopped by the shore.
Then, a gangplank descended from the ship. Rustle, rustle, rustle.
50 members of the Bloodblade pirate crew, dressed in red uniforms, disembarked from the ship, marching in neat steps, placing their heavy firearms against their chests, forming a neat single file. They were fully equipped with unified red and white military-style clothing and weapons produced by the Magic Bullet Company. The Bloodblade pirate crew originated from a naval civil war, and its founder was the previous naval marshal. Therefore, the Bloodblade pirate crew, whether in terms of uniforms or system, bore the shadow of the Navy. They regarded themselves as the legitimate Navy, ruling a large number of islands beyond the near sea. Are there people from the Bloodblade pirate crew participating in this rift? Chen Shi felt a sense of unease in his heart. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, a man and a woman walked down the gangplank. The woman was petite, wearing a red cloak. The young man was tall, dressed in a wolfskin coat, with a terrifying black giant wolf tattooed on his chest. Chen Shi had seen them in newspapers. Fenrir the Evil Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood, two recently famous pirates. Little Red Riding Hood, small in stature, a second-order transcendent, profession, blood soldier, bounty 3 million shell coin. Fenrir the Evil Wolf, a Tier 3 transcendent, a cadre member of the Bloodblade pirate crew, bounty 13 million shell coin. Little Red Riding Hood, this person. Chen Shi looked at the two people in front of him, secretly surprised. These two were not only very famous in the Witch Sea but also quite famous on game forums. Especially Little Red Riding Hood. Chen Shi thought for a moment. This person's physique and appearance, plus her identity as a member of the Bloodblade pirate crew. He didn't expect to encounter her in this place. This person was also an important NPC in the Witch Sea. This Little Red Riding Hood, in the not-too-distant future, would have another title, the Blade Witch. However, she was the complete opposite of the gentle Flower Witch. The Blade Witch's temper could be said to be one of the worst. Of course, at this time, no one knew her identity as a witch. The Flower Witch also didn't know the Blade Witch at all. Chen Shi shook his head. To be honest, he didn't really want to encounter the Blade Witch here, nor did he have any intention of getting to know her. Her temper was truly volatile, she would go on a killing spree at the slightest disagreement. Countless players, attracted by Little Red Riding Hood's beauty, joined the Bloodblade pirate crew, only to die by her blade. The appearance of Fenrir the Evil Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood caused a brief panic in this place. If the Bloodblade pirate crew attacked them, the 50-plus people present might all be annihilated. Chen Shi took a deep breath. The Bloodblade pirate crew had pride. Especially Little Red Riding Hood and Fenrir. They valued their reputation even more than the Navy and wouldn't attack others without reason. Little Red Riding Hood stepped forward. She scanned everyone in front of her, from the leader of the Red Crystal Hunter group, to the Flower Island village chief, to Chen Shi, and the reporter Pei Lu. The village chief remained silent, reminding Little Red Riding Hood with his eyes. In this place, there was a reporter who naturally attracted taunts. Suddenly, Little Red Riding Hood conjured a red blood crystal spear in her hand. Blood manipulation technique, a skill inherent to the second-order blade phase profession, blood soldier. She aimed the red spear at Pei Lu. Miss Reporter, our Bloodblade pirate crew, for the sake of the newspaper agency, will not lay a hand on you. But no matter what you are here for, we do not wish to see our whereabouts in tomorrow's newspaper. Okay. Pei Lu obediently raised her hands. The Bloodblade pirate crew hated the current Navy to the bone, and Pei Lu had been very close to the Navy recently. After giving her warning, Little Red Riding Hood came to the center of the settlement. She glanced at the time and said to everyone. Everyone. Our Bloodblade pirate crew is definitely not like the Black Whale Group, those good-for-nothing bullies, nor are we like the Navy, those beasts who stab people in the back. We have our own rules. As long as you don't attack us, we won't attack you. On this trip, I, like you, am also a participant in the rift. And a brother seeking power on this great sea. That's right. We're just here to send our handsome and dashing Little Red Riding Hood to participate in the rift. Of course, if you give us compensation, we don't mind protecting you.
Don't worry, all agreements of our Bloodblade pirate crew are signed contracts.
Fenrir said leisurely. They were confident of taking everything. Chen-Shi gripped his black blade. The other party was also a participant in the rift. This meant an additional formidable competitor.
Chen-Shi thought secretly. The Bloodblade pirate crew did not show too much hostility.
They stationed themselves here like the Navy, waiting for the rift's arrival together with the hunter groups here.
And as daylight extinguished, night fell.
The manifestations and entry methods of rifts are diverse. E-class rifts are often wormholes, you just need to go through them. As the rift level increases, there will be more and more ways to enter. In this place, every night, mysterious unmanned small boats appear. To enter the dragon perch, one needs to take a small boat when the moon rises. Only after the rift is cleared will this nightly phenomenon of unmanned small boats cease.
People roasted by the bonfire, waiting anxiously. This operation was different from previous ones. The addition of the Bloodblade pirate crew meant that this rift might very well be cleared tonight. Everyone, there's no time left. This is our only chance in this life.
The Red Crystal Hunter Group, after discussion, prepared to send out all its members.
The Red Crystal Hunter Group, and also the Bloodblade pirate crew, might both know about the hunter's treasure.
Chen-Shi observed from the trees. This trip, just as the Flower Witch said, they not only had to face the threat of dragons but also the threat of humans.
An atmosphere of tension filled the air. Finally, in the middle of the night,
accompanied by a mist, over 100 unmanned small boats filled with flowers sailed towards them from the sea. Before their eyes, the rift prompt finally appeared.
Inspiration appraisal in progress.
Invincible Little Red Riding Hood.
Inspiration appraisal in progress. Inspiration appraisal, great success. Rift name, Dragon Perch.
Tier, D.
Principle of nature, flower, cup.
Description: a volcanic island where villagers hold annual sacrificial rituals, hoping to one day receive the dragon's blessing and become one of
them. After countless prayers, 2 fire dragons came to reside here. However, after consuming the offerings, they did not leave. If the fire dragons do not leave soon, the volcano will eventually burst, incinerating everything.
The island residents, setting down their flower phase boats, implore you from afar to help them drive away the fire dragons.
Clearance condition: drive the dragons out. This is human territory. Special clearance condition: flower phase dragons are seen as symbols of nature.
You must make the dragons leave without harming them. Rift distortion, 27%, high distortion rate. This rift is extremely dangerous, please proceed with extreme caution.
Rift tier restriction: only second order transcendent and below can enter this rift. Rift player limit, within 100 people.
Inspiration enlightenment: you saw 2 fire dragons descending from the sky, raining down hellish flames, unleashing their pain and anger upon the world. Inspiration enlightenment: special at the summit of the volcano, you saw a man with severed arms. Just as he was about to kill a fire dragon, he suddenly trembled, mysterious black tentacles grew from his body, and he ultimately died from the
scorching flames.
Chen-Shi quickly scanned the inspiration enlightenment before him. It was another large rift, and an E-class rift with 27% distortion. In the new Sun world, each increase in rift tier meant an exponential rise in difficulty. The boss of this dragon perch is a pair of male and female fire dragons.
We've encountered a tricky boss.
The male and female fire dragons were a famous couple boss in Dragon Perch.
A slight misstep and you'd be double-teamed by the dragon couple.
Moreover, whenever the fire dragons killed a player, they would even kiss in front of the player.
Killing and humiliating.
Therefore, on the forums, there were daily posts from new players seeking help on how to defeat the twin fire dragons. When the fire dragon's HP dropped below 50%, they would flee the dragon perch. When both fire dragons had left, the rift could be cleared. Chen-Shi took out a cloth and polished his black blade until it gleamed. The twin fire dragons were very difficult. Fortunately, precisely because of the high difficulty of the fire dragons, he had extensive experience in clearing them, knowing many special ways to
clear the rift. The flower face clearance method, simply put, was to bypass conventional combat and make the fire dragons happy, which would allow for direct clearance and more rewards.
Animal communication, charm spells, and so on, could all fulfill the special clearance conditions.
Besides that, there were also some unorthodox ways to clear the rift.
If you were a player with dragon blood, you could even seduce the fire dragons, triggering an internal marital conflict between the two. And his chef skill could also play a significant role in this rift. Chen Shi shifted his gaze to the second inspiration enlightenment.
A hunter with tentacles, was this related to the deep-sea hunter's treasure? Not enough information.
Chen Shi packed his things, exchanged a glance with Peilu, and walked onto the small boat laden with flowers by the sea.
Aren't you here on Flower Island for business?
Why are you so skilled at this?
Peilu watched in a daze.
Chen Shi skillfully blended into the crowd and followed everyone's steps onto the small boat heading for Dragon Perch.
Over 50 people boarded the small boat bound for Dragon Perch Island.
The Blood Blade pirate crew, however, only sent one person, Little Red Riding Hood.
Fenrir, the evil wolf, asked. Hey, Little Red Riding Hood, do you really not need the brothers to accompany you?
Little Red Riding Hood looked up at a 45-degree angle and snorted coldly.
No need.
They're just two small lizards.
My strength alone is enough to drive out the fire dragons. Do those who believe in the principle of nature of the blade all like to fight alone?
Fenrir said helplessly.
Really?
Little Red Riding Hood, let me remind you, besides the fire dragons, there are other hunters.
Sometimes, people were more terrifying than monsters.
Little Red Riding Hood's gaze lingered on Chen Shi for a moment, then swept over the others. She wasn't targeting anyone, but in her opinion, everyone present was trash. She curled her lips, revealing an expression of invincible confidence.
Don't worry, I am the strongest.
Little Red Riding Hood adjusted her clothes and jumped directly onto the foremost boat. Chen Shi observed Little Red Riding Hood with interest. As the future Blade Witch, Little Red Riding Hood's strength indeed far surpassed other second-order transcendent of the same tier. Her main characteristic was wild. However, it seemed that this rift was not a normal rift. Chen Shi chose a boat in the middle and stayed with the other traveling hunters. As a sea breeze gradually blew, the small boat carried them towards another world.
Soon after, the outline of a black volcano gradually appeared in the distant mist.
On the boat, many hunters began to discuss.
It really is fire dragons.
To drive them out, all of us must use our full strength. We need to gather everyone and prepare for a group battle.
Since it's a group battle, we need to choose a captain.
I propose Ba Long, the leader of the Red Crystal Hunter group.
No one should object, right?
Yes, Ba Long of the Red Crystal Hunter group. He has experience clearing 1 C-class rift, 5 D-class rifts, and 30 E-class rifts. He's very experienced and is the most suitable captain for us.
Chen Shi listened quietly.
As these people said, the fire dragon's HP was extremely terrifying. Without special strategies for clearing the rift, driving them out required a large-scale group battle. And this was only in the case of facing one fire dragon. 2 fire dragons would greatly increase the difficulty. Not many people could handle facing 2 powerful fire dragons at once. Under everyone's anticipation, Ba Long, the leader of the Red Crystal Hunter group, tapped the dagger in his hand with his index finger and coughed. Twice. Since everyone says so, I, the old hunter, will serve as the commander for this dragon expulsion operation.
Chen Shi looked at the other party.
This was an old man with red hair, wearing a hunter's outfit made of transcendent deerskin. His weapon was a greatsword specifically for large creatures. At the same time, on his exposed skin, one could also see some beast tattoos that enhanced physical strength.
Both his fundamentals and his weapon were very professional.
Coupled with his age and experience, he was indeed the best commander for this operation. Although suitable, it was undoubtedly true that the other party had definitely hired actors.
Chen Shi became wary.
Like the Flower Witch, his first impression of this old hunter was not very good. The other party's various actions always carried a clear sense of deliberateness. A sea breeze carrying the scent of sulfur brushed against his cheek. Chen Shi looked up, and a volcanic island full of dark black rocks appeared before them.
Dragon Perch Island had arrived.
As the mist gradually dispersed, the 53 of them jumped from the small boat onto the black earth ahead. Black rocks were exposed, forming spectacular cliffs. The distant village had been roasted into charcoal by the fire dragons, and some charred figures, exhaling black smoke, writhed on the ground.
Chen Shi took a few steps forward and looked at the highest point of the mountain, the summit of the volcano.
2 returning fire dragons were in the sky, like 2 circling sparks. The summit was the fire dragon's habitat and where dragon breathgrass grew. It's better to play it safe. I'm still too green right now, I probably can't withstand the pincer attack of 2 fire dragons. Chen Shi thought to himself. The safest way to defeat the fire dragons was for everyone else to cooperate. At this moment, Bao Long slowly walked to the front of the crowd. After traveling thousands of miles, we have finally arrived. I believe everyone here has come with dreams. And our goal is to clear the rift. As long as we drive out the fire dragons, each of us will receive at least 1 skill card. I wonder if any of you are interested in hearing what I have to say. Old man, spit it out. Little Red Riding Hood gritted her teeth and said sharply. She could tell that the Red Crystal Hunter group had made extremely thorough preparations for this hunter expedition. After speaking, Bao Long raised his head and looked at the fire dragons circling in the sky. Everyone, actually, at my dying age, wealth and power no longer matter to me. Compared to those things, reputation, status after death, the last wishes of old friends, and the regrets of my long life are what truly matter. And this island holds my regrets. Then, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms full of red scars. These were burn marks from a fire dragon. Chen Shi was slightly surprised. This Bao Long's preparations for this rift were even more thorough than he had imagined. At this moment, someone in the crowd widened their eyes and asked in disbelief. Old Hunter Bao Long, you participated in this rift before? Bao Long of the Red Crystal Hunter group sighed, lost in thought, and said. Yes, 10 years ago, I came to this rift. And my old friend also died in this rift 10 years ago. To protect us, he fought the fire dragons alone. But because of that, I personally watched his head be bitten off. This has become a knot in my heart for my entire life. I have returned now to avenge my friend. At this point, Bao Long looked at the highest point of the volcano, shedding a few tears, his eyes full of regret. Everyone was both surprised and delighted. Bao Long was already powerful, and he was even a previous participant in the rift. If they could get help from a previous rift participant, the probability of clearing the rift would greatly increase. A previous rift participant, Chen Shi pondered. Bao Long scooped up some black earth from the ground. Even after 10 years, the land here hasn't changed much. Although it might sound like boasting, I, the old hunter, understand this rift, the monsters here, and everything about this place better than anyone else present. With our strength, we can directly challenge the fire dragons. Therefore, I have an idea for a quick rift clear. I wonder if you all are willing to follow me. Bao Long displayed all his advantages and offered everyone an option. The traveling hunters were incredibly excited, as if joining Bao Long's team would guarantee them a rich harvest. Bao Long raised his head, looking resolutely at the highest point of the island. Everyone, together, let's drive the dragons out. Male and female fire dragons. Bao Long of the Red Crystal Hunter group stood there, quietly awaiting everyone's reply. His unspoken meaning was that all 53 people present should go with him, abandon their original objective, and together, confront the final boss, the male fire dragon. Many hunters fell into hesitation. Many of them only wanted to earn a small target. The male fire dragon of Dragon Perch was incredibly powerful, simply not something these amateur hunters could defeat. Confronting the male fire dragon was not even in their consideration. But now, Bao Long of the Red Crystal Hunter group had actually invited them. Chen Shi glanced suspiciously at Bao Long and the equipment carried by the Red Crystal Hunter group.
Dragon-specific giant cannons, fire-resistant tattoos, melting point great shields, no. 13 flame potions. Luxurious dragon-slaying equipment. The D-grade rifts on the sea were not limited to Dragon Perch Island alone. What reason, besides revenge, could make a person return to this rift immediately, 10 years later? The hunter's treasure. Chen Qi instantly thought of this. Unlike previous treasures, he currently knew neither the treasure's location nor its difficulty.
Chen Qi had a strong intuition that the other party was also here for the hunter's treasure.
And this old man, Ba Long, might know more information than him.
Everything Ba Long was doing now seemed to be for revenge, but his true goal was probably something else.
Ba Long, you wouldn't harm us, would you? And then, after defeating the male fire dragon, secretly keep the materials for yourself? What are you saying?
Brother Ba Long has distributed all the skill cards and professional cards to us these past few years. Brother Ba Long is old, to him, money isn't important. Being able to defeat the male fire dragon and avenge his brothers is his only wish.
Revenge? What does revenge have to do with us? How can we be sure this guy won't ambush us along the way? A small number of hunters voiced their opposition. Ba Long smiled. Everyone, I believe in the principle of the scales and the god of the white day. I will not break my promise, nor will I violate the iron rule in my heart. Furthermore, if we wanted to ambush you, the Red Crystal Hunter group wouldn't need to gather you all together. Besides, our Red Crystal Hunter group only has 8 people, how could we attack more than 40 of you? I can swear to you that I am sincere in wanting to clear this rift. And there are also people from the Bloodblade pirate crew here. I heard that the Bloodblade pirate crew maintains order in the near sea. Under this young lady's eyes, I couldn't possibly do anything to you. Little Red Riding Hood blinked, the other party had actually mentioned her. However, Ba Long was right, the Bloodblade pirate crew did offer bodyguard services. Whether it was protecting islands or protecting guests in rifts, it was all within their scope of business. The Bloodblade pirate crew, compared to other pirate crews, focused more on their reputation. It was through their good reputation that they gained the support of numerous islands. Little Red Riding Hood puffed out her chest, looking at Ba Long with some displeasure. She had to admit that Ba Long had experience clearing rifts. With his help, the entire rift would be much easier. Little Red Riding Hood condensed a blood-red long blade in her hand, raised her head, and said to everyone, 50,000 shell coins. If any beast dares to attack others during this rift expedition, I will act. Don't worry, as long as you pay, I swear on behalf of the Bloodblade pirate crew that I will protect you. Although Little Red Riding Hood was less than 1 meter 60 tall, she exuded a powerful aura, like a biting cold wind. Everyone looked at each other. With the protection of the Bloodblade pirate crew, Ba Long wouldn't dare to lay a hand on them. A bodyguard fee of 50,000 shell coins was not too expensive. Chen Qi took out 50,000 shell coins from his backpack card. Although Little Red Riding Hood had a foul mouth, on the sea, she was one of the most emotional and committed people. Spending 50,000 shell coins for an extra layer of insurance for this rift trip was not a loss. Under Little Red Riding Hood's witness, all 53 people on the rift expedition paid Little Red Riding Hood 50,000 shell coins. Little Red Riding Hood accepted the money. Don't worry, I will protect you. Ba Long smiled at this. Alright, everyone, with the protection of the Bloodblade pirate crew, we should be able to work together and confront the male fire dragon. To defeat the male fire dragon, cooperation was indeed the best way. Ba Long took Little Red Riding Hood's place and walked to the very front. Everyone, please follow me. Those charred monsters only provide some negligible spiritual points. And I know a path that avoids these charred monsters and leads to the mountaintop. Ba Long, familiar with the route, ascended the volcano towards its summit. Along the way, the members of the Red Crystal Hunter group also took out climbing tools and took a shortcut. Chen Qi maintained a safe distance, cautiously following behind everyone. What would have normally taken at least a day to reach the higher parts of the volcano, under Ba Long's guidance, they reached the platform below the summit in just 2 hours. Ba Long wiped the sweat from his face. Alright, everyone, it's time to rest for a while.
They were now on a large flat area.
Further up was the dragon's lair. Hoo. At this moment, they could already hear the heavy sound of dragon's breath.
Under Ba Long's command, everyone leaned against the rocks, panting heavily.
Finally here. I'm exhausted, this place is too hot.
Just then, Ba Long silently took out a red crystal from his backpack card, in front of everyone. Chen Shi took out his water bottle, his gaze involuntarily falling on the red crystal. He had done many guides for dragon perch. Once the fire crystal was broken, the fire element aura it emitted would be enough to lure the male fire dragon from the mountaintop.
Wait! Ba Long wanted to start the fight on this platform.
Chen Shi gripped his weapon, his gaze fixed on Ba Long.
Ba Long turned his head. At that instant, he caught Chen Shi's gaze and said, I'm surprised, young man, you actually know about this thing?
At the same time, the other hunters of the Red Crystal Hunter group also looked at Chen Shi.
I read about it in a book, it's a fire crystal, right? Chen Shi replied, drinking the water from his water bottle.
He had tried his best to minimize his presence. But the momentary surprise he revealed was still caught by the man nicknamed Ba Long. Starting the fight without permission, this proved that Ba Long and his group wanted to throw the situation into chaos.
Ba Long, what are you doing? Crack!
Accompanied by the sound of the crystal breaking. A scorching aura instantly filled the platform before them.
Ba Long looked at the burning flames in his hand and said,
Don't worry, everyone, I have no ill intentions. The terrain at the summit is too narrow, and this place is the most suitable platform to confront the male fire dragon. Everyone was momentarily stunned, they had never expected Ba Long to suddenly take such a crazy action.
Ba Long wanted to forcibly drag them into battle with the male fire dragon.
It should be known that they had only paid the Bloodblade pirate crew for bodyguard services 2 hours ago.
However, he didn't give them a chance to think.
With the shattering of the crystal. From the mountaintop, gusts of powerful wind came, the sound of dragon wings flapping, like a storm descending. 2 male fire dragons, from the mountaintop, like 2 falling stars from the sky, flew towards them. Little Red Riding Hood drew her long blade and charged forward fiercely.
Ba Long, what the hell are you doing?
This damned Red Crystal Hunter group had actually started a fight without their consent. Ba Long turned his head, looked at Little Red Riding Hood, and smiled. My apologies, I thought you were all ready, but now is indeed the best time.
You're looking for death.
Little Red Riding Hood condensed a blood-colored long blade in her hand and rushed towards Ba Long. She had already taken the money and intended to cut the beast threatening their rift expedition into 2 pieces, smashing it to bits. And Ba Long silently pulled out a revolver from under his clothes and aimed it at Little Red Riding Hood.
Bang! Just a mere bullet.
Little Red Riding Hood swung her blade, slicing through the bullet. However, the next moment, to her surprise, after the bullet was cut, it actually exploded into some red powder, splashing onto her body.
Little Red Riding Hood's face flushed, and she immediately felt a sense of unease. What is this powder? Who knows? Ba Long showed a half-smile. He spread his hands and said to everyone. Everyone, the male fire dragon has arrived. Now is the time for us hunters to confront the male fire dragon. Fight! Hunt! Come on, dragon, let me feel your fury. Let me see if you can stop us again. Ba Long laughed loudly. Something is wrong.
Chen Shi looked at the female fire dragon in the distance. This female fire dragon was covered in scars from a storm, its scorching scales spewing flames, as if radiating endless rage. This was the berserk state that only appeared in the second phase. Why would it enter a berserk state immediately upon meeting them? Interesting. Chen Shi chuckled inwardly, then leaped back, quickly distancing himself from Ba Long. Ba Long took out his greatsword, concentrating all his chi force onto it. Chi force slash. Boom! In an instant, the female fire dragon charged fiercely, slamming the charging Ba Long into the rocks. Exclamation point. Everyone felt the scorching aura of the scene before them.
How fast was that male fire dragon just now?
The two strongest members of the team were instantly sent flying by the two male fire dragons. Chen Shi, while forming a protective layer of chi force around his body, took out the backpack card containing the deep-sea water spirit.
Roar!
The two male fire dragons spewed their breath, intending to incinerate everything before them. At this moment, everyone's minds were filled with a frantic surge of inspiration. The female fire dragon has entered a berserk state. It wants to vent its pain upon this world.
Rift distortion increased by 5%. Strike when the time comes.
The air around the female fire dragon gradually became scorching hot the moment she landed.
Chen Shi's palms started to sweat.
He had completed at least 5 dragon perch. But it was his first time seeing a female fire dragon enter a berserk state the moment they met.
In a berserk state, the female fire dragon would more frequently use powerful skills like fire dragon's great breath, dragon dive, and bite.
Normally, the fire dragon would only enter a brief berserk state right before leaving the dragon perch.
A berserk female fire dragon was at least twice as strong as a normal one.
The female fire dragon violently sucked in the surrounding air, then abruptly raised her head, and scorching flames surged from her throat.
Fire dragon's great breath.
This was the fire dragon's most powerful move, and an attack in a berserk state.
It required a powerful tank to withstand this blow. Deep-sea water spirit, come out.
Chen Shi picked up his backpack card.
As water attribute monsters hidden by deep-sea hunters, the bodies of deep-sea water spirits were fully capable of resisting the fire dragon's breath. Deep-sea water spirit.
Chen Shi looked at the open backpack card, then at them. They all had equals.
Smiley face, expressions, showing no reaction.
They were still sleeping.
Don't sleep, it's time to wake up.
Chen Shi abruptly took out 7 deep-sea water spirits from his backpack card and threw them forward like pokeballs.
Oh!
The deep-sea water spirits' eyes suddenly widened, gathering together to form a wall of water bubbles. The fire dragon's breath violently sprayed onto them.
What? Cry, cry, cry.
The deep-sea water spirits' bodies trembled violently, letting out screams.
If this continued, they felt like they would turn into boiled water spirits.
The scorching flames slowly dissipated.
Well done. Chen Shi crouched halfway, dodging the female fire dragon's breath.
After a round of fire dragon's great breath, the female fire dragon needed at least a minute to catch her breath due to her excessively high body
temperature.
Wah, cry, 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 the 7 pitiful boiled water spirits wanted hugs from Chen Shi.
Too hot.
Chen Shi hugged them for a short while, took out his water bottle, took a sip, and then looked at the tragic scene around him. 13 people suffered serious injuries due to inadequate defense. 5 hunters had severe full-body burns, losing their combat ability, and urgently needed a doctor's care. 3 timid hunters, out of fear, chose to leave the battlefield. The situation is not optimistic.
Why did it enter a berserk state at this time? Was it the aphrodisiac powder just now?
Chen Shi carefully observed the female fire dragon in front of him, then looked behind him.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Little Red Riding Hood in the distance, after getting up, condensed blood spears and began fighting the male fire dragon. The two of them had already fought to an unseen location. Little Red Riding Hood did not have dragon blood, so the aphrodisiac powder only had a taunting effect, just as humans wouldn't like scantily clad.
Sexy small animals. It's some other reason. Chen Shi looked at the female fire dragon.
Her eyes were shedding blood-red tears, and every scale seemed to carry a heavy burden.
Is she sick?
Chen Shi thought subconsciously. In the dragon perch, there was indeed a method to help dragons heal and successfully clear the rift. And at this moment, there was movement from the rock behind him. Ba Long, covered in blood, descended from the rock, pulled out a tube of potion from under his clothes, and then violently injected it into his vein. It really hurts, my bones almost shattered. At this moment, the people frightened by the fire dragon retreated, cursing. Ba Long's gaze was cold. He ignored the crowd's words and instead focused his attention on Chun-Chi.
Friend, what kind of pet is that?
It can actually withstand the fire dragon's attack.
Water spirit. Chun-Chi needed the water spirits like dough. Deep-sea water spirits were several times stronger than ordinary water spirits, but in appearance, they were highly similar.
Ba Long spoke while gripping his greatsword, walking to the front of the team. To be honest, beast tamers in our Bay country are incredibly scarce.
This is my first time seeing water spirits, and 7 of them at that. Chun-Chi's vigilance towards Ba Long increased a notch.
There were clearly more stable ways to defeat the fire dragon. However, Ba Long had dragged all of them into the battle with the fire dragon, leaving them in deep trouble.
Friend, I just purely want to win.
Ba Long sensed everyone's thoughts and said with a smile. Everyone, we must control the female fire dragon in front of us before the female pirate of the Bloodblade pirate crew dies, otherwise, we will be attacked by 2 fire dragons. Everyone shook their heads. Although they were extremely dissatisfied with Ba Long's unauthorized initiation of the battle, they could only swallow it. Their only option now was to fight the berserk female fire dragon alongside Ba Long. Taking advantage of the female fire dragon's brief, everyone pulled out their firearms and large melee weapons, pouring out a torrent of attacks on the female fire dragon like a sudden downpour. Day. Knives, bullets, and fists continuously rained down on the female fire dragon's scales. Chun-Chi hid behind the female fire dragon, using his pistol to attack the dragon's back, at the cost of 10 hunters being injured. Finally, under the firepower of 50 people, the female fire dragon finally felt pain, flapped her wings, and tried to fly into the sky to use the skilled dragon dive. Ba Long seized the opportunity and shouted to his team members. This is our chance. Act. Lock her down. At this moment, the other 7 members of the Red Crystal Hunter group all took out thick, black heavy chains. They threw the chains at the female fire dragon, wrapping them around her legs, neck, and wings. Then violently slammed the chain ends into the ground, forcibly restraining the female fire dragon on the ground. Quite professional. Chun-Chi looked at the chains. The chains they used were a set of Cheng aspect extraordinary relics from a sea-grade rift, capable of temporarily suppressing large creatures. At this moment, all members of the Red Crystal Hunter group said in unison. On the chains, a large number of pitch-black incantations appeared. Boom! At this moment, the fire dragon was pressed down by an invisible gravity, her entire massive body sinking into the ground. Very well prepared. Chun-Chi looked at Ba Long. Next, their actions exceeded his expectations. After successfully controlling the fire dragon, Ba Long took out an arm-thick green extraordinary potion from his backpack. Then, like a seasoned professional bullfighter, he leaped onto the female fire dragon's head, clamping her head with his legs. Ba Long gritted his teeth, leaned down, and with his thick large hands, forcibly pried open the female fire dragon's mouth. He wanted to throw the green potion into the female fire dragon's mouth. However, at this moment, the fire dragon's sharp teeth suddenly bit down. Ba Long's right arm was severely bitten by the dragon's fangs, and a large amount of fresh blood splattered out. It's done. At the last moment, Ba Long pulled out his hand. In the final second, he successfully threw the potion into the female fire dragon's mouth. This potion was a specialized potion they had purchased with a large amount of money. Enough to force the fire dragon into a deep sleep. Now, all they had to do was wait. However, he hadn't even been happy for a second. The female fire dragon broke free from the chain's restraint, and all her scales trembled violently. Tui. Then, the next second, the fire dragon violently spat the green potion she had just taken onto Ba Long's face. Ba Long wiped the green liquid from his face, standing still. It failed. Chun-Chi shook his head. It was indeed possible to make the female fire dragon take the potion using such a violent method. However, at the very last moment, Ba Long made a mistake. He wanted to save his hand. Therefore, he did not send the potion into the opponent's throat, but merely dropped it onto her tongue. The massive failure left the Red Crystal Hunter group frozen in place, at a loss.
The chains they had just used were extraordinary relics, they couldn't use them a second time.
The female fire dragon shook her head, flapped her wings, and scorching flames once again erupted from her scales. Now, it was the female fire dragon's turn. The female fire dragon began to regulate her breathing. The moment she finished regulating her breathing, another fire dragon's great breath would come. Some hunters risked falling into the lava, continuously jumping down from the platform they were on. Of the original 53-person team, 20 had already fled the battlefield. A dragon was a dragon after all, and even a D-grade rift dragon was not in existence that ordinary hunters could easily defeat. The remaining hunters looked at the weapons in their hands. If they also ran away, the entire hunter group would instantly collapse. Now, they could only trust Ba Long to defeat the berserk female fire dragon in front of them. The casualties are heavy. If this continues, we'll eventually become the fire dragon's food. Chen Shi looked around. Many people had already lost the will to fight. If this continued, even staying alive would be a problem. Fear, resentment, anger, helplessness, and sadness began to spread like a tide. Ba Long's hair was disheveled as he rummaged through his backpack card. Chen Shi looked at Ba Long's backpack card. Although it had failed, the green potion just now was a viable item. If there was a second green potion. As a chef, he had a way to get the potion into the fire dragon's mouth. Ba Long took out a second tube of green potion from his backpack card, holding it in his hand. He looked up, staring blankly at the female fire dragon, a sense of powerlessness permeating his entire body. Although there was still one potion, he now had no way to get it into the fire dragon's mouth again. If this continued, they would be wiped out sooner or later. Chen Shi walked to Ba Long's side. Ba Long. Ba Long, at this moment, had lost his previous arrogance and dominance, looking as dejected as a stray dog. What do you want? Chen Shi said. I have a way to get the potion into the fire dragon's belly. The moment he finished speaking, the entire hunter group fell into a brief silence. Normally, no one would believe a first-tier hunter's words. But now, they had no choice. Although it was only a suggestion from a first-tier hunter, it still caused quite a stir. Ha! Ba Long blinked, looking incredulously at Chen Shi beside him. What a joke! Normally, in a D-grade rift, a first-tier hunter had no right to speak at all. The female fire dragon was already berserk, if they didn't act soon. When Little Red Riding Hood's battle ended, they might face a situation of a mixed double attack. Chen Shi ignored the other party's contemptuous gaze. Of course, there are conditions. Ba Long, if you want me to help you defeat the fire dragon, as a price, you must tell us your true purpose for coming to this rift. What exactly did you encounter in this place 10 years ago? Ba Long's eye twitched, and he instantly froze. He was the most experienced hunter here. Not only was the other party spouting nonsense, but he was also trying to dig out his weakness. Final treasure, flesh and blood colonization suit. The sky was covered in a thick gray, and hot sparks landed on Chen Shi's face. Ba Long clenched his fists and said with a bitter smile, my true purpose? Didn't I say it? I came for revenge. Chen Shi said coldly, no one will believe such a shoddy lie. The other hunters also cast curious glances. The Red Crystal Hunter group was incredibly nervous, looking at Chen Shi with complex emotions. If it had been before, they would never have paid attention to a chef who was just muddling alone. They had no other way to make the male fire dragon talk. Ba Long unclenched his fists, I can tell you, but you must first tell us what method you have to deal with the male fire dragon. Chen Shi made a gesture of cutting vegetables, I am a chef, and my transcendent skill is cooking delicious food. I can mix the potion into the food and let the female fire dragon eat it. Chen Shi did not hide his plan. Making delicious food and then having the male fire dragon eat it was a common strategy. Everyone was startled. A chef, can this really be done? Would the male fire dragon, in such an enraged state, really eat something made by humans? They found it somewhat hard to believe. Chen Shi added 2 sentences, this can be done.
This male fire dragon has eaten countless human offerings. To make the male fire dragon eat human food, 3 conditions must be met. First, possess superb cooking skills.
Second, add a lot of chili. Male fire dragons love spicy food, the spicier, the better.
Third, collect special volcanic grass growing on the mountaintop and place it on the meat, this can greatly enhance the food's deliciousness.
Chen Shi's eyes were sharp, like a ruthless interrogator. Alright, Balong, it's my turn to ask.
Answer me, what did you come for? Ba Long's fingers trembled continuously.
As the leader of a hunter group, he was actually being interrogated by a first-order transcendent.
Can it really work?
Ba Long looked at Chen Shi. If he could really get the potion into the male fire dragon's mouth. Not to mention the secret of this trip, he would even tell Chen Shi the bank card passwords of everyone present.
Ba Long's fingers stopped trembling, and he took a deep breath before saying, it's a deal.
I'll tell you my secret, and you find a way to get the potion into the male fire dragon's mouth.
Ba Long began to tell his story.
10 years ago, my brother and I accidentally dug up a tattered box in this scorched black earth. Buried in the box was a tattered hunter's garment, a treasure. A box, the deep-sea hunter treasure.
Chen Shi's eyes lit up. From Ba Long's description, this treasure didn't seem to have been placed next to a sea monster.
Therefore, the information on the deep-sea hunter treasure map had no difficulty hint.
Chen Shi feigned curiosity and asked, whose treasure?
Ba Long was silent for a moment, as if his entire being had returned to 10 years ago, who knows? All of us, at first, thought it was just junk. No one even competed with my brother for that garment. Eventually, we spent 3 days continuously climbing to this place, where we encountered the male fire dragon. Just like today, we fought the male fire dragon, and then we died. In the end, out of 20 of us, only my brother and I remained. At the moment I was waiting to die, my brother, wearing that hunter's garment, fought the male fire dragon in the heavy rain. At that time, he was just a weak first-order transcendent, yet he was able to briefly suppress the male fire dragon. At that moment, I knew that my brother had found something good enough to make us nobles. But unfortunately, at the last moment, he still succumbed to exhaustion and had his head bitten off by the male fire dragon, and along with that
garment, he was completely eaten by the male fire dragon.
After being severely injured, the male fire dragon left the island due to its critical wounds.
And I became the only survivor of the previous rift.
At this point, Ba Long gripped the greatsword in his hand. That's why I came here. I came for revenge, and I also came to reclaim that garment.
My goal is simply to get back a garment. Treasure chest, garment.
Chen Shi recalled for a moment. He wasn't lying, it was exactly as described in the deep-sea hunter treasure map. This was an unguarded treasure, which, 10 years ago, had accidentally fallen into their hands. But because of the male fire dragon, both the person and the garment ultimately ended up in the male fire dragon's mouth. From Ba Long's description, they had obtained the deep-sea hunter treasure quite easily. Therefore, Ba Long initially even thought it was just an ordinary garment.
Really? Is the deep-sea hunter so casual about burying treasure?
Chen Shi tapped his forehead, temporarily burying the question in his heart. He had a vague, ominous premonition. Ba Long placed his hand on his chest. I swear by the god of the white day that I have not uttered a single lie, chef.
Now it's your time to perform. Give me the potion.
Chen Shi took the green potion from the red crystal hunter group and held it in his hand, observing it. This was not poison, but a transcendent mixed potion specifically for large creatures. It had 2 powerful effects, emetic and sedative. If a human took this transcendent potion, they might even vomit out their internal organs. The value of this potion exceeded that of an epic-level skill card.
Hold on for another 5 minutes, I'm going to get some ingredients.
Chen Shi turned and walked towards the mountaintop. At this moment, the female fire dragon had recovered its state. Just now, the female fire dragon had been fiercely attacked by the red crystal hunter group. It wanted them to experience pain. Everyone was once again engaged in a bitter struggle. Chenshi spent 3 minutes, relying on his balance skill, climbing the rugged rock face to the dragon's nest on the mountaintop, where he collected
some flame grass.
Flame grass, besides meat, was the male fire dragon's favorite food. This was also the most important item for a first-order chef to clear the male fire dragon dungeon. Immediately after, Chenshi returned to the flat ground, took out a cutting board, quickly set up a barbecue grill, found an unused longsword, and
skewered a large piece of meat.
He took out the meat from his backpack card, then oiled the meat, rotated the grill, and barbecued it.
Barbecuing on a volcano was truly a novel experience. Chenshi had Xiao Chusho wipe his sweat. "Are you ready, chef?
If you don't finish barbecuing soon, we'll become male fire dragon barbecue." He was barbecuing with great fervor, and the others were fighting with great fervor as well. Chenshi glanced at the battlefield. The Red Crystal Hunter group, having attacked the male fire dragon, became the primary taunt target. Now, apart from Ba Long, most of the Red Crystal Hunter group had lost their combat effectiveness. Currently, only 10 hunters were still fighting the male fire dragon. Almost there. Chenshi rolled up his sleeves, mixed the potion into the meat, and then sprinkled seasoning. A lethal dose of ghost peppers and salt, combined with soul seasoning, covered the taste of the emetic potion itself. At the same time, with the addition of flame grass, the entire barbecue instantly ignited. You have made flame grass barbecue, ghost pepper, gaining 100 spirit points.
Perfect cooking. Chenshi sniffed it. He couldn't help but want to take a bite.
Next, it was a matter of whether the female fire dragon would take the bait.
Chenshi stood up and moved away from the barbecue.
He wasn't entirely sure if the female fire dragon would eat the barbecue infused with the potion.
It's always worth a try.
If it really didn't work, he would just escape with the deep-sea water spirit.
Snap! The female fire dragon violently slapped a hunter away.
It wanted to unleash its anger, unleash its pain upon this world.
Suddenly, it smelled a fragrance.
But after a long period of intense battle, in her anger, she grew hungry.
The female fire dragon sniffed and looked at the ghost pepper barbecue in the distance. Its huge eyes swiveled. What was this? Delicious food fallen from the sky? Soul seasoning stimulated the aroma of the meat, while the ghost peppers and flame grass perfectly hit the female fire dragon's taste. The female fire dragon, unaware of human treachery, flapped its wings and came before the barbecue. Everyone watched this scene with trepidation.
They swallowed, unsure if it would succeed. They were gambling, staking their lives in the hands of a first-order chef.
The female fire dragon wagged its tail.
It held its proud head high, as if saying, how could it, at the top of the food chain, be tempted by a piece of barbecue? However, the aroma of the meat still made it slowly lower its head.
Just one bite.
It opened its huge mouth and swallowed half the barbecue in one gulp. It worked, the chili and salt successfully covered the taste of the potion.
Chenshi stood at a high vantage point, quietly observing this scene.
The female fire dragon was enjoying the delicious food, and a hint of pleasure and enjoyment actually appeared on its pained face.
The female fire dragon blinked.
It had originally intended to save half for the male fire dragon.
Is it that delicious? Chenshi smiled.
He didn't have much meat in his backpack card. For the male fire dragon, it was just a mouthful.
After eating, the female fire dragon bounced happily twice.
However, in the next instant, it felt a churning, nauseous sensation in its body, and its body uncontrollably swayed forward, showing obvious
unsteadiness. The female fire dragon suddenly spat out a huge gush of flame onto the ground.
Immediately after, it began to retch continuously.
The female fire dragon vomited everything from its stomach.
Under the effect of the transcendent potion, its massive body collapsed to the ground, and it slowly closed its eyes. Everyone watched the scene before them, trembling with excitement. They hadn't held much hope initially. Food made by a first-order chef could actually satisfy a dragon's appetite. Ba Long, covered in wounds, and a red crystal hunter quickly moved forward. In their eyes, it was the contents of the female fire dragon's stomach.
If that garment hadn't been digested yet, there was a certain probability it was still in the female fire dragon's stomach. They knelt beside the female fire dragon, constantly searching. From between the male fire dragon's teeth, a skeleton appeared, a skeleton wearing a hunter's garment. Chen-Shi did not step forward but retreated, observing from a distance. That skeleton gave him a very bad feeling. Under normal circumstances, within the male fire dragon's stomach acid, this skeleton should not exist. This thing might be the root cause of the female fire dragon's rampage. Balong and the other hunter violently pulled the skeleton from between the male fire dragon's teeth. This skeleton had no head, its white bones were covered in cracks, and on its body, it wore a tattered hunter's garment. 10 years. 10 years. Balong gripped the gun at his waist. At this moment, a member of the Red Crystal Hunter group examined the garment and asked, "Balong, is this garment really not some kind of fetish item? I think I saw it at the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom's Sexy Beast costume exhibition. This one seems to be called Sea Holiday, Enchanting Tentacle. Siren Style. Fetish item. What are you talking about?" Balong cursed. This ignorant fellow, at such an exciting moment, actually associated such a powerful transcendent creation with the clothing made by those perverts. In the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom. However, in the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. From the outside, it was indeed a tattered dark blue hunter's garment. But this was merely an illusion. Inside the cloak, he saw countless wriggling black tendrils. A tentacle garment. The small tentacles continuously wriggled, coiling around the white bones. The Red Crystal Hunter group hunter said, "See? It really looks like that enchanting siren tentacle style. I remember them saying that these clothes are super comfortable to wear out. What kind of strange fashion show did you attend? But this garment is indeed strange." Balong also voiced a strange question. Chen-Shi watched the tattered hunter's garment from afar. And why could a skeleton exist for such a long time in the male fire dragon's stomach? From his tone, Balong really didn't know that the garment before him was the deep sea hunter treasure. Chen-Shi took another step back. Immediately after, the Red Crystal Hunter group hunter's hand trembled violently. He discovered a huge secret and whispered, "Balong, this garment, do you feel anything? Its appearance seems to be the same as the garment worn by the deep sea hunter statue outside." Balong used his body to shield the garment. The style of this garment, though a bit tattered and strange inside, was almost identical to the legendary deep sea hunter's garment. He murmured softly, no wonder, so that's it, this is the deep sea hunter treasure." The question that had plagued him for years was finally answered. Balong's heart was pounding now. He stood up, gripping his greatsword. In the battle with the male fire dragon, many people were injured, and many fled. Those who remained were all exhausted first-order transcendent. Little Red Riding Hood was probably already killed by the male fire dragon. That is to say, as long as he killed the few useless people present, he could enjoy all of this alone. 10 years. It's finally come to this last moment. Balong picked up his greatsword, turned his head, and said to the hunter next to him, "Do it." A battle between humans. Chen-Shi did not rush to draw his sword. The surrounding air grew colder. He had conserved his chi force and had not approached the treasure at the first opportunity. He had been curious since earlier, given the deep sea hunter's personality, would he really place his treasure in a safe location? According to Balong, when they found this treasure, there were no other sea beasts around. At the same time, this treasure had no difficulty hint. Assuming the deep sea hunter wasn't the kind of person to bury treasure haphazardly. Then, he could only think of one possibility. This treasure itself was a monster. The hunters also retreated one after another. Balong held his greatsword and took a step forward. "I'm sorry, everyone, but I have no choice." Balong concentrated his chi force throughout his body, preparing to kill everyone present. The only threat was the chef in front of him. Balong stared at Chen-Shi, gripping his greatsword. Slash! Chen-Shi took a step back.
Behind Ba Long, the white skeleton was slowly standing up. A sharp cutting sound. Ba Long coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes looking up, only to see his blood-soaked upper body. Thump! Thump! Chen Shi's heart beat faster and faster as he tightly gripped his black blade. Behind the severed half of the body, the headless skeleton, wearing the hunter's garment, had already stood up. Crunch, crunch. Tentacles continuously extended from beneath the garment, coiling around the nearly rotten white bones. What is this? The others all retreated. Whoosh! The white bony hand, wrapped in tentacles, picked up Ba Long's greatsword from the ground. Crunch, crunch. The white bones turned around, holding the greatsword, and took a step in their direction. Each step made everyone present feel their hearts stop. Boom! Blue flames burned on the white bones. Everyone felt a bone-chilling cold and continuously retreated. At this moment, in their eyes, there was no Ba Long of the Red Crystal Hunter group, nor the flame-spewing male fire dragon. In their terrified pupils, there was only a monstrous existence, an existence that had been dead for centuries. The Deep Sea Hunter. Thanks to Long Song for the 500 coin reward, super thanks, Omega. And thanks to everyone for subscribing and voting, thank you. P.S. These 2 chapters are a bit long, and the update is a bit late. There might be some typos, sorry about that. Headless skull. Creak, creak. New cracks constantly appeared on the headless skeleton's bones, and driven by the tentacle garment, it charged forward like a seasoned deep sea hunter. Whether it was its walking posture, its sword-wielding gesture, or its sword-swinging motion, it reminded everyone of the legendary deep sea hunter. A chill permeated the area. Everyone had already paid too high a price in the arduous battle with the fire dragon. The skeleton's posture was truly terrifying. Many, like birds startled by a gunshot, ran down the mountain in a panic. Clang, clang, clang. Unbeknownst to them, after continuous fighting, only Chen Shi and some bloodied corpses remained in the area. This isn't a deep-sea hunter, it's just a piece of clothing, a flesh colonization armor. Chen Shi repeatedly emphasized in his mind, drinking a powerful healing potion. You have gained a temporary increase in stamina and strength. Within the black market, there were 3 quite famous types of equipment: mechanical armor, blood mechanical armor, and flesh colonization armor. Among them, flesh colonization armor usually referred to equipment made from extraordinary monster materials. Unlike ordinary equipment, flesh colonization armor retained a large number of extraordinary characteristics during its creation. This greatly enhanced the equipment's extraordinary power. However, as a trade-off, the user's mind would be severely affected by the extraordinary characteristics. Long-term use would lead to severe mental impact, even distortion. If mechanical armor had a huge impact on the body, then flesh colonization armor had a severe impact on the mind. Some flesh colonization armor also possessed a certain degree of autonomous combat capability. And the deep-sea hunter's equipment also had this function. The current situation should be the flesh colonization armor's automatic combat function. Although this was not a deep-sea hunter, merely a piece of unconscious clothing, it was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Can I win? Chen Shi broke into a cold sweat, activating the dynamic vision of his hunter's eye. Stationary objects gradually blurred, while fast-moving objects became clearer. The headless skeleton gripped the blood-stained greatsword in its hand, took a step forward, and swung a downward slash in his direction. I can see it. Chen Shi pivoted on his left foot, turning his body to dodge. The opponent's speed was very fast, but Hunter's eye could still capture the trajectory of the blade. After absorbing the hunter's ember, he had mastered many of the deep-sea hunter's combat techniques. The skeleton's sword movements in front of him were very similar to the knowledge contained within the emberfire. The opponent's moves were all within his expectations. Moreover, his speed could barely keep up. Deep-sea water spirit, water blast. Chen Shi commanded. The 7 trembling deep-sea water spirits beside him, with expressions of self-sacrifice, charged fiercely towards the headless skeleton. Boom! Boom! The deep-sea water spirits used water blast, creating a huge explosion around them.
Bang!
Without any room to dodge, under the impact of the explosion, the headless skeleton's body trembled violently, continuously making creaking sounds. Like a rusted gear that had jammed.
Super effective.
Chen-Chi swallowed, his tense mood relieved. After the impact of the explosion, the headless skeleton's arm made a cracking sound, and its attacking pace began to show obvious sluggishness. The monster in front of him was not as powerful as he had imagined. Like the automatic mode of a mechanical armor, it was merely an unconscious entity, with a single and limited attack pattern. As long as he grasped the opponent's rhythm, he could completely withstand the current attacks. If an ordinary person were wearing this equipment, it would be much more troublesome. But now, this decaying skeleton could no longer bear the power of this equipment. Chen-Chi adjusted his breathing, forming a counterattack stance, and condensed chi force onto his black blade. Tendrils suddenly wrapped around the skeleton's arm bones, and it once again unleashed a series of fierce greatsword slashes.
Clang, 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 clang. Heavy metal clashing sounds continuously echoed in the air. I can predict it.
Chen-Chi activated Burst, continuously blocking with his black blade. Under continuous blocking, more and more cracks appeared on the skeleton's arm, and its attacks became increasingly weaker. And at the moment of blocking, under dynamic vision, Chen-Chi caught sight of a faint dark blue rhomboid gem at the center of the garment's inner side. This might be the core of the equipment. Attacking the gem might be able to deactivate the tentacle garment's attack state.
Parry!
After a loud metallic clang, Chen-Chi seized the opportunity, skillfully using his black blade to parry the headless skeleton's greatsword away.
Bang!
The greatsword fell to the ground. The skeleton's sword-wielding arm bone shattered, like a dismantled doll, losing its balance and almost falling down.
Good opportunity.
Chen-Chi didn't hesitate, gripping the black blade with both hands, he stepped forward and slashed, attacking the blue gem on the inside of the
garment. However, just as the headless skeleton was about to be struck, 8 translucent blue tentacles suddenly grew from the inside of the garment.
Immediately after, the tentacles ignited with blue flames, and its entire posture was like a blooming flower of fire. 8 translucent burning tentacles, like 8 incomparably fierce punches, violently smashed towards him. The attack was too sudden, he could only circulate chi force and block with his bent arm.
Boom! Chen-Chi's figure was violently shaken, sliding backward in a straight line. It hurts.
The sound of bones breaking, and a strong sense of nausea and dizziness.
I can't fall down.
Chen-Chi instinctively gritted his teeth, then threw down his black blade and pulled out the 2 pistols he kept at his waist.
The 8 nearly 2-meter-thick translucent tentacles only lasted for an instant. It can't dodge gunfire now.
Chen-Chi endured the intense pain and dizzy feeling, aimed at the center of the skeleton, and pulled the trigger.
Bang! Bang!
Under 2 piercing gunshots, 2 fresh bullet holes appeared on the rotten skeleton. It finally couldn't bear it anymore, and with a crash, it fell to the ground. Immediately after, Chen-Chi staggered forward a step, aimed at the gem on the inside of the garment, and fired 3 more shots. Finally, under the shot, the tentacle garment finally stopped moving, and the entire skeleton also fell backward, turning into white powder.
Hoo! Chen-Chi gasped for breath, not moving his gun, like a well-trained police officer.
It wasn't until 3 minutes later, when he confirmed that the garment would no longer exhibit strong aggression, that he sat down, picked up his water bottle, and took a sip. Fortunately, the headless skeleton's physique couldn't withstand the power of this garment. Otherwise, this battle might even threaten his life.
Hoo!
Chen-Chi panted heavily, feeling the power of the potion slowly permeate his entire body. He had suffered severe internal injuries, but luckily he had blocked with chi force, so it wasn't fatal.
I'll have to spend a sum on medical expenses. Chen-Chi stared blankly, looking around.
Scattered sparks, discarded bullet casings, scorched ground, a few charred corpses, and a sleeping female fire dragon.
It's safe for now.
Chen-Chi looked around. In this once bustling place, only he remained. Everyone else had either run away or died. the fire dragon slept, and the tentacle garment stopped. Chen-Chi breathed a sigh of relief and poked the blue gem at the center of the tentacle garment's inner side with his black blade. The tentacle garment continuously shriveled, and the entire garment seemed to be drawn by a huge suction force, shrinking into the sapphire, becoming a small model within the gem. Is this the normal form of this garment? Chen-Chi carefully picked up the gem, and a special prompt appeared before his eyes. Touch of the remnant fire. Chen-Chi held the rhomboid blue gem in his hand, observing it, a faint blue light flashing in his eyes. Ember touch. Principle of nature, blade phase. Equipment conditions, Constitution 25, minimum requirement only. Description, a transcendent equipment made from a blade phase calamity item. Remaining fire entanglement, when wearing this equipment, tentacles on the inside of the clothing will extend numerous black tendrils, coiling around your limbs. These tendrils will overdraw your body's potential, greatly enhancing your agility, strength, and burst speed. These tentacles also possess a certain degree of automatic counterattack function, automatically intercepting attacks from all directions. At the same time, in this state, your resistance to liquid-based attacks and mental attacks from deep-sea creatures is significantly increased. Ember bloom, for a short period, 8 translucent tentacles burning with blue flames can extend from the tentacles on the inside of the clothing. These will become extensions of your limbs. Note, using this equipment will rapidly deplete stamina and spirit, and induce strong feelings of rage. Ember touch. Chen-Chi looked at the description of this equipment. A transcendent equipment that significantly consumes spirit. Once equipped, it's like putting on a garment of black tendrils. Of course, from the outside, it looks like a plain, tattered piece of clothing. Chen-Chi looked at the azure gem, imagining a scene in his mind. When he was fighting someone with fists and blades, a small black tendril suddenly emerged from under his clothes and fiercely ambushed the opponent. This equipment boosts stats, and by an uncommonly large margin. If a tattered skeleton could be so strong, then after he equips it, he should be able to take off directly. Chen-Chi smiled. However, I really didn't expect Deep Sea Hunter to be this kind of person. In this country that worships the hammer aspect, most people still prefer armor-type equipment. In the Witch Sea, transcendent equipment with tentacles that affect the spirit are usually only used by those who worship deep-sea creations. In people's perception, Deep Sea Hunter was a hunter who relied on his powerful physique to conquer the sea, and would never use such strange equipment. But now it seems that before his death, Deep Sea Hunter might have worn this equipment every day while walking the streets, though it wasn't visible from the surface. Chen-Chi opened his backpack card, confirmed there were no issues, and carefully placed the Ember Touch into his backpack card. With his currently aching body, he was simply unable to wear this clothing. It's time to leave. Chen-Chi patted the dust off the ground, stood up, and looked at the unconscious female fire dragon. However, the female fire dragon's HP had already dropped below half, and once she woke up, she would leave this island. If he could kill the female fire dragon, the reward would increase even further. That guy's HP was too thick, leaving him with no desire to attack. Obtaining the Ember Touch was already a pretty good harvest, there was no need to forcibly pursue the rift's completion reward. The risk was too high. It's alright, let's go. Chen-Chi comforted the panicked deep-sea water spirit. These water spirits possessed higher intelligence and were more prone to fear. It took quite a bit of courage for them to charge forward without hesitation just now. Chen-Chi went to the dragon's nest at the top of the mountain, looked for dragon breath grass, and pulled it out forcefully. There were a full 10 dragon breath grasses. This much should make Flower Witch quite happy. Chen-Chi collected the dragon breath grass and walked down the mountain along the original path. Relying on his balance skill, these rugged mountain paths were traversed fairly smoothly. Suddenly, Chen-Chi heard the sound of wings flapping in the sky. He suddenly thought of something. Where was Little Red Riding Hood? From the very beginning of the battle, the arrogant Little Red Riding Hood had become a taunt target. During the battle, he and the fire dragon, 2 powerhouses, fought all the way to the foot of the mountain. How was she? Did she win? Chen-Chi thought to himself.
Although the male fire dragon was much weaker than the female fire dragon.
But facing a male fire dragon alone was definitely an extremely difficult task. Chen-Shi looked up. A heavily injured fire dragon was flying laboriously towards the mountaintop.
Not bad, Little Red Riding Hood, she can really fight.
Chen-Shi rejoiced in his heart. This was a good thing. Once the injured male fire dragon returned to the mountaintop and sought his sleeping wife, he would probably give the female fire
dragon 2 slaps.
In that case, the two injured fire dragons would leave this place, thus fulfilling the rift's completion conditions. And at this moment, Chen-Shi heard heavy panting. He took a few steps towards the sound. Amidst a pile of broken rocks, Little Red Riding Hood lay covered in blood, her golden hair under her hood disheveled, her chest rising and falling
continuously.
She was already strong enough, her strength fully matched her earlier arrogant display. But for a second-order transcendent to face a fire dragon alone, the price paid was too heavy. Chen-Shi tugged at his hunter's hood, making sure his face wasn't visible, and took a careful glance. Little Red Riding Hood, in her life's dying moments, gasped for air, muttering to herself in a weak voice. "I will return, to marry you, my beloved wife."
Chen-Shi raised an eyebrow.
Wife? He seemed to have heard some earth-shattering secret of great importance.
Chen-Shi's brain rapidly processed the information.
In the Witch Sea, a rigorous and polite gentleman should not easily assume a person's gender, nor easily assume another's species, much less easily
assume their orientation. It's nothing rare. No need to make a fuss.
Chen-Shi thought to himself. Her injured body was recovering at a very slow pace, so she didn't need his help. Moreover, she probably still had a trump card she hadn't used. Unlike other players, he wasn't a masochist, and for now, he didn't want to have too much contact with the hot-tempered Little Red Riding Hood. The Bloodblade pirate crew's troubles were simply too numerous, not something he could intervene in right now. He still had to go find Flower Witch. Chen-Shi tossed a healing potion to her, then walked down the mountain. The moment Chen-Shi left, Little Red Riding Hood's bloodshot eyes showed a trace of fear.
Who was that? Is the battle above over?
She seemed surprised that someone could come down from above. She wanted to call out to him, but the burning sensation in her throat prevented her from making any sound. 4 hours later, Chen-Shi finally came
down from the mountain and arrived at the seaside again.
10 boats were missing, only 10 hunters had left the rift.
Nice scenery.
The tired Chen-Shi sat by the sea, holding the deep-sea water spirit, feeling the cool seawater wash over his feet, quietly enjoying the sea breeze.
And resting for a while.
The deep-sea water spirit snuggled against Chen-Shi, massaging their tired master. A moment later, he slowly raised his head. Finally, the two fire dragons circled in the sky, like two stars, disappearing into the distant horizon.
They finally left.
Chen-Shi squeezed the deep-sea water spirit in his arms. The two fire dragons have been expelled, rift cleared.
Rift instance settling. Thank you all for subscribing. The update is a bit late.
The 2 chapters yesterday were written too poorly, so I spent some time revising them.
Settlement. Rift settlement in progress. Rift abnormality degree reduced by 20%. Current abnormality degree is 7%. Fought to the end, both fire dragons suffered immense damage and fled in panic. Reward plus 50%. Dragon friend, you were friendly to the fire dragons. Reward plus 20%. Master Chef, you conquered the female fire dragon's taste buds with your exquisite culinary skills. Reward plus 70%. Settlement complete. Overall rating, A. Obtained 1 Dragon Perch exclusive skill card treasure chest. Chen-Shi looked at his evaluation. He did not participate in the battle to repel the male fire dragon in this rift. Therefore, he did not achieve a perfect clear. However, to achieve an A-rank evaluation in a large-scale D-rank rift with multiple participants, with his first-order strength, was quite good. It was already very impressive. Do you want to draw a skill card? Draw.
Chen-Shi did not hesitate. After all, it was a skill card related to fire dragons. A card materialized at his fingertips.
Dragon's Charm. Principle of Nature, Flower Phase. Learning condition, possess a certain degree of dragon bloodline or dragon-like bloodline.
Effect, you can cultivate your own dragon aura. This aura can attract the favor of dragon-type creatures, allowing you to blend into dragon groups.
When you train it to its limit, you can even seduce dragons. Description, wow, the roar of an evil dragon.
A cute little fire dragon card appeared in his hand.
Dragon's Charm? What is this? Does he look like someone who can seduce dragons?
Chen-Shi looked at the little fire dragon on the card, which was acting cute and spoiled, and frowned.
Sure enough, I can't always draw useful cards.
The higher the level of the skill card, the more usage conditions it would have. He did not meet the usage conditions for this card. The requirements for this skill card were quite stringent.
To obtain a dragon bloodline, one either had to acquire a related high-tier professional card or undergo a special genetic modification surgery.
Clearly, he could not meet either of these conditions. Chen-Shi put the card away and placed it in his backpack card slot. His current attributes were quite good. He had mastered Chi Force and body tempering method. To improve his strength, the most important thing was to master more powerful Chi Force skills. Therefore, the best option would be to go to the Moonstone City's Chamber of Commerce and exchange this Flower Phase skill card for a Chi Force related skill card. Exchanging a Dragon Perch card for an epic Chi Force card would not be a problem.
It's almost time to go.
Chen-Shi picked up the deep-sea water spirit and jumped onto the small boat ahead. The abnormality degree had dropped to 7%, and 24 hours after this rift ended, the entire rift would close again. It was still dark.
Chen-Shi lit the kerosene lamp on the boat.
The faintly lit small boat slowly glided across the dark water, heading back towards the real world. Chen-Shi looked up at the dim moon in the sky, then down at the waves beneath the boat. He suddenly had a bold idea.
What would happen if he just jumped into the sea like this?
In this world, rifts, skill cards, transcendent professions, and inspiration were as common as the sun on Earth. Many things, which seemed incredibly magical from his earthling perspective, were perfectly normal in their eyes. As long as the rift did not involve the void phase, which symbolizes nothingness.
There must be a way to enter a rift.
And within a certain period after clearing it, there must also be a way to leave. This was a consensus among everyone. But in reality, after clearing it, no one prevented him from staying in the rift indefinitely. He could completely eat, sleep, and fight water spirits in the rift, then watch the sunrise every morning and the moon every night.
A good place for reclusion.
Chen-Shi recalled that the player forums seemed to have mentioned something similar. If one stayed in a rift for too long, it could even lead to account deletion. In any case, it wasn't a good thing. Chen-Shi suppressed this bold idea and hugged the deep-sea water spirit, who was trying to get close to the seawater, tightly. It would be troublesome if these little guys got lost in the rift. After some time, the color and shape of the moon in the sky gradually changed. The gentle sunlight of the day shone on his face.
A prompt popped up in his mind.
You have left the rift.
Back in the real world.
Chen-Shi looked into the distance, using his black blade as a crude oar to row the boat.
As expected, the Bloodblade pirate crew members should still be guarding the entrance to the rift. Chen-Shi's impression of the Bloodblade pirate crew wasn't bad.
Overall, the Bloodblade pirate crew was a relatively orderly pirate crew. They were an important supplement to order outside the near sea. As long as one didn't get involved with the Black Whale pirate crew in the Navy, they could be treated as a type of law enforcement. But no matter what, he was one of the few survivors of this dragon perch. Although in the end, no one saw him defeat the headless skeleton and obtain the Ember Touch. But if he went ashore like this, he would definitely be surrounded by a group of people who would question him about the Dragon Perch Rift. In any case, he was currently being hunted by the Black Whale group. It's better to stay away when one becomes famous. It's better to keep a distance. After rowing a certain distance, Chen-Shi hugged the water spirit and jumped into the sea. Deep-sea water spirits were natural life preservers.
Holding the deep-sea water spirit, he was as agile as a fish in the sea.
Chen Shi felt he could write a book in the future called 100 Uses for Water Spirits. After swimming for some time, he returned to the Flower Island pier. Now, everyone else was guarding the rift entrance, so there weren't many people on the pier. The exhausted Chen Shi placed his hand on the small houseboat and struggled to climb aboard.
Rustle! Chen Shi looked up. There was someone on the boat.
Under the faint moonlight, Pei Lu was sitting on the boat's rooftop, reading a history book. The pages of the book in her hand gently fluttered in the breeze, making a subtle sound that intertwined with the tranquility of the sea. She looked like a literary girl, a history enthusiast.
Until she noticed Chen Shi.
The moment Pei Lu saw Chen Shi, her eyebrows rose, her mouth slightly opened, revealing a ghost-like expression, and her limbs flailed in panic.
I'm not a water ghost.
Chen Shi explained, then walked into the boathouse and took out a towel to wipe his wet hair.
What happened? Can you tell me? Pei Lu lowered her head and asked curiously. Her intelligence was always well informed.
The dragon perch rift was extremely difficult, and many participants were already retreating.
How did he get out?
After wiping himself dry, Chen Shi walked out of the small boathouse and basked in the sun for a while.
I seized the opportunity and left the dragon perch.
Pei Lu looked at Chen Shi, her intuition told her. Chen Shi must have done something big, but he didn't want to tell her.
Oh, you annoying riddle teller. Pei Lu's heart was itching.
She propped her face in her hands and murmured.
You can tell me, you know.
Although I'm a reporter, I don't write about every important thing in the newspaper, nor do I spread my friends' affairs everywhere.
Friends?
Chen Shi looked at Pei Lu suspiciously.
He didn't believe it.
If Pei Lu knew this involved the deep-sea hunter, she would immediately rush to write a newspaper article.
Then, the next day, everyone in the city would know about him.
Chen Shi took off his deep-sea hunter's clothes, which concealed his appearance, and hung them on the boathouse to dry.
Something did happen.
Little Red Riding Hood of the Bloodblade pirate crew successfully defeated the fire dragon. The rift was also miraculously cleared.
Clearing a rift meant there was a skill card reward.
And skill cards were scarce commodities everywhere. Pei Lu showed a surprised expression and smiled from the bottom of her heart.
Cleared again. Your frequency and speed of clearing rifts are really fast.
I think you could definitely apply for a deep-sea hunter license.
Even she didn't dare to easily run into a D-rank rift. Pei Lu had already figured it out. This person was not a serious chef at all, he was the type who wanted to dive into any rift he saw. Pei Lu grumbled. What kind of chef runs into rifts every day?
While a chef's skill is important, fresh ingredients are also very important. I originally wanted to get some dragon meat from the dragon perch, but unfortunately, I failed.
Dragon meat. Pei Lu swallowed. She really wanted to eat some.
But clearly, this was not an ingredient that could be easily obtained.
Chen Shi smiled.
Next time he had a chance, he could try to get some dragon meat. It was a highly nourishing ingredient.
I'll make time to take the Deep-Sea Hunter license exam. Deep-Sea Hunter licenses are issued by transcendent organizations in various countries.
In many places, a deep-sea hunter license is not only a symbol of identity but also grants various privileges. For example, priority access to many rifts and rift intelligence information collected by the Meteorological Bureau. If one sought mercenary work, being licensed would also lead to higher pay. After the dampness left his body in the daylight, Chen Shi looked at the shimmering sea in the distance and asked.
Pei Lu, do you have any information on the Flower Witch? Witch's invitation. Chen Shi asked curiously.
At this point, Pei Lu's expression was as dejected as a kitten caught in the rain.
No.
Pei Lu pointed to the bruises on her face. It was clear that she had been beaten while searching for the Flower Witch.
That's right, the Flower Witch isn't that easy to find.
Chen Shi shook his head. He still needed to find the Flower Witch to complete their transaction. According to the Flower Witch, once he obtained the dragon breath grass, she would have her own way of finding him.
Logically speaking, even if he ran to the ends of the earth, it would be easy for a witch to find him. However, when it came to the flower witch, there was always a sense of unease. It was better to wait here. But he might need to wait until Pelu left. Chen Shi lay outside the boathouse. After being beaten, Pelu was unexpectedly quiet. After finishing her book, she fiddled with her radio. Finally, she received a message from the Bay Country Meteorological Bureau, and due to work, she rode a white pigeon and left Flower Island. And Chen Shi just lay on the boat, basking in the sun and enjoying the sea breeze. Occasionally, lying in a sunny spot, without any worries, without any goals. Basking comfortably for a whole day, until he remembered to get up. Such a day was also very nice. The small house boat swayed slightly. Just like that, Chen Shi slowly closed his eyes and drifted into a dream. In his dream, he did not escape the Black Whale group but chose to follow the Saw Shark, and together with Xiao Weia and Captain Black Eye, he fought. Every day, striving to become a great pirate. He was ruthless, relying on his deep-sea affinity, rising from an ordinary sailor to a bosun, then to a first mate, and finally to a captain. Owning his own ship and becoming famous throughout the sea. Finally, his talent was successfully recognized by his superiors. Then, he was tied to a small dark room, where a group of kind doctors curiously stripped him of his clothes and began dissecting him, injecting him with strange black blood potion. His body became strange. My head is so hot, my body hurts so much. Chen Shi slowly opened his eyes and looked at the sky. The daytime flames gradually weakened, and the sky was adorned with a layer of red glow. He had slept for half a day. Are you awake? A gentle female voice came from beside him. There really was a doctor next to him. Flower scent. Chen Shi, lying on the deck, turned his head. The flower witch was half crouching beside him, looking down at him. Flower witch, when did you arrive? Chen Shi sat up groggily. The flower witch softly replied. 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago, and you didn't wake me? Chen Shi hadn't expected to sleep so long on the open sea, completely defenseless. Fortunately, it was the flower witch who came. If it had been anyone else or a non-human creature on his boat, it would have been troublesome. The flower witch said softly. I saw you were sleeping soundly and had serious injuries, so I didn't want to disturb your sleep. Less than a day had passed since Chen Shi entered the rift and left the rift. Therefore, the flower witch thought Chen Shi had suffered a major blow in the rift and escaped, which was why he slept for so long. She thought about it and decided to let him sleep a little longer. Many worries can be greatly alleviated after a good sleep. Chen Shi shook his groggy head. The flower witch could actually stay in one place for 4 hours, she was too patient. Then, he touched his chest, and a throbbing pain constantly came from his body. Injuries. The internal injuries caused by the headless skeleton's blow when it fell were more severe than he had imagined. Moreover, his head was so hot, he wondered if he had caught some strange illness again. The flower witch hesitated for a moment before replying. You might have a cold. A cold. Chen Shi touched his forehead with his hand, it was burning hot. It seemed to be a severe cold. Chen Shi recalled his actions in the past few days. Playing with sea dragons in the heavy rain, playing with dragons on volcanoes, playing with water spirits in the sea. It was time to catch a cold. It would be impolite not to catch a cold. Chen Shi took out his water bottle and took a few sips. At this moment, the flower witch asked curiously. Are you really okay? The flower witch looked at Chen Shi, there was a large, obvious bruise on his chest, as if it had caved in. I'm fine, it shouldn't be a problem. Just a small injury, a few days of rest will fix it. As long as he didn't die, they were all minor issues. Chen Shi finished a sip of water, adjusted his breathing, and the pain in his body gradually decreased. Wait, why were they talking about these things? Like a doctor caring for a patient? At this time, shouldn't they be discussing the mission first, talking about their dragon breath grass? He had obtained a full 10 dragon breath grass. Why didn't the flower witch ask him? Chen Shi took the initiative to say. Flower Witch, I've already obtained the dragon breath grass. Obtained it?
A surprised little yellow flower popped up on top of the Flower Witch's head. She had thought Chun-Chi had encountered something bad on Dragon's Roost Island. Therefore, she hadn't proactively mentioned the dragon breath grass, fearing it would bring up sad memories for him.
So efficient.
The Flower Witch muttered, as if seeing a workaholic who speedran the rift. Chun-Chi took out 10 dragon breath grass from his backpack card.
Is that enough? 10 dragon breath grass. The Flower Witch's flowers couldn't hold back and instantly grew several more.
10 dragon breath grass were enough for her to make 5 bottles of potion.
The Flower Witch nodded and accepted the dragon breath grass.
It's completely enough, and there's quite a bit extra, but I don't have extra money to buy the additional herbs, so I can only help you make the
potions. She was really honest.
Chun-Chi returned to the boathouse and sailed the small houseboat out to sea. Next, Chun-Chi handed the pale scale fruit to the Flower Witch. He had already obtained the medicinal ingredients. Now, it was the Flower Witch's time to shine. It's real, and it's fresh pale scale fruit. The Flower Witch took the fruit, held it in the air, and carefully observed it. Before coming to Bay Country, she had heard from her sister that the Witch Sea was a land of outstanding people, with simple folk customs, and hidden
talents.
The people of the Witch Sea were indeed full of hidden talents. Even a chef was so powerful. The Flower Witch sighed with emotion.
Chun-Chi asked. How is it, Flower Witch, can you handle it? The Flower Witch looked at the distant sea.
Yes, but to make perfect potions, I need an alchemy furnace, as well as tools for grinding herbs and so on.
In short, I need a dedicated potion-making workshop.
A workshop?
Where is it? Chun-Chi asked.
Given the Flower Witch's current situation, it would be very difficult for her to have a workshop. After all, her bounty alone could buy several workshops. The Flower Witch crossed her arms. A mysterious island on the edge of the near sea, that's where I lived as an apothecary apprentice when I was little. Then, the Flower Witch's face flushed slightly, and she looked at Chun-Chi's small houseboat with envy.
What a wonderful, cozy little boat.
If only she could have her own small boat. The Flower Witch was stubborn her whole life and didn't want to rely on others. Moreover, her teacher had told her never to let outsiders into their home. But sometimes, there was really no other way. I need to work hard to earn money. The Flower Witch coughed twice and said softly.
I don't have my own boat, so, can you give me a ride?
The dizzy Chun-Chi looked at the poor Flower Witch.
No problem, but you need to pay attention, my boat speed is a bit fast.
Ha! Chun-Chi walked into the boathouse, took out a sea chart, like an experienced captain.
Mark the location, prepare to set sail. It was time to show off his boat skills.
The Flower Witch took the sea chart and thought for a long time. It should be here, I lived in this place when I was little, but I can't remember it now.
Chun-Chi looked at the marked place on the sea chart and instantly sobered up. On the sea chart, the blue areas were normal waters, and the areas enclosed by red lines were dangerous waters.
And the area smeared with deep black meant places that were absolutely forbidden to enter, a taboo.
Simply put, whoever went there died.
Only some crazy people would go into these black sea areas. Even the Ice Demon pirate crew's sea chart didn't have specific information about these black areas. Chun-Chi turned around and asked. Flower Witch, where exactly do you live?
Black soil.
The Flower Witch paced back and forth on the ship, deliberating for a long time. A fertile land, I remember my teacher telling me that its name is Black Earth, a good place for cultivating medicinal herbs and growing vegetables.
Black Earth?
Chun-Chi was suddenly startled. Black Earth was rumored to be the masterpiece of the Flower Witch. He remembered that in the legends, the Flower Witch buried the bodies of 100,000 soldiers there, and it was also a wasteland destroyed by the Great Whale. Chun-Chi spread his hands and said,
Can we really go to this place? Won't something happen? A few small flowers of contemplation appeared on the Flower Witch's head.
Nothing should happen, I lived there in my childhood. The only danger should be some strange-looking sea beasts in that place.
Some sea beasts.
Chen Shi immediately became energetic, looking again at the large black area on the sea chart. No matter what, he was a person destined to roam this vast sea.
A mere pitch-black taboo land within the near sea.
Besides, this was also the Flower Witch's home.
Let's go!
Chen Shi, filled with curiosity, walked to the control panel and started the small boat's engine.
Rumble!
The small boat headed towards the taboo land.
And just as the small boat sailed away, 7 deep-sea water spirits immediately scurry through the seawater. Oh no!
Chen Shi touched his slightly feverish forehead, almost forgetting the deep-sea water spirits in the water.
Bang, bang, bang!
The 7 deep-sea water spirits, like men chasing their departed girlfriends, jumped onto the small boat.
Wah, boo-hoo-hoo!
The deep-sea water spirits let out frightened sounds. They almost thought they had been abandoned by their master.
I really do have a fever. Chen Shi picked up a water spirit and squeezed it. This is?
A few small yellow flowers appeared on the Flower Witch's head, and a hint of envy subtly showed in her eyes beneath the flowers. Chen Shi stroked the deep-sea water spirit. It was soft. A water spirit, my little pet, quite comfortable. The Golden Flower Bird Kingdom was a beast-taming nation, so for the Flower Witch, pets should not be rare. In many wealthy households, cats and dogs were kept in groups. And the Flower Witch was one of the top nobles in the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom. However, to Chen Shi's surprise, a small sad blue flower appeared on the Flower Witch's head, and she suddenly felt her journey was very sad.
Why do you not only have a boat but also a small pet? Much of human suffering comes from comparison.
The Flower Witch swallowed, deliberated for a long time, and then coughed twice.
May I touch it?
I have a unique technique.
You may.
The Flower Witch opened her hands. She had a floral scent on her, so she always thought she was quite popular with pets. But unfortunately, the deep-sea water spirit trembled slightly, a little afraid, and shrunk into the corner of the room.
This little guy is quite shy.
Chen Shi walked to the control panel. If you find the chair uncomfortable, you can use a water spirit as a cushion. The deep-sea water spirit was immediately startled. After Chen Shi finished speaking and took another sip of water, he focused on steering the small houseboat. The moon set, and the small houseboat drifted alone on the vast sea. The entire sea was extraordinarily silent. Under the light of the boat lamp, the Flower Witch sat on a chair, holding a pestle, performing the simplest processing on the medicinal herbs she had
gathered on Flower Island.
Meanwhile, the deep-sea water spirits ran away from the Flower Witch's embrace, bumping into each other on the bed. White mist, night whispers. Chen Shi vigilantly observed the scene outside the boat. Unlike previous voyages, this destination was a truly taboo sea area. Even a slight lapse in caution could lead to his body sinking into the sea, becoming a sacrifice to the goddess of the sea. Now, they were approaching the taboo land, Black Earth.
Chen Shi concentrated.
Unfortunately, the small houseboat had only one cramped room, a very simple control panel, and no instruments to observe the surroundings in
real time. Some pitch-black, twisted shadows swam under the boat.
At this moment, the Flower Witch stood up, preparing to soothe Chen Shi's frightened emotions. Don't worry, the creatures under the boat are Black Whiskers, a light-fearing sea beast. They dare not approach places with light.
Chen Shi slowed the boat down.
I'll be careful.
Is it through that opening?
In front of them was a huge, pitch-black island, with a large amount of black mist spreading from it, as if alive. And on the island, many rifts could be seen, as if struck hard by a god with a blood-colored axe, broken into many pieces.
To enter the interior of this pitch-black island, one had to drive along these narrow rifts.
The Flower Witch leaned against the boat window and pointed. The widest entrance is right here, drive through here. By the way, chef, the next scene is a bit scary, but you must not be afraid, they won't harm you.
They are?
Chen Shi immediately felt a little excited. Although sea beasts were terrifying. Fortunately, he was someone who had seen storms. Even if Godzilla came now, he could remain calm. The brightly lit small houseboat passed through the narrow rift, moving deeper inside.
And just then, Chen Chi's eyes suddenly lit up.
On these pitch-black lands, a large amount of black mist rose, with some faintly visible black tentacles hanging in the water. On these black tentacles, some broken tools could also be seen. These tools showed no signs of decay.
Has someone been here recently?
Chen Chi thought to himself.
Shoo, don't worry, black whiskers fear light, as long as you don't get close to them, they won't move.
The flower witch made a shushing gesture. However, to her surprise, the black whiskers slowly rose, twisting towards their direction, trying to approach. If it weren't for these black whiskers being too short and fearing light, the small houseboat would have met with disaster.
Why?
With my strength, this shouldn't be happening. The flower witch crossed her arms, lowered her head, and fell into thought. She understood something and said in a voice with a hint of motherliness.
Chef, black whiskers attack weak creatures, using them as food.
Your spiritual power field is too weak, so they've targeted you. But don't worry, even if they all come at once, as long as I'm here, not a single hair on you will be harmed. The weak, like fish, would become prey for the black whiskers. The flower witch patted her chest, with the demeanor of an older sister taking care of her younger brother. This was the sense of security brought by a powerful transcendent. Chen Chi hesitated to speak. No, they were just coming closer, they probably just wanted to say hello and give him a hug. Of course, although the black whiskers were friendly. Chen Chi had no interest in the ugly black whiskers either. Chen Chi was now someone who had seen many sea beasts and had strict requirements for them.
What he most wanted to encounter were sea beasts that could be easily and repeatedly exploited.
Like the ghost fire fish. If not, they should at least be as good-looking as the black ship sea dragon. Chen Chi observed for a moment, and under the protection of the black whiskers, he could faintly see some broken weapons. Not only that, there seemed to be some small sea beasts as well. But unfortunately, with the flower witch on the boat, it was not convenient for him to act. Under the illumination of the boat lamp, the small houseboat passed through this black whisker land, slowly moving deeper into the island.
Chen Chi stopped the boat. A wormhole entrance appeared before him. It was very similar to the entrance of an E-class rift.
The flower witch looked at this door, as if seeing her weaker self from more than 10 years ago. She had arrived home.
Vegetable garden.
Chen Chi stopped the boat, took out his kerosene lamp, stepped out of the cabin, and surveyed the closed wormhole gate. Only the flower witch could open this gate. The flower witch took off her cloak, revealing her fair shoulders and legs, and a layer of light blue spiritual energy appeared at her tiptoes. The spell water walking. She effortlessly stepped onto the water surface and approached the wormhole gate.
Do you need help?
The flower witch was worried Chen Chi might not be able to jump over.
Learning this spell could earn high marks in the first-year academic test at their Golden Flower Bird Kingdom Academy.
Water walking was nothing difficult. Chen Chi tossed out a water spirit, stepped on the deep-sea water spirit, and walked to the wormhole gate even faster. Two small flowers popped up on the flower witch's head. As someone from the beast taming country, she immediately felt her knowledge was limited.
Ahem, open the door.
The flower witch said, her voice and appearance were the key. Under the flower witch's command, the closed wormhole slowly opened, revealing a narrow rift. Chen Chi followed behind the flower witch, continuously entering the interior. It was very narrow at first, only allowing one person to pass. But the further they went, the wider it became. After walking for about 2 minutes, Chen Chi emerged from the entrance. Moonlight shone on his face, and a vast green grassland greeted his eyes.
This is?
Chen Chi was astonished by the expansive scene before him. You have entered the rift Black Earth.
Rift? Chen Chi instinctively became alert. He was already in another world. With the rift tide descending, no one knew what would happen inside the rift. The flower witch walked ahead.
Don't worry too much, this rift has undergone high-level harmless containment, and the pollution has been removed, so there shouldn't be any issues.
High-level rift harmless technology is an extremely complex technique, requiring transcendent from multiple forces, such as the Meteorological Bureau, the Hunter Association, the Purification Department, and the Rift Stabilization Department, to achieve. Simply put, only national-level power can accomplish it. Harmless processing, is this the witch's foundation? Chen-Chi excitedly looked around. The bright moonlight cast over the vast grassland, coating every green blade of grass with a soft glow. It was just like a normal great grassland. The flower witch took a deep breath and walked towards her small home. An open-air pharmacy. The pharmacy was filled with a faint herbal scent, intertwined with dust suspended in the air, creating a unique atmosphere. Cabinets on one side were filled with various bottles and jars of herbs, their labels faded and illegible. In a corner, ancient alchemical equipment stood silently, its metal parts rusted, but its former power and magic could still be felt. Please wait for me a moment, once I've cleaned up, I'll help you make the pale scale fruit potion. The flower witch picked up an old broom, feather duster, and rag, and quickly tidied up. Can I look around? Chen-Chi looked around curiously. The flower witch enjoyed the pleasure of cleaning dust. No problem, just treat this as an ordinary place, there's no need for such formalities. Chen-Chi took a step forward, lowered his head, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. In the distant low plain, he could see an endless expanse of gravestones. These gravestones were old and dilapidated, having endured at least a century of weathering. Roughly estimating, the number of gravestones in this place exceeded 10,000. These gravestones are for? He asked curiously. The flower witch turned her head inside. Hundreds of years ago, during the first great whale descent in which sea, 100,000 soldiers were contaminated by the great whale's body. They transformed into the great whale's black tide army, destroying everything in their sight. The great whale is an ancient species born in the age of darkness. Once infected by it, no medicine or surgery can save them. 500 years ago, the previous flower witch dealt with all of them here, buried them, and erected gravestones. The reason the flower witch killed so many people was because of the great whale, but apart from scholars studying pharmacology, few people knew this. People only remembered the terror of the flower witch. Chen-Chi stomped his foot. In other words, 100,000 corpses were buried beneath his feet. This is the power of the great whale. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Regardless of the era, 100,000 people is a terrifying number. Chen-Chi let out a long breath. In the face of absolute transcendent power, humans are merely a string of numbers. Many ancient monsters feed on human emotions and human spirits. Weak transcendent will only become fodder for monsters, making them even stronger. This is also a key reason why all countries stipulate that no individual or organization is allowed to go to the border without permission. After cleaning the pharmacy, the flower witch took out the pale scale fruit and began making the potion. At this moment, she suddenly became a little sad, and a few small blue sorrowful flowers bloomed on her head. She looked at Chen-Chi and murmured, "Chef, if possible, after you earn money, it's best to go to the inland cities of Bay Country and not stay in Witch Sea anymore." Her impression of Chen-Chi was quite good, a brave man who worked hard to survive, risking being killed by storms and sea beasts, sailing alone on the vast sea. She just didn't know if he had any connection with the newspaper agency. Why? Chen-Chi asked, feigning curiosity. The flower witch hesitated for a moment but still spoke. According to my teacher's prophecy, the great whale will eventually cross the border, and the entire Witch Sea will be destroyed. Although it's just a prophecy. But if possible, please stay away from this place. Even the old monsters in the inland might not be able to stop the great whale's descent. And I. As the flower witch spoke, the flowers on her head withered. Many times, those who perish in the sea don't even have a gravestone. Chen-Chi tried his best to appear shocked. This prophecy was not comprehensive enough. The Witch Sea destroyed. The entire world would be destroyed. Other regions might not fare much better. This place is so good, with wind and sea, and amiable sea beasts, leaving is simply not an option. Chen-Chi shook his head. I'll consider it,
but the Rift Tide is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for common transcendent like us with no background, the only chance in this life. Chen Shi did not hide his strong desire for power. According to the background of New Sun game, only absolutely powerful strength can survive in this tide. And as a player transcendent, he must also become as strong as possible. Currently, he cannot participate in the Black Whale Group's affairs, nor can he get involved in the main storyline of this sea. The Flower Witch was stunned for a moment. She almost forgot that the person in front of her, though only a first-order transcendent, had helped her obtain the dragon breath grass she held. I'm sorry, I spoke too much, but please be careful, especially, never get involved with the Black Whale Pirate Crew and the Sea God Pirate Crew. The Flower Witch began to concentrate on making the potion. Chen Shi, bored, took the deep-sea water spirit and walked around the grassland. Suddenly, he discovered a patch of land planted with vegetables. Chen Shi's eyes lit up instantly. This looked like a vegetable garden. Flower Witch, can these vegetables be used? This vegetable garden still has vegetables growing. Yes, they can. The Flower Witch recalled her gardening days from 10 years ago. She hadn't expected that after 10 years, the vegetables in this soil would still be so well preserved. Chen Shi squatted down and pulled out a vegetable. These ingredients were not ordinary ingredients, but specially cultivated transcendent ingredients. Chen Shi casually pulled out a few, and special prompts appeared before his eyes. 10-year transcendent cabbage. Principle of nature, cup, flower. Description: a transcendent vegetable cultivated by infusing spiritual energy. After consumption, it can promote body digestion, growth during the development period, and slightly increase physical constitution. 10-year transcendent carrot. Principle of nature, cup, flower. Description: a transcendent vegetable cultivated by infusing spiritual energy. After consumption, it can promote increased eyesight, and long-term consumption can significantly enhance eyesight and slightly increase inspiration. What the heck is a 10-year transcendent vegetable? Does this thing take 10 years to grow? Chen Shi looked at the vegetable garden, which was nearly the size of a small basketball court. The vegetables here could feed an ordinary person for a year. His chef skills seemed to have found a new use. Flower Witch's fantasy time. Moonlight streamed in, and Chen Shi was in the field, loading cabbages and carrots into a basket. Coincidentally, he hadn't completed his daily quest for today, and both he and the Flower Witch had expended a lot of stamina on Flower Island. Chen Shi was now feverish and extremely hungry. Flower Witch, what do you like to eat? While the Flower Witch was busy making medicine, he could prepare a meal and show off his cooking skills. Several small, happy yellow flowers popped up on the Flower Witch's head. I like all vegetables, except for fatty meat. Liking everything was the most troublesome thing. Chen Shi glanced at the vegetable patch. Besides the common cabbages and potatoes, carrots were the most abundant crop. He only had a small piece of meat left in his backpack card, just enough to make stir-fried cabbage with meat and stir-fried shredded carrots. This grassland was the perfect spot for a picnic. Chen Shi took out a pot, a cutting board, and firewood from his backpack card. Crunch, 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 crunch. He shredded the carrots and tore the cabbage by hand. He added oil, stir-fried the meat until fragrant, then added the vegetables and seasonings. Finally, he sprinkled in the soul seasoning and some garlic sprouts. 2 fragrant stir-fried vegetable dishes were complete. Chen Shi eagerly took a bite. Due to his increased physique, his appetite had been enormous lately, always eating large quantities of fish and meat. You cooked transcendent stir-fried shredded carrots and gained 90 spirit points. The Flower Witch was in front of an alchemical furnace, seemingly oblivious to everything around her. The pale scale fruit's inspiration element is too high. I need to add 3 grams of nightmare fuel and 2 grams of melancholic mushroom to counteract the excessive inspiration. Yes, put these ingredients together and begin the first round of heating. The Flower Witch was the type to lose herself once she entered work mode. What an enviable talent. I get distracted very easily. No matter what Chen Shi did, he would subconsciously pay attention to his surroundings. He placed the dishes on a solid wood table and quietly waited for the flower witch to finish her work.
A moment later.
The flower witch wiped the sweat from her forehead. Step 1 is done.
Next, we wait 20 minutes for the second step of toxicity neutralization.
At this moment, she sniffed, and her stomach rumbled. Eating was the most important thing in this world. Chen Shi took out 2 ceramic bowls from his backpack card.
Flower witch, you've worked hard. Let's make medicine later, let's eat first. The flower witch was drawn by the aroma. Thank you, chef.
It smells so good. However, she glanced at the table. 10 years had passed, and the chairs were all broken and covered in dust. As the mistress of the witch's house, how could she let a guest sit on a dusty chair? The flower witch rolled up her sleeves, preparing to clean the chairs first. Chen Shi didn't hesitate, looking at the deep-sea water spirits playing, then suddenly grabbed one.
No need, flower witch, I have chairs here.
The 7 deep-sea water spirits had already formed a ranking from boss to 7th. The table wasn't tall, so the deep-sea water spirits made perfect cushions. He placed a water spirit by the table to serve as a cushion. At the same time, he also placed a water spirit under his own bottom. The deep-sea water spirits were soft, much more comfortable to sit on than a sofa.
Won't it hurt them?
The flower witch was startled, placing her hand on the water spirit, and carefully sat down. No, don't worry, these 7 are professionally trained.
Chen Shi replied.
The deep-sea water spirit under the flower witch's bottom understood something, but looked very unwilling. It was a rare deep-sea water spirit, an elite among water spirits, and was unwilling to be used as a cushion by anyone other than its master. Why should some deep-sea water spirits be sat on by their master, while others could only be sat on by some smelly human from who knows where? Looking at the boss being sat on by its master, this deep-sea water spirit showed a jealous expression and started squirming, expressing its
dissatisfaction.
The flower witch trembled.
Was she really so easily disliked by pet beasts?
Chen Shi gave the water spirit a cold look.
You're still not happy?
He told the deep-sea water spirit under the flower witch's bottom with his eyes.
If it didn't behave, he would use it as water for boiling. Waku waku. The water spirit reluctantly settled down.
The flower witch shifted her bottom.
So bouncy and soft. This feeling was even more comfortable than sitting on the fire dragon skin sofa from her hometown.
The flower witch began to eat. Chen Shi ate a piece of stir-fried meat and asked. Flower witch, by the way, why did you specifically tell me to be wary of the black whale group and the sea god group?
Because.
The flower witch choked, took a sip of water, patted her chest, and slowly said. When I was young and learning to make medicine, these 2 pirate groups already existed. I was still young then, but even so, I witnessed many of their atrocities.
Even if you want to become a powerful transcendent, never join them. In the end, you will only become a monster, an inhuman monster. These matters should be recorded in the newspaper agency's archives. Once you become an executive, you can never escape their grasp for the rest of your life. Black Whale Pirate Crew.
Chen Shi fell into thought. To be honest, the people on the Saw Shark had treated him quite well. One of the reasons he fled the Black Whale Group was because of all the messy things about the Black Whale Group on the forums. Pirates were supposed to yearn for freedom, but the high-level players in this faction were restricted everywhere, like prisoners on death row.
Chen Shi continued to ask, Flower Witch, did you have a grudge against the Black Whale Pirate Crew when you were little?
The Flower Witch nodded, clenching her fists.
Yes, if I could, I would kill Big Mom, kill Whale Father. If it weren't for them, my teacher wouldn't have.
At this point, the Flower Witch stopped. The information she revealed was clearly a bit too much. She wasn't afraid of Chen Shi revealing the information, these details were also recorded in the newspaper agency. It was just that for a first-order transcendent, knowing too much was not a good thing.
Many secrets only lead to death.
If Chen Shi were also hunted by the Black Whale Group, that would be troublesome. She was stubborn her whole life and disliked implicating others.
Chen Shi wisely didn't ask further. The Flower Witch's story already involved the main questline of Witch Sea, which was the most difficult main questline in Witch Sea. Chen Qi sternly reminded her. Flower Witch, please be careful. Living is more important than anything else. He had limited understanding of the Witch Sea's plot. But he knew that the Flower Witch's experiences were definitely not smooth sailing. The Flower Witch finished half a bowl of shredded carrots, changed the subject, and showed a hint of arrogant expression. Well, chef, don't worry. I am the one who inherited the title of Flower Witch. Ordinary pirates are nothing to me. One day, after fulfilling the previous witch's long-cherished wish, my name will resound throughout this sea. By then, you will be the chef friend of the new legendary witch. The Flower Witch smiled. She had already imagined the future. In her fantasy, she would rely on unparalleled strength and luck to beat up the Black Whale Group and kick the Black Ship Sea Dragon. And she would become a celebrity of the sea, receive rewards from the City Lord, and appear on the front page of the White Dove Times. Finally, she would become an immortal legend, surpassing the first-generation Flower Witch. People would greet her on the street, and she wouldn't need to pay for meals at restaurants. Returning to her family who looked down on her, she would also be able to hold her head high. The Flower Witch ate a piece of cabbage, showing a joyful expression. Now, it was fantasy time. I hope this day comes soon. Chen Qi sighed in his heart. Unlike the overpowered protagonists in other sections, the Flower Witch often suffered crushing defeats in confrontations with the Black Whale Group. Before she advanced to the Fourth Order, a Third Order captain under the Black Whale Group had the strength to force out the Flower Witch's trump card, a life-sacrificing liberation-type move. In short, the Flower Witch's combat record could only be described as a complete mess. It wasn't until later, after she allied with the Blade Witch, that this situation of repeated defeats and struggles improved slightly. Chen Qi asked with bright eyes, by the way, Flower Witch, may I ask your name? Encounter. Above the grassland, a breeze swept by, and the deep-sea water spirit beneath their bottoms shivered. The Flower Witch, holding a bowl, remained silent for a long time. Didn't like her own name? Or unwilling to say it? Chen Qi paused, as if he had asked an inappropriate question. On the game forums, the Flower Witch had a name. However, neither the Flower Witch herself nor the players were very fond of mentioning the Flower Witch's name. In the Witch Sea, only a title recognized by the world was a true name. The Flower Witch picked up a piece of cabbage and slowly said, Fen, my name is Fun, a very ordinary name. Chen Qi smiled slightly. Simple, but a good name. In this world, many people's names are simple syllables with simple meanings. Just like his name in this world, Qi, symbolizing possibility, enlightenment, and so on. Fun, in the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom, means fragrance. Although the Flower Witch was always on the move and probably hadn't bathed in many days, she really smelled good. A name that perfectly suited her. However, Fin was a very common name in the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom, and it was a name used by many males, similar to Zhang Wei. The Flower Witch came from a noble background, but her name was unexpectedly ordinary. Therefore, the Flower Witch didn't really like others mentioning her name. Chen Qi changed the subject. Speaking of which, Flower Witch, how much does a head of cabbage in your vegetable patch cost? I'd like to buy some. The Flower Witch wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth. Friendship price, 3,000. No, take what you want. The dragon breath grass you gave me is very valuable, enough to buy a lot of vegetables. Besides, I'm not very good at cooking. If these ingredients can be made into delicious food, both my teacher and I will be happy. Take what you want. Chen Qi's mouth was slightly agape. This was an entire vegetable garden. The Flower Witch smiled proudly. Although you can't tell, I'm actually very good at growing vegetables. Growing vegetables? The Flower Witch made a gesture of shouldering a hoe and explained. Yes, when I was little, because of my illness, I always lived in the countryside. Our family motto is nobility and elegance. However, in the countryside, there was no piano, no flower seeds, no friends my age, and I wasn't allowed to interact with pet beasts. Many elegant things were not for me.
But, I thought about it, if growing flowers is elegant, then growing vegetables should also be elegant. So, I followed the maid and grew vegetables, and then I was scolded.
This whole vegetable patch was grown by you?
Chen Shi was a little impressed, imagining the scene. The young flower witch, carrying a hoe twice her height, clearing land. So many vegetables, it was no small project. The flower witch seemed to have found a kindred spirit. After all, her parents and relatives had all told her that growing vegetables was something
only vulgar people did.
Several lively little yellow flowers sprouted from her head.
That's right. Oh, did you know?
I plan to take on a more elegant and dominant title for myself after fulfilling the flower witch's long-cherished wish.
Chen Shi asked curiously, what title?
The flower witch inherited the wishes and legacy of the first flower witch, and thus had always identified herself with this title.
Blood flower witch? The flower witch's ultimate move was flowers bloom in blood. Or fragrant witch?
This was a relatively ordinary title, but it was more in line with the flower witch's identity.
Hee hee, this is a title I've thought about for a long time, an exceptionally elegant one.
What? The flower witch puffed out her chest, wiped her nose with her index finger, and said with a hint of pride. Vegetable witch. Chen Shi almost choked on a cabbage leaf.
What kind of title was this?
Why not potato witch or cabbage witch? This was like the gluttony witch becoming the rice-eater witch, the wrath witch becoming the emo witch, the ice witch becoming the ice cream witch, and the despair witch becoming the depression witch. Mainly, in Chen Shi's opinion, vegetable had another meaning. If you're a vegetable, meaning unskilled, then practice more.
The flower witch asked expectantly, how is it? Isn't it very elegant? Not bad.
Chen Shi nodded cooperatively.
The flower witch revealed two happy little yellow flowers. Right? It's very elegant, isn't it?
Unfortunately, before I fulfill the flower witch's wish, I cannot abandon this name. I must follow my teacher's path to make everything better, to cure my illness. As the flower witch spoke, the flowers on her head wilted, and a heavy sense of fate and illness pressed down. To make a name for oneself, alone, in this vast sea, was by no means an easy feat. And to contend with the great whale was an act of defiance against fate.
This was a miracle that only a legend could achieve.
Beneath every legend lay countless piles of bones. No one knew how many people who had ventured out to sea were buried in the witch sea. During their chat, the food on the table was almost finished. And the alchemical furnace began to gurgle. The flower witch reluctantly got up from the water spirit and continued her potion-making work. Chen Shi had the deep-sea water spirit clean up the dishes. Under his training, the deep-sea water spirit had already learned to wash dishes and clean. He was confident that in not too long, the deep-sea water spirit would also learn to fold quilts and give massages. Chen Shi asked somewhat bored, "Flower witch, how much longer will you be?"
"A few hours, I suppose." Just watching the flower witch make potions wasn't going to work.
Chen Shi patted his book. "I want to go outside the black earth and take a look. I saw some good extraordinary ingredients when I was sailing earlier."
"Ingredients?"
The flower witch recalled for a moment.
In the black earth, there were indeed many rare extraordinary fish.
However, while the black whisker posed no danger to her at all. If Chen Shi entered the black earth without precautions, it would be like a little lamb entering a wolf's den. The flower witch took out a bottle of black potion and handed it to Chen Shi. The scent of this potion can repel the black whisker. If you want to go out, you can apply this potion, and then the black whisker won't attack you.
Thank you. Chen Shi took the potion and applied it from head to toe.
Immediately after, he passed through the rift and returned to the Black Earth Island. The morning sun shone on his jet-black hair.
Chen Shi enjoyed the feeling of the sunlight washing away his fatigue. Is it daytime already?
The entire Black Earth Island was like a vast field of reeds.
Except, these reeds were the much taller black whisker.
Chen Shi walked through the dense black whisker thicket, looking at the water as he ventured deeper. After some time, he successfully found a rare sea beast.
What is this?
Chen Shi squatted down and picked up the black clam at his feet.
Black clam.
Description: an extraordinary clam species that uses its shark shell to bite humans. After being bitten, one falls into a nightmare. The black pearl inside can attract people's attention and is a rather good piece of jewelry.
10 black clams, this is all money.
They can be transplanted to the white tree land.
Chen Shi put the black clams into his bucket. The black earth was too remote and desolate. He decided to give the black clams a better home.
A single black clam pearl could sell for about 70,000, so 10 would be 700,000. And unlike ordinary clams, black clams were by no means ordinary, they produced pearls very quickly. Coupled with the ghost fire fish, his dream of saving money to buy a large ship was not far off. A path to wealth had appeared before his eyes. Chen Shi continued to walk carefully within the black whisker, hoping to find more black clams. Suddenly, he heard some familiar sounds, as well as the sound of blades cutting meat.
Boom! Boom!
Besides that, there was also the rumbling of large machinery.
How is it, our great ship doctor? What's the concentration of this black whale blood like?
A familiar voice came from behind the wall of black whisker grass. Chen Shi stopped, slowly slowing his movements.
This forbidden black whisker land had other people.
Thanks to Yishanji for the 100 coin reward, and everyone for following and subscribing.
Arigato, degree. P.S. Naming is really hard, I feel like flower which is easier to write. Black whale blood.
Black whisker was like a giant wall, forming a barrier between him and the source of the sound.
A muffled sound came again from Black Whisker's side. I'm still extracting.
Please remain quiet.
Analyzing the concentration of black whale blood is a professional job that requires extreme patience. Got it. It's fine, our most excellent ship doctor. We have plenty of time.
After all, we have to stay here and wait for the prey to take the bait.
Take your time.
Chen Shi pricked up his ears, analyzing the sounds with all his might.
2 men and 1 woman.
The woman's voice was slightly discouraged, the older man's voice was hoarse, and there was a magnetic, announcer-like voice. These 2 voices brought him back to a large ship and a torrential downpour. Xiaoya of the Black Whale Group saw Shark, and Captain Black Eye.
Why were they here? What were they doing here?
A flood of questions arose in Chen Shi's mind.
Both were Tier 3 Transcendent.
Transcendent at this stage were also respectfully referred to as masters. Tier 3 Transcendent had not only mastered the body tempering method and breathing method, but the powerful abilities granted by their Transcendent profession also allowed them to construct a high-level combat style. Their strength was already sufficient to defeat an army of 1,000 mortals. All in all, they were not opponents he could contend with at present. If I am discovered, I will be like a weak little sparrow, at their mercy. Chen Shi carefully retreated, moving as slowly as a stone statue. However, behind him, the sound of people talking also came. This place had more than one pirate. Trouble, I seem to be trapped here. Chen Shi thought to himself. If it weren't for these black whisker bushes, which were twice as tall as humans and could obscure spiritual perception, he would have been discovered. At such a close distance long ago. And at this moment, something unexpected happened. As his movements slowed, the black whisker beneath his feet began to move. The black whisker slowly snaked through his trouser legs, under his clothes, and gently caressed his skin. These black whisker were ambushing him while he couldn't make big movements. Although this was just their way of showing affection, and it was quite comfortable. But the sound was too loud. Be quieter, I absolutely cannot be discovered right now. Though it was strange, Chen Shi now felt like a naked man hiding in a closet in someone else's wife's house. Xiaoya looked over and muttered, these black whisker are quite cute, but the wriggling sound is really noisy. Chen Shi held his breath at that instant. As the sea breeze blew, the black whisker swayed. And at this moment, a tiny gap appeared in the black whisker, which Chen Shi saw in an instant. A boat on the seawater, heavy salvage machinery, Xiaoya with a microscope, and a man wearing a pure black mask.
And
Captain Black Eye's eyes, as dark as an abyss, glanced at him. Captain Black Eye said grumpily, indeed, the movements of these black whisker are really annoying. Immediately after, his gaze moved away from the black whisker. Phew! Chen Shi let out a long breath in his heart. He was not discovered. Fortunately, Captain Black Eye's perception ability was extremely poor. Moreover, the black whisker had clung to his body and clothes, forming a natural black ghillie suit. He was now perfectly integrated with the black whisker. Just wait a little longer. Rash action would only expose himself. Chen Shi slowly squatted down, enduring the strange sensation brought by the black whisker, maintaining a posture that could remain still for a long time. Then, he focused his attention on the trio behind the black whisker. They seemed to be discussing something very important now. This was a good position for eavesdropping. Opposite the black whisker, on a small boat on the dark seawater. This was a scientific research boat, with a small instrument table on it, and a large number of tools placed under the hull. Xiaoya stared at the black whisker for a while, then withdrew her gaze and continued to fiddle with the microscope on the table. The black whale blood extracted from this black blood mutated fish has a concentration of 70%, which is a very high concentration of black whale blood. Black glove. Under Xiaoya's hand, there was a black object the size of a human head. Rather than blood, it looked more like a wriggling blood-black piece of flesh. A mechanical voice rang out again. How much? 70% concentration, Wuya, you truly are the most excellent ship doctor of our black whale group. This concentration is enough to make those people from the sea god cult kneel and kowtow 100 times. The speaker was named Black Glove, wearing a black mask, dressed in a black suit, with a black scarf, a dark high hat, and heavy black felt boots and black gloves. A man completely sealed within his attire. Black Glove. Chen Shi, hidden in the shadows, broke out in a cold sweat. On the game forum, this was a notoriously difficult boss. Although he was also a Tier 3 Transcendent, he had already completed the construction of his own Shadow Flow style, and his strength was far above Captain Black Eye and Xiaoya. Flower, which seemed to have fought him too, with the final result being a draw. But what was black whale blood? Chen Shi recalled for a moment. This seemed to be something extracted from mutated monster fish. Chen Shi remembered that the deep-sea merchant had requested similar items. Black Glove, having obtained the high-concentration black whale blood, was very happy. Wuya, I knew that during this boring time, I didn't wait for you to come in vain. Xiaoya, you have talent. A captain who failed at fishing, a broken saw shark, this is not where you should be. The smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air. The irritable Captain Black Eye gripped his new knife, bought for 100,000 shell coin. Shut your stinking mouth, Black Glove. Although I haven't had any achievements lately, you haven't been doing so well either. Your Wild Dog Gang and Black Rabbit Gang, developed in Moonstone City, were all wiped out, weren't they? You even refused to go to that place to retrieve the bodies of your subordinates. Black Glove said sharply. You lacked ability, while I just encountered a natural disaster. Who told those little rabbits to run into the black ship Sea Dragon, and those monsters from the sea god cult? Black Eye gritted his teeth. Although he was very displeased, his recent achievements did not qualify him to talk back to Black Glove. Moreover, Black Glove was, in a strict sense, already his superior. Black Glove gently caressed the lump of black whale blood. Captain Black Eye, you were also a member of the Hunter operation. The organization gave you a chance, but besides casualties, you gave the organization nothing. Go to hell, you worm hiding in the shadows. Captain Black Eye cursed in impotent rage. Ah, curse more. Black Glove, having won the argument, let out a sound of enjoyment. Immediately after, he took out a special glass tube and handed it to Xiaoya. Xiaoya, put this thing away. Oh, by the way, I called you here not only to help me process the black whale blood, but also to tell you an important piece of news. What? Recently, all of our operations in Moonstone City have been discovered, and a lot of crucial intelligence has fallen into the hands of the newspaper.
agency and the Navy.
It is also because of this intelligence leak that a child of our great whale father, an executive who had served the Black Whale Group for 20 years, unfortunately died. Black Glove leaned close to Xiaowoya, his words carrying a hint of threat.
Something was wrong.
Xiaowoya's palms broke out in a cold sweat.
The intelligence was leaked. That's truly unfortunate. We recruit too many people in the Black Whale Group, and there are always some bastards who betray us for money.
Black Glove did not speak, but rummaged through his pocket.
Xiaowoya's heart rate suddenly quickened. She had been undercover for so many years, was she finally about to be discovered? Son of Black Whale.
A trace of spiritual power emerged on Black Glove's feet as he lightly stepped on the water.
It wasn't those small fries who leaked the information. This is intelligence regarding a hunter operation and a witch. That's why our Black Whale Group lost an important cadre.
Xiaowoya maintained her usual bickering posture.
That cadre was really unlucky. He died so miserably and pitifully.
So, what does that have to do with us?
It shouldn't be discovered, right?
Xiaowoya focused on putting the black whale blood into the glass bottle. Black Glove straightened his body and said coldly.
Of course it has something to do with you, Xiaowoya. The air instantly solidified.
Black Glove took out a whale ring from his pocket. A cadre has died, and now, his position is yours, Xiaowoya. This is Whale Father's command. Now, you are also Whale Father's child, a cadre of our Black Whale Group.
Xiaowoya's mouth fell open. Me?
Besides Xiaowoya, the other two men present were also greatly shocked.
Cadres of the Black Whale Group are also known as Whale Father's children. Becoming a child of the Whale Father is an extremely difficult task. This not only requires making outstanding contributions to the Black Whale Group but also gaining Whale Father's recognition.
Like Captain Black Eye, he had been with the Black Whale Group for at least 20 years, transforming from a British-style ascetic youth forcibly abducted by a Big Mama into the terrifying middle-aged man he is today. Even though he dedicated his entire youth to the Black Whale Group, Captain Black Eye remained just an ordinary captain and never gained Whale Father's recognition. Becoming a child of the Whale Father means being qualified to possess the Black Whale Group's secret information and more resources. In the future, it also means having the possibility of advancing to the 4th rank. The 4th rank, in people's eyes, is called a legend, and their power, to mortals, is already like that of a god. The end of an ordinary person's journey, reaching the 3rd rank, would exhaust half of their life savings. In this era where high-rank rifts are completely monopolized by nobles,
the 4th rank gate is a colossal wall that ordinary people cannot overcome.
Once one becomes a 4th rank, it means being qualified to join Bay Country's merchant guilds and workshops, becoming a rulemaker, and one of those
who touch upon immortality. Why?
Even though his subordinate became a cadre, Captain Black Eye was filled with mixed emotions, unable to describe his feelings at that moment.
Xiaowoya also asked in disbelief, why? I haven't done anything big, have I?
In the hunter operation, we still haven't found the deep-sea hunter's treasure. The two pitch-black eyes beneath Black Glove's mask shifted.
Indeed, Woya, but this isn't your fault, it's all Captain Black Eye's fault.
You possess the ability to extract black whale blood, and you've also published 2 sea beast research papers to Bay Country Royal University, including the origin of sea beasts and the classification of monster blood. To have such a profound understanding of monsters is a talent difficult to replicate. Before you, no one could refine black whale blood with a concentration above 50.
Just because I can extract black whale blood with a concentration above 50? Xiaowoya questioned.
Yes, the black whale blood in your hand is a good thing that can change destiny. Black Glove handed her the black whale ring, a symbol of status.
This is the raw gem of talent, Xiaowoya.
From now on, you will be like me, a cadre of the Black Whale Group. We will ascend to the peak of the tide together.
Xiaowoya slowly took the ring.
The Black Whale Group actually knew that she had published papers to Bay Country Royal University. If it weren't for the Woya mask, they would have seen a panicked little bird. After several years undercover, she had actually become a cadre, and a core cadre at that. Moreover, she was very likely the youngest core cadre of the Black Whale group. She was still a child who hadn't experienced much of the world. Xiaowoya touched her hair. After becoming a Black Whale Group cadre, the salary and resources she would receive from the Black Whale Group would far exceed the resources given for her undercover identity. Black Glove clapped his hands.
Congratulations, Xiaowoya.
In the future, regarding the taboo creation Flesh Cleaver Bone Cutter, we may also need your help
to actually be able to participate in that matter.
Captain Black I felt a chill in his heart, unable to describe his feelings at that moment.
Human joys and sorrows are not the same.
The rogue Black Doctor he had brought onto the ship had now gained the qualification to step into the realm of legend. And he had recently lost his black saber and spent most of the day searching for someone along the Moonstone City archipelago, but found nothing. A black-haired youth, a sickly, frail youth, a pitiful youth unfortunately parasitized by a parasitic sea beast and drowned in the sea, once again
appeared in his mind. He missed him.
How wonderful it would be if they could meet again.
Captain Black Eye sighed deeply.
Black Glove ignored Captain Black Eye's feelings.
Oh, Captain Black Eye, don't worry anymore. One day, you will also be qualified to become a child of the Whale Father. Now, I have a new mission for you here. Captain Black Eye looked curious. A new mission?
Black Glove looked around the Blackbeard land. Yes, according to the latest news from the Voyaging Eye, the Blackbeard land where we are currently located not only contains black whale blood but also used to be a place where a witch lived.
Captain Black Eye put away his dejected expression. A place where a witch lived? Are you sure? That's right. Although the probability is very low, we cannot rule out the possibility of a witch coming.
Your Saw Shark will be responsible for guarding here and, by the way, checking for any new mutated creatures.
Is there any reward? Black Glove replied coldly, no. Captain Black Eye's expression was distorted, and he clenched his fists. This isn't just leaving us to rot here. I still have to pay my crew.
Black Glove said in a fierce tone. Captain Black Eye, don't think that you, who have failed repeatedly, still have a say. I'm telling you, don't think I don't know that you lost your black saber because of a young man. You are not the pretty boy kept by a big mama anymore. If you want a reward, show some results. Every word from Black Glove was like a sharp blade, piercing Captain Black Eye's weak spot.
Damn it!
Captain Black Eye gritted his teeth, only able to swallow his anger.
Alright, but a reminder beforehand, I'm not good at finding people.
Xiaowoya's gaze briefly flickered towards Black Whisker, then she immediately changed the subject.
It's too unlikely for a witch to live in this place, isn't it? Has the witch already arrived? Xiaowoya, what did you say? Black Glove knew that Xiaowoya was famously a jinx.
At this moment, a sea breeze blew past. The Black Whisker swayed slowly like reeds.
It's so quiet. Black Glove became alert.
Near them, besides the three of them, there should have been other pirates. Besides that, they seemed to have just heard some strange sounds.
Gentlemen, something seems to be wrong. We might have run into something strange again. Black Glove's fingertips condensed a pitch-black shadow, like a small snake coiling around his fingertip.
Just looking directly at this small snake would make one's body feel cold, along with a strong sense of inferiority, hatred, and sadness.
He lightly tapped the water surface with his fingertip.
Shadow Wave, a detection magic that can detect high spirituality units within 100 meters. A pitch-black wave of spirituality spread out from this place, sweeping over spiritual beings within 100 meters.
How is it?
Xiaowoya's gaze was fixed on Black Whisker as she asked.
Black Glove slowly stood up and said in a serious tone. Works here, everyone. A third-rank master of the flower phase is approaching us.
Thanks to HE_A for the 100 coin reward, and to everyone for subscribing Sigma, A. I'm here to avenge you.
A Tier 3 Transcendent of the flower phase?
Captain Black Eye stepped lightly onto the water, taking a step forward with his blade. He looked into the distance. Numerous blood-stained petals floated down the river to their feet. The flower phase symbolizes transcendence, nature, and art. Professions related to it are often not skilled in combat. Therefore, Captain Black Eye walked across the water with a cat-like stride, looking as if he could easily handle the situation. Black Glove stepped forward.
Black Eye, are you out of your mind? Still trying to look cool at a time like this? Show some respect, this is the Flower Witch. Flower Witch?
Xiaoya's heart was extremely excited, and she waved her little hands. As a fellow pharmacist, the Flower Witch was the great-grandmother of pharmacy in the Witch Sea. She was her idol. She grew up listening to stories of the Flower Witch planting 10,000 people into the ground. For a long time, she believed that all humans grew from the soil.
It wasn't until she was 15 that Xiaoya learned the normal method of human reproduction. Unfortunately, with her current identity, she couldn't ask the Flower Witch for an autograph. Moreover, this Flower Witch was only Tier 3, not the legendary witch.
You guys be careful. Xiaoya's dream of getting an autograph was shattered, so she adopted an indifferent attitude, standing on the swaying boat and continuing her work. She hadn't yet put the extracted black whale blood into glass bottles. Anyway, she was a healer who couldn't walk on water, so she just needed to muddle through the rest. She turned her head, even more curious about what cute little sea beast was hidden behind Black Whisker. The Flower Witch was discovered. Chen Shi, completely enveloped by Black Whisker, no longer concealed his voice but took out his most powerful beast hunting pistol and loaded it. Among them, Black Glove, as a Tier 3 shadow phase profession, a malicious slanderer, had enough strength to fight the Flower Witch to a draw. Adding Captain Black Eye and Xiaoya, if they fought, it would undoubtedly be a one-sided battle. Once the battle was lost, both the Flower Witch and he might become captives of the Black Whale group.
What I can do is limited.
In the darkness, Chen Shi held the gun in his hand. Although he had developed very well, trying to fight 2 tiers above him was simply unrealistic.
Even Xiaoya's small fists were not something he could withstand. Moreover, his current physique was not enough to use Ember Touch.
The best option was to use Water Spirit and firearms along Black Whisker, acting as support. Captain Black Eye and Black Glove stepped across the water, walking towards the Flower Witch. The wind made Black Whisker rustle, like a war horn before a great battle. At the end of their vision, a maiden covered in flowers appeared. She was bathed in blood, and the withered wooden staff in her hand let out a series of wails, like the whispers of a monster, making her seem like a taboo monster that had broken containment. Blood-red flowers, symbolizing anger, continuously bloomed from the scalding blood under her skin. She pulled out the flowers that obscured her vision from her flesh, revealing her crimson right eye. Near the research boat was a pool of red blood. Under Xiaoya's feet, there were still barrel after barrel of fresh flesh. The Flower Witch sighed. Am I still too late? Chen Shi hadn't returned, so she came out of the rift to search for his traces. Through manifest magic, she tracked him all the way here but saw pirates hiding nearby. At that moment, she vaguely felt that Chen Shi had met with an accident. Now, looking at Xiaoya, covered in blood, she could mostly confirm it. Chen Shi, a chef, had ultimately become food on a chopping board. Although she still had many questions about Chen Shi, in any case, he was the first person she met in the Witch Sea. What a handsome young man, what a hard-working young man. He even cooked delicious food. And could control beasts. Damn it, she couldn't stand it, good people shouldn't be held at gunpoint. Just in time to settle old and new grudges together. She, I will avenge you. The Flower Witch's scarlet eyes flashed with endless fury. Hand over the body, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Body? Black Glove looked around, the only bodies here were those of the black blood mutated fish. Ha 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 ha. Black Glove laughed heartily, spreading his arms and saying, Rejoice, rejoice. I never thought that the legendary Flower Witch would also desire a body rich in black whale blood, yearning for the path to immortality. Although wearing a dark mask, Black Glove's words still carried infinite mockery. However, Flower Witch, why are you so angry? Did a relative die? Sizzle, sizzle. From the Flower Witch's staff, red lightning burst forth from the tip.
Basic attack art, branch type.
2 bolts of lightning, formed from spiritual power, hissed in the air, rushing towards Black Glove.
The high energy art, like thousands of scorching blades, violently ripped through his flesh.
A large amount of crimson blood gushed from Black Glove's body. Black Glove violently twisted his neck, making a sound like breaking branches.
Refreshing, it's absolutely refreshing.
Flower Witch, is this all your strength?
Didn't you eat? Give me more.
Layers of black pustules pierced out from his body, then twisted and converged, forming new flesh. The Flower Witch gripped her staff.
Unlike normal circumstances, Black Glove actually endured the blow.
A normal human body, without consuming potions, could never achieve such abnormal recovery. Her attack did not achieve the expected effect. The Black Glove in front of her was not merely a Chi Force user, nor an armored one, but a more powerful and terrifying taboo lineage.
My turn.
Dark squirming continuously appeared on Black Glove's body, viscous blood churned, and a small black snake once again emerged from his fingertips. In an instant, the small black snake twisted and expanded, growing solid flesh, its size increasing by nearly 1,000 times, like a rapidly inflating balloon-like creature.
Shadow Serpent. Devour.
The giant serpent's ferocious head suddenly plunged down, smashing towards the Flower Witch. The Flower Witch raised her staff, and a shield with a flower pattern formed in front of her.
Basic defense art. Spiritual power shield.
The giant serpent collided with the shield, sparks flying, constantly emitting huge hissing sounds. But at that moment, an afterimage flashed to the Flower Witch's side, drawing the long blade from its waist.
Drawing slash.
Like a demon unleashed, a long blade was drawn from its sheath, cutting a tearing blade light through the air. Captain Black Eye's spiritual power perception was very weak, and at the same time, mages found it difficult to detect his spiritual power aura. Spiritual power shields were very effective against spell attacks also composed of spiritual power. However, against close combat moves that strengthen oneself with Chi Force to increase strength and speed, the effect was minimal.
Tier 3, Incomplete Professional Blade Shadow Phase Profession, Rogue.
The Flower Witch turned her head, her hand holding the staff instantly twisting.
Holding it horizontally across her chest. Basic melee combat move. Great Staff Block. Bang! Sparks flew.
I can't block it, I'm just a part-time mage specializing in pharmacy, I only know some basic arts, the Flower Witch gritted her teeth.
No choice, I can only use this move. High-level melee art, Ground Zero Explosion.
In front of the Flower Witch, a surging sphere of spiritual power rapidly converged, as if 10,000 bolts of lightning had been compressed into it.
Compress, compress, compress.
Until it reached its limit.
Boom!
The attacks of both sides met in an instant, like converging lightning, producing a massive explosion that stirred up layers of huge waves. Under the enormous waves, the three quickly distanced themselves. The dust settled. The Flower Witch wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, breathing heavily. As a mage, it was fortunate she had learned Ground Zero Explosion.
Otherwise, getting close to a warrior would have been troublesome.
The Flower Witch raised her blood-soaked hand, and blood-colored flowers once again grew on her fair arm. Captain Black Eye had been tricked by her Ground Zero Explosion, and his sturdy arm was covered in scalding scars. Of course, Black Glove was almost unharmed. He stood up, as if the outcome of this battle was already decided, and said mockingly,
"Is this the Flower Witch? This is too far from the legendary witch. Are you really qualified to bear that name?"
The Flower Witch half-crouched, drinking a dragon breath potion that burned vital blood.
You will find out.
The atmosphere between the three was like 100 tons of gunpowder about to explode. The probing was over, the next exchange would be the decisive battle.
That's an intense fight. Can this Flower Witch do it?
She's more useless than I imagined.
It's a bit disillusioning, I feel like I could be a witch too.
Xiaoya, who was slacking off on the boat, put down the glass tube containing black whale blood, looking for something to eat. However, with a casual touch, she felt something soft and bouncy. Xiaoya grabbed the small thing, held it in her hand, and examined it carefully. Wah. The deep-sea water spirit looked at Xiaoya pitifully. They never expected their master to make them steal things. Xiaoya, a beast controller, paused for a moment, her face slightly flushed, and she squeezed it. Where did this little thing come from? It's quite cute. So cute. Xiaoya was instantly captivated by the deep-sea water spirit. However, the next second, she vaguely sensed something was wrong. These water spirits didn't seem to be wild. She turned her head. Within Black Whisker, a monster covered in black whisker was rapidly moving through. This should be the monster that made a commotion in the Black Whisker cluster just now. What kind of monster is this? A black monkey? The well-traveled Xiaoya was stunned for a moment. Then, the next second, the Black Whisker monster pulled out a beast-hunting pistol and aimed it at her. Pulled the trigger. I'm responsible for the gaga, you're responsible for the random killing. Bang 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 bang. Bullets streaked across the sky in several horizontal lines. Xiaoya casually flicked her head, easily dodging them. What terrible aim. Xiaoya simply reached out and caught a stray bullet, blood splattering in her palm. The bullet did not penetrate Xiaoya's defenses. No damage. Chen Shi smiled wryly. He had never seen Xiaoya, who usually slacked off, use her full power. Xiaoya's profession was neither pharmacist nor doctor. Instead, it was the more powerful shadow phase profession, experiment subject. The biggest feature of this profession was a greatly enhanced ability to absorb potions. Under the enhancement of experiment subject, she could consume 10 times more potions than an ordinary Tier 3 transcendent. And the effects would be several times stronger. Therefore, Xiaoya's true combat method was to furiously chug potions and then strengthen her own body. Unlike the flower witch, Xiaoya researched monster potions. The hidden potions she carried were all taboo potions capable of distorting flesh and spirit. Simply put, Xiaoya was essentially a potion-addicted, life-sacrificing berserker. However, due to the severe side effects of the potions, coupled with her undercover identity, Xiaoya usually acted like an actress who slacked off during her missions. With such a meager salary, she didn't want to risk her life. Chen Shi put away his gun. Taking advantage of the recent explosion, he had already circled Blackbeard Land and was in a relatively safe position. Moreover, his plan had succeeded. For deep-sea water spirits, like skilled thieves, suddenly absorbed the instruments and microscopes from the research boat into their bodies. Among them was the glass tube containing black whale blood. Although he didn't know its specific use, it was definitely a good thing, good enough to make Black Glove's heart race. Xiaoya reached out, trying to stop the deep-sea water spirits. However, in the next second, the deep-sea water spirits suddenly dove into the depths of the sea, disappearing from sight. The waters of Blackbeard Land were very deep. Chen Shi stepped on the deep-sea water spirits again and rushed towards the flower witch. Exclamation point. A small flower of surprise bloomed on the flower witch's head. Although Chen Shi was now completely entangled in Black Whisker and wearing a hunter's garment, the flower witch recognized him at first glance. So you're still alive. Facing the sudden situation, Black Glove also turned his head and roared. Xiaoya, what are you doing? Go chase them. Xiaoya looked at the people stepping on the water and spread her hands helplessly. Damn it, why can everyone walk on water? She couldn't step on the water, so how was she supposed to chase them? The flower witch suddenly raised her staff, concentrating her maximum output of spiritual power at its tip. Support. Basic attack spell, full power version. Vicious lightning struck through the water, creating a huge wave between Black Glove and Chen Shi. You actually want to stop me, Black Glove murmured, I'm really being underestimated. He licked his tongue. Flower witch, I will give your companion the greatest insult right in front of you. He forcefully charged towards the flower witch's spell, then flicked his finger. Amidst the knife-like spiritual power, the black giant snake once again surged towards Chen Shi. You're charging me head-on.
Chen Shi pulled out his monster hunting pistol and aimed at the massive black giant snake. Bang! A blue flame drew a huge line in the air. A bullet soaked in ghost fire oil was fired, hitting the black giant snake's eye. Immediately after, he grabbed another deep-sea water spirit and violently threw it at the giant snake. Fire in the hole. The powerful water bomb exploded, and the black giant snake's head burst open like a watermelon. After continuous running, Chen Shi and the flower witch rendezvoused. The flower witch looked at Chen Shi, who was completely entangled in black whisker, like a monster. She smiled slightly. Still alive, and well. She hadn't expected him to endure the torment of Black Whisker for so long. This must have been very difficult. Black Whisker must have done something very extreme to him. Unfortunately, the current situation didn't allow for idle chatter. She raised her staff and said to Chen Shi, "Run, chef, these three are very strong. I'll handle them from here." A Tier 1 Transcendent here would only be a burden to her. "No, you run too. We can't win." Chen Shi's eyes were sharp as he patted the dust off himself. At the same time, to prevent being recognized by Captain Black Eye and Xiaoya, he changed his voice. A rather masculine, yet effeminate, voice. The flower witch was instantly doused with cold water by her teammate. I run too? And what's with your voice? Vocal fry. Chen Shi reloaded his gun. Recklessness would only lead to death. 3 Tier 3 Transcendent. Among them, Xiaoya had a trump card, and Black Glove had mastered the complete Shadow School. And Captain Black Eye. Although he didn't have many advantages, he was tough. Even if the flower witch sacrificed her life and used the Forbidden Liberation spell, she couldn't defeat the three in front of them. Blood constantly dripped from Black Glove's body, blackening the ocean current beneath his feet. He said with a laugh. "Do you think you can escape, you two bugs? You can't do anything. When we catch you, we will give you the greatest insult." Scarlet blood blossoms bloomed one after another on the flower witch's fair skin. "You're being provoked," Chen Shi said coldly. "Flower witch, stay calm. This person's profession is the Tier 3 Shadow Phase profession, malicious slanderer. Shadow is a collection of filth and malice. He can absorb others' malice towards him and convert it into his own power. At the same time, attacks from those who harbor malice towards him will be greatly reduced. Shadow Phase represented the dark side of the world, the collection of negative human emotions. Professions with high negative emotions, such as prostitutes, robbers, thieves, and the bullied, were all related to Shadow Phase. And malicious slanderer was a typical masochistic profession. The more others hated him and harbored intense malice towards him, the weaker their attacks would be. At the same time, he could also absorb this malice, merge these emotions with spiritual power, and store them to cast powerful shadow spells. His professional task was also to randomly select lucky individuals every day and provoke their malice towards him. This school, also known as the Keyboard Warrior School, the Taunting School, or the Shadow School, was a powerful yet disgusting school among Tier 3 professions. The moment Chen Shi finished speaking, the other four fell into a brief silence. Especially the flower witch and Black Glove, their expressions were stunned. Really? Although his voice was greasy, what he said seemed to make a lot of sense. The flower witch adjusted her breathing. She did indeed feel a surge of frantic malice. Black Glove spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, how did you know? Malicious slanderer was a very rare Shadow Phase profession, one not recorded in many libraries. Normal people simply couldn't know about it. Chen Shi smiled. Read more, read the newspaper more, and sleep more. This guy isn't ordinary. Black Glove gritted his teeth. You're knowledgeable, but even so, you still can't escape my grasp. Black Glove's fingertips once again condensed a black serpent. He said to Captain Black Eye. Captain Black Eye, you useless person, you go first. Chen Shi was currently only a Tier 1 Transcendent. To help the flower witch, he had to demonstrate his usefulness. In the Transcendent world, where hierarchy was clear,
few low-tier transcendent dared to command high-tier transcendent.
Many high-tier transcendent were very arrogant. At first, they humbly asked for advice, requesting others to point out problems. The next day, who are you, what is your status, to dare point out my problems?
Fortunately, the flower witch was still very humble. After his recent statement, the flower witch should be willing to listen to him. Then, Chen-Shi opened his backpack card and continued. Flower witch, put away your killing intent. Maintain a peaceful heart, and attack him as if you were attacking a roadside stone.
Malice was endless.
Unless one was an emotionless combat machine, it was impossible not to generate malice when fighting a malicious slanderer.
Calming one's mind and treating the opponent as a stone, while not completely ignoring Black Glove's ability, would be enough.
The flower witch nodded obediently. Her teachers had taught her since childhood that among three people, one must be her teacher. She suspected that Chen-Shi might very well be an official member of the intelligence organization, the newspaper agency. She exhaled slowly, and the blood blossoms on her fair skin fell onto the sea with the wind. She raised her head, looking at Black Glove as if he were a stone by the roadside.
I can do it. Being treated like a stone? Couldn't you treat me like dog shit?
Black Glove felt insulted, but he didn't feel that strong malice. Just like countless practices in her childhood. She held her staff with both hands, and a powerful energy once again condensed at the tip of the staff. Basic attack spell, full power version against a stone. I was attacked by papers, so the update is a bit late. Thank you all for your subscriptions and monthly votes. Degree. Give me some face. The surrounding air began to fluctuate violently, and a massive amount of spiritual power converged, erupting like a fierce laser cannon.
Captain Black I quickly pulled back. Black Glove also stopped resisting head-on, instead moving like a mad dog. Boom! Blood splattered, and a distinct wound was carved into Black Glove's upper body. Chen-Shi looked up and sneered. How is it, Black Glove? Still feeling good? The bloodied Black Glove stood up, clenching his teeth so hard they almost broke. In the world of pirates, transcendent rank was a symbol of status. Now, he was actually being mocked by a Tier 1 brat. This feeling of being insulted by a kid was truly humiliating. It had been a long time since he'd felt this way, and he spat out a bloody tooth. Not bad, feels good, come again. A large amount of viscous, pitch-black shadow once again emerged on Black Glove's body, beginning to repair him. Tier 3 Transcendent is a qualitative leap. Once one reaches Tier 3, with enough transcendent modifications, the body can be cultivated to a state of steel bones and iron sinews. The physical body alone is enough to withstand dense bullets. And what Black Glove cultivated was an endlessly regenerating shadow body. What should we do? Flower Witch was sweating, holding her staff with both hands, her toes touching the water's surface. The weakness of the shadow body is... Chen-Shi pondered quietly. As one of the best among Tier 3 Transcendent, Black Glove's durability had already exceeded human limits. We can't kill him, but we can temporarily cripple him. After we cripple them, we'll run immediately. Chen-Shi briefly outlined the plan and asked. Flower Witch, do you have any fire element spells? Shadows fear light and are very afraid of fire element spells. Flower Witch was stunned for a second. No, I'm an amateur mage, I only know some basic spells. What about fire-related potions? None, they all fell into the sea. Flower Witch gripped her staff tightly. Looking at Black Glove, whose body was almost fully repaired, Chen-Shi looked up and analyzed the current situation. Xiao Woya had been watching the show and slacking off, citing the excuse that she couldn't walk on water. Captain Black I was very selfish, unwilling to sacrifice himself to create an opening for Black Glove to attack. He would probably only act when there was a chance to snatch a kill. Simply put, among these three, one was an undercover actor, and one was a kill-stealing dog who didn't want to get hurt. The real key was only Black Glove. Chen-Shi opened his backpack card. Flower Witch, what about control-type spells? Flower Witch's eyes lit up.
Very good at them. Especially binding type ones, but I can't output damage while casting control type spells. If she couldn't deal damage, the small pistol in Chen-Chi's hand simply couldn't cause effective harm. And if Chen-Chi engaged in close-range combat, it would undoubtedly be suicide. His previous bullets couldn't even penetrate Xiao Wuya's defense. Therefore, Flower Witch had not used any control-type spells. Flower Witch bit her lip, looking troubled. Hey! Black Glove dug at his ear and reprimanded angrily. Are you two discussing tactics in front of us? Do you think we're deaf? Are both your heads made of wood? If not, whisper it in her ear. The experienced Black Glove pointed and criticized, truly feeling underestimated. They actually dared to discuss tactics right in front of him. At least show him some respect. Chen-Chi raised an eyebrow. He actually thought Black Glove had a point. And the next second, he suddenly felt a tingling warmth near his ear. There was also a very fragrant jasmine scent. Flower Witch leaned closer to Chen-Chi, resting her head near him, and whispered softly in his ear. Unless Black Glove and Captain Black Eye expose a weakness, I can't control them. And your pistol probably can't cause effective damage to them. How about we run? Chen-Chi's hand trembled slightly. In the game forums, Flower Witch, as the protagonist, was cheerful and lively, but she was completely bound by fate, a rare career-oriented type. Destined to be alone. Had Flower Witch's favorability towards him already reached such a high level, or was it due to their special relationship? Chen-Chi's heart quickened for a moment, and he said with a serious tone. No, his pursuit ability is very strong. We must cripple him before we can run. Next, I will create an opening for him. Black Glove's ears perked up. He had heard everything the two of them had just said. Black Glove silently adjusted his breathing, accumulating strength. A Tier 1 Transcendent, wanting to create an opening for him. Come up, Water Spirit no. 3. Chen-Chi's palm faced downwards. Under his command, a water spirit suddenly popped its head out of the water and bounced into his hand. Black Glove's whole body trembled. Inside the water spirit in Chen-Chi's hand, there was an incomparably precious item. Black whale blood. Black whale blood, enough to elevate them. A glass tube containing black whale blood. When was this taken? Black Glove turned his head to look at Xiao Wuya. Xiao Wuya spread her hands, straight face. Can't walk on water, what can she do? She was ambushed, right? She tried her best, right? I'm just a healing physician. Xiao Wuya defended herself. Isn't it normal for a support class to be ambushed? Black Glove felt a cramping pain in his chest from anger. What was more despairing than a powerful enemy was a slacking, lazy teammate. Chen-Chi suddenly threw the glass tube of black whale blood backwards. Black Glove, if you don't want this tube of black whale blood to disappear, come and get it. The glass tube fell into the seawater and was retrieved by a deep-sea water spirit, moving further and further away from their position. He absolutely couldn't show any weakness at this moment. Black Glove tried his best to remain calm. But watching the black whale blood gradually drift away, he couldn't help but take a step forward. If he delayed any longer, the black whale blood might very well disappear into the vast ocean. That was related to his Black Whale Group cadre ranking for this year. It's fine, I'm very strong. Black Glove no longer hesitated, and 3 pitch-black small snakes appeared at his fingertips. The 3 snakes suddenly swelled and grew, transforming into ferocious giant snakes. Bite of the 3 snakes. Let's go, Captain Black Eye. Captain Black Eye and Black Glove moved forward almost simultaneously. The surrounding black whisker grass swayed in the strong wind. Flower Witch's soft, flower-filled hair danced in the wind. She concentrated, lightly tapping the water's surface with the wooden staff in her hand. Goddess of Earth, please protect us. A wave of spiritual power imbued with natural aura expanded across the water's surface. Control-type flower phase spell, Goddess's Vines. Numerous green, slippery vines grew from the sea, coiling around the two of them. The vines wrapped around their thighs and arms, successfully binding both of them. It worked! Flower Witch rejoiced, but the next second, a black flower of fear bloomed on her head. The large snakes on Black Glove's body fiercely tore at the vines. Flower Witch said in a hurry. I can only hold them for 3 seconds. 3 seconds, that's already great. Chen Qi praised. Well done, Flower Witch. Chen Qi didn't hesitate, pulling out an entire barrel of ghost fire oil from his backpack card. Ghost fire oil. The ghost fire of the ghost firefish is an extremely special transcendent blue flame, its power like a meat grinder, and it can burn even in water. Chen Qi's muscles tensed, he found the right angle, and slammed the barrel of ghost fire oil, completely drenching Black Glove. Black Glove felt the sticky sensation on his body. Ghost fire oil? Why is there so much? Chen Qi didn't give Black Glove time to react. In the last second, he aimed his gun at Black Glove. Pulled the trigger. Bang! This burn was worth 800,000. Your medicine. The bullet ignited the ghost fire oil, accompanied by a huge explosion. Blazing flames, like countless fire snakes, intertwined and danced in the air. The extraordinary blue fire continuously rose, even forming a towering fire tornado above the sea. This burning was mixed with the scent of money, and with his anger. Black Glove fell from the vine, plunged into the water, and twitched incessantly. This feeling was like being gnawed by 1,000 ants and 10,000 centipedes. Captain Black Eye was incredibly shocked. This amount of ghost fire oil was enough to burn for a full half-day. Ghost fire oil was not cheap, and often it was priceless. Captain Black Eye remembered that a weapon shop usually only sold a little ghost fire oil. How many weapon material shops would one have to buy out to get so much ghost fire oil? Black Glove twisted in the blue fire. He had thought that being on the water would protect him from powerful flame attacks. But he never expected that the other party would buy ghost fire oil, and a whole barrel of it. And the way they used it was to just smash it over. Was this person a wholesaler of ghost fire oil? At this moment, he felt not only humiliation but also the approach of death. Pain, pain. I'm like a mouse, a dead mouse about to be burned to death. Black Glove, engulfed in blue fire, wailed in the seawater, his body twisting continuously. For a short period, he couldn't move, let alone pursue them. Phew! Chen Qi breathed a sigh of relief, patting Flower Witch's shoulder and saying, It's over, Flower Witch, let's go. Black Glove's trump card was a power that touched the principle of nature. A taboo move that required a large amount of negative emotions and sacrifice to use. At this moment, Black Glove was already accumulating this move. If the battle continued, the final result would be Flower Witch and Black Glove both suffering heavy losses. Finally, Chen Qi glanced at the disheveled Black Glove. His dark mask had been burned away by the ghost fire, revealing a square face with distinct features. At the corner of his eye, there was also a mouse-shaped scar. A very recognizable face. Black Glove was a malicious slanderer, and the people he had offended could fill a plaza. It was precisely because of this that he dressed himself so completely, fearing to expose his true appearance. Selling this information to a newspaper agency would definitely earn a considerable sum of money. Chen Qi noted this down, turned his head, and walked towards the small houseboat, stepping on the deep-sea water spirit. Flower Witch followed obediently, holding her staff with both hands. Under the warm glow of the flames, a man and a woman lightly stepped across the water, disappearing at the end of their sight. Half an hour passed. Black Glove was still burning. Even after so long, the figures of the two still echoed in their minds. Especially Chen Qi, Xiaoya never expected that a Tier 1 transcendent could leave such a deep impression on her. Moreover, he could wear the black whisker cloth for so long. Xiaoya asked. They just left? Captain Black Eye, aren't you going to chase them? No chase, no need. It's a thankless task, and we didn't have the ability to pursue the Flower Witch anyway. Captain Black Eye placed his cold hand on the burning Black Glove, warming himself by the fire. Xiaoya propped her chin, asking curiously. Captain Black Eye, do you think that friend of the Flower Witch is from a newspaper agency,
or a noble from the golden flower bird kingdom?
In Xiao Wuya's memory, unless it was an offspring carefully cultivated by a noble, it was impossible to be so calm at Tier 1.
And he even knew Black Glove's professional ability. One should know that even the two of them didn't know Black Glove's ability. They had thought Black Glove was simply foul-mouthed. In a battle between Tier 3 Transcendent, a Tier 1 Transcendent, let alone intervene, would often die just by looking. Unexpectedly, the other party even became the Flower Witch's commander. He is. Captain Black Eye's body suddenly trembled. Although it was strange, he actually thought of the young man who was parasitized by a sea beast, the excellent crew member who inherited his Black Blade's will. Although he was wrapped in black whisker, his appearance was completely obscured. But he was so similar, truly so similar. Could it really be him? Captain Black Eye gripped his knife and shook his head. What is he to the Flower Witch? You might as well say it. Xiao Wuya pouted. Captain Black Eye said in a deep voice, you wouldn't believe it if I told you. If you don't say it, how do you know I won't believe it? You still wouldn't believe it if I told you. My guess is too bold, too exciting. Sick. Xiao Wuya grumbled. However, regarding Qin Shi, Xiao Wuya also had her own guess. He took out a newspaper from the research boat. On the newspaper, it was clearly about the Black Rabbit Gang being attacked by a mysterious monster and completely wiped out. That doesn't seem right either. Xiao Wuya picked up the newspaper, then put it down, shaking her head. Too many strange things had been happening on the sea recently. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from beneath them. Although who he is very important, can you two please help me put out the fire first? Half an hour later, the ghost fire on Black Glove finally subsided a bit. Captain Black Eye looked down mockingly. Black Glove, you didn't say anything either, you just kept shouting pain, pain, pain. I thought you were trying a new game. Is it good? After a long silence, the charred Black Glove said. Not good. Bang bang bang. The deep-sea water spirit threw all the items they had snatched from the research boat onto the small houseboat. Flower Witch and Qin Shi also jumped onto the small houseboat. Phew, we survived. Flower Witch let out a long breath, smiling, and extended her delicate little fist towards Qin Shi. Qin Shi also extended his fist. Bang! A fist bump for a successful operation. That was close, that was close. I almost thought I was going to die. Flower Witch patted her chest. She never expected Black Glove to be so strong. Moreover, the opponent's powerful shadow body had far exceeded the physique of an ordinary Tier 3 Transcendent. Black Glove was most likely a child of the Black Whale Group's whale father, who had undergone a special baptism. Qin Shi started the small houseboat and tallied the gains from this venture. A wireless transmitter, a special blood analysis machine, and a few strange gadgets. All these items combined would easily fetch $1 million. Snatch and run, quite thrilling. But most importantly, it was that extremely precious tube of black whale blood. Qin Shi held the glass tube in his hand, examining it. The black whale blood continuously wriggled, seemingly wanting to break through the specialized glass tube, like surging tides, mixed with the breathing sound of the great whale, crashing towards him. Qin Shi murmured. Dangerous thing. What it contained was too dangerous. Flower Witch said with a serious expression. That's black whale blood, from an ancient species on the frontier. Consuming it will grant powerful strength. But as a price, it will pollute one's spirituality, making it impossible to advance normally forever. Finally, it will completely twist human flesh and spirit, turning one into a deranged monster. Is that so? This battle was quite dangerous. If he hadn't had the ghost fire oil, he and Flower Witch would definitely have suffered more severe injuries. Qin Shi put away the black whale blood and then looked up at the sky. It was still morning, and the sunlight quietly scattered, dyeing the distant horizon a faint golden color. Qin Shi felt the soft and warm light. And at this moment, he noticed that ever since they got on the boat, Flower Witch had been staring at him. Qin Shi looked at the black whisker cloth on his body.
These black whisker were still wriggling. The black whisker cloth was uncomfortable at first, but after wearing it for a while, it actually felt a bit comfortable.
Cough cough, I forgot to take it off. Chen-Shi pulled the black whisker grass from his body and threw it back into the sea.
Fortunately, the black whisker grass was not very aggressive in the sunlight, and coupled with the sea beast oil he had applied earlier, it did not
arouse Flower Witch's suspicion. By the way, are you a member of a newspaper agency? Flower Witch asked curiously. Could Chen-Shi really be a legendary member of a newspaper agency?
Chen-Shi had been with Peilu before, and he also had information about Black Glove. Therefore, she suspected that Chen-Shi was also a member of the intelligence organization, newspaper agency.
No.
Chen-Shi said definitively.
Really?
Flower Witch pouted, her eyes showing suspicion. She then walked out of the boathouse and spread her arms. The golden sunlight fell on her, as if it were falling on a beautiful, newly blooming sea of flowers. Then, she suddenly remembered something and hastily pulled out a tube of pale potion from her waist pouch.
In the sea breeze and sunlight, she smiled brightly and said, I almost forgot, your potion.
Flower Witch proudly raised her head. This was a potion she had carefully concocted. Thanks to book friend 202211021848476991 for the reward, and also for the monthly passes and subscriptions.
Pale medicine.
The Flower Witch handed Chen-Shi 2 vials of potion. One vial was a white potion made from pale scale fruit, and the other was a green, oily potion. Feeling like it wouldn't taste very good, Chen-Shi asked.
What kind of potion is this? Cold medicine.
Chen-Shi's heart warmed, he had almost forgotten about his cold.
Is that so? Thank you.
Chen-Shi drank the cold medicine, then held the white potion up to the light, examining it closely. The potion itself displayed a unique pale white color, not like ordinary white, but with a faint cool glow, as if moonlight was shining on the water's surface. And as the sunlight hit it, faint ripples began to appear within the potion, as if infinite life was surging inside.
An unprecedented prompt appeared before Chen-Shi's eyes. Pale scale potion. Principle of nature, cup, lamp.
Description: a transcendent potion formulated with pale scale fruit as its core, combined with various other medicinal ingredients.
Effect: greatly enhances inspiration and strengthens physique.
Note: the soul shines from within the heart. Upon consuming this potion, your body will undergo a minor evolution. Chen-Shi didn't hesitate, drinking the potion in one gulp. In an instant, a faint light appeared before his eyes, jellyfish with sharp teeth flew across the horizon, the sun smiled, then opened its cold, illusory eyes, and countless red-eyed arms emerged from beneath the sea. This felt like eating poisonous mushrooms. Chen-Shi closed his eyes, adapting to this strange sensation. The Flower Witch explained. The pale scale fruit contains the power of the lamp. If used directly, it would cause mental derangement, but don't worry, the neutralizing ingredients will take effect soon. Then, the fantastical scene before his eyes changed. The jellyfish turned into scantily clad jellyfish girls, the sun became a Teletubby, and countless withered arms gave him a peace sign.
Is there a difference? What kind of neutralizing ingredients did you add?
As time passed, the fantastical images in his mind gradually faded. Chen-Shi felt a burning sensation from his feet to the top of his head, then reopened his eyes. Your physique has increased by 7 points, inspiration by 12 points, and the spiritual power of your origin has moderately increased.
Many of his current attributes were already approaching the limit of a first-order transcendent, yet they could still improve so much. Not easy, huh?
Chen-Shi looked at his attribute panel again. Physique 30 points, inspiration 50 points, agility 19 points. Although it didn't look high, as a novice who had just entered the transcendent realm, these attributes were already heaven-defying. Many second-order transcendence physiques were only in the 20s, and their inspiration in the 30s. 30 points in physique was a significant watershed. Reaching 30 points in physique allowed for armor implant surgery, a preliminary mechanical ascension. One could practice legendary martial arts, embark on the path of martial arts, and cleave the heavens with their physical body.
One could also safely undergo genetic sublimation modification and flesh and blood evolution.
Of course, the most important thing was that he now met the wearing conditions for the Ember Touch. 50 points in inspiration. Besides successfully appraising D rank and below Rift inspiration at will, he could also learn many powerful detection skills. And these attributes would receive a comprehensive percentage boost when he advanced to the second order. Now, even if he were sprayed by a machine gun firing blue fire, with his chi force, he would still be full of vigor. Chen Qi felt the power surging through his body and excitedly said, "Flower Witch, can you punch me?" Chi force and physique were now crucial components of his defense. Confidence. It was morning, and he was back in action. Chen Qi now wanted to test how strong his current defense was. And how did it compare to the Flower Witch's punch? A Tier 3 mage's punch was still within his acceptable range. Moreover, with those delicate little fists, the Flower Witch probably wasn't good at close combat, right? Punch you? Really? The Flower Witch heard such a strange request for the first time. Really? Bang! A crisp sonic boom echoed through the air. Hot smoke billowed from Chen Qi's abdomen. The Flower Witch retracted her bright red little fist, apologizing slightly. "I've only learned the simplest basic boxing, is that okay?" Although she was a simple pharmacist, she knew a little bit of everything. Basic boxing? Are you sure that wasn't a sonic boom punch just now? A man can't say he can't, but the pain made him unable to speak. Chen Qi felt momentarily voiceless, and after a long silence, he squeezed out 2 words. "It's fine." Chen Qi quickly turned his head, straightened his back, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He still needed more practice. Indeed, having only attributes without corresponding chi force skills was far from enough. Next, Chen Qi walked to the control panel and asked, "By the way, Flower Witch, where are you going next?" "I need to go back to Moonstone City." Chen Qi had already finished dealing with the Flower Witch's matters and was preparing to go to the city to upgrade his equipment and skills. Moonstone City as well. The Flower Witch had already thought about future plans. To advance to the legend realm of Tier 4, I must fully digest my pharmacology. Next, I plan to collect medicinal ingredients and then complete the digestion of my transcendent profession. After that, I will find a way to pass the trial set by my teacher. Besides that, I want to inquire about lost items such as Flesh Cleaver Bone Cutter, Lyre of the Sea, Blade of Blood, Joy Sprite, and information about the Deep Sea Hunter treasure, to arm myself. Apart from the staff in her hand, the Flower Witch's other equipment was very ordinary. Flesh Cleaver Bone Cutter? Chen Qi asked curiously. He had heard this term again. The Flower Witch explained, "Yes, it is a weapon of a deep sea hunter's nemesis. This monster merged with a sea beast and forged a monster-grade weapon, causing countless tragedies. But 100 years ago, this weapon disappeared into the rift. With the arrival of the rift tide, many lost items will also see the light of day again." Lost items? Chen Qi glanced at his backpack card. In a sense, his equipment, Ember Touch, was also a lost item. Then, the Flower Witch frowned. "However, the most important thing is still to solve the money problem. I plan to go to a pharmacy to sell a Dragon Breath Potion." Dragon Breath Potion was extremely precious and immensely useful. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to sell. But the ever-stubborn Flower Witch was now very poor and didn't want to work. Chen Qi's eyes lit up. Dragon Breath Potion, how much per vial? Selling it to a pharmacy was not as good as selling it to him. Now that he had Black Clam and Ghost Firefish, he also had a stable income. The Flower Witch calculated her living expenses, travel expenses, and the cost of materials for making potions, muttering, 80,000 shell coins, I suppose. This was close to the cost price. Chen Qi said, "Deal." The two reached another agreement. Chen Qi took the potion. Dragon Breath Potion. Principle of Nature, Cup. Effect, briefly gain a small degree of Dragon's Might and Dragon's Charm. Both female and male dragons will have a good impression of you, and you will gain surging spiritual power, as well as a short-term comprehensive attribute bonus.
surging spiritual power. Chen Qi's eyes brightened.
Whether it was chi force or shadow power, etc., all depended on the spiritual power in one's blood. Surging spiritual power was equivalent to enhancing his chi force. With surging spiritual power, arming his entire body with chi force was not a problem. The flower witch rubbed her eyelids.
Chef, I'm going to sleep for a bit.
Long periods of travel and potion making had left her physically and mentally exhausted. After a brief chat, the flower witch hugged a deep-sea water spirit and fell asleep on the dining table. The flower witch closed her eyes, a slight smile on her lips. If not for Chen Qi, she might have used her flower face technique, flowers bloom in blood, when facing Black Glove. Once used, besides causing numerous after effects, she would again face at least a month of bone-gnawing pain. And this operation also severely injured Black Glove. Such severe injuries, even for a Tier 3 Transcendent, were unimaginable. Whoosh! The flower witch's small head sank into the deep-sea water spirit, sleeping soundly. The other deep-sea water spirits also closed their eyes. Chen Qi looked at this warm scene and smiled slightly. He was also very sleepy, but he was the captain and had no time to rest. He had to wait until he was ashore to sleep. Chen Qi steered the small houseboat towards the distant Moonstone City.
The small houseboat drew a white line on the blue sea. Returning to port. The extraordinary road, the choice of the unique phase. In the blink of an eye, a peaceful day passed. The sky changed from blue to black, then gradually from deep black to a warm orange red, signaling the start of a new day. In the morning, a gentle breeze, carrying a faint scent of sea salt, caressed the Moonstone City port. Fishing boats were moored in an orderly fashion at the port, their sails gently fluttering in the breeze, making a rustling sound. The small houseboat slowly sailed into the port from the distant blue horizon. We're finally here. Chen Qi patted the flower witch's shoulder. Flower witch, we're here, it's time to wake up. He hadn't expected the flower witch to sleep for over 24 continuous hours on the boat. And she slept incredibly soundly. Poor deep-sea water sprite number 1, pressed under the witch's collarbone, also hadn't moved for an entire day, and even had some of the flower witch's drool on it. We're here? The flower witch opened her hazy eyes and stretched. Did I sleep for a day? Yes, and very soundly. I didn't snore or drool, did I? My elegant and mysterious image. The flower witch was startled, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. As an elegant witch, she had to maintain her image. She immediately got up, put on her cloak, covering her face and her fair arms and thighs adorned with flowers. Although her sleeping posture was a bit unsightly, this was the first time she had slept so comfortably since coming to Witch Sea. The flower witch asked softly, Ahem, I didn't say anything in my sleep, did I? Chen Qi thought for a moment, you seem to be talking about a teacher in elegance. Good, my elegant and mysterious image should be preserved. The flower witch walked out of the boathouse. Chen Qi said with a smile, goodbye in advance, flower witch. The flower witch was going to look for medicinal herbs, and with his current first-tier strength, he couldn't help much. Moreover, Chen Qi also had many things to do himself now. The small houseboat was about to reach the port, and it was time for them to part ways. The flower witch straightened her attire and asked softly, Chef, how do I find you in the future? Considering her need for free meals, and his identity as a newspaper agency member, among other reasons. The stubbornly proud flower witch decided to ask for a contact method. She had to admit, Chen Qi had helped her a lot. If it weren't for Chen Qi, she wouldn't have gotten the dragon breath grass so easily, nor would she have escaped from the trio so readily. Chen Qi replied, right here at this port, I'll be operating a restaurant boat in the evenings. If I'm not around, you can ask the old man at the newsstand in the 3rd Civilian District. All right. She straightened her back, her hands as if holding a court gown, and bowed elegantly. Thank you again. If it weren't for your help, I might have had to deal with the troublesome Bloodblade pirate crew. The noble bowing etiquette of thanks was unexpectedly standard. Wait, dealing with the Bloodblade pirate crew? Chen Qi suddenly thought of something. He remembered that in the mid-game, the Blood Blade pirate crew and the Flower Witch knew each other.
They fought against the Black Whale group together.
Undoubtedly, the Blood Blade pirate crew didn't know the Flower Witch at all right now. Could it be that the Blood Blade pirate crew and the Flower Witch met on Flower Island?
Chen Shi was startled. It seemed he had disrupted the Flower Witch's chance to meet the Blood Blade pirate crew. Many things in this world were already heading in a completely unknown direction.
Chen Shi dropped the anchor and moored the small houseboat at the port. "Oh, Flower Witch, you'd best change your disguise, otherwise you might be targeted by a certain blonde little cutie." Besides the Black Whale group, the miracle reporter also wanted to find the Flower Witch. Goodbye. May we both be well when we meet again." The Flower Witch jumped off the small houseboat and waved goodbye. After the Flower Witch left, Chen Shi looked at the empty small houseboat and the 7 bouncing deep-sea water spirits. It's a bit quiet. He picked up a water spirit and tallied the gains in his backpack card. This voyage had been very fruitful. Since going to sea, his battle record had been quite good, even including the feat of wiping out the Black Rabbit Gang's steamship. However, this largely depended on near-sea overlords and other sea beasts, rather than his own strength. The hunting ground was also managed by a mixed doubles with the marsh beast. Chen Shi shook his head. If this continued, he would become a kept man by sea beasts. The real key was his own strength. Chen Shi sat at the table, took out paper and pen, and briefly wrote down his upcoming plans. First, he had to take care of White Tree Land. He wanted to catch all the ghost firefish in the near sea of Moonstone City, leaving none behind, and capture them all. At the same time, he would put in black clams to establish a preliminary sea beast farm. The transcendent path was extremely expensive, and the income provided by ghost firefish and black clams was crucial. Second, he needed to spend money to buy Chi Force type skills, perception, meditation, and a series of other skill cards, then practice them to improve his overall combat power. Skill cards were extremely expensive in the black market, requiring a large amount of money. Third, was the matter of promotion. His attributes were now fully developed, and digesting the chef profession was only a matter of time. It was time to decide on his unique principle of nature and prepare for his profession card. The first 2 points were not difficult. Chen Shi focused on the third point. Promoting to a second-tier transcendent meant he had to determine his unique principle of nature. Chen Shi thought for a moment. Now, he was not in a game and could not casually choose his path. Popular entertainment playstyles among players, such as Flower Phase, Succubus Stream, Hammer Aspect, Gundam Stream, and Cup Phase, Alien Beast Stream, could not be chosen. If he chose recklessly, his ultimate fate would undoubtedly be to turn into ashes in history. The principle of nature is where the heart yearns. If the chosen profession did not follow one's inner choice, there was a high probability of stepping onto the path of madness in the future. In this world filled with destructive elements, Chen Shi had a strong desire for exploration and a craving for power. Only by becoming stronger could he survive and go further. Only under the illumination of the lamp aspect could he see the path ahead and the world above. Therefore, he had 2 ideas. One was lamp aspect, and the other was blood blade. Lamp aspect symbolized hope, light, exploration, and guidance, while blood blade represented glory, power, and conquest. Lamp aspect. Chen Shi subconsciously said, looking out at the boundless sea. His inspiration talent, unexpectedly, was also a lamp aspect talent. It was precisely because of this that his inspiration was different from ordinary people. Chen Shi leaned more towards lamp aspect. The path of Bloodblade had a very high probability of leading to madness, easily turning one into a lunatic. The Black Blood Empire, one of the 6 major plates of New Sun, was a plate with many lunatics. To survive in this world on the verge of destruction, he had to constantly explore and uncover the world's secrets. But whether it was Bloodblade or Lamp Aspect, obtaining a second-tier profession card for these professions was extremely difficult without joining a transcendent organization. Bay Country wielded shells and hammers, while the friendly neighboring White Tower Federation wielded books and Lamp Aspect. Although the White Tower Federation wielded Lamp Aspect,
the influence of its underlying origin hunter organization, Lighthouse, was extremely
limited in this world.
Unlike other origin hunter organizations, Lighthouse did not have a complex subordinate structure. This meant that he couldn't obtain a second-tier profession card by joining a lamp aspect transcendent organization and working his way up within it.
He could only rely on the rift tide.
However, lamp aspect rifts were rarer compared to other rifts. Moreover, not every time a rift was cleared would a profession card drop. The difficulty of specifically obtaining a second-tier lamp aspect profession card was greater than he had imagined.
And because of their scarcity, these profession cards easily fell into the hands of other transcendent. My hair is going to fall out. Chen Qi had a bit of a headache.
This also meant that he had to be the primary intelligence source for lamp aspect rifts.
Information could be obtained through the newspaper agency.
Besides that, the Hunter Association could also provide information. He needed to find an opportunity to apply for a hunter's license. Furthermore, to advance to the second tier, he also had to do a lot of cooking to quickly level up his chef skill.
Advancing too quickly had a chance of causing distortion. Coincidentally, every evening from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. would be the operating hours for the restaurant boat. Chen Qi's eyelids drooped, he put down his pen, and cleared his cluttered thoughts. He had been busy for a long time and needed to get some sleep.
Chen Qi closed the boathouse door, lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, it would be evening, and he would go to his home, White Tree Land, to give the ghost firefish a surprise.
Happy May Day holiday everyone! *, carrot. P.S. Repentance. The update was late, I was attacked by a thesis. Sea beast breeding base. 20 days later, in the White Tree Land. A small houseboat was docked next to the giant white tree.
On the surface of the sea, a fierce chase was unfolding. It was deep-sea water spirit number 1 chasing ghost firefish.
Wah! You can't run.
Deep-sea water sprite number 1, like a ferocious great demon king, suddenly swallowed 10 ghost firefish into its belly.
Wah wah wah.
You are all too weak.
Wah wah wah. At this level, you think you can gain a foothold in the Great Sea. Fizz, fizz.
The ghost firefish, devoid of oil, wanted to ignite and burn this damned world, incinerating all living things within it. However, just yesterday, a hateful human had plucked them clean, leaving not a single drop.
Waku waku. Get in. With a smack.
Deep-sea water sprite number 1 spat the ghost firefish from its body into the floating net cage. Then, it hopped and swam under Chen Qi's hand, poking its head out, asking for praise.
Well done, number 1.
Chen Qi patted deep-sea water sprite number 1's head. Immediately after, he dismounted from the black ship Sea Dragon, stepped on a water spirit, and walked to the floating net cage. Raising ghost firefish is harder than I imagined. He readjusted the buoys and supports. These days, besides running a restaurant and practicing basic meditation, he had been building a sea beast farm primarily for ghost firefish. The difficulty of sea beast farming was higher than he had anticipated. Although, with his efforts, the ghost firefish had already settled down comfortably. No need to hunt, no need to work, just food every day, it was truly wonderful. However, once the ghost firefish generated new ghost fire oil, they couldn't help but cause destruction. The sea net cages he had painstakingly built had been repeatedly ruined several times. Moreover, raising ghost firefish required daily cleaning, feeding, and other tasks. Fortunately, before his transmigration, he was an excellent beast master. Although deep-sea water spirits don't have hands, their soft, slime-like bodies can actually perform many precise manipulations. They are not as strong as dragons in combat, but they are pet beasts with full marks in craftsmanship. The strongest working pet beasts. And he had a full 7 of them. Finally, under his diligent training and guidance, all 7 deep-sea water spirits learned how to feed fish and clean rooms. In addition, they could also master extracting ghost fire oil, fishing, chopping vegetables, stir-frying, and massaging, even doing them better than humans. Especially in massage and room cleaning, deep-sea water spirits had surpassed 80% of people.
deep-sea water spirits undertook a large amount of work. If not for the deep-sea water spirits, managing a farm alone would be a disaster.
Chen Shi wiped the sweat from his brow, stood up, and surveyed his initially constructed sea beast farm. He spent 3,000 shell coins to buy a 20-meter-long floating net cage. Besides that, he also raised black clams and moonlight fish. Chen Shi estimated that, based on the production frequency of black clams and ghost fire oil, in merely about 15 days, the sea beasts here would be able to provide him with a harvest of 1.5 million shell coins.
For an individual farmer, this was an enormous sum.
Moreover, the cost of feed for ghost fire oil was less than 10,000.
Deep-sea water spirits didn't require wages, so this income was equivalent to pure profit. The only troublesome point. Chen Shi shook his head inside.
The reserves of ghost fire oil are too vast. The ghost fire oil provided by him, a single farmer, could cover the entire Moonstone City. He single-handedly changed the ghost fire oil market in Moonstone City. The once rare weapon coating, ghost fire oil, was no longer a rarity in the weapon shops of Moonstone City. Weapon merchants had already realized that the supply of ghost fire oil was too high. Ghost fire oil was constantly depreciating. Now, in just 20 days, the price of ghost fire oil had dropped by a full fifth. Therefore, Chen Shi had two ideas. First, to become a traveling merchant and sell ghost fire oil in other cities. Second, to increase the demand for ghost fire oil, making it a hot-selling product. In fact, as a weapon enchanting coating, ghost fire oil was not only highly practical but also aesthetically pleasing. Therefore, it had the potential to become a popular product.
It just lacked promotion.
But promoting ghost fire oil would be too difficult unless it was done by a celebrity like Pei-Lu. After finishing his day's work, Chen Shi took out today's White Dove Times.
Hashtag under the rift tide, new taboo sea areas you must know about hashtag. Hashtag the three heroes of the imperial capital, all gathered in the Witch Sea. Hashtag.
Hashtag Siren Song, illusions on the Great Sea hashtag. Hashtag the Navy's first expedition, determined to reclaim control of the near sea hashtag.
No big news.
Since Pei-Lu failed to catch the flower witch, the sales of the entire White Dove Times had plummeted recently.
Chen Shi scanned the new taboo sea area on the newspaper. It clearly marked the White Tree Land.
He had initially thought that after the Black Rabbit incident, specialists would come to investigate the White Tree Land. Instead, after the Black Rabbit incident made headlines. The White Tree Land gained notoriety on the Great Sea and was even listed as a dangerous zone within dangerous zones. No one dared to investigate. Now, many boats that fished for moonlight fish at night would detour far away, fearing being caught by the near-sea overlord. These days, in the sea area surrounding the entire White Tree Land, he hadn't seen a single living person.
That's good.
Chen Shi gave a look to the simple-minded near-sea overlord. If anyone came here and saw these floating net cages and the feed boxes he had built, it would definitely cause an uproar. It would be troublesome if adventurers were attracted then.
Chen Shi's future plan was to transplant many sea beasts to the White Tree Land and build a small base. However, transplantable and captive sea beasts were hard to come by.
Hopefully, no one discovers this place. Chen Shi packed up his things, returned to his small boathouse, and glanced at the clock. 6 o'clock, the sky was already covered with layers of faint black. At this time, it was almost time to set up his stall. The near-sea overlord sensed something and rushed over fiercely.
Goodbye, near-sea overlord, guard this place well.
Chen Shi fed the panting near-sea overlord with extraordinary fish bait. Immediately after, he started the small houseboat and sped towards Moonstone City. These days, he had been searching for clues about a Tier 2 lamp aspect professional card or a lamp aspect rift. But the clues he found were either already taken by others or turned out to be false information. Fortunately, by offering a month of free dinners, he had entrusted the task to Pei-Lu, who had a vast information network. After 10 days of freeloading, Pei-Lu finally told him that she would give him an answer tonight. Hopefully, the information Pei-Lu provided would be useful.
The engine rumbled.
Deep-sea water spirits, let's go, back to Moonstone City.
Chen Chi called out.
The deep-sea water spirits all boarded the small houseboat.
Make money.
Night fell, stars twinkled, in a secluded corner of Moonstone City's port.
At this moment, this usually sparsely populated corner was bustling with many prominent figures from Moonstone City.
The open-air street restaurant was surrounded by soft lighting and a warm, bustling atmosphere. Inside the small, makeshift restaurant on the street, the stove was blazing, spatulas flew, and the aroma of food filled the air, the freshness of seafood, the richness of roasted meat, the crispness of vegetables. Besides this, water spirits continuously carried dishes, hurrying back and forth between multiple tables. Water spirit, serve the dishes quickly. Being able to eat this meal, this month hasn't been busy for nothing. Water spirit, bring me a bottle of the strongest whiskey. Boss, another serving of abalone and sauce. Another serving of moonlight fish. Diners sat around the tables, enjoying this rare feast. You cooked garlic moonlight fish today and gained 85 spirituality points. Why did it turn out like this? Why? Chen Chi asked from the bottom of his heart while waiting for Peilu. His original idea was just to cook and sell dishes, and incidentally digest the chef profession. But he never expected it to become this popular. 3 days after opening, he was already overwhelmed. Therefore, he had no choice but to adopt a reservation system. But even so, with only one chef, it was still extremely busy. So, Chen Chi trained the deep-sea water spirits, having the more intelligent number 2 and number 3 cook together. Number 2 was responsible for chopping vegetables, and number 3 for stir-frying. Although this would reduce the quality of the dishes, it could greatly improve the efficiency of serving them. Chen Chi initially thought that with reduced quality, customers would become fewer.
However, the restaurant actually became even more popular. Many people came to eat just to tease the water spirits. There were even scalpers reselling reservations for his restaurant. Chen Chi's restaurant even made it into the Witch Times, being referred to as the water spirit restaurant in the newspaper. Why is it so popular? Chen Chi rubbed his head, sighing again. The celebrity effect was terrifying. And this was without him deliberately raising prices. Excluding costs, in just over 20 days, by operating for about 4 hours each night, he earned a total of over 500,000 shell coins and 1,600 spirituality points. Chen Chi picked up the ledger and calculated. The income from running the restaurant, plus selling ghost fire fish and black pearls, totaled roughly 2.5 million. The large amount of useless equipment obtained from the Black Rabbit, due to lack of proper channels, only sold for 3 million shell coins. Adding the 1.5 million cash from the Black Rabbit, his cash on hand once reached over 7 million shell coins. However, the cost of the Transcendent Path was enormous. He went to the black market and merely purchased a decent advanced meditation skill card and a basic G-Force basic defense skill card, and in an instant, 3 million shell coins vanished. Chen Chi now only had 4 million shell coins in savings. For an ordinary person, this would be enough to get married and buy a house. But on the Transcendent Path, this money could only make a tiny ripple. Fortunately, once the Sea Beast Farm was successfully built, it would provide sustainable income. Chen Chi tallied the accounts for the night. From tonight's stall, he could probably earn about 100,000 shell coins. Although the restaurant was very popular, the unit price of food made from ordinary ingredients was simply too low. Manpower was limited. After several consecutive days of hard work, the deep-sea water spirits and he had reached their limit. Moreover, the season for moonlight fish had passed. The most expensive moonlight fish sold for only a little over 10,000 shell coins. To truly make big money from the chef profession, the best way was to create legendary transcendent delicacies, such as honey-roasted dragon meat, bone dragon rib soup, and so on. Chen Chi stood outside the boathouse, shaking his head. There were still many things he wanted to buy in the equipment market that he hadn't yet. 7 million shell coins was still a long way from his goal of buying a big ship. Sister Peilu, this is the restaurant you mentioned? It looks quite run down, but the water spirits here are so cute. I wonder if the boss sells them. It seems he doesn't sell them. Tell me, what do you want to eat? My treat.
At this moment, two women walked onto the small houseboat. Finally, they arrived.
Chen Shi crossed his arms. Peilu, good evening, what would you like to eat?
He wondered if Peilu had managed to get information about the lamp aspect rift today. Peilu said with a confident expression. I'll have the fattest moonlight fish. Today, I'm treating my junior, Lilith, to a meal.
Junior? Chen Shi looked next to Peilu.
Standing beside Peilu was a tall young woman, about 1.7 meters, wearing round-rimmed black-framed glasses, with slightly curly black long hair, a very good figure, and a black vintage ruffled long dress. Lilith, this sounds like the pen name of the Witch Times editor-in-chief.
Chen Shi recalled.
Recently, the Witch Times had reported on his water spirit restaurant, so he had a very deep impression. Lilith greeted him, looking at the water spirit with infatuated eyes. Hello, chef, I really like your water spirits here. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Shi served a roasted, heavily spiced moonlight fish.
Peilu and Lilith sat at the dining table. Chen Shi asked, Peilu, did you really get information about the lamp aspect profession card?
Peilu said mysteriously, yes, because this matter involves a secret. He will come to find you after you close up shop, when there are fewer people.
He involves a secret?
Chen Shi looked puzzled. Peilu, as a riddle solver, uncharacteristically didn't directly state the person's name and identity. A Tier 2 profession card for a lamp aspect, and it even involved a secret.
Chen Shi had a faint ominous premonition. Immediately after, Peilu secretly winked at Chen Shi. Chen Shi took a sharp intake of breath. Her meaning was,
make her guest completely drunk. Peilu sat at the dining table and said to Lilith. Lilith, don't be shy, eat freely.
Moonlight fish, this is the boss's specialty.
Lilith took a small bite, a slightly puzzled look on her face.
Delicious. Peilu actually didn't trick her.
Then, Peilu chuckled, confidently picking up 5 bottles of highly concentrated wheat ale.
Cheers.
Lilith, to celebrate your newspaper's sales reaching new heights.
Thank you, Sister Peilu.
The reason my newspaper's sales have reached new heights is still due to the popularity of the Flower Witch. After all, the name of the Witch Times is in commemoration of the legendary witches.
Of course, this also wouldn't be possible without Sister Peilu's guidance.
That has little to do with me, let's have a drink. By the way, how high are the sales of your Witch Times recently?
Newspaper sales determine the success or failure of their competition.
Lilith said softly, not much. This kind of newspaper, which features cute young girls and ladies, hasn't sold very many copies. A faint scent of gunpowder filled his small boathouse.
Chen Shi clicked his tongue. Are these two staging a workplace drinking party here?
In the game forums, these two were competitors. Lilith, as the editor-in-chief of the Witch Times, and Peilu were like two extremes. Compared to Peilu, who tracked major news, Lilith was more adept at scandalous and humorous news. Moreover, she possessed exquisite painting skills, using unique artistic embellishments on the news characters she depicted. Especially certain special parts. Furthermore, according to some players' investigations,
Lilith seemed to be the only ordinary person in the White Dove newspaper agency.
Therefore, on the game forums, her nicknames were Hentai Editor-in-Chief and Ordinary Person. And in the White Dove newspaper agency, each year, the editor-in-chief with the highest sales would receive an unimaginable legendary reward. Thus, the sales war between the two could now be described as white-hot. Currently, because Peilu failed to catch the Flower Witch, the sales of the White Dove Times plummeted. Lilith, on the other hand, reported on interesting stories from the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom, and sales reached new heights.
Chen Shi never expected.
His small restaurant could actually bring together the two sleeping dragons and phoenix chicks of the news world. Lilith smiled slightly.
Sister Peilu, cheers.
Cheers.
More strong liquor, Chi. After 3 rounds of drinks, Peilu gave Chen Shi another look. Lilith's alcohol tolerance was actually on par with hers. This amount of alcohol wasn't enough to get Lilith drunk. Poof. 2 minutes later.
Pelu fell down with a thud, completely unconscious from drunkenness.
Trash. Lilith gave a sinister smile.
Then, she raised her head, her face flushed, and said to Chen Shi.
Boss, do you sell your water spirits? Chen Shi had an ominous premonition and asked, what do you want a water spirit for?
For a great purpose. Lilith answered honestly, according to my observations, many nobles are learning the ways of the golden flower bird kingdom, they need water spirits. For some special activities.
You should understand the beauty of water spirits, right? They will give your water spirits a considerable amount of money. The beauty of water spirits? Activities? What are you saying?
Chen Shi immediately frowned like an old man on the subway.
What the hell?
He underestimated the perversity of the witch sea people.
The water spirits were being targeted by rich women.
As a responsible owner, Chen Shi had no interest in letting the deep-sea water spirits experience the flower name of endurance and wealth.
After all, they were so well behaved. No. Chen Shi refused Lilith's request. Is that so? What a pity.
Lilith again downed a bottle of wheat ale and also passed out drunk. These two are so weak, Chen Shi tidied up the dining table. At this moment, night was deep, the dock became utterly silent, and even gusts of cold wind began to blow.
Waku waku. Suddenly, a deep-sea water spirit, as if encountering some monster, leaped into his arms. Chef, would it be convenient to step outside and talk? A steady, elderly male voice. Pelu's guest?
Chen Shi turned his head, looking in the direction of the voice. It was an elderly white-haired man, dressed in a sharp blue naval uniform, with his long white hair neatly tied back.
A high forehead, a prominent nose, and a face full of wrinkles.
Chen Shi's gaze involuntarily fell on the insignia on the man's shoulder.
An insignia with 5 blue stars.
Chen Shi was secretly startled.
The person Pelu found was a Grand Admiral of the Navy? Happy May Day. Sigma, A.
P.S. Hands clasped in repentance, I was dragged out for lunch at noon, so the update is late.